Chapter 1 The Awakening of Thunderdog, a stunning upsetenth assessment. As this assessment was about to commence, the square was bustling with activity, the atmosphere fraught with tension. Panua felt the scornful glances directed at him from all around, piercing him like needles. Clenching his fist tightly, hesitantly vowed, "Today, I shall show you all that I, Panua, am no worthless fool." The surrounding disciples whispered amongst themselves, speculating on what embarrassing blunders Thysenderdog would commit today, providing them with a fodder for amusement over their meals. If it isn't Underdog Pan, here to participate in thesis ment again, what's this, still haven't given up, Lin Hus mocking voice in Panusers. Claudina brand new training outfit and wielding a gleaming steelsword, strutted before Panuak deliberate life-flaunting his equipment. I suggest you surveil your urge, otherwise, you'll be at the bottom again, making a fool of yourself. Panusho thim a cold glance, ignoring the provocation. Hequiet liargulate his breathing, allowing the true energy within him to flow steadily, feeling the surge of power within. Heknutha this clone Linhu, Wolden de Bezelinst. At that moment, a young woman in a light bluey outfit approached, concerned Edenherfus. Panuak, are you ready? The girl, named Suya, weighs a standout among the outer disciples and oft he few hoded note and derestimate Panua. Rest assured, Suya, I will not let you down, Panua replied with a thin smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. Though he peered to sit and somewhat dull on the surface, deep within lay a formidable will and determination. I believe you, Suya encouraged, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to head toward Shirasesmentaria. Her presence was like a refreshing breeze, soothing the agitation and anxiety within Panua. Humph, what a charade, Linhu scoffed disdainfully from the side. With him, thinking heckin' standout in the assessment, what a delusion. The bell for the assessment rang, and Elder Zao stood solemnly on the high platform, announcing the rules. The first assessment involved a demonstration of techniques, where each disciple was required to showcase their most proficient martial skills, judged by the elders. 1v1 disciple Stunai Thestage Somi performed brilliantly, earning grounds of applausiathers, lesso attracting derisive laughter. When it was Panuestern, a wavy flot erupted around him. Look, Thunder dodges up. I'd the can't have an executia completus tough moves. Don't be so harsh, maybe hell surprisius bit tripping gover himself for something. Ignoring the jeers, Panua took a deep breath and stepped onto the platform with measured strides. He placed his hand on the sword of his waist, his gaze sharpening. The laughter around him gradually faded, replaced by an inexplicable tension. Heslo lighter westward, its blade reflecting dazzlingly under the sun. Just when Thicrod expected him to begin his demonstration, he abruptly halted, scanning the audience with a slight smirk. Ario already? Ario already, Panuesvis was not loud be treasonated clearly throughout Hesquare. The soon expected declaration silence said the previous boisterous crowd. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what this typical reticent underdog intended to do. Then, he moved. Like Ianara released from its bow, Panu vanished from Misput. Sounding clang of to sword each oedeshikathrit his blade weaving dazzling arcs, akin to silver serpentine all dance, mesmerizing all. He executed the sex foundational sword technique, thunder sword technique. This wordplay was a method Javeridiscipli could perform, yet few could wield it with such finesse as Panu displayed. Every strike, every motion was imbued with strength hand speed, yet carried an ineffable gracie and fluidity. The disciples who had anticipated laughter now stood agog, incredulous. They had never expected Thysenderdog they had scorned to possess such a solid fundamentals. Linhus Festerndish and Thunder Sword technique prided himself on simid utterly clumsy in comparison to Panu's execution. Elder Zayazeas flickered with surprise, both a quick lyrig and discomposure, observing Panu Sevirimov with an impassive demeanor. Once said a demonstration concluded, Panu sheathed his word, standing calmly as she absorbed the gazes of those around him. The scorn and ridicule had vanished, replaced by astonishment and admiration. The next phase of his assessment was practical combat. Panu's opponent was a burly disciple named Li Zhuang, known for his immense strength, who launched heavy forceful attacks aimed at vital points. Faced with Li Zhuang's fierce onslaught, Panu remained unfazed. He deftly evaded while meticulously observing his opponent's techniques. Hizaya simad topan et retathrut hekeas, capturing Li Zhuang's every move. Suddenly, Li Zhuang unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Panyu's face. In that criticalement, a glint of determination flashed Panyu's eyes. Hespatid a subtle flame Li Zhuang's attack, slightly shifting his body to a fortless leve death blow. In a swift motion, Panyu thrust this word forward, striking Li Zhuang squarely in thickest. Li Zhuang took a fledrunt, staggering back several steps, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. You? How cool do you? Panyu disregarded his incredulous question and launched another assault. This time, his strikes were even more ferocious, each aimed directly at Li Zhuang's vulnerabilities. Li Zhuang found himself unable to defend, forced into a purely reactive stance. After several exchanges, Li Zhuang was bruised and battered, collapsing to the ground, his expression a mix of frustration and defeat. Standing resolute on the platform, Panyu sheathed his sword, his performance having thoroughly captivated till present. Elder Zaire guarded Panyu a complex gliom in his. Panyu has spoke slowly, your performance has exceeded my expectations. Next, you shall conduct a private assessment of you. As soon as Elder Zaire's words fell, whispers rippled through the square. A private assessment was a privilege reserved for those who demonstrate d'exceptionnel prowess. It seemed Elder Zaire held Panyu's performance in high regard. However, the next words from Elder Zaire astonished everyone. Panyu, while our practical combat was commendable, it is insufficient to prevail your strength. Next, you shall fasim. Their revelation sent shockwaves through tech road. Elder Zaire was a formidable presence at the initial stage of martial master, while Panyu was merely a novice disciplined between him was a kintoavist gulf. Topit Panyu against Elder Zaire was as a thim an insurmountable challenge. Even thusual amid sun few colden felt but murmur this. Istumik istit, hestoli ablanciat Panyu only to find him unfazed even exhibiting a trace of excitement in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Panyu cupped Hishin sincelio to Elder Zaire am willing to accept the challenge. He understood that Elder Zaire was deliberately making things difficult for him, yet recognized this a golden opportunity to prove himself. Elder Zaire didn't step atop the center of the platform. He did not draw up but stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an overwhelming gall emanating from him, pressing down on Panyu's nerves. Let us begin, Elder Zaire stated indifferently. Without a moment's hesitation, Panyu launched into action. He executed Thunder Sword technique, the blade flashing like lightning, targeting Elder Zaire's vital points. However, Elder Zaire merely waved shan lightly, effortlessly dissolving Panyu's attack. Too slow, Elder Zaire replied, shaking his head a hint of disdain. Panyu attempted various offensive maneuvers, yet none called breach Elder Zaire's defenses. Fielder's prowess far surpassed Panyu's expectation. She fell taken to Emma Flinginget sulfate blazingturch on a blotted dronier. Repeated failures left Panyu in gassons of helplessness. Hagrid his teeth, filled with determination. He refused to believe he would be defeated. He had to find Dabbery night through. At that moment, a hidden scoring criterion from the assessment list flashed in his mind in practical combat, employing special techniques or strategies would earn additional points. A spark of inspiration ignited in Panyu's eyes. He meticulously recalled the assessment regulations, ideas racing through his mind. Suddenly, a bold plan crystallized. Drawing a deep breath, head dressed Elder Zhao, Elder, please egwadim, with that, Hebrip le altera strategy, abandoning relentless offensive to circle around Elder Zhao, searching for an opening. Elder Zaire frowned slightly, sensing Panyu's intentions. Has spoke in a low voice, watery outreing to Dodo? Panyu remained insolent, continuous maneuver. Head edged Elder Zaire ascetics while keenly observing the environment, seeking element she could exploit. Sunfu watched from a distance, anxiety kerning within him has scarce lit a red to breathe, fearing him it disrupt Panyu's focus. Clenching his fists, hesitant prayed Panyu, you must win. The atmosphere in the square gruttens alayas ficadant the platform, holding their breath in anticipation of unfolding drama. How all Thais assessment conclude, panuesques a linga redonthis mentralis for an extended period, andoni inconspicuous point cotisatention those of utilis environmental advantage shall be awarded additional points at the discretion of the examiner. Thirina was surrounded by a carefully arranged array of wooden stakes designed tota stagily, which the disciples typically overlooked. However, at this moment, they transformed into a crucial factor for Panue. A faint smell aggressed his lips, as he had already devised a strategy in his mind. Elder Iba Jerperdin, Panu suddenly shouted, his figure darting into wooden stake formation like Horaith. The stakes were irregularly placed, making it difficult for an ordinary person to navigate, yet upon Panue it felt as familiar as his own backyard. He moved with remarkable agility, weaving ein andut among the stakes, appearing and disappearing, making it hard to us for elders to pinpoint this location. Elders for dispro taken aback by the intricacy of Panu's movements. He tempted to ehiscerate to lock into Panue, only to find that his opponent's agility ways of changing and utterly unpredictable. With a cold snort, he too entered toward in stake here. In an instant, there ways alive with darting figures and swirling sword energy. Panue depthly utilized the cover of testakes, continuously altering his position, launching surpriseiatic and evading strikes, leaving elders struggling to keep up. Despite his superior cultivation, the complexity of the environment hindered him from fully unleashing his power. The observing disciples were left speechless, having never witnessed such an exhilarating contest. Initially believing Panu to be omitted, they were astonished to see him hold this ground against elders for such an extended period. Suya stood among the crowd, her gaze fixedly in Panue, her heart brimming with both concern and hope. She understood that Panue's strength paled in comparison to Elder Zhao's, yet she firmly believed he could perform miracles. Lin Hu were easily in expression, not anticipating that Panue possessed such capabilities. Internally, he cursed, damn that is listful fordering to play tricks. After a prolonged struggle within wooden stake here, Panu seized an opportunity, leaping suddenly and thrusting his sword toward Elder Zhao's holder. Elder Zhao reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack, yet Panue's blade still grazed his sleeve. Well done, young man, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Elder Zhao's yet had not expected Panu to draw blood. Upon landing, Panu refrained from further aggression and bowed respectfully, saying, I am grateful for your guidance, Elder. Elder Zhaor guarded Panu with a penetrating gaze and remarked, your agility and adaptability are commendable. You have successfully passed this assessment. The announcement of Elder Zhao's verdicts and triple astonishment through Tech Road. Nuna had anticipated that Panu would indeed triumph over Elder Zhao. A wavy elation surged within Panue who had taken the right gamble. By leveraging environmental advantages, he had successfully bridged the gap in strength and emerged victorious from the contest. After the assessment concluded, Panu returned to his quarters, where Sunfa greeted him with palpable excitement, exclaiming, Panue, you are incredible, you truly defeated Elder Zhao. Panu's maledmodously, replying, it was merely luck. He understood that this was merely the first step. A long road lay ahead, filled with even greater challenges. The following day, the Squaroas and again bustling with activity, as the day's assessment would focus on his strength test. Lin hugged coldly at Panu's back, clutching a handful of iron shavings, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Chapter 2 The Padhoff Useless A Sudden Turn in the Assessment Journey. The Squaroas alive with voices, the atmosphere electric as the strength assessment commenced. A colossal stenidablet imbued with an ancienta, stood prominently in the center. Disciples took turns stepping forward, channeling their full might into their sound delivering powerful strikes against the stony. The tablet, inscribed with intricate runes, illuminate in varying hues depending on the strength displayed. Panu stood among Thekroad, quietly observing the tests of his fellow disciples. He noted that Linhu was lingering nearby, his starting gabutisif plotting something. Panu remained composed, silently heightening his vigilance. Next, Panue, Elder Zhao's voice rang out, commanding attention. Taking a deep breath, Panue stepped toward the stonebolt. Just as she was about to strike, Linhu suddenly squeezed through Thekroad, feigning concern as she warned Brother Pan, because his stonebolt somewhat peculiar. It just sazo miona nearly injured by its rebound force during their test. Panyu smiled faintly, scrutinizing the Stontable with keen insight. Indeed, his sharp perception revealed a digital crack at the base of tea tablet, nearly imperceptible. This crack wasn't a product of nature butrather evidence of deliberate sabotage. Should done a strike with full force eat thigh's weak point, Venerable cold shatter, leading to a fail to store a vein during the tester. Panyu smirked inwardly Lin Hospetite required lie a match for his discernment. Thank you for your warning, brother Lin, Panyu replied with effignage gratitude, then casually maneuvered to the opposite side of tea tablet, deliberately avoiding the location of the crack. Seeing that Panyu was not deceived, Lin Hu cursed the cunning fellow under his breath, yet maintained a facade of insincere concern, saying, "Be careful, brother Pan." Disregarding Lin Hu, Panyu focused intently, channeling ice internal nergitoid zenith before unleashing a powerful punch against the Stontable. Boom! Air-sounding crash echoed estable interrupted with a brilliant radiance, dazzling and magnificent, azure Joe formidable forcer bounded toward Panyu, yet stood firm, unyielding. The numbers displayed unfitable to a unmistakably advanced warrior. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. He has achieved advanced warrior status. When did Thighs Wasta become so formidable? It seems the previous rumors were unfounded. He is far from useless full. Lin Husvasa Dashin had not anticipated that Panyu would not unlacy Thrufishi Mebudal so reveal such astonishing strength. A flicker of surprise crossed Elder's gaze. He had initially believed Panyu's prior success was mere fortune, but nowhere recognized the potential within him. Panyu, you have done well, Elder Zayarmart, an unusual smiley of apraval gracing his face. Panyu humbly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your kind words, Elder." Hiska swept over the crowd, eventually settling on a figure in the distance. Suyeo stood atid of the throng, her graceful silhouette illuminated by the sun, making her appear even marine chanting. Her eyes, filled with encouragement as they met Panyu's, ignited a fervor within, leading him to vow solemnly. Who would strive to become a stronger for her sake? At that moment, Amalodea's voice reached Panyu's ears. "Panyu, congratulations!" Suye's voice flowed like a gentle stream laced with delight. Turning to face her, Panyu beheld Suyo approaching, sunlight cascading over her form, accentuating her exquisite effigy and ethereal beauty. Each of her expressions seemed to possess an enchanting gallor, quickening his heartbeat involuntarily. "Thank you, Suyo," Panyu replied, his tone imbued with a subtle tenderness. Suyo smiled radiantly, her gaze shimmering with unspoken words. She offered a gentle patent Panyu's holder, her eyes brimming with unwavering trust and hope. This simple gesture stirred a warmth within Panyu's heart. Hefelt weight of Suyeo's concern and support, fortifying his resolve to grow stronger. For her and for himself, he was determined to carve out his own path in the harsh and unforgiving world. However, just then, Elder Zayo's voice rang out again, this time with astern tone. "Panyu, although have passed the assessment, your deliberate disruption of thesis mentor is inexcusable." Panyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Elder's acid and shift in demeanor. He had morally exposed Lin Hus devious plot, preserving the integrity of thesis meant. How could this be construed as a deliberate disturbance? "Elder, I do not comprehend Dormianing," Panyu said, suppressing his growing discontent and speaking respectfully. Elder Zay snorted disdainfully, stating, "Wara warifta kraken the Stontable Taiachosa to avoid it deliberately as thought not a deliberate disruption, you clearly intended to this opportunity to humiliate a third disciples and disrupt the assessment." In that moment, Panyu understood Elder Zay always intentionally seeking fault, refusing to believe in his genuine strength. Elder, he did not intentionally avoid the crack, rather, Eisen said something amiss with the double tan shows of the other side to preventing accidents. Panyu argued, his tone imbued with defiance. "Humph, clever words," Elder Zayo dismissed Panyu's explanation. "Right, doya think your words can obscure our transgressions, ho doya think ye aware, merrily use a lessful, with no right to question my judgment." The surrounding disciples began to murmur amongst themselves and express a dissatisfaction with Panyu's sudden rise, while other swore outraged be Elder Zayos evident bias. Lin Hu observed from the sidelines, a sinister smile playing on his lips. His original plan had been to bring shame upon Panyu during the assessment, yet he had backfired spectacularly. Now, with Elder Zaya harboring prejudice against Panyu, it presented a golden opportunity for him. Panuto oka deeprieth, suppressing the fury brewing within him. Inu that thys was not the time for impulsi reactions. Had to remain composed and seek evidencito provisinosens. Elder, I possess evidence that demonstrates a did not intentionally disrupt the assessment, Panu stated, his gaze resolute and disvoice filled with confidence. Elders as brow verrooid an annoyance was about or preman Panu when hesse him produce something from his robe. Panu retrieved a fragment of aid, glimmering faintly from within his robes and raised the above he shed. Elder, this disciple discovered the shard from the strength stone monument pre-orto the examination. The fracture this piece of perfect lay alliance with the fissures in the monument, sufficiently proving that the cracks predated my actions and were not intentionally caused by him. Elder's Eos expression shifted suddenly had not anticipated that Panu would possess such foresight. It tonight the J. Defragmentan scrutinized it closely. Indeed, as Panu asserted, the break aligned flawlessly with the monument's cracks. The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves, their gazes towards Linhu filled with skepticism. Linhus facetern dashin had not foreseen Hotishchim would be so offered litis man led be Panue. This. Elder Zaya found himself momentarily at a loss for words, astonished that Panue had acted evidence to vindicate himself. Had intended to seize this opportunity to undermine Panue but instead had inadvertently thimself in the foot. Elder, I believe the outcome of these assessments very have committed one fractions, Panus to Ted Camley yet with an undeniable conviction. Elder Zaya inhaled deeply, suppressing thyroid bubbling within him and snorted coolly, even if I had not instigated tetrubline tensionally, your ability is seremur marginally adequate. Yo would to tread carefully in the forthcoming evaluation and refrain from employing gunny tricks. Panu Faridas lights might smile, aware that Elder Zaya ways attempting to intimidate him, yet remained undaunted. This discipline shall heed the elder's counsel. The examination proceeded. The next segment involved practical combat exercises. Observing Panu's formidable nature, Linhoande Fwother and Vayas disciples conspired in secret, resolving Tanati against Panu during the combat drills and create difficulties for him. As the practical exercises commenced, Panu was spared against Linhu. Linhu grinned maliciously, his eyes brimming with malice. Panu, let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve at this time. As soon as she finished speaking, he launched a fierce assault on Panu. Linhu strikes her relentless, each met directly at Panu's vital points. The other disciple seized the opportunity to besiege Panu, intent on defeating him decisively. Surrounded, Panu displayed no signs of panic. Utilizing his unique perceptive abilities, he discerned the flaws in his opponent's techniques, deftly transforming Peril into safety time and again. He evaded and counterattacked with agility, his movements suck into oraith, rendering his adversary as perplexed. Linho and his compatriots grew increasingly alarmed they had not anticipated Panu's prowess to be so formidable. Initially confident in their ability to overpower him, they found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Each of their assaults was thwarted by Panu, who seized the opportunity to retaliate. Damn it, why is this Brit so difficult to handle? Linhuker said inwardly, feeling as if he were grappling with a slippery eel, unable to gain a foothold. As time passed, Panu gradually gained the upper hand. With his intellect and multifaceted skills, he skillfully neutralized his opponent's attacks and seized chances to counterstrike, leaving those who had targeted him in utter frustration. The assessment continued, and Panu drove closer to his goal. Linhu, his countenance darkening, whispered to the nearby disciples, "This brat must be eliminated, otherwise he will become a future threat." Panu floated like a spot willow in the wind, while Linhu's strikes repeatedly fell short, leaving him breathless. The other disciples fared little better, having intended to overwhelm Panu swiftly, only to find Jaime's Lucivis a slippery fish. This brat has mastered some evoli technique, one a disciple mutaregendaris breath, throwing a punk that Panu deftly sidestepped, countering with a light skillful palm strike to the discipleshist. Thus seemingly gentle, Theblo carried hidden force, leaving the discipline momentarily breathless. Panu observed his surroundings keenly, his certain to every sound, capturing the opponent's movement in his mind. He exploits his understanding of human anatomy, specifically targeting their weaknesses, inflicting considerable distress. He employed modern combat techniques, such as joint locks and grappling, leaving the disciples wholly at on sheer brute force in exasperation. Lin Hu, humiliated and enraged, bellowedet unleashed die Ultimate Move, Fiersteiger descends mountain. His fists clenchedly he charged at Panyu with the ferocity of a descending tiger. The move was executed with overwhelming force if it landed, the consequence a swood but array. However, Panyu had already anticipated his intentions. Just as Lin Hu was about to pounce, Panyu will era distancia and execute a sweeping kick, sending Lin Hu sprawling to the ground. Caught off guard, Lin Hu crashevavally, letting go to cry of anguish. The surrounding discipline students stunned excellence, unable to fathom how Lin Hu's ultimate technique had been so fortlessly countered by Panyu. Panyu dusted himself off with an air of nonchalance and approached Lin Hu. Brother Lin, I appreciate your efforts. Lin Hu's face turned a deep shadow for Yasha struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with resentment. Panyu, you wait and see. Elders observed the scene with a cold detachment. Somewhat surprised by Panyu's performance, his biases remained unchanged. Scoffed Panyu, widely waved triumphant in this round, the upcoming evaluations will be even more challenging, Joe would to prepare ourselves. Panyu smiled faintly, thank you for the reminder, elder tis discipline shall give his utmost. The examination continued, with Panyu utilizing his intellect and versatile skills to navigate successive crises, leaving his adversary as thoroughly frustrated. He resembled a rogum, gradually radiating an increasing liar splendid brilliance of through relentless refinement. As the assessment progressed, Panyu had drawn to his objective. He overcame numerous challenges, showcasing remarkable potential that Tevin caught heat and Shanafsami high-ranking individuals. During the break in the evaluations, Suyeo sought Panyu, her brow furrowed with concern. Panyu, are you alright, haven't they given you any trouble? Panyu smiled reassuringly and shukished. It's nothing, just a little trickery. Seeing Panyu's confident smile brought sense of relief to Suyeo. She recognized the thus not an ordinary individual and would surely sortography sanide. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Hu watched Panyu and Suya share a light-hearted banter, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. A whisper read to the disciples beside him, go fetch Xiaofei. Chapter 3, The Rise of the Underdog, a glimmer of hope amidst the assessment. As the assessment transitioned into the practical combat phase, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. In the arena, disciples engaged in fierce duels. The clash of blades and the shouts of combatants resonating throughout. Elder Zhao sat regally upon the high platform, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing the performance of each disciple. Lin Hu's cold, calculating eyes were fixed on Panyu. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had long orchestrated the involvement of several fellow disciples, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to teach Panyu a lesson in this live combat scenario. Panyu, your adversaries are they? Elder Zhao's voice carried a barely perceptible chill. Following the direction of Elder Zhao's finger, Panyu beheld Lin Hu, flanked by 3 burly disciples, approaching him with malicious grins. These 3 were Lin Hu's loyal subordinates, each at the pinnacle of the early martial artist stage, and their combined might was not to be underestimated, even by mid-level disciples. Panyu smirked inwardly. Having anticipated Lin Hu would not forego this chance, he calmly stepped onto the arena, his gaze sweeping over the trio, as if he could see through their very souls. Today is your demise. Panyu, Lin Hu spat through clenched teeth. The 3 disciples surrounded Panyu, their long swords glinting ominously, their murderous intent unmasked. Instead of launching an immediate attack, they exchanged furtive glances, seemingly concocting some sinister plot. Panyu remained composed, secretly circulating his true energy, ready to counter their onslaught. He keenly sensed that while their stances appeared chaotic, they harbored a hidden depth. Once they struck, they would form an impeccable encirclement, rendering him unable to escape. Now, Lin Hu commanded, and the trio simultaneously launched their assault, their swords striking towards Panyu's vitals like venomous serpents. Anticipating their move, Panyu evaded with a ghostly swiftness, slipping past their strikes. The trio, thwarted, quickly adjusted their tactics, their swords intertwining to create an impenetrable web of steel that enveloped him. Outside the arena, Suyao clenched her fists anxiously, silently praying for Panyu, though she recognized his considerable strength. She could not shake her worries in the face of their coordinated attack. Elder Zhao, however, remained impassive, as if Panyu's fate held no significance to him. While appearing to evade clumsily, Panyu was meticulously observing their attack patterns. Searching for weaknesses, he discerned that, despite their seamless teamwork, the individual prowess of the trio was not particularly formidable, and their attacks were overly predictable, lacking in diversity. An opportunity emerged. One disciple, in his haste, exposed a flaw. Seizing this moment, Pan Yu deftly dodged the other two's attacks and struck the exposed disciple squarely in the chest. Pooh! The disciple coughed blood, hurtling backward. The remaining pair, taken aback, paled, unable to fathom that Pan Yu could retaliate effectively against their onslaught. Lin Hua's face darkened further, and he growled, "Don't panic, continue the assault." The two renewed their attack, this time with even greater ferocity, each strike aimed to kill. Pan Yu remained vigilant, deftly dodging while seeking his own chance to counter. A hint of a smile graced his lips, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. Lin Hua's heart sank abruptly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Wait," Pan Yu interjected suddenly, his unexpected pause startled Lin Hua and the others, momentarily halting their advance. "What, afraid? It's too late to beg for mercy now," Lin Hua sneered, believing Pan Yu was nearing his limit. "Afraid? I merely wish to point out that your techniques are too sluggish and predictable." Pan Yu replied, his tone calm yet laced with derision. He sprang into action, moving with a speed that rendered him a mere blur. He darted between the three, each strike precisely targeting their vulnerabilities. Realizing they had underestimated Pan Yu, the trio hastily reformed their strategy, positioning themselves back-to-back to create a triangular formation, a defensive and offensive arrangement they had practiced extensively. This formation was fluid and rapid, making it difficult for even mid-level disciples to dismantle. A triangular formation, how intriguing, Pan Yu mused, a faint smile creeping onto his lips as his eyes sparkled with keen insight. He scrutinized the triangular formation's operational dynamics. Searching for an opening, while the formation was indeed efficient, he sensed an opportunity as he deftly evaded their strikes, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in their energies. Suddenly, he detected a faint aberration. As the pivot of the formation, Lin Hua's energy would momentarily stall with each shift. That was the flaw. Without hesitation, Pan Yu seized upon Lin Hua's momentary lapse, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning toward Lin Hua's chest. Bang! Lin Hua grunted, staggering back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The triangular formation collapsed as the other two faltered, and Pan Yu pressed his advantage, raining down blows until they lay defeated on the ground. Outside, Su Yao exhaled a breath of relief, a smile of gratification illuminating her face upon witnessing Pan Yu's reversal of fortunes. Yet Elder Zhao remained inscrutable, as though the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. Although victorious, Pan Yu was not unscathed. A gash marred his arm, blood slowly trickling down. Silently, he tore a strip from his sleeve to bandage the wound. Elder Zhao's gaze flicked to Pan Yu's injury, yet he offered no comment. He merely coldly announced the next bout, as if Pan Yu's condition warranted no concern. A flicker of disappointment crossed Pan Yu's eyes, yet he remained silent and retreated to the side. He understood that in this merciless world, no one would care for his suffering. Only by becoming stronger could he earn respect and the right to survive. Lin Hua, clutching his chest, struggled to rise. His eyes brimming with resentment and defiance, he shot a venomous glare at Pan Yu, muttering, "Pan Yu, you'd better watch your back. I will settle this debt with you sooner or later." Pan Yu ignored Lin Hua's threat, his gaze shifting to the center of the arena where his next opponent had arrived. Taking a deep breath, determination ignited in his eyes. He was aware that this was merely the beginning. His path in martial arts would be long and arduous. In the next round, Pan Yu's voice was low yet resolute, "I shall grow even stronger." He stood in the arena's center, his body weary yet resolute. The recent battle had drained much of his true energy, and the wound on his arm throbbed painfully. Nevertheless, the fire of ambition within his gaze burned fiercely. His next opponent was Li Yuan, the 10th-ranked external disciple, renowned for his brute strength. Li Yuan's imposing figure, muscles bulging, wielded a heavy hammer that echoed ominously with each step, advancing toward Pan Yu like a rampaging bull. "Kid, you're impressive for defeating those worthless fools Lin Hua and his cronies. But your good fortune ends here," Li Yuan bellowed, a sneer of disdain etched on his face. Pan Yu paid no heed to Li Yuan's provocation, instead focusing inward, regulating his breath and channeling his true energy to its optimal state. He knew that confronting a strength-based opponent head-on would be unwise. He must rely on cunning to prevail. As the gong signaling the start of the match sounded, Li Yuan roared, swinging his hammer toward Pan Yu with ferocious intent. The hammer whistled through the air, imbued with immense force, as though intent on reducing Pan Yu to mere pulp. Pan Yu darted aside, narrowly evading the massive hammer. The impact reverberated violently through the ground, sending tremors beneath them. Enraged by his miss, Li Yuan unleashed a flurry of relentless blows, yet Pan Yu, employing his agility and keen insight, deftly sidestepped each assault, resembling a nimble swallow navigating a tempest. The disciples observing outside had initially expected Pan Yu to falter swiftly, but as they witnessed his ability to hold his ground against Li Yuan, astonishment spread across their faces. Even those who had previously dismissed him began to regard him with newfound respect. Su Yao stood amid the crowd, anxiously watching the unfolding drama. Although she recognized Pan Yu's exceptional prowess, she could not quell her worry, for Li Yuan was indeed a formidable adversary among the external disciples. Elder Zhao, who had maintained a stoic expression, now exhibited a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from this seemingly inconspicuous disciple, seizing an opening during one of Li Yuan's attacks. Pan Yu darted behind him, delivering a swift strike to his back. Though Li Yuan was immensely powerful, his reaction time paled in comparison to Pan Yu's, and by the time he turned, it was too late to evade. Bang! Li Yuan grunted, staggering several steps, nearly losing his balance. He spun to confront Pan Yu, disbelief etched across his features. Before Li Yuan could utter a word, Pan Yu pressed his advantage, launching a series of rapid strikes that rained down upon Li Yuan with relentless ferocity. Despite Li Yuan's desperate resistance, he ultimately succumbed to the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. A cacophony of astonished murmurs rippled through the spectators. No one had anticipated that Pan Yu would genuinely triumph over Li Yuan. A smile of satisfaction blossomed on Su Yao's face. Knowing Pan Yu had drawn closer to his aspirations, even Elder Zhao allowed a rare smile to surface, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Pan Yu. However, in the shadows of the crowd, several disciples wore dark expressions, their eyes glinting with envy. They were Lin Hui's accomplices, unwilling to witness Pan Yu's ascent or allow him a place in the top 20. So what if he defeated Li Yuan? The assessment results are yet to be announced. We still have a chance, one disciple murmured. Indeed, we must devise a way to lower his score, preventing him from breaking into the top 20, another chimed in. Pan Yu was unaware of the machinations unfolding against him in the shadows. He simply walked quietly to the edge of the arena and tended to his wounds with a swift bandaging. Pan Yu, you performed splendidly. Su Yao approached him, speaking softly. Pan Yu smiled faintly and replied, this is merely the beginning. As night descended, the assessment concluded, the disciples dispersed, leaving only Elder Zhao and a few disciples responsible for tallying the scores still present in the training ground. Elder Zhao, here are the assessment results for all the disciples. One disciple handed a list to Elder Zhao. Taking the list, Elder Zhao scrutinized it carefully. Suddenly a frown creased his brow. Wait a moment, this score. His gaze fell upon the bottom of the list, his frown deepening. How is it that Pan Yu has such a meager score? He defeated Li Yuan. This should not be the case. He pointed at the score on the list. Looking quizzically at the disciple in charge of the tally, the disciple wiped the sweat from his forehead, stammering, This was calculated according to the rules. Pan Yu had been quietly observing the situation. He keenly sensed the anomaly and approached discreetly. Elder Zhao, may I, with utmost humility, take a look? After a moment's hesitation, Elder Zhao handed the list to Pan Yu. Pan Yu scanned the documents swiftly, his formidable insight immediately revealing the discrepancies. According to the assessment rules, a victory earned 1 point, and defeating an opponent ranked higher granted additional points. Having defeated Li Yuan, he should have received 2 points, yet the list only recorded 1. Moreover, his earlier victories had also been deliberately underreported. Elder Zhao, Pan Yu pointed to several entries on the list, speaking in a calm tone, it appears there is an error in my score according to the rules. Defeating Li Yuan should yield 2 points. He proceeded to enumerate the rules clearly, highlighting the inaccuracies in the tally. The color drained from the statistician's face. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's meticulousness, which unveiled their deceit. Elder Zhao's expression darkened as well. Although he held a bias against Pan Yu, he would not tolerate any form of dishonesty within the assessment. What is the meaning of this? Elder Zhao demanded sharply. The disciple trembled in fear, unable to conceal the truth, and recounted the entire affair. It turned out that a few accomplices of Lin Hu had bribed him to manipulate the scores, diminishing Pan Yu's points to prevent him from entering the top 20. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao was enraged, immediately ordering a thorough investigation and a recount of Pan Yu's scores following the re-evaluation. Pan Yu astonishingly ranked 20th. Su Yao looked at Pan Yu, her eyes brimming with joy and admiration. She recognized that Pan Yu was not only powerful but also astute, a key factor in his remarkable comeback. Pan Yu gazed at the revised list, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He understood that he was one step closer to his objective. However, he remained vigilant, aware that those who harbored jealousy would not easily relent. As the night deepened, the lights in the training ground gradually dimmed. Alone, Pan Yu walked back to his dormitory, his mind awash with thoughts. With the assessment nearing its conclusion, would he successfully achieve his goal of breaking into the top 20 amidst the numerous obstacles? The following morning, the results of the assessment were set to be announced. Pan Yu stood amidst the crowd, watching the statistician's bustling figure, his heart racing with anxiety. He was uncertain if those envious of him had any further schemes. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his back. Pan Yu, congratulations. Chapter 4. The Rise of the Underestimated. The final battle of the assessment. The morning light bathed the training ground, dispelling the chill of the night. Yet it could not alleviate the tension in Pan Yu's heart. The busy figure of the statistician blurred in his vision as sweat dampened his palms. He was uncertain whether Lin Hu and his ilk had any remaining tricks up their sleeves. Lurking like venomous snakes poised to strike at any moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to be muffled by a thin veil, buzzing incessantly. Yet he fixed his gaze firmly on the wooden frame displaying the list, which would soon determine his fate. The top 20 meant greater resources, broader avenues for cultivation, and a step closer to his aspirations. Suddenly, a soft hand gently rested upon his, a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Dispelling his anxiety, turning, he found Su Yao standing beside him, her bright eyes sparkling with encouragement. Pan Yu, she said softly yet firmly, regardless of the outcome, you are already the best in my heart. She gently grasped his hand, the warmth of her palm soothing his cold fingertips. Their eyes met, and in Su Yao's gaze, there lingered a profound tenderness and trust. A warm current surged within Pan Yu, gradually relaxing his previously taut nerves. He reciprocated by clasping her hand, feeling the strength in her delicate fingers, his heart swelling with resolve. Thank you, Su Yao, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse but filled with genuine gratitude. Time trickled by, almost as if it had come to a standstill. At last, the statistician completed the final calculations and affixed a list filled with names to the wooden frame. The crowd erupted in excitement, surging forward to check their rankings. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, holding Su Yao's hand as they approached the list. His gaze darted across the names, his heart pounding fiercely. 10th place, his name was absent. 15th place, still no sign. 19th place. Pan Yu's heart sank, just as he was on the brink of despair. His eyes landed on the final name, 20th place, Pan Yu. He was momentarily stunned, a wave of elation washing over him. But he had succeeded. Despite the numerous challenges, he had made it. Su Yao also spotted the result, leaping with joy and enveloping Pan Yu in a tight embrace, exclaiming, Pan Yu, you are incredible. Pan Yu held her tightly, basking in her joy and excitement, his heart overflowing with happiness and fulfillment. In that moment, he felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Wait, I have an objection. Lin Hu, with a scowl on his face, forced his way through the throng, his gaze filled with venom as he fixed it upon Pan Yu. Lin Hu's voice was sharp and grating, slicing through the air like a knife across glass, shattering the celebratory atmosphere of the training ground. He pointed at Pan Yu's name on the list, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, how could a useless person like Pan Yu possibly enter the top 20? He must have cheated. His words were like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of doubt among the disciples. Whispers circulated, and suspicious glances were cast toward Pan Yu. Indeed, his previous performance was poor. This sudden leap is quite suspicious. Senior brother Lin Hu was right, his results should be re-examined. Some disciples, already harboring jealousy towards Pan Yu, quickly echoed Lin Hu, their voices growing louder, forming a rising tide of dissent. Su Yao gripped Pan Yu's hand tightly, sensing the coldness and tremors within his palm. Anger flared in her as she glared at Lin Hu, ready to retort, but Pan Yu gently restrained her. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the crowd with a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that this was Lin Hu's final attempt to undermine him, yet also his best opportunity to prove himself. Senior brother Lin Hu, you claim I cheated, but do you have any evidence? Pan Yu's voice was steady and authoritative, devoid of any hint of panic. Lin Hu sneered, a useless person like you suddenly becoming so formidable is evidence enough. Preposterous. Pan Yu met Lin Hu's gaze unflinchingly. Striving to cultivate and enhance one's abilities of fault, he produced a stack of notes documenting his cultivation insights and combat techniques, along with several crystal images of his daily training. Presenting them to the crowd, these are the fruits of my labor during this period. If this is deemed cheating, then I have nothing further to say. His voice resonated with confidence and determination. Elder Zhao had been watching the scene unfold with a detached demeanor. While he bore a bias against Pan Yu, he was not one to overlook the truth, but he accepted the notes and crystals Pan Yu offered. Inspecting them closely, his expression gradually softening, these records indeed substantiated Pan Yu's efforts and progress. Lin Hu, Elder Zhao spoke slowly, your accusations are without merit. I declare Pan Yu's results valid. Lin Hu's face turned ashen, disbelief washing over him. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's preparedness, which had utterly dismantled his scheme. He shot Pan Yu a venomous glare, his fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh, yet he dared not utter another word. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Pan Yu's victory. Su Yao beamed with joy, embracing Pan Yu tightly, her eyes shimmering with tears. Pan Yu gently patted her shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it settled on Sun Fu, who was cowering in a corner, trembling. He noticed the flicker of guilt and inner turmoil in Sun Fu's eyes and sighed softly. Sun Fu, Pan Yu spoke slowly, his tone laden with meaning. Sun Fu's body jolted, resembling a frightened rabbit. He lowered his head, unable to meet Pan Yu's gaze, his eyes darting about as he wrestled with his conscience. He recognized that his previous actions, distancing himself from Pan Yu out of fear of retribution from Lin Hu and his cohorts, were profoundly ungrateful. Now, witnessing Pan Yu withstand the pressure and vindicate himself, he felt a mix of admiration and guilt. Pan Yu bore no ill will towards Sun Fu, he merely patted his shoulder and whispered, "It's all right. It's all in the past." Those words flowed like a warm current into Sun Fu's cold heart, deepening his sense of shame. He opened his mouth, wishing to say something, yet ultimately fell silent. Lowering his head in quiet remorse, just when everyone thought that all had settled and Pan Yu had successfully staged a comeback, his gaze fell upon the published assessment score rankings. A slight frown creased his brow as he gently scrolled through the list with his fingers, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. "Elder Zhao," Pan Yu's voice resonated once more, this time tinged with a note of caution, "it appears there may be a minor issue with these statistics." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Many believed Pan Yu was merely seeking a quarrel, attempting to secure additional points. Lin Hu scoffed derisively, "Pan Yu, what tricks are you trying to play now? Do you dare insinuate that the Elder's tally is erroneous?" Elder Zhao, who was prepared to announce the final rankings, furrowed his brow at Pan Yu's words. "What seems to be the problem?" he inquired. Visibly displeased, ignoring the surrounding skepticism and mockery, Pan Yu stepped forward, pointing to a specific section of the list. "Elder Zhao, here, my practical assessment score should be 87, not 78. The crystal records clearly show the number of opponents I have bested." Elder Zhao's expression darkened as he accepted the image crystal Pan Yu offered, scrutinizing it intently. A hush fell over the crowd, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of Elder Zhao's final verdict. Moments later, Elder Zhao raised his gaze, looking at Pan Yu with a complex expression. "You are correct. It is indeed a statistical error. I must admit my oversight." He gained a newfound respect for Pan Yu's meticulousness and courage, silently grateful that if Pan Yu had not pointed it out in time, this mistake could have led to an unfair outcome. He promptly instructed his disciples to correct the score, and Pan Yu's total points accordingly shifted, elevating his rank once more. Lin Hu's complexion darkened further, glaring furiously at Pan Yu, his eyes brimming with malice. Those envious of Pan Yu began to whisper derisively, accusing him of deliberately seeking trouble to gain extra points. "Humph, it's just a few points. What's so remarkable about that?" Acting as if he's found a treasure amidst the cacophony of murmurs, Elder Zhao cleared his throat and announced, "The final rankings have been determined." His gaze settled on Pan Yu, pausing for a brief moment before continuing. "Pan Yu, humph, just a few points. What's so impressive about that?" Acting as if he has discovered a fortune. A biting voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a chorus of agreement, buzzing like a swarm of flies, disturbing the peace. "Indeed, perhaps he is deliberately stirring the pot, hoping to reap some benefits." Lin Hu stood at the back of the crowd, his expression grim, his teeth clenched as he glared at Pan Yu, as if he wished to devour him whole. He had initially believed this assessment would allow him to easily overshadow Pan Yu, only to find himself surpassed by the very person he had always deemed a useless waste. How could he swallow this bitterness? Pan Yu remained oblivious to the scorn and derision surrounding him, his demeanor calm and his gaze resolute, as if everything around him was of no consequence. He stood quietly awaiting the announcement of the final results. He understood that the innocent would remain so, while the guilty would reveal themselves. Facts speak louder than words. Su Yao stood at the edge of the crowd, watching Pan Yu, besieged by others, and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. She knew Pan Yu's nature. While he appeared nonchalant on the surface, he was fiercely proud within. These malicious rumors were undoubtedly an affront to him. Elder Zhao's gaze swept across the crowd, and the clamor gradually subsided. Clearing his throat, he slowly declared, "The final rankings have been confirmed. Pan Yu 19th place." As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. 19th place, though not particularly high, represented a monumental leap for one once considered a mere bottom-tier disciple, ample proof of his strength and potential. Lin Hu's face paled, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he dared not utter a sound. He realized he had utterly lost, and lost spectacularly. Sun Fu, on the other hand, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu would truly succeed in staging a comeback. Securing a spot in the top 20. He gazed at the upright figure amidst the crowd, filled with admiration and regret. Elder Zhao continued to announce the rankings and rewards for the other disciples. But Pan Yu was no longer listening. He simply knew he had succeeded, he had proven himself. Taking a deep breath, he absorbed the surrounding noise and chatter, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile. Pan Yu, Elder Zhao's voice rang out again, interrupting Pan Yu's thoughts. Your reward is. He paused momentarily, retrieving a vial of elixir and a tome from his storage pouch. This is the body refining pill and the cultivation manual for Xianyan Palm. I hope you will continue to strive and achieve even greater feats. Pan Yu accepted the elixir and manual, bowing respectfully to Elder Zhao before turning to leave the crowd. His figure stood tall among the throng, resembling a star rising on the horizon, drawing the attention of all. What would he do next? A voice from the crowd whispered. This question went unanswered. Pan Yu had become the focal point of the sect, his future brimming with infinite possibilities. He approached Su Yao. A slight smile gracing his lips. Shall we go? Su Yao nodded, and the two departed side by side, leaving behind a cacophony of discussion and a pair of cold eyes lurking in the shadows. Fixated on their retreating figures, Lin, whose clenched fists gradually loosened, a flicker of malevolence gleaming in his gaze. Chapter 5, The Transformation of a Wastrel, The New Challenges. After emerging prominently, Pan Yu walked alongside Su Yao. Basking in the afternoon sunlight, the hushed whispers of the surrounding disciples trailed closely behind, their content invariably revolving around Pan Yu's astounding performance in the assessment. Some were in awe, others skeptical, and many seethed with jealousy. I never imagined you had concealed your abilities so profoundly. Su Yao chuckled lightly, admiration glimmering in her eyes. I genuinely thought you were. What did you think I was? A wastrel incapable of caring for himself. Pan Yu interjected, offering a self-deprecating smile. He recognized that his deliberate concealment of strength and low-key demeanor had indeed given outsiders the impression of inadequacy. Su Yao gently shook her head. No, I merely found you enigmatic. Pan Yu refrained from responding, his gaze fixed ahead, deep in thought. He understood that emerging prominently was merely the first step. The road ahead was long, and the challenges would only grow more formidable. In the days following the assessment, Pan Yu's name reverberated throughout the sect. He had transformed from an inconspicuous lower-tier disciple into the focal point of the sect. Some elders even sought him out for discussions. Inquiring about his cultivation insights, this newfound attention stirred envy among those who had previously looked down upon him, especially Lin, whose jealousy reached a fever pitch. Elder Zhao, you summoned me. One evening, Pan Yu was called to Elder Zhao's residence. Elder Zhao sat on a mat, engrossed in an ancient tome. Upon noticing Pan Yu's entrance, he set the book aside and gestured for him to sit. Pan Yu, your performance was exceptional. I admire your tenacity and talent. Pan Yu humbly replied, Elder, you flatter me. I merely relied on luck. Elder Zhao scoffed lightly. True strength cannot be concealed. Your perceptiveness is keen. It is an essential quality for becoming a formidable warrior. He paused before continuing. Focus on your training. Do not disappoint the sect's expectations. Exiting Elder Zhao's abode, Pan Yu felt a mix of emotions. He sensed an unprecedented pressure, coupled with the joy of being recognized, upon returning to his dwelling. Sun Fu approached anxiously. Pan Yu, are you alright? What did Elder Zhao want? It's nothing. We just had a casual conversation, Pan Yu replied nonchalantly, not wishing to burden Sun Fu with worry. Sun Fu visibly relaxed. That's good. Recently everyone in the sect has been talking about you. Many seem hesitant to speak, as if they harbor some unspoken concerns. Pan Yu discerned his apprehension and patted his shoulder reassuringly. No need to worry. We will face whatever comes our way. As night fell, Pan Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing the Xianyan Palm technique. Outside, a shadow flitted by, vanishing into the night. The following day, a rumor began to circulate quietly within the sect, claiming that Pan Yu had employed improper means to achieve his commendable results. While Pan Yu was engrossed in his training, he suddenly heard hushed voices outside his door. Did you hear, Pan Yu? He abruptly opened his eyes and rose to the door. Pan Yu yanked the door open, startling two disciples outside who stumbled back in fright. One stammered, and nothing. We were just talking casually. With that, they fled as if escaping a predator. Pan Yu's brow furrowed. He knew this was far from mere idle chatter. In recent days, he had overheard too many similar whispers. An unusual atmosphere hung in the air. Like an invisible net ensnaring him. He sensed that someone was intentionally orchestrating these events behind the scenes. Sure enough, the next day, the rumors escalated. Some openly accused Pan Yu of cheating during the assessment, alleging that he had employed some secret method to deceive the assessment elders. The most fervent spreader of these rumors was none other than Lin, who, ever since his defeat in the assessment, Lin Hu had harbored deep resentment that he could not accept being bested by someone he deemed a wastrel, nor could he endure Pan Yu's current glory that he colluded with several fellow disciples who had grievances against Pan Yu. Disseminating exaggerated tales that painted Pan Yu as a ruthless opportunist, Pan Yu, what further excuses do you have? Lin Hu, flanked by his entourage, confronted Pan Yu aggressively. Do you dare demonstrate your strength before everyone again? His tone dripped with scorn. Pan Yu surveyed his surroundings, noting the ever-growing crowd of onlookers, their gazes rife with skepticism, disdain, and even schadenfreude. He understood that if he failed to vindicate himself today, the reputation he had painstakingly built would be obliterated in an instant. What is there to fear? His voice remained calm, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Lin Hu, how do you wish to compete? Lin Hu smirked. It's quite simple. We shall engage in another contest. And this time, I shall expose your true self. Ignoring Lin Hu's provocation, Pan Yu stepped onto a clearing, inhaled deeply, and summoned the chi within him. He slowly raised his right hand, concentrating a dazzling ball of golden light in his palm. Shen Yang palm, he exclaimed, and the golden light transformed into a fierce gust of palm wind, striking a massive boulder ahead. Boom! The boulder shattered upon impact, fragments scattering in all directions. The surrounding disciples were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such formidable strength from Pan Yu. Although he had performed admirably during the assessment, he had not revealed such astonishing power. Pan Yu retracted his palm's energy and calmly regarded Lin Hu, stating, "This is my strength, requiring no secret techniques." Lin Hu's face turned ashen. He had not expected Pan Yu to publicly demonstrate his prowess, and its magnitude far exceeded that of the assessment. He realized he had underestimated Pan Yu and the power of the truth. Those disciples misled by rumors began to awaken to reality, their hearts filled with guilt. Pan Yu, we are truly sorry, we wronged you. Several disciples approached Pan Yu, sincerely apologizing. He nodded slightly, aware that while the destructive power of rumors is formidable, the truth will ultimately prevail. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Lin Hu standing in place, his expression dark and filled with resentment. He shot a venomous glare at Pan Yu before turning away. Su Yao stood at a distance, watching the unfolding events, her heart a tumult of emotions. She felt joy for Pan Yu, yet anxiety for him as well. She understood that while this turmoil had temporarily subsided, the challenges ahead would be even more daunting. Pan Yu, Su Yao softly called, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Turning to her, he noticed the worry etched in her gaze, causing his heart to tighten. What is wrong? Su Yao bit her lip, her brow furrowing in concern, hesitating to speak. I am merely worried about you. She finally summoned the courage to utter, her voice barely above a whisper. Pan Yu's situation left her feeling disoriented. She wished to help him yet felt utterly powerless. A feeling that only deepened her distress, Pan Yu approached Su Yao, gently patting her shoulder, reassuring her. It's all right, there is no need to worry about me. He forced a light-hearted smile, though Su Yao's concern pierced his heart like a thorn. He understood her kindness and gentleness, as well as her present unease. A wave of guilt surged within him. He did not want Su Yao to be embroiled in such disputes because of him. Yet Su Yao looked up, her eyes slightly reddened. Those words they spoke were so hurtful. She clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her skin. She could not comprehend why people would so readily believe rumors and so easily harm someone striving for progress. Pan Yu sighed, recognizing Su Yao's innocence and her inability to grasp the world's cruelty. Yet he gently enveloped her in his embrace. Do not heed their nonsense, the innocent shall remain unblemished. His embrace was warm and strong, providing Su Yao with a semblance of comfort. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Elder Zhao, initially harboring a prejudice against Pan Yu, believing him merely fortunate in his achievements. Zhao Elder found himself reassessing his opinion after witnessing Pan Yu's calmness in the face of rumors and his mature, decisive handling of matters, as well as the sincerity of his bond with Su Yao. He began to reflect on his previous judgments. Perhaps this young man was not as incapable as he had imagined. Pan Yu. Zhao Elder approached him, his tone considerably softened. You handled this matter exceptionally well. He paused before adding, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. The weight of these words was significant. Representing Zhao Elder's acknowledgement of Pan Yu and a shift in his attitude, the surrounding disciples overheard this statement, their gazes toward Pan Yu becoming complex, some astonished, others envious, and still others filled with jealousy. Lin Hu and his cohorts gritted their teeth in fury. They had intended to use this opportunity to suppress Pan Yu, only to see him gain Elder Zhao's favor instead. Zhao Elder's endorsement undoubtedly provided Pan Yu with a boost of confidence, further solidifying his standing within the sect. However, those who envied him did not relent. They gathered, conspiring new schemes. This Pan Yu is truly riding on the coattails of luck. Lin Hu slammed his fist onto the table. Why should he be favored by Elder Zhao? Exactly, he is merely a waste. What is so impressive about him? Another disciple chimed in. We cannot allow him to bask in glory. A glint of malice flickered in Lin Hu's eyes. The allocation of training resources is about to commence. We shall tamper with that, ensuring he falls behind in his cultivation, and then we shall see what audacity he has left. Their plans quietly commenced. Meanwhile, Panya soon learned of the conspiracy against the cultivation resources. He stood by the window gazing at the distant mountains, his eyes deep and cold. Lin Hu, he murmured softly, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. In the dimly lit storage room, the flickering candlelight illuminated Lin Hu's malevolent expression. This time, I will ensure he never rises again, he proclaimed fiercely, gripping a black token inscribed with intricate patterns tightly in his hand. This was the core token to control the resource storage array stolen by him in secret. Senior Lin isn't this too risky? A diminutive disciple, who had previously echoed Lin Hu's sentiments, now appeared somewhat apprehensive. Lin Hu shot him a glare. What is there to fear? As long as we execute it cleanly, who will know it was us? When Panya finds himself deprived of cultivation resources, stagnating in his progress. Let us see how he will face the sect. The diminutive disciple dared not contradict him further and could only nod silently. Lin Hu tucked the token away with a chilling smile. Panya, just wait to be eliminated. Simultaneously, Panya sat cross-legged in his room, eyes closed in deep concentration. Sun Fu huddled in a corner, not daring to make a sound. Ever since Panya had risen to prominence, he had regarded Panya with awe and was increasingly fearful of being drawn into disputes. Suddenly, Panyu's eyes snapped open, a glint of brilliance flashing through them. He sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy, subtle yet imperceptible to others. Rising, he approached the window, casting his gaze toward the resource storage direction, a cold smile playing on his lips. Indeed, they could not resist taking action. Panya did not act immediately. He knew Lin Hu and his cohorts would undoubtedly tamper with the resource allocations, but he required irrefutable evidence. Over the next few days, he observed Lin Hu's every move in secret, confirming their conspiracy through discussions with Su Yao. Upon learning of Lin Hu's plan, Su Yao was incensed. They have gone too far. Panya, we must stop them. Panya grasped Su Yao's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Do not worry, I have already devised a countermeasure. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. The day for the allocation of cultivation resources finally arrived. Disciples gathered in the square, awaiting the distribution. Lin Hu and his cohort stood among the crowd. Barely concealing their smug satisfaction, they had covertly altered the resource allocation list, replacing what was rightfully Pan-US with the most inferior materials. Elder Zhao stood on the high platform, announcing the allocation list. When he reached Pan Yu's name, he paused, his gaze intentionally sweeping over Lin Hu and his group. Lin Hu and his companions rejoiced inwardly, believing their scheme had succeeded. However, at that moment, Pan Yu suddenly stepped forward, declaring loudly, Elder Zhao, I have a matter to report. All eyes turned to Pan Yu, and Lin Hu felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition gripping him. Pan Yu approached Elder Zhao, respectfully presenting a jade slip from his robe. I have recently discovered that someone has unlawfully altered the resource allocation list. The evidence is contained within this jade slip. Elder Zhao accepted the jade slip, probing its contents with his spiritual sense. Moments later, his expression turned ashen, his gaze slicing through Lin Hu and his associates like a blade. Lin Hu's face instantly drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He opened his mouth to defend himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. Pan Yu observed the unfolding scene with calmness, a slight smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated Lin Hu's underhanded tactics and had prepared accordingly. Not only had he duplicated the original resource allocation list, but he had also secretly documented the process of Lin Hu and his associates tampering with the list, all the evidence meticulously recorded in this jade slip. The square fell into a hushed silence, all present stunned by this sudden turn of events. Elder Zhao took a deep breath, slowly stating, Lin Hu, do you acknowledge your crimes? Lin Hu's face turned ghostly pale, his legs trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Elder, I am innocent. I have never altered the resource allocation list, he pleaded desperately, yet his words rang hollow. His accomplices knelt beside him, echoing their cries of innocence. Pan Yu watched coldly, knowing that Lin Hu and his cohorts would not easily confess. Stepping forward, he pointed at Lin Hu, declaring, Lin Hu, do you dare deny that 3 nights ago you stealthily infiltrated the scripture pavilion and stole the resource allocation list? Do you dare claim that you did not conspire with others to alter the list in the back mountains? With every utterance from Pan Yu, Lin Hu's countenance grew increasingly grim. He was horrified to realize that Pan Yu seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of their every action. As if he had witnessed it all firsthand, beads of sweat multiplied upon his brow, and his body trembled more violently. Lin Hu stammered, struggling to articulate a complete sentence that he yearned to refute, yet could find no valid justification. Elder Zhao, observing Lin Hu's reaction, had already formed a judgment in his mind. With a cold snort, he declared, "Caught red-handed, and you still wish to deny it? Bring forth Lin Hu and the others, and detain them for judgment." Several enforcement disciples promptly moved to escort Lin Hu and his companions away. The square erupted into an uproar, as the crowd buzzed with admiration for Pan Yu's perceptiveness and courage, with the day of resource allocation approaching. Pan Yu was keenly aware that the envious would undoubtedly take action. He attentively monitored every aspect of the resource distribution, from the inventory to the roster, observing discreetly and leaving no detail overlooked. He even set up simple mechanisms in the scripture pavilion and the back mountains to surveil Lin Hu and his associates' movements. The discussion regarding resource allocation was to take place in the sect's Grand Hall. The elders gathered to deliberate how to distribute the limited cultivation resources. Pan Yu was also in attendance, quietly listening to their discourse while calculating in his mind. In this resource allocation, I believe we should prioritize those disciples with exceptional talent. Proposed an elder. I concur. Only by directing resources towards those with potential can we maximize the overall strength of the sect, another elder echoed. Pan Yu listened to these remarks, a cold smile forming within him. He recognized that these elders were merely backing Lin Hu and his ilk. Their so-called exceptional talent referred only to those compliant disciples. In contrast, rebellious disciples like himself were destined to be suppressed. At that moment, Pan Yu interjected suddenly. Esteemed elders, I believe the distribution of cultivation resources should not solely consider talent, but also diligence and contribution. His words immediately captured the elders' attention. Some furrowed their brows, casting displeased glances at Pan Yu. Undeterred, he continued, I propose that we establish a more equitable distribution plan based on each disciple's cultivation progress, task completion, and contributions to the sect. He elaborated on his proposal with detailed explanations, presenting data and cases to substantiate the scientific rationale behind his approach. Some elders appeared contemplative as they absorbed his proposal. Pan Yu's plan took those who wished to suppress him by surprise. Lin Hu and his companions turned ashen, having not anticipated Pan Yu would present such a plan, which garnered partial approval from some elders. Lin Hu glared at Pan Yu with a frigid intensity and muttered, Pan Yu, you are courting death. As soon as Pan Yu finished speaking, Lin Hu eagerly leapt forward, a mocking expression on his face. Pan Yu, you worthless scrap, what right do you have to discuss resource allocation? What do you think you are? Several disciples behind Lin Hu joined in ridiculing Pan Yu for overstepping his bounds. They had long harbored disdain for him, and this opportunity to humiliate him was not to be missed. Pan Yu, you are merely a novice warrior, incapable of besting even me, yet you wish to compete for resources? Such delusion, scoffed a burly disciple. Indeed, look at yourself. How could you possibly hope to alter the elders' decisions? It's utterly laughable. Another chimed in, undaunted by the derision. Pan Yu maintained his composure, surveying the crowd with a calm gaze. What I am is inconsequential. What matters is whether my proposal is sound and capable of enhancing the sect's overall strength. He paused before continuing. You claim I am worthless. I concede my cultivation is inferior to yours. However, a lower cultivation does not equate to a lack of capability. My observational skills are well known. I can identify your flaws and aid you in improving your practical abilities. Is that not a contribution to the sect? Pan Yu's words left Lin Hu and his companions momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated such a counterargument, articulated so cogently that they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Even if you possess a modicum of cleverness, what of it? Cultivation resources are limited, only the strong deserve to partake. Lin Hu insisted vehemently. Who says only the strong deserve resources? Resources are meant to cultivate talent, not to be squandered. If we only grant them to the strong, what becomes of those with potential but lower cultivation? Should we let them fend for themselves? Pan Yu retorted. He scanned the room, raising his voice. Esteemed elders, I believe that cultivation resources should be distributed fairly, granting every disciple the opportunity to improve. Only in this manner can we fully tap into the sect's potential and enhance its overall strength. Pan Yu's words resonated with many disciples present. They nodded in agreement, expressing their support for his perspective. Sensing the unfavorable shift in momentum, Lin Hu quickly exchanged furtive glances with several elders. One elder cleared his throat and said, Pan Yu, while your proposal holds some merit, its implementation would be overly complex. Let us adhere to the customary practice of prioritizing those with exceptional talent. Pan Yu had anticipated this response and confidently stated, Elder, my proposal is not mere rhetoric. I have devised a comprehensive evaluation system that can assess each disciple's cultivation progress, task completion, and contributions to the sect, ensuring equitable distribution of resources. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and presented it to the elder, saying, "This is my proposal. Please review it." The elder accepted the scroll and examined it closely. Other elders gathered around to scrutinize it together. The scroll detailed the principles, standards, and processes for resource allocation, supported by extensive data and cases that demonstrated the feasibility and efficacy of his proposal. After reading it, the elders fell into deep contemplation. They had not expected Panyu to be so well prepared, nor that his plan would indeed be more reasonable than previous customs. Lin Hu and his companions felt a surge of anxiety. They understood that if the elders adopted Panyu's proposal, their scheme would be utterly thwarted. "Elder, this proposal is absolutely unacceptable," Lin Hu suddenly shouted. "Panyu's plan is aimed directly at us. He seeks to suppress us under the guise of fairness." Panyu retorted coldly, "Lin Hu, do not slander me. My proposal is intended for all disciples, aimed at the equitable distribution of resources. How can it be construed as suppression?" Lin Hu found himself at a loss for words. Unable to formulate a proper counter. At that moment Elder Zhao spoke up. "Panyu, your proposal is quite innovative and holds certain merit. However, we require further discussion before a final decision can be reached." Panyu nodded, recognizing this as the best possible outcome, but he was confident that if the elders deliberated earnestly, they would surely recognize the superiority of his proposal. He turned to leave but heard a faint voice behind him, "Panyu." Sun Fu emerged from the crowd, hesitating as he approached. With lips trembling and eyes flickering, he finally mustered the courage to stride to Panyu's side and whispered, "Panyu, I support your proposal." His voice, though soft, was resolute, igniting a small flame of hope in the darkness. Panyu glanced at him in surprise, nodding slightly, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Sun Fu's action undoubtedly provided him with immense encouragement. Bolstering his conviction, Lin Hu, incensed that Sun Fu would side with Panyu, erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Sun Fu, you coward, how dare you betray us? You can forget about surviving in the sect from now on." Sun Fu trembled in fear, his face pale, yet he gritted his teeth and stood his ground. He recalled Panyu's earlier encouragement and assistance, which filled him with an inexplicable strength. He straightened his back, meeting Lin Hu's glare, and spoke deliberately, I have betrayed no one. I merely support justice." Lin Hu's face turned ashen with rage, and he was about to strike Sun Fu when a hand restrained him. The crowd turned to see an elderly figure with hair and beard as white as snow approaching slowly. This elder was the sect's law enforcement elder, highly esteemed and possessing profound cultivation. Enjoying immense respect within the sect, with piercing eyes, the law enforcement elder surveyed the assembly and spoke sternly, "Lin Hu, you have gone too far. Internal disputes within the sect should be resolved through proper channels, not through violence and intimidation." The law enforcement elder then turned to Panyu, speaking in a gentler tone, "Panyu, I have thoroughly reviewed your proposal, and it is insightful. I believe your plan can be trialed for a period to assess its efficacy." His words landed with gravitas akin to a heavy bombshell, igniting a fervent uproar among the crowd. Lin Hu and his associates turned pale, utterly astonished that the law enforcement elder would support Panyu's proposal. A wave of elation surged through Panyu. He understood that with the law enforcement elder's backing, the implementation of his proposal would become significantly easier. He respectfully bowed to the law enforcement elder, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Elder. I will do my utmost to ensure its success." The law enforcement elder nodded before departing. After his exit, the crowd erupted into fervent discussions. The majority of disciples expressed their support for Panyu's proposal, believing it would bring them greater opportunities. As Lin Hu and his companions hung their heads in despair, resembling frostbitten eggplants, they recognized the gravity of their complete and utter defeat. In the stillness of the night, the sect lay enveloped in silence. Panyu, restless in bed, found sleep elusive as vivid recollections of the day's events danced through his mind, igniting a fervor of excitement and anticipation within him. Rising from his bed, he approached the window, gazing at the myriad stars above, silently vowing to seize this opportunity to enhance his strength and aspire to become a martial sovereign. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed several shadowy figures stealthily making their way toward the storeroom housing the cultivation resources. A chill gripped Panyu's heart. What were they planning? Moonlight, like liquid silver, cascaded over the storeroom's roof, casting mottled shadows. The stillness surrounding the warehouse was profound, only occasionally disrupted by the chirping of insects. Breaking the deathly silence, Lin Hu, accompanied by a few trusted confidants, crept towards the back door of the storeroom, a sinister smile etched on his face as he murmured, "Humph, Panyu, do you believe you have triumphed? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. He produced a specially crafted key from his pocket, one secretly entrusted to him by Elder Zhao, granting access to the storeroom's rear entrance. Although Elder Zhao outwardly supported Pan Yu's plan, he harbored a deep-seated bias against him, deeming Pan Yu a mere low-ranking disciple, unworthy of such abundant cultivation resources. With a soft click, the back door of the storeroom swung open, and Lin Hu and his companions filed inside, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the treasure trove of precious cultivation resources, radiating an alluring glow. Lin Hu's gaze fixated on the portion belonging to Pan Yu. A glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. Act now, Lin Hu commanded, and his followers lunged forward, wreaking havoc upon Pan Yu's resources. They crushed valuable herbs, pulverized spirit stones, and shattered weapons, their faces alight with the frenzied thrill of revenge. Meanwhile, Pan Yu concealed himself in nearby foliage, observing the scene with cold detachment. He had anticipated that Lin Hu and his ilk would not relent, thus keeping them under surveillance, witnessing their wanton destruction of his cultivation resources. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Pan Yu's eyes. Su Yao, proceed as planned, he whispered to Su Yao, who lay hidden in the thicket on the opposite side. Nodding in understanding, Su Yao vanished into the night. Within the storeroom, Lin Hu and his accomplices reveled in the chaos, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, the main door of the storeroom was flung open with a crash, and a figure appeared in the doorway. "What are you doing?" A commanding voice echoed throughout the storeroom. Startled, Lin Hu and his gang turned to find Su Yao standing at the entrance, wielding a gleaming jade token that shimmered with authority. This token represented the supreme enforcement power of the sect. Su Yao, how did you get here? Lin Hu's countenance drained of color, disbelief flooding his features. Why shouldn't I be here? Su Yao retorted coldly, a smirk playing on her lips. You have intruded upon the storeroom and vandalized sect property. Your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender now. Realizing their scheme had been uncovered, Lin Hu and his companions exchanged apprehensive glances, determination hardening in their eyes. Let us fight, Lin Hu roared, charging at Su Yao. The others brandished their weapons, prepared for a desperate confrontation. Su Yao regarded them with disdain, her form a blur as she navigated through the crowd like a wraith. Each of her strikes was precise and unhesitating. In mere moments, Lin Hu and his gang lay subdued on the ground, groaning in despair. Emerging from the bushes, Pan Yu surveyed the defeated Lin Hu with a cold smile. Lin Hu, did you truly believe you could escape my scrutiny? His voice was as frigid as the judgment of the underworld. Lin Hu lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with resentment and defiance. Pan Yu, you will pay for this, he spat through gritted teeth. Pan Yu disregarded Lin Hu's threats, turning to delve deeper into the storeroom. Within its depths, a shadow flitted past, causing Pan Yu to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Who goes there? Chapter 7, The Tenacious Guardian. A blood-soaked battle for resources. The air in the storeroom was thick and stagnant, infused with a faint herbal aroma. Pan Yu moved with a grace that rendered him nearly inaudible. Akin to an agile leopard, keenly observing his surroundings, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the storeroom's roof, casting dappled shadows on the ground and enhancing the atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. He held his breath, straining to detect any unusual sounds. The storeroom brimmed with an abundance of cultivation resources, exuding an enticing aura, yet at that moment, they appeared to Pan Yu as mere bait, concealing unknown dangers. He cautiously approached the area where the precious spirit stones were stored, the richest source of spiritual energy and most likely to attract the envy of others. The silence was oppressive, with only the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a faint scraping noise shattered the tranquility, prompting Pan Yu to whip around, yet he saw nothing amiss. A sense of foreboding gripped him. He realized he might have revealed his presence. Come out, I know you are here. Pan Yu's voice resonated throughout the cavernous storeroom. As if summoned by his words, several figures emerged from the shadows. Lin Hu and his accomplices, their faces contorted into grotesque smiles, their eyes glinting with avarice as they beheld Pan Yu. Pan Yu, we didn't expect you to walk right into our trap, Lin Hu hissed ominously. These resources were always meant for us. You think you can take them from me? Pan Yu replied with a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. Stop wasting words, Lin Hu bellowed, rallying his companions. Let us seize the resources. Whoever grabs them first wins. The gang surged forward, weapons drawn, eager to pounce on Pan Yu. They had long harbored grievances against him, and this was their chance to not only rob him but also to crush his spirit once and for all. Pan Yu was prepared. He evaded Lin Hu's assault with a swift movement. He understood that a direct confrontation would be unwise. He needed to leverage the environment to outmaneuver his opponents. Deliberately retreating a few steps, he lured Lin Hu and his gang toward the center of the storeroom, where discarded wooden crates and debris lay scattered. Pan Yu, why are you running? face us head-on, Lin Hu taunted, growing more arrogant as Pan Yu continued to evade. Pan Yu ignored Lin Hu's provocations, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Swiftly, he navigated between the crates and debris, guiding Lin Hu and his companions into his carefully laid trap. "Watch your step," Pan Yu suddenly shouted to Lin Hu, and his gang froze, confusion washing over them. Just as the ground beneath their feet gave way with a resounding crack, looking down, their faces blanched in horror. Pan Yu had set traps beneath the crates. Triggering the mechanism caused the ground to collapse. And Lin Hu's group tumbled into the pit below. "Damn it, Pan Yu, how dare you trick us!" Lin Hu's furious roar echoed from the trap steps. Pan Yu stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at the disheveled Lin Hu and his companions with a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. "This is merely the beginning," he murmured, his tone dripping with a chilling foreboding. Pan Yu peered down at Lin Hu and his gang, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "I warned you. Do you truly believe you can seize my resources?" The pit was not deep, but its bottom was strewn with sharp shards of stone and splintered wood. Though Lin Hu and his gang sustained no serious injuries from the fall, they writhed in pain, grimacing at their predicament. Lin Hu struggled to rise, his face smeared with dust and blood, resembling a furious beast. "Pan Yu, you despicable coward, how dare you scheme against us?" he roared, his voice twisted by pain. "All's fair in love and war," Pan Yu replied coolly. "If you wish to seize what belongs to others, be prepared to pay the price. Brothers, let us charge together. I refuse to believe he can take us all on alone." Lin Hu, seething with rage, urged his remaining companions to attack Pan Yu as a group. Though they were wary of Pan Yu's traps, their anger clouded their judgment, and they were solely focused on revenge. Clambering out of the pit, they brandished their weapons like ravenous wolves, lunging at Pan Yu. The neatly arranged herbs and spirit stones in the storeroom were sent flying as they collided with them, dust swirling in the air. Pan Yu remained unflustered, his demeanor calm and composed. He had anticipated Lin Hu's relentless pursuit and was well prepared for their assault. Agile and nimble, he darted through the throng like a fish in water. Though the enemy's attacks were relentless, he deftly evaded them, even using their strikes to counterattack. A swift kick sent one assailant, who attempted a sneak attack from behind, crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. Seizing another's wrist, he twisted it violently, causing the weapon to clatter to the floor, witnessing his subordinates fall one by one to Pan Yu's skill. Lin Hu's anxiety escalated. He realized that if this continued, they stood no chance against Pan Yu. Thus, he decided to step in personally, launching a more ferocious assault. Lin Hu's cultivation level surpassed that of his companions, and his strikes were more vicious. His long knife sliced through the air, forcing Pan Yu to retreat. Pan Yu understood he could not underestimate Lin Hu, who was determined to defeat him. While evading Lin Hu's attacks, he searched for an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, Lin Hu feigned a strike, taking advantage of Pan Yu's evasive maneuver to kick at his abdomen. Quick as lightning, Pan Yu sidestepped, then grasped Lin Hu's ankle and yanked forcefully. Lin Hu lost his balance and crashed to the ground. At Pan Yu, seizing the opportunity, pressed his foot firmly onto Lin Hu's chest, gazing down at him with an air of dominance. "Do you still believe you can take my resources?" Lin Hu's complexion turned ashen, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. He struggled to rise but found Pan Yu's foot bearing down upon him like a colossal boulder, rendering him breathless through gritted teeth. Lin Hu managed to utter a single word. Suddenly, he reached into his bosom and produced a sleek black object, a finely crafted hidden dart. The ebony shaft glimmered ominously, evidently coated with a lethal poison. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he triggered the mechanism, and 3 slender darts shot forth, aimed directly at Pan Yu's face. The dim light of the warehouse made this sudden ambush even more difficult to evade. Lin Hu's accomplices, witnessing the scene, displayed triumphant smiles, as though they had already envisioned Pan Yu collapsing from the poison. However, Pan Yu seemed to possess a sixth sense, for in that fleeting moment before the darts struck, he subtly leaned to the side, the projectiles narrowly grazing his cheek before embedding themselves in a wooden pillar behind him. A mere parlor trick, Pan Yu scoffed, his perceptive abilities reaching their zenith at that moment. The instant Lin Hu brandished the hidden dart, he had already anticipated the trajectory of the attack, enabling him to dodge with such ease. More astonishingly, as he evaded, Pan Yu swiftly seized the hidden dart from Lin Hu's grasp. With a deft motion, he aimed the remaining darts back at Lin Hu. Terrified, Lin Hu stumbled backward, unable to fathom how Pan Yu had effortlessly countered his assault, even turning his own weapon against him. You, Lin Hu stammered in sheer terror, pointing at Pan Yu, yet words eluded him. Pan Yu pressed forward, the hidden dart poised menacingly at Lin Hu's throat. "Now, it is my turn," he declared coldly, like a harbinger of doom. Lin Hu's cohorts, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, refrained from intervening, helplessly watching as their leader was subdued by Pan Yu. A swift kick sent Lin Hu's long knife flying, and Pan Yu held the hidden dart against his throat. Lin Hu's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. He realized he was utterly defeated. What do you want? Lin Hu stuttered, his voice quaking with fear. Pan Yu let out a chilling laugh. What do I want? Did you not seek to usurp my resources? Now I offer you a chance. Return all that you have stolen, and I may consider sparing your life. Lin Hu nodded frantically, signaling his companions to hand over the pilfered herbs and spirit stones. After meticulously counting the items and confirming their accuracy, Pan Yu finally withdrew the hidden dart from Lin Hu's throat. Begone! Pan Yu commanded sharply. Lin Hu and his associates, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away from the warehouse in haste. As Pan Yu observed their retreating forms, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Clutching his shoulder, which throbbed with pain, he recognized the urgency of recovery, for greater challenges awaited him. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and clamorous voices erupted from outside the warehouse. What is happening? Why is it so chaotic? A commanding voice boomed. Elder Zhao strode into the warehouse with purposeful strides, flanked by several disciples. Upon witnessing the disarray and the disarmed Lin Hu and his companions, his brow furrowed in concern. What transpired? He demanded sternly. Spotting Elder Zhao, Lin Hu felt as though he had encountered a savior and hastily lamented. Elder Zhao, Pan Yu, he stole our resources and harmed us. Pan Yu chuckled derisively, displaying the seized herbs and spirit stones for Elder Zhao's inspection. Elder Zhao, the truth is not as they portray. They sought to sabotage my cultivation resources. I merely acted in self-defense. Elder Zhao's gaze shifted back and forth between Pan Yu and Lin Hu, his expression darkening. He had long harbored a bias against Pan Yu, deeming him a talentless fool, while Lin Hu was one of his favored disciples. Thus, he was more inclined to trust Lin Hu's account. Pan Yu, even if they harbored ulterior motives, you cannot take matters into your own hands. Are you aware of the sex regulations? Elder Zhao's tone was harsh, tinged with reproach. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, recognizing the deep-rooted prejudice Elder Zhao held against him. The wound on his shoulder throbbed, reminding him that he needed to resolve this dispute swiftly. Elder Zhao, before he could finish, Lin Hu interjected, embellishing the narrative. Elder Zhao, look, not only did he steal resources, but he also resorted to violence, utterly disregarding authority and law. Elder Zhao's expression darkened further, disappointment and discontent evident in his gaze towards Pan Yu. Do you understand your transgressions, Pan Yu? A surge of indignation welled up within Pan Yu. He was the victim yet was being vilified as the perpetrator. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening. At that moment, a clear voice pierced the tension. Elder Zhao, the situation is not as Lin Hu describes. Everyone turned towards the sound, and there stood Su Yao at the entrance of the warehouse, her gaze resolute as she addressed Elder Zhao. I witnessed Lin Hu and his companions sneaking into the warehouse, plotting to sabotage Pan Yu's cultivation resources. Su Yao's appearance warmed Pan Yu's heart. He understood the immense courage it took for her to testify on his behalf at this moment. Lin Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Su Yao's sudden intervention, which jeopardized his scheme. He quickly retorted, Su Yao, do not spout nonsense. We were merely, am I speaking nonsense? You know the truth. Su Yao interrupted fearlessly, her eyes unwavering and her tone resolute. Elder Zhao furrowed his brow, taken aback by the complexity of the situation. He glanced at Pan Yu, then at Su Yao, struggling to discern right from wrong. Just then, a renewed clamor of footsteps echoed from outside, growing increasingly dense, accompanied by a surge of voices. Pan Yu's heart sank. He sensed impending danger. He whispered to Su Yao, be cautious. Su Yao, too, detected the threatening atmosphere, gripping her sword tightly as her gaze remained vigilant at the warehouse entrance. It seemed that the day's events were far from over. Pan Yu's eyes narrowed, and unbeknownst to him, a dagger had appeared in his hand. Chapter 8. A wretched underdog's stunning counterattack. In desperation outside the warehouse, a throng of formidable disciples surged in, each wielding weapons, effectively sealing off the already cramped space. Leading the charge was a burly man with a face full of menace, who grinned maliciously at Pan Yu. Lin Hu, what's the situation? You can't even handle a useless brat. Lin Hu clutched his chest, which throbbed with pain, and pointed fiercely at Pan Yu. Big brother, this scoundrel dares to defy us. With a commanding shout, the leader rallied his brethren. Brothers, let us take him down. At his command, the group surged forward, blades flashing menacingly, enveloping Pan Yu and Su Yao in a whirlwind of steel. Pan Yu understood that today's events would likely end in chaos. He positioned Su Yao behind him, the dagger gleaming ominously in his grip, his gaze cold as he faced the oncoming foes. Su Yao, keep yourself safe, Pan Yu commanded, his form darting like a wraith through the throng, the dagger transforming into a series of silvery strikes aimed at his assailants' vulnerabilities. Although Pan Yu was agile and perceptive, the sheer number of attackers began to overwhelm him. Su Yao, undeterred, swung her long sword, Engaging the nearest adversaries in fierce combat, however, her cultivation level, being merely at the initial stage of a warrior, soon placed her at a disadvantage against the seasoned disciples. Elder Zhao watched the melee unfold with an indifferent eye. Refraining from intervening, his prejudice against Pan Yu was deeply entrenched, leading him to view Pan Yu as a troublemaker. He even hoped this incident would teach Pan Yu a lesson about the importance of strength within the sect. In a corner, Sun Fu trembled in fear, witnessing the assault on Pan Yu and Su Yao, his heart filled with dread. He regretted ever sharing a dormitory with Pan Yu, now ensnared in this turmoil. Pan Yu bore several wounds, his clothing stained crimson with blood. He felt his strength waning, his breath coming in rapid bursts, yet he refused to surrender. His resolve remained steadfast, and the dagger in his grip remained lethal. It seemed the time had come to fight back in earnest. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, summoning the techniques and experiences he had accrued during previous assessments, executing each move with pinpoint precision to exploit his adversary's weaknesses. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips. Did they think they could challenge him? The dust swirling in the warehouse seemed to coalesce with his determined breaths. The skills he had honed during assessments surged forth in a torrent within his mind. No longer would he remain on the defensive. He took the initiative, weaving through the throng like a dragon in flight. Each strike was executed with utmost precision, targeting the vulnerabilities of his foes. In his hands, the dagger came alive, transforming into a streak of silver light, carving paths of death within the confined space. One disciple swung a blade at Pan Yu's head. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, sidestepping the edge and countering with a swift thrust to the adversary's ribcage, another assailant attempted a sneak attack from the side, but Pan Yu anticipated the move, delivering a kick to the opponent's knee, sending him crashing to the ground, where the dagger mercilessly found its mark in the throat. As the enemies shifted their formation, attempting to encircle Pan Yu, they formed a tight ring, taking turns to attack him. Initially feigning retreat, Pan Yu lured the enemies into pursuit. When a gap appeared in their ranks, he abruptly countered, the dagger striking with the swiftness of a striking serpent, incapacitating several foes and disrupting their rhythm. The imposing figure of the leader, sensing the precariousness of their situation, bellowed, "Do not panic, he is but one man, we can outlast him." At his words, the crowd steadied their resolve and launched a renewed onslaught. Their coordination was seamless, and their assault surged relentlessly like an unstoppable tide, leaving Pan Yu struggling to defend himself. In the course of the battle, he sustained numerous injuries, deep gashes marring his arms, thighs, and back. Blood soaked through his garments, and the intense pain rendered him nearly breathless, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, fully aware that he could not afford to fall. Should he succumb, Su Yao would be in dire peril. Meanwhile, Su Yao was engaged in a fierce struggle against several disciples. Despite her valiant resistance, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable, and she too bore the marks of battle. Anxiety gnawed at her as she cast worried glances toward Pan Yu. Elder Zhao stood at the entrance of the warehouse, observing the chaotic melee with a cold detachment. A smirk played upon his lips, as if he relished Pan Yu's suffering. In a corner, Sun Fu trembled in fear, clutching his head tightly, too terrified to witness the gruesome scene unfolding before him. Pan Yu's breaths grew increasingly ragged, his strength waning. He felt his consciousness beginning to blur, the world around him warping into a distorted haze. Yet he refused to surrender. He forced himself to remain alert, his dagger still moving in a mechanical rhythm. Was this truly the end for him? A flicker of despair crossed his mind. At that moment, however, he noticed a subtle flaw in the enemy's formation, an imperceptible crack that, without his keen insight, would have gone unnoticed. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he felt a surge of power welling up within him. A cold smile graced his lips as he murmured, "At last, I have found my opportunity." In an instant, Pan Yu's gaze sharpened, akin to a slumbering beast awakening from its slumber. He drew a deep breath, concentrating the remnants of his energy into his dagger, which hummed ominously as if responding to its master's intent. "Break," he roared, propelling himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, charging directly toward the weak point in the enemy's formation. The hulking leader barely had time to react before he felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. Attempting to evade, he found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Pan Yu's dagger sliced through the air with lethal precision. Plunging into the leader's chest, blood erupted forth, staining Pan Yu's garments crimson. The leader let out a horrific scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With their leader's fall, the remaining disciples were thrown into disarray. Their fear of Pan Yu, already simmering, intensified upon witnessing the death of their captain. Without missing a beat, Pan Yu pressed his advantage, his dagger becoming a harbinger of death as it relentlessly claimed the lives of his foes. The warehouse was suffused with the acrid scent of blood, the floor littered with bodies. As Su Yao beheld Pan Yu's extraordinary valor, a wave of admiration surged within her. She understood that his tenacity stemmed from an indomitable belief that burned brightly in his heart. Elder Zhao's expression turned increasingly grim. He had anticipated Pan Yu's demise, but instead, the tables had turned dramatically. This boy must not be allowed to live, he silently vowed. Sun Fu, cowering in the shadows, was paralyzed with fear at the spectacle before him. Trembling uncontrollably, he collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by terror. After dispatching the foes within the warehouse, Pan Yu remained acutely vigilant, aware that more adversaries were on their way. He needed to recuperate swiftly to prepare for the impending wave of attack. Leaning against the wall, he made his way to Su Yao's side. "Are you all right?" she asked with concern. Pan Yu shook his head, replying, "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued." Su Yao retrieved a vial of healing medicine from her robe and handed it to him. "Take this, it will aid your wounds." Pan Yu accepted the vial and swallowed the contents in one swift motion. The elixir melted upon contact, sending a warm surge coursing through his body, revitalizing his strength. "We must depart from here promptly. It is no longer safe," he urged. Su Yao nodded in agreement. "I understand." The two supported each other as they made their way toward the exit of the warehouse. Just then, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance, led by a middle-aged man clad in black. His icy gaze fixed upon Pan Yu as he coldly declared, "Pan Yu, you possess quite the audacity to commit violence within the sect." Pan Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing as he confronted the man in black. "They initiated the attack first." The man scoffed, regardless of who struck first. "You are as good as dead." Pan Yu inhaled deeply, knowing that a far more intense battle loomed ahead. He tightened his grip on the dagger and whispered to Su Yao, "Stay safe." The disciples accompanying the man in black gasped at the sight of the dismembered bodies strewn across the warehouse floor. And at the blood-soaked Pan Yu, who still stood resolute, the stench of blood hung thick in the air, mingling with the aura of death. They had assumed that dealing with a marginalized disciple would be effortless. Yet this scene defied their expectations. With the leader's demise, their morale crumbled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Pan Yu's gaze pierced through the hesitant disciples, his aura still radiating an unnerving ferocity. Reminiscent of a vengeful deity returned from the depths of hell. "What, do you wish to test your mettle?" he uttered coldly, laced with derision. The dagger in his hand dripped with blood, reflecting a ghostly light in the dimness of the warehouse. This simple statement struck each individual like a hammer, compelling them to involuntarily retreat, their eyes brimming with fear. The earlier clamor dissipated entirely, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing echoing within the warehouse. "I, Pan Yu, though an outer disciple, am by no means a lamb to be slaughtered. What transpired today shall not repeat itself. Should anyone dare provoke me again, the consequences shall be theirs to bear." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, but for the sake of survival, he had to unveil his fangs and instill terror in those who would do him harm. The man in black's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's formidable resilience. His disciples, now paralyzed by fear, dared not take a single step forward. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and coldly declared, "I will remember this day." With that, he retreated along with his subordinates, leaving the warehouse in disarray. Su Yao gazed at Pan Yu's back, admiration shining in her eyes. She had never witnessed such a powerful iteration of Pan Yu. He seemed transformed. After consuming the healing elixir, Pan Yu felt his strength returning. He turned to Su Yao, gratitude evident in his expression. "Thank you, Su Yao." With a gentle smile, she replied, "There is no need for thanks between us." Together, they exited the blood-soaked warehouse. Following this battle, Pan Yu's reputation soared. His feat of taking on multiple opponents and slaying several disciples spread rapidly throughout the sect. Some admired his bravery, others feared his prowess, and a few harbored jealousy. Concurrently, some higher-ups within the sect began to take notice of Pan Yu. His performance piqued their interest, prompting them to re-evaluate this once overlooked outer disciple. Elder Zhao stood upon a high platform, surveying Pan Yu in the training grounds below. His expression was complex, lost in thought. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in white robes, stroking his beard as he remarked, "This young man is quite remarkable." Elder Zhao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, his talent surpasses that of ordinary individuals." The old man smiled faintly. "Perhaps we should consider nurturing him." His gaze settled upon Pan Yu, a flicker of interest gleaming in his eyes. Sensing something, Pan Yu looked up, making eye contact with the elder. The old man offered him a subtle smile, causing a shiver to run down Pan Yu's spine. He felt an ominous shift on the horizon. Chapter 9: The Rise of a Once Despised Character. The tumult following the emergence of fame. As the smoke of the resource defense war dissipated, the name Pan Yu spread like wildfire throughout the sect. From the training grounds to the dining hall, from the disciples' quarters to the elders' courtyard, nearly everyone discussed this previously inconspicuous outer disciple. Some recounted tales of how he had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Others embellished his exploits, casting him as a near-mythical figure. As Panyu walked along the sect's pathways, his ears buzzed with various conversations. He remained uncertain about the sudden fame thrust upon him. Would it present opportunities or challenges? He felt akin to a solitary boat adrift upon a tempestuous sea, the future shrouded in uncertainty. Senior Brother Pan, you are incredible. Could you teach me how you managed to defeat so many opponents? A diminutive disciple exclaimed, admiration written all over his face as he blocked Panyu's path. Panyu paused, taken aback. It was the first time someone had referred to him as senior brother. Previously, he had been the target of ridicule and disdain from those self-important disciples, yet now he was seen as a master in their eyes. The respect he received warmed his heart. I was merely fortunate. He replied modestly, a smile gracing his lips. Luck is part of strength too. The small disciple insisted, undeterred. Please, just teach me. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly over the next few days. Disciples who had once dismissed Panyu now approached him with deference. Eager to learn from him, Panyu willingly shared his hard-won insights and techniques from battle, offering his knowledge without reservation. Su Yao watched with a sense of joy as Panyu became the center of attention. Surrounded by admirers, she was aware that Panyu had long yearned for the approval of others, and now he had finally achieved it. However, not everyone was delighted by Panyu's rise to high in the shadows. The seeds of jealousy were quietly taking root. Lin, who stood beneath the shadow of a great tree, his expression dark as he glared at Panyu, who was surrounded by admirers. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Damn Panyu, what gives him the right to garner so much attention? He is merely a worthless fool who stumbled upon good fortune. Lin, who muttered through gritted teeth. Beside him stood several disciples who harbored similar grudges against Panyu, exchanging furtive, sinister glances. Brother Lin, we cannot let him off the hook like this, a sharp-featured disciple whispered into Lin Hu's ear. We must devise a way to ruin his reputation. A glint of malice flickered in Lin Hu's eyes. Indeed, we must make him aware of the consequences of offending us. A cold smirk crept across his lips. Let us start by spreading rumors. Lin Hu paused, a cunning light flashing in his gaze. Let us say his victories were achieved through illicit means. The rumors spread like wild grass, proliferating within the sect. Lin Hu and his cohorts embellished the tales, portraying Panyu as a scheming opportunist who relied on luck and deceit to succeed. They circulated claims that Panyu had employed forbidden techniques during the resource defense battle, enabling him to triumph against stronger foes. The gossip spread rapidly among the disciples, causing even those who had once admired Panyu to waver, questioning whether he was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. Panyu sensed the shift in the atmosphere around him. The previously warm and friendly gazes now turned cold, filled with doubt, and even hostility. Yet he heard whispers behind him, words that pricked at his heart like needles. Su Yao also noticed these changes. Her expression was fraught with concern as she urged Panyu, Lin Hu and his group are spreading rumors. You must find a way to clarify this. After a brief moment of silence, a resolute glimmer sparkled in Panyu's eyes. The innocent will clear their name, while the guilty will expose themselves. I shall prove my worth through my strength. The following day, Panyu boldly approached the center of the training ground. At that moment, a multitude of disciples had gathered, eager to witness what abilities he possessed, having heard the rumors surrounding him. Lin Hu and his companions stood amidst the crowd, their faces twisted with sinister smiles as they awaited Panyu's humiliation. Taking a deep breath, Panyu scanned the audience and proclaimed, I am aware that there have been rumors circulating about me within the sect. Claiming my victories are unearned today, I will demonstrate my abilities here, allowing the truth to dispel these falsehoods. With that, he drew his long sword and began to showcase his martial skills. His movements were agile, his swordplay fierce, each strike precise and powerful, radiating an indomitable spirit. He displayed the techniques he had utilized in the resource defense battle, each motion clean and unblemished. The spectators were left in awe. They had never witnessed such exquisite swordsmanship, and even the higher-ranked warriors felt overshadowed. Every action of Panyu's was imbued with strength and grace, as if he were performing a grand dance. Lin Hu and his associates turned pale, astonished that Panyu's prowess was so formidable. The rumors fell apart, and they became the fools in the spectacle. Standing with his sword sheathed, silence enveloped the training ground. Moments later, applause erupted like thunder echoing through the air. The disciples cheered for Panyu's extraordinary skills, their doubts and suspicions vanishing, replaced by admiration and reverence. Brother Pan, you are incredible. We misjudged you, Brother Pan. Please take me as your disciple. The disciples flocked to him, expressing their respect. Pan Yu humbly acknowledged their praises, his heart swelling with joy and pride. Su Yao stood at the edge of the crowd, her face illuminated with a smile of satisfaction as she watched Pan Yu being celebrated by everyone. However, in the corner of the crowd, several figures silently observed the events unfold clad in elder robes. Their expressions were deep and complex. One of them murmured, "This Pan Yu is not ordinary." Another elder nodded slightly, his gaze filled with curiosity. "It seems we need to investigate him further." Pan Yu's performance in the training ground was undoubtedly a stunning personal showcase. He unequivocally shattered the slander with his undeniable strength, earning the recognition of all. Yet, as the elders whispered, this was merely the beginning. Pan Yu's sudden ascent stirred ripples among the higher echelons of the sect. Like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. A few days later, Pan Yu received a message from the Elder Council, summoning him to the council hall for inquiries. Upon hearing the news, various speculations began to circulate among the disciples once more. Some believed Pan Yu was to be rewarded, while others feared that his previous actions had aroused the suspicion of the council, predicting dire consequences. Su Yao grasped Pan Yu's hand anxiously. "Pan Yu, could this sudden summons from the Elder Council be because?" Pan Yu gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I trust that the innocent will clear their name." His eyes held no trace of panic, but rather a hint of anticipation. He understood that this was yet another opportunity for him to prove himself. Within the elder hall, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Several elders sat in high positions, their gazes piercing as they scrutinized Pan Yu. "Pan Yu, your recent performances have captured our attention." The chief elder began slowly, his voice deep and commanding. "Your rapid advancement in strength is astonishing. We require an explanation." Pan Yu responded with unwavering composure. "In response to your inquiry, esteemed elder, I have merely been diligent in my training, with no shortcuts taken." "Diligent training?" A white-browed elder scoffed. "Do you think we will accept such a superficial explanation? You, a lowly disciple, how could you achieve such strength in such a short time?" The other elders echoed his skepticism, bombarding Pan Yu with pointed questions in an effort to uncover any hidden secrets he might possess. Facing their scrutiny, Pan Yu remained unfazed. He calmly analyzed each question, responding with precision. He detailed his training process and showcased his unique insights. He clarified that he did not rely on any secret techniques or forbidden arts, but rather on a profound understanding of martial skills and precise analysis of his opponents, which enabled him to triumph against stronger foes. To further validate Pan Yu's claims, the elders decided to subject him to a practical test. They arranged for a high-ranking elder, a renowned combat expert, to spar with him. This elder was powerful and experienced, known for his prowess in real combat. Confronting such a formidable opponent, Pan Yu exhibited no signs of retreat. He remained calm and composed, strategically navigating the encounter. Utilizing his keen perception, he accurately anticipated each of his opponent's moves, skillfully countering their attacks. The match stretched on for an extended period, ultimately culminating in Pan Yu executing an unexpected sword technique to secure victory. The elders were astonished by Pan Yu's performance. They had not anticipated that a lowly disciple could vanquish a high-ranking elder. The chief elder slowly rose, a look of appreciation gracing his face. "Pan Yu, you are indeed a rare talent. Your strength and wisdom command our respect." The other elders nodded in agreement, their doubts dispelled, replaced by admiration and anticipation for Pan Yu's future. Exiting the elder hall, Pan Yu exhaled deeply, aware that he had finally earned the recognition of the higher-ups. Sun Fu lurked at a distance, secretly observing the scene. He watched as Pan Yu emerged from the hall, surrounded by the elders, his emotions a tumultuous mix. "Pan Yu, what do you plan to do next?" Su Yao inquired softly as she approached him. Pan Yu gazed into the distance, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I intend to grow stronger." The elders' praise and expectations brushed against Pan Yu's cheeks like a gentle spring breeze, yet he remained remarkably composed. He understood that this was merely a small milestone on his long journey in martial arts. Su Yao's tender gaze warmed his heart. He clasped her hand tightly, feeling the warmth and strength they shared. Sun Fu, lingering at the edge of the crowd, watched Pan Yu being celebrated and felt a surge of mixed emotions. Once, Pan Yu had been an obscure disciple like him, even ridiculed as a failure, yet now, he had soared to prominence, becoming the shining star of the sect. Sun Fu recalled how he had deliberately distanced himself from Pan Yu to avoid being implicated. Regret flooding his heart. He wished to step forward and offer his congratulations, yet found the words stuck in his throat. Clenching his clothes tightly, his eyes were filled with internal struggle and conflict. Several times he mustered the courage to speak, only to silently turn away, his back appearing particularly desolate. In the days that followed, Pan Yu's life underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer the unnoticed lowly disciple, He became a focal point of the sect's cultivation efforts. He gained access to more training resources and received guidance from higher-ups. The elders placed great hopes in him, aspiring for him to become a future pillar of the sect. Along with this came a greater array of tasks and challenges. Panyu was assigned more significant missions, facing increasingly powerful adversaries. He was acutely aware of the responsibilities on his shoulders and understood the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. He trained day and night, continually enhancing his strength time and again. He completed missions and triumphed over formidable foes. His reputation grew louder, and his power expanded exponentially. One day, Panyu arrived at the training chamber as usual, ready to commence his daily cultivation. However, upon stepping through the grand entrance, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A palpable tension hung in the air, and the gazes of the fellow disciples were laden with suspicion. Whispers flitted through the room, punctuated by furtive gestures. What on earth is happening? A flicker of doubt ignited within Panyu's mind. Surveying his surroundings, he realized the spiritual energy in the chamber was unusually sparse, nearly non-existent. It seemed there was a grave issue with the cultivation resources. One disciple muttered softly, "Indeed, today's spiritual energy feels significantly diminished." Another echoed in agreement. A foreboding thought crossed Panyu's mind. Just then, an elder hurried in, a grave expression etched upon his face, announcing, "There has been a severe issue with the external cultivation resources overnight. All the spiritual energy in the training chambers has vanished." At this proclamation, the training chamber erupted into chaos. The disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Some panicked, while others seethed with indignation. In the midst of this turmoil, all eyes converged upon Panyu, their gazes fraught with suspicion, speculation, and hostility. One disciple pointed an accusing finger at Panyu and shouted, "Could it be his doing?" Panyu's heart plummeted. Chapter 10, An Unjust Accusation. The male protagonist under the shadow of defamation. As soon as the elder's words fell, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Panyu stood bewildered, feeling the weight of the strange looks directed at him, his heart turning to ice. He racked his brain to recall the events of the previous day, reassuring himself that he had done nothing to jeopardize the cultivation resources. At that moment, a sharp voice sliced through the din. "It was him. I saw him sneaking out of the training chamber last night." The speaker was Li Meng, a slight figure with shifty eyes, an outer disciple. He pointed at Panyu, his tone unwavering, as if he had witnessed Panyu's alleged crime firsthand. All gazes immediately fixed upon Panyu, intertwining suspicion, disdain, and fury, ensnaring him like an invisible web. Panyu stood frozen, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. "What are you babbling about?" he shot back, glaring at Li Meng. "I didn't even set foot in the training chamber last night." Still trying to argue, Li Meng puffed out his chest, adopting a self-righteous demeanor. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? You must be a traitor to the sect, intent on sabotaging our resources." "I did not." Panyu's voice erupted in a roar, feeling utterly aggrieved, a wave of injustice crashing over him. Elder Wang approached Panyu, scrutinizing him with piercing eyes. "Panyu, do you have any evidence to prove your innocence?" Panyu opened his mouth, only to find himself utterly speechless. As a low-ranking disciple, he had always been inconspicuous, with no one to vouch for him. Nothing to say, huh?" Li Meng sneered. "I knew you were guilty." At that moment, Suyao squeezed through the crowd, moving resolutely to Panyu's side, clasping his hand firmly. "I believe Panyu is not that kind of person." Her words fell like a stone into a still pond, creating ripples of murmurs among the surrounding disciples. Some expressed confusion over Suyao's defense, while others began to reassess Panyu. Suyao, you're close to him, of course you would speak up for him, Li Meng retorted sarcastically, "but the facts are right before us, and you cannot deny them." Elder Wang furrowed his brow, sensing the oddity of the situation. Yet, with Li Meng's accusation coupled with Panyu's inability to exonerate himself, doubt began to creep into his mind. "Panyu, with the cultivation resources compromised, the situation is dire. You must accompany us for an investigation." Panyu surveyed the faces around him, each one filled with skepticism. He understood that no matter how fervently he explained himself, no one would believe him. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. "I did not do it. I will not go with you." With that, he forcefully shook off Elder Wang's grip and dashed toward the throng. "Capture him! Don't let him escape!" Elder Wang shouted, leading the pursuit. "Panyu, stop!" Suyao cried out anxiously, but the crowd obstructed her path. Panyu's figure faded into the mass, leaving behind Suyao's helpless cries and the astonished gazes of the crowd. Elder Chen's face darkened as he watched Panyu disappear, commanding Elder Wang, "Immediately seal off the outer sect. We must capture Panyu." As Suyao gazed at the retreating figure of Panyu, concern and unease swelled within her. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed, "Pan Yu, you must remain safe." Then, turning her gaze toward Li Meng, her eyes flashed with intensity at Li Meng. Su Yao's stare was as sharp as a blade. Piercing through Li Meng's shifty eyes, "You had better pray that Pan Yu remains unharmed," she warned, the threat implicit in her tone. Li Meng squirmed uncomfortably, his gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Su Yao's fierce stare. The surrounding disciples, once resolute in their suspicions of Pan Yu, began to waver under Su Yao's challenge. They whispered amongst themselves, their fervor diminished, no longer daring to vocally accuse Pan Yu as they had before. Pan Yu sprinted away, his heart racing. He realized he was unable to defend himself. The only course of action was to hide and find the true culprit to clear his name. A deep sense of injustice and fury welled within him as he noticed the former comrades he had trained alongside now avoiding him as if he were a plague. Some even casting him hostile glares, as if he were an irredeemable criminal. The sting of this wrongful accusation nearly suffocated him. He concealed himself in a secluded grove, gasping for breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the remoteness of the area. It was relatively safe for the moment. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he closed his eyes, attempting to recollect the events of the previous night. He was certain he had not visited the training chamber, nor had he damaged any cultivation resources. So who was framing him? Pan Yu opened his eyes again, a spark of insight illuminating his gaze. His unique perceptive ability began to awaken, allowing him to meticulously recall the expressions and actions of every individual in the crowd moments ago. He remembered Li Meng's flickering eyes and the subtle hint of panic beneath his unwavering tone when he accused him. He also recalled Elder Wang's sternness, which did not wholly align with a belief in Li Meng's claims, revealing a hint of inquiry in his gaze. A bold hypothesis began to take shape within Pan Yu's mind: Li Meng was lying. He was the true perpetrator, or perhaps merely a pawn in a larger scheme. With this realization, Pan Yu felt a modicum of calm wash over him. He knew that as long as he could gather evidence, he could vindicate himself. Rising to his feet, he dusted off his garments, determination igniting within his gaze. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps and raucous voices reached his ears. They were closing in. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, scanning his surroundings once more for a concealed escape route. He crouched low, swiftly navigating the hidden path, his form soon vanishing into the dense foliage of the pursuers were drawing nearer. With Elder Wang at the forefront, his expression darker upon hearing that Pan Yu had fled in this direction, his anxiety intensified. He needed to apprehend Pan Yu quickly to uncover the truth and provide an explanation to the sect. "Pan Yu, I know you are here. Come out," Elder Wang bellowed, his voice echoing through the woods. Pan Yu, hiding behind a massive boulder, held his breath, paralyzed with fear as he watched the pursuers draw closer. He understood the urgency of finding evidence to extricate himself from this predicament. Suddenly Elder Wang's voice rang out nearby: "Search thoroughly, do not let him escape." Pan Yu's heart sank. He realized he had been discovered. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to bolt. "There he is!" A sharp voice shattered the silence of the woods. Pan Yu's figure darted from behind the boulder, racing in the opposite direction. "Catch him!" Elder Wang roared. Leading the charge, Pan Yu sprinted, scanning his surroundings for an opportunity to evade his pursuers. He knew he had to escape quickly to have time to seek evidence. Just then, he spotted a narrow ravine ahead. Without hesitation, he leaped down after him. Elder Wang commanded coldly. Standing at the edge of the ravine, Pan Yu fell into the chasm, his body crashing against the jagged rock face, a wave of pain surging through him. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony, sliding further down the ravine. The shouts of his pursuers grew increasingly near. He knew he had to find a hiding spot quickly. At the bottom of the ravine lay a rushing river, its icy waters biting at his skin. He had no time to hesitate. He plunged into the river, allowing the current to carry him downstream. The frigid water numbed his senses, washing away the traces of blood on him. Submerging himself beneath the surface, he minimized his breathing, striving to remain undetected by his pursuers. Elder Wang and the others arrived at the ravine's edge, gazing at the turbulent waters with grim expressions. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu would be so resolute, choosing to leap into the ravine rather than surrender. "Search for him. We need to see him alive or dead." Elder Wang gritted his teeth. The pursuers scoured both sides of the ravine, yet Pan Yu's presence remained elusive. Elder Wang's anxiety mounted. He understood that allowing Pan Yu to escape would lead to dire consequences, drifting far downstream. Pan Yu finally discovered a concealed riverbank. Clambering ashore, he was soaked to the bone, trembling uncontrollably. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered a dense forest, untouched by human presence. After finding a cave, he took refuge inside, intending to recuperate before making further plans. Ultimately, Steward Wang abandoned the search and returned to the sect with his companions. He reported to Elder Chen about Pan Yu's leap into the ravine. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's expression darkened, and he ordered a manhunt for Pan Yu, offering a reward for his capture. Days passed, and Pan Yu's body gradually regained strength. He exited the cave and began seeking a way to escape the sect. Aware that he was now a wanted fugitive, he understood that capture would result in severe punishment. Cautiously evading the patrolling disciples, he stealthily made his way to the outskirts of the sect. Just as he prepared to scale the wall, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Pan Yu, you are indeed here." Turning around, he saw Steward Wang accompanied by several disciples, a cold smile gracing his face. "Steward Wang, please let me explain." Pan Yu attempted to defend himself, but Steward Wang gave him no opportunity. "Take him away." With a single command, the disciples swiftly advanced, apprehending Pan Yu. He was brought before the Hall of Discipline for interrogation. Elder Chen sat high above, his demeanor imposing. "Pan Yu, do you acknowledge your crime?" he inquired. "Elder, I am wronged," Pan Yu exclaimed vehemently. "I did not damage any cultivation resources, nor did I steal anything. The evidence is irrefutable." "Do you still dare to argue?" Steward Wang interjected. "Someone witnessed you entering the cultivation chamber, and stolen resources were also discovered in your quarters." "I did not," Pan Yu protested vigorously. "That was all a frame-up." However, neither Elder Chen nor Steward Wang believed his words. They were convinced that Pan Yu was the culprit. Dismissing his explanations entirely, Pan Yu was escorted to the dungeon. He understood that if he could not prove his innocence, he would face dire consequences. While being transported, he keenly observed his surroundings, searching for an opportunity to escape. He noted that the disciples escorting him were somewhat lax, not keeping a strict watch over him. Suddenly, he spotted a dense thicket up ahead. He realized this was his last chance. Seizing the moment when his captors were distracted, he violently broke free from their grasp and sprinted toward the forest. "Catch him!" one of the disciples shouted. Immediately giving chase, Pan Yu dashed through the underbrush, skillfully utilizing the thick trees and complex terrain to evade his pursuers. "Damn it!" one disciple cursed. "How can this guy run so fast?" After a short while, Pan Yu noticed that he had managed to shake off his pursuers. He sighed in relief, concealing himself behind a large tree to assess the situation. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. Alarmed, he realized that his pursuers had caught up again. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to flee once more. At that moment, he spotted a figure ahead. "Su Yao!" Pan Yu exclaimed in surprise. Su Yao looked at the disheveled Pan Yu. Concern etched on her face. "Come with me," she urged, grabbing his hand and leading him deeper into the woods. "They've gone that way," came the distant shots of the pursuers. Su Yao pulled Pan Yu through the dense forest. Nimbly dodging their pursuers, she moved with the grace of a swallow, her speed exceptional, gradually leaving the disciples behind. Eventually, the two reached a concealed cave, where Su Yao paused, leaning against her knees to catch her breath. "They shouldn't be able to catch up now," she said between breaths, looking up at Pan Yu. "Are you all right?" Pan Yu shook his head, gazing at Su Yao with gratitude. "Thank you, Su Yao, and if it weren't for you, I would have certainly been captured." A warm current surged within him. In this perilous moment, Su Yao's presence was like a beacon, illuminating his path ahead. "Now is not the time to discuss this," Su Yao said solemnly. "Elder Chen has ordered a full manhunt for you. The entire outer sect is searching for you, and your situation is perilous." Pan Yu clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. "I know, but I will not sit idly by. I must uncover the true culprit behind this frame-up and prove my innocence. However, all the evidence is against you," Su Yao replied anxiously. "Steward Wang insists you stole the cultivation resources, and there are witnesses." Pan Yu fell into deep thought, striving to recall every detail surrounding the incident. He was certain he had done nothing wrong, so who was framing him? Who had stolen the cultivation resources? A vague figure flickered in his mind, only to vanish just as swiftly. "I believe I know who was behind this." Pan Yu's eyes gleamed with insight, "but I lack concrete evidence." Su Yao looked at him resolutely. "Whoever it is, we will find the evidence together. I believe in you." The two took a brief respite in the cave before strategizing. Pan Yu shared his suspicions with Su Yao and analyzed potential leads. Su Yao listened intently, occasionally contributing her thoughts, and together they gradually clarified their ideas. "The most critical task now is to identify the real culprit and locate the stolen cultivation resources," Pan Yu stated firmly. "Only then can I prove my innocence. But the entire outer sect is searching for you. You cannot act freely." Su Yao expressed her concern. "Moreover, we have no idea where the stolen resources are hidden." Pan Yu furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth in Su Yao's words. He felt like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to move. He needed to devise a means of escape to have a chance at uncovering the evidence. "We must split up," Pan Yu ultimately decided. "I will draw the pursuers away while you search for evidence." Su Yao gasped in alarm. "No, it's too dangerous. They are all hunting you. You can't go out alone." Trust me, I have my ways, Pan Yu interrupted her. This is the only chance we have to turn the tables to stay here and wait for my return, without allowing Su Yao to protest further. He turned and swiftly left the cave, disappearing into the dense forest, leaving Su Yao anxiously awaiting his return. As night fell, the rear mountain lay shrouded in silence. Pan Yu concealed himself behind a massive ancient tree. Gazing at the distant lights, he recognized that this was where the outer sect disciples resided. He needed to find a way to infiltrate their ranks to gather clues. Suddenly he heard faint footsteps behind him. Alarmed, he wondered if it was his pursuers. Holding his breath, he remained vigilant. Pan Yu, a familiar voice called softly from the darkness, tinged with concern. Pan Yu turned to see Su Yao standing nearby, worry etched across her features. What are you doing here? He whispered, surprised and reproachful. I was worried about you, Su Yao replied gently. I have been searching for you. Chapter 11, The Dawn of Trust. The hope offered by the female lead. The night enveloped the rear mountain. The oppressive darkness spreading like ink, with only the sparse starlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Pan Yu pressed against the sturdy trunk of an ancient tree, the rough bark digging into his back. Yet he dared not move. The cold wind whistled through the forest, adding a chilling atmosphere to the silence. His mind replayed the recent events, from the destruction of the cultivation resources to his wrongful accusation as a traitor, and finally to being hunted by the outer sect disciples. Each scene flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. He understood he must clear his name swiftly, otherwise, not only would he face peril, but Su Yao would also be implicated. Who is framing me? Pan Yu murmured softly, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Scanning the surroundings for any signs. He knew the unseen puppet master lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, a series of soft footsteps approached, echoing eerily in the quiet night. Pan Yu's heart raced, and he held his breath, listening intently. The footsteps grew closer, seemingly heading in his direction. Could it be the pursuers? Instinctively, Pan Yu tightened his grip on the dagger, preparing for a confrontation. Pan Yu, a gentle voice broke the stillness. Laced with tremors of worry, Pan Yu whipped around, and in the faint starlight, he saw Su Yao standing not far from him, her face reflecting anxiety and concern. Su Yao, what are you doing here? He asked in a low voice, a mix of surprise and admonition coloring his tone. I was worried about you, Su Yao replied softly, her voice catching slightly. I have been searching for you. Upon seeing Su Yao here, Pan Yu felt a tumult of emotions. He was touched by her concern yet worried for her safety. He knew that remaining here was far too dangerous for her. You shouldn't have come, Pan Yu said sternly. It's too perilous here. You must return. Su Yao shook her head resolutely, stepping closer to Pan Yu. The moonlight illuminated her clear eyes, which seemed to hold boundless strength. I believe in you, she said, looking into Pan Yu's eyes with unwavering conviction. I believe you are not a traitor. Those simple words flowed like a warm current into Pan Yu's cold heart. He felt a surge of emotion, and all his weariness and despair dissipated. Thank you, Su Yao. Pan Yu's voice grew hoarse. I will prove my innocence. I believe in you, Su Yao reiterated, then paused as if summoning her courage. I will help you. Gazing into Su Yao's determined eyes, Pan Yu felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. He understood that with Su Yao's assistance, he would surely uncover the truth and clear his name. Su Yao hesitated, as if she had something to express but was uncertain how to articulate it. After gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke, producing a neatly folded piece of paper from her bosom and handing it to Pan Yu. This paper contained a list of suspicious individuals who had been seen near the training grounds that fateful night. Pan Yu accepted the note, scrutinizing it under the dim starlight. The paper bore several names, accompanied by brief descriptions of their backgrounds. One name particularly caught Pan Yu's attention, Li Meng. He recognized this name as that of the outer sect disciple who had accused him of sabotaging cultivation resources. Li Meng, Pan Yu murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he recalled the flustered expression and evasive justifications of Li Meng from that night. A nagging suspicion formed in his mind, hinting that this matter might be connected to him in some way. I've heard that Li Meng has recently been associating closely with an inner sect disciple, Su Yao added, her voice steady yet laced with concern. It appears that this inner sect disciple may have ties to a traitor within the sect. Pan Yu's heart jolted. This was undoubtedly a significant lead. If Li Meng was indeed linked to a sect traitor, he could very well be a pawn in a scheme to frame him. This thought ignited a flicker of hope within Pan Yu, as he felt himself drawing nearer to the truth. Thank you, Su Yao, Pan Yu said gratefully, meeting her gaze. You've been an immense help. We are in this together, Su Yao replied softly, grasping Pan Yu's hand, offering him silent support and encouragement. We will uncover the truth together. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and voices erupted in the distance, shattering the tranquility of the night. "Elder Wang, are you certain Pan Yu is hiding here?" a gruff voice inquired. "Indeed," another, more shrill voice responded. "I received a tip-off that someone saw Pan Yu fleeing towards the back mountain. Its terrain is complex and conducive to hiding. He must be here. It's Elder Wang." Pan Yu's heart sank as he recognized the shrill voice belonging to Elder Wang. It seemed they had tracked him to the back mountain. "Damn it," Pan Yu cursed softly, taken aback by how swiftly Elder Wang had arrived. "We must leave." He grasped Su Yao's hand, ready to flee. However, Su Yao hesitated. "Where can we hide?" "Don't worry," Pan Yu reassured her, "I know a place." Yet, just as they prepared to escape, Elder Wang's voice rang out once more, now alarmingly close. "Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked." Elder Wang commanded loudly. "It's right ahead," a voice suddenly shouted. Panic surged through Pan Yu and Su Yao. They realized they had been discovered. Elder Wang and his entourage advanced rapidly, their torches illuminating the area around them, exposing Pan Yu and Su Yao's presence. "Pan Yu, so you are indeed here," Elder Wang sneered. "Let us see where you think you can run." Su Yao gripped Pan Yu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry and fear. Pan Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He sensed an overwhelming pressure approaching, yet he did not falter, gazing at the encroaching light. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. "Run? Why would we run?" Pan Yu replied with a light chuckle, his smile appearing especially sinister in the torchlight, unsettling Elder Wang. Just as Elder Wang and his men were about to surround them, Pan Yu pulled Su Yao into the dense thicket beside them. "He ran this way, quick, pursue!" an outer sect disciple shouted, pointing at the bushes. Elder Wang and his men dashed into the thicket, but it was empty. They searched high and low, yet could find no trace of Pan Yu and Su Yao. "What is going on? Where are they?" Elder Wang shouted in frustration. In truth, prior to Elder Wang's arrival, Pan Yu had anticipated their movements with keen insight. He had discovered a narrow path concealed behind the thicket, so well hidden that it was nearly imperceptible without careful observation. As Elder Wang and his men rushed into the thicket, Pan Yu and Su Yao had silently slipped away down that path. "We must find him quickly," Elder Wang fumed. "He must have fled deeper into the back mountain." Meanwhile, Li Meng, who had been called aside by Elder Wang, appeared pale and trembling. The cold, piercing gaze of Elder Wang coiled around him like a venomous serpent, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Li Meng, are you certain you saw Pan Yu?" Elder Wang's voice was low and threatening. "Yes, Elder Wang, I saw him with my own eyes," Li Meng stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "But we searched the entire back mountain and found no sign of him." Elder Wang stepped closer to Li Meng, his tone growing even colder. "You had better speak the truth, or else." Li Meng trembled. Fully aware of Elder Wang's methods, he understood the dire consequences of lying. Li Meng stuttered, his gaze darting nervously. "You speak." Elder Wang slammed his hand on the table, startling Li Meng into nearly jumping. "Pan Yu. He threatened me, warned me not to reveal the truth." In his panic, Li Meng concocted more baseless accusations, claiming, he said he would kill me. Elder Wang squinted, scrutinizing Li Meng for an extended moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Finally, he let out a cold huff, stating, "It seems this Pan Yu is even more dangerous than I imagined. He must be captured at once, deep within the recesses of the back mountain." Pan Yu and Su Yao hid in a secluded cave. "They shouldn't be able to find us here," Su Yao murmured, her tone still tinged with worry. Pan Yu nodded, unfurling the paper once more to examine the names inscribed upon it. His gaze settled on the name Li Meng, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. "Li Meng," Pan Yu whispered, "why would you seek to frame me?" Su Yao gently squeezed Pan Yu's hand, offering him silent comfort and support. "Rest assured," Pan Yu replied, firmly clasping her hand in return, "I will uncover the truth and clear my name." Su Yao produced another note from her bosom and handed it to Pan Yu. "This is the information I just received." Pan Yu took the note, reading the small script. "Li Meng has been secretly meeting with inner sect disciple Zhao Kuan in the back mountain." Pan Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He was familiar with the name Zhao Kuan, the favored disciple of Elder Chen, the very person who had ordered the hunt for him. Zhao Kuan. Pan Yu gripped the note tightly, his knuckles whitening. He felt he was on the brink of uncovering a vast conspiracy. Su Yao regarded Pan Yu with concern, the flickering light casting shadows across their faces. In the cave, the flames danced, illuminating Pan Yu's grave expression. The information Su Yao provided struck him like a lightning bolt, piercing through the confusion that clouded his mind. The secret meetings between Li Meng and Zhao Kuan, coupled with Elder Chen's orders to pursue him, these seemingly isolated incidents now appeared interconnected, like scattered pearls strung together by an invisible thread that pointed towards a disquieting truth. Zhao Kuan, Elder Chen. Pan Yu murmured, lightly tracing the words on the note with his finger, as thoughts surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Elder Chen was renowned for his integrity and strictness. How could he possibly be involved in a scheme to frame him? A bold, chilling hypothesis flickered across Pan Yu's mind. What if Elder Chen had also been deceived? Su Yao's voice broke through his contemplation, her brows knitted together, reflecting her own apprehension. Perhaps the true mastermind lies elsewhere, manipulating Li Meng's cowardice and Elder Chen's trust to orchestrate this trap. Pan Yu lifted his gaze, meeting Su Yao's eyes, both seeing the shared concern and resolve reflected there. Her words awakened him, pulling him from his initial shock and anger, prompting him to re-evaluate the entire situation. You are right. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, his tone gradually firming. We cannot be blinded by appearances. If Elder Chen is innocent, then the true architect of this scheme is likely lurking even deeper in the shadows, posing an even greater threat. He laid the two notes side by side, studying them intently once more. After the secret meeting between Li Meng and Zhao Kuan, the map of the back mountain suddenly materialized in Pan Yu's mind, a place long forgotten by most, becoming clearer by the moment. The outer sect's secret chamber, Pan Yu exclaimed suddenly, his eyes sparkling with insight. There existed an abandoned outer sect chamber in the back mountain, its existence known to few. If they were to hold secret meetings, that would be the ideal location. Su Yao's expression shifted slightly as she also recalled that place. But the secret chamber is said to be fraught with traps and perilous. I know, Pan Yu replied, determination gleaming in his eyes. However, this is our only lead. We must investigate. As night fell, the back mountain lay cloaked in silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Under the cover of darkness, Pan Yu and Su Yao stealthily approached the vicinity of the outer sect's secret chamber. The entrance was concealed behind a massive boulder, an ominous and mysterious aura permeating the air. Pan Yu cautiously pushed aside the vines obscuring the entrance, revealing a pitch-black opening. He glanced back at Su Yao, his eyes filled with resolve. Are you ready? Su Yao nodded, gripping her sword tightly. The two exchanged a glance, silently transmitting their trust and determination. Pan Yu stepped forward into the chamber, with Su Yao closely following. The darkness enveloped their figures, leaving only a tense ripple in the air. Suddenly, Su Yao grasped Pan Yu's sleeve. What is it? Pan Yu asked in a hushed tone, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Su Yao remained silent, merely pointing towards a rock above the entrance of the secret chamber. With the faint moonlight, Pan Yu discerned that there seemed to be intricate carvings upon the stone. These are warning runes. Pan Yu's heart sank as he realized they had already been compromised. Once activated, the warning runes would emit an alarm to the vicinity. No sooner had he spoken than several shadowy figures emerged from the surrounding woods, encircling them. Who dares to trespass into the outer gate's secret chamber? A gruff voice bellowed. Pan Yu and Su Yao quickly positioned themselves back to back, warily observing their foes. In the moonlight, Pan Yu recognized their attire as that of outer gate disciples. We are here to investigate, Pan Yu attempted to explain, but his words were cut off. Enough chatter. Those who invade the secret chamber shall be executed on the spot, the leading disciple commanded, and the others immediately unsheathed their weapons. Lunging at Pan Yu and Su Yao, it seems we must fight our way out, Pan Yu whispered. He understood that no amount of explanation would suffice. Their only option was to break through. The battle was imminent. The disciples coordinated seamlessly, their techniques sharp and evidently honed through rigorous training. Although Pan Yu and Su Yao were no slouches in strength, they found themselves outnumbered and embroiled in a fierce struggle. The narrow entrance of the secret chamber hampered their movements. Pan Yu utilized his agile form to weave between enemies, striving to avoid direct confrontation, while Su Yao wielded her long sword, defending Pan Yu against incoming attacks. They aimed to buy time for Steward Wang to arrive. Pan Yu deduced as he evaded strikes. He realized that if Steward Wang showed up, their chances of escape would dwindle. They had to end this quickly. An idea sparked in Pan Yu's mind. He deliberately exposed a flaw in his defense. Enticing one disciple to attack, the disciple fell for the ruse, lunging with his sword aimed at Pan Yu's chest. In a split second, Pan Yu sidestepped the blow and countered with a strike to the disciple's wrist. The disciple cried out in pain, dropping his sword. Seizing the moment, Pan Yu grasped the hilt and thrust it towards another disciple. Watch out, Su Yao suddenly shouted. Pan Yu turned just in time to see a flash of cold steel approach from the side. A short dagger grazed his arm, leaving a shallow wound. The assailant was the same disciple Pan Yu had disarmed earlier. He had picked up his companion's dagger and was now poised to strike. Pan Yu, Su Yao cried out, pushing back an enemy before rushing to his side. I'm fine, Pan Yu gritted his teeth, the sting of the injury burning. The overwhelming number of foes, coupled with their coordinated attacks, began to tip the scales against them. Their aggression is intensifying, Su Yao exclaimed, struggling to fend off the onslaught. Pan Yu's gaze sharpened as he scanned the adversaries for an opening. To his surprise, he noticed a peculiar familiarity in their combat styles. They mirrored the techniques of the traitor who had attacked him before. Although the details differed, the unique rhythm and footwork were unmistakably alike. Could these individuals be linked to the traitor? The thought struck Panua like lightning, invigorating his spirit. If they could capture these disciples, they might uncover the traitor's whereabouts. Suya, their techniques resemble those of the traitor. We must seize them, Panua urged, determination glinting in his eyes. Understood. Suya grasped Panua's intention. Sharpening her swordplay, Panua took a deep breath, honing his focus to its zenith. His keen insight began to manifest, allowing him to perceive every enemy movement and subtle expression as if they were laid bare before him. He could almost predict their attack trajectories and respond preemptively, and now was the moment. Panua seized an opportunity, evading a disciple's strike and delivering a powerful blow to his chest. The disciple staggered back, gasping in surprise. Their attacking rhythm was systematic, 3 long strikes followed by a feigned assault. As Panua fought, he relayed his observations to Suya. She grasped his cues, adjusting her combat style accordingly. No longer did she attack blindly. She began to anticipate the enemy's moves based on Panua's insights, countering with precision. Their synergy grew stronger, gradually turning the tide of battle. Despite being outnumbered, Panua's perceptiveness and Suya's cooperation revealed cracks in the enemy's defenses. Seizing a moment, Panua kicked one disciple aside and swiftly approached another, his sword striking like a viper's fang into the shoulder of his target. The disciple screamed, collapsing to the ground. Just then, a disciple appeared behind Suya, thrusting a dagger towards her back. Suya, watch out, Panua shouted, rushing to her aid, but it was too late. The dagger sliced through her clothing, leaving a bloody mark on her back. Panua's heart raced with guilt and fury as he rushed to shield her. I'm fine, Suya managed, her face pale as she stifled the pain. Panua's eyes hardened as he observed the wound on her back, his gaze icy as he stared down their foes. You shall pay for this. His voice resonated with the chilling intent of vengeance. He no longer held back. His sword transformed into a blur of motion, striking like a tempest against the enemies. Suya's injury ignited a dormant fury within Panua, turning him into a relentless force. With each move, he exuded a lethal aura, and the adversaries retreated under his onslaught, their earlier advantage evaporating. Panua's keen perception reached its pinnacle. He could discern every minute enemy action, predicting their attacks with blinding speed. Within mere moments, the remaining disciples lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Panua sheathed his sword and approached Suya, concern etched across his features. Are you all right? Can you walk? Suya shook her head, her pallor deepening as the pain from her wound persisted. I'm fine, Panua supported her, preparing to depart when suddenly a figure rushed towards them. Panua, so you are indeed here. The newcomer was Steward Wang, his expression thunderous, flanked by several outer gate disciples. Wang, what is the meaning of this? Panua's heart sank, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. What do you mean? You trespassed into forbidden grounds and assaulted your fellow disciples. Now you wish to flee in fear of your crimes? Wang scoffed. Trespassing, assaulting my fellow disciples? Panua was taken aback. Do not attempt to deny it. Wang pointed at the fallen disciples. These individuals were injured by you. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to make excuses? Panua's gaze swept across the injured disciples, and understanding dawned upon him. They were feigning injuries to frame him. Wang, these individuals are enough. Wang interrupted, his impatience palpable. Seize Panua and Suya. The outer gate disciples closed in, surrounding Panua and Suya. Wang, you are protecting the true traitor, Panua shouted in outrage. Impudent. Wang's eyes glinted with cold fury. It seems you are unwilling to relent until the bitter end. Capture him. Panua realized that no words would sway Wang. He had already deemed him a traitor and would not entertain any explanations. Supporting Suya, Panua scanned the surroundings with caution, rapidly devising a plan. He knew they were near the forbidden area, which housed a secret chamber that could potentially hold evidence against the real traitor. Suya, hold on to me, Panua urged, pulling her towards the forbidden grounds. Stop, Wang bellowed, pursuing them relentlessly. Panua, with Suya in tow, relied on his knowledge of the terrain to navigate the complex architecture. Evading Wang's pursuit, they dashed into a narrow alley flanked by towering walls. With only a slim passageway ahead after them, Wang commanded, leading his disciples into the alley. A glint of cunning flashed in Panua's eyes as a smirk crept onto his face. He had anticipated the alley's peculiar terrain. It was precisely where he had set his trap. Pulling Suya along, he sprinted to the alley's end and forcefully pushed open a concealed door within the wall, slipping inside the secret chamber. Wang and his disciples reached the alley's end only to find Panua and Suya had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Where did they go? Wang roared. A disciple pointed at the hidden door in the wall. Steward, look. Wang approached the door, pushing against it with all his might, yet it remained steadfast. Break it down. Several disciples united their strength and charged toward the hidden door, yet it felt as though they had collided with a solid mass of unyielding black iron. Remaining utterly immobile, behind the dark portal, Pan Yu let out a cold laugh, having anticipated such a scenario. This concealed door was one he had previously discovered, leading to an abandoned secret chamber, its entrance cleverly concealed and its mechanisms ingeniously crafted. To prevent detection, he had reinforced the door and installed a rudimentary triggering mechanism at the entrance. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, it would activate, sealing the entrance completely. Damn it, the steward Wang seethed with rage. Striking the dark door with his palm, leaving only a shallow imprint, continued to crash against it. I refuse to believe this wretched door cannot be opened. The disciples exchanged glances, hesitant to defy Steward Wang's orders, and thus steeled themselves to keep assaulting the dark door. However, as the crashing sounds grew louder, the door remained immovable, and the surrounding walls began to tremble slightly, with fine dust trickling down within the secret chamber. Pan Yu supported Su Yao, listening to the increasingly violent impacts outside, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that this group of fools would not be gaining entry anytime soon. Su Yao, pale-faced, felt a twinge of pain from the wound on her back, but she suppressed her discomfort and asked with concern, Pan Yu, what shall we do now? Do not worry, this place is quite safe. Pan Yu reassured her, surveying the surroundings. The chamber was small, permeated with a faint musty odor. We shall remain here until they relent, and then we can venture out. The dimly lit chamber was illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp, casting a weak glow over a small area. Pan Yu guided Su Yao to sit aside, then began to carefully inspect the environment of the chamber. The walls were constructed from massive stone blocks, etched with ancient runes that emitted an air of mystery. The floor was thick with dust, clearly indicating that it had been long since anyone had set foot here. Pan Yu's gaze swept through every corner of the chamber, hoping to uncover some useful clues. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a pile of miscellaneous objects in the corner. Approaching, he brushed aside the dust to reveal a collection of books and scrolls underneath. What is this? Su Yao inquired curiously, leaning closer. Pan Yu picked up a hefty tome and opened it, discovering it contained secrets regarding the outer sect, including a list of disciples, records of tasks, and some obscure truths. Could this have once been the secret chamber of the outer sect's elders? A surge of excitement coursed through Pan Yu. If that were the case, he might uncover evidence of true traitors within these pages. He continued to peruse the books and scrolls, eager to find critical clues. Time passed slowly in the quiet chamber, broken only by the sound of pages turning and their soft breaths. Suddenly Pan Yu halted, his gaze fixated on a scroll that bore the striking words "List of traitors." Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfurled the scroll. However, instead of the anticipated list, it revealed a complex pattern resembling an ancient formation, with intricate lines and a vague symbol at its center. Pan Yu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing it, his confusion deepening. What on earth was this? How was it related to the traitors? The dim light of the oil lamp flickered ominously, casting elongated shadows on the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Su Yao unconsciously inched closer to Pan Yu, gripping his sleeve tightly as her body trembled slightly. Sensing her fear, Pan Yu gently held her hand, warmth radiating from his palm. Su Yao's face flushed slightly, yet she did not pull away. Instead, she clung to him more tightly. This cold and damp secret chamber filled her with unease. Only Pan Yu's presence offered her a semblance of security. Do not be afraid, I am here, Pan Yu whispered soothingly, his gaze never leaving the pattern on the scroll. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the design, yet could not recall where he had seen it before. Flipping the scroll over, he found the back blank, save for a thin layer of dust. What could this mean? Su Yao asked, trying to steady herself as she leaned in to examine the scroll alongside him. I do not know, Pan Yu shook his head. It resembles some form of formation, but it is incomplete, as if missing a crucial component. Could it be related to the traitors? Su Yao speculated. Perhaps, Pan Yu mused, scanning the chamber's corners. Its clandestine nature clearly suggested hidden secrets. We must search thoroughly. There may be additional clues. He carefully tucked the scroll away and, alongside Su Yao, began to meticulously explore the chamber. Though the chamber was small, it held numerous items. Aside from the pile of books and scrolls, there were several locked wooden chests and various scattered objects on the ground. Pan Yu attempted to open the chests, but they were all secured with locks, each one intricately designed. Observing the locks closely, he noted tiny engravings around the keyholes, resembling some sort of special markings. This lock, Pan Yu murmured, his fingers gently brushing over the engravings. What is it? Su Yao asked, leaning in to see. Yes, there's something wrong with the lock. Pan Yu did not respond immediately, continuing to scrutinize the engravings with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the wall of the chamber. Where similar symbols were etched, bringing the oil lamp closer to the wall, he examined the symbols carefully. A glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. The symbols bore a striking resemblance to the engravings on the lock. Could it be that he reached out to touch the symbols on the wall? As a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Wait, Panyu suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on a particular symbol on the wall. It bore an uncanny similarity to the central symbol on the scroll, only clearer and more defined. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as he struggled to recall where he had encountered such a symbol. Then, a flash of insight struck him. He remembered an ancient formation documented in a tome within the sect's library, the Shifting Shadows Formation. Shifting Shadows Formation, Panyu murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This formation was exceedingly rare, said to transform the appearance of people and objects to confuse enemies. Could it be that the traitors utilized this formation to conceal their true identities? He meticulously examined the other symbols on the wall, realizing they were not haphazardly arranged but followed a specific pattern, closely mirroring the structure of the Shifting Shadows Formation. A wave of exhilaration surged within Panyu. He swiftly compared the pattern on the scroll with the symbols on the wall and discovered that the pattern on the scroll was indeed the core component of the Shifting Shadows Formation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm as he began to analyze the arrangement and combination of the symbols with meticulous care. His fingers glided lightly over the wall, tracing the symbols while his mind continuously simulated the operation of the formation. Su Yao watched quietly from the side, not daring to interrupt, sensing the powerful confidence and intelligence radiating from Panyu. Time ticked by, beads of sweat forming on Panyu's forehead, yet he remained oblivious, his focus solely on the mysterious symbols. Finally, a confident smile broke across his face. I understand, he pointed at an inconspicuous symbol on the wall, declaring, this symbol is the pivotal point, controlling the operation of the entire formation. If we can destroy this pivotal point, we can unravel the formation. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the chamber as the stone door was forcefully flung open by an overwhelming force. Steward Wang storming in with several outer sect disciples in tow. Panyu, you are indeed here. Wang's gaze fell upon Panyu and Su Yao, a glint of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Surrender at once, you have trespassed into a secret chamber, compounding your crimes. Li Meng, cowering behind Wang, pointed an accusing finger at Panyu, shouting, it was him, he stole the sect's treasures. Panyu cast a cold glance at them, remaining silent. Instead, he turned his attention to Su Yao, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Yaoer, you must go. Su Yao shook her head resolutely. No, I will not leave. If we are to go, we go together. Steward Wang sneered, want to leave? Not so easy, seize them. Immediately several outer sect disciples drew their weapons and advanced toward Panyu and Su Yao. Panyu swiftly shielded Su Yao behind him, his eyes scanning the chamber's corners, already formulating a plan. A subtle smile played on his lips as he raised his right hand, pointing toward a mechanism on the wall. It seemed time to show them a thing or two. Panyu's smile widened, a glint of cunning in his gaze. He abruptly pressed down on the inconspicuous mechanism on the wall. With a soft click, it appeared to activate an ancient mechanism. The ground of the chamber began to tremble, the torches on the walls flickering ominously, casting eerie shadows. Before Wang and his companions could react, the ground suddenly split open, and sharp blades shot forth from the fissure, aimed directly at them. Watch out! Wang shouted, retreating just in time to evade the blade's onslaught. The other disciples were not so fortunate. Some were wounded by the blades, while others fell directly into the chasm, their screams echoing in the chamber. Li Meng, terrified, turned pale and collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Damn it! Steward Wang let out a furious roar, brandishing his longsword as he deflected the blades aimed at him one by one. He glared menacingly at Panyu. You little brat, how dare you scheme against me? Ignoring Wang's wrathful shout, Panyu seized Su Yao's hand and fled deeper into the secret chamber. Amidst the chaos, the chamber was fraught with numerous mechanisms, blades, hidden arrows, falling stones, and a myriad of traps that kept Wang and his companions preoccupied, leaving them utterly unable to focus on Panyu and Su Yao. However, while dodging a falling rock, Su Yao inadvertently twisted her ankle. Ah, she cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Panyu's heart sank, and he hurriedly helped her up. Yaoer, are you alright? Su Yao's complexion was pale, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. I twisted my ankle. Observing the anguish etched on Su Yao's face felt like 1,000 needles piercing Panyu's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted Su Yao onto his back. Don't be afraid, I'll get you out. Carrying Su Yao, Panyu navigated through the trap-laden chamber, skillfully avoiding all dangers. With his keen perception and agile movements, his actions flowed seamlessly, as if he had melded with the very essence of the chamber. captivating Su Yao with wonder. After evading a barrage of arrows, Pan Yu discovered a concealed compartment. Recalling the symbols he had seen on a scroll earlier, he felt a spark of inspiration and pressed the symbols in sequence on the mechanism of the compartment. With a click, it sprung open. Inside lay several letters, their parchment yellowed with age, hinting at their antiquity. Pan Yu cautiously retrieved the letters and unfolded them, revealing densely packed text. As he scrutinized the contents, he discerned that they seemed to pertain to traitors within the sect, likely evidence of their collusion with external enemies. However, the text was somewhat blurred, obscured by ink stains that made it difficult to decipher. Frowning, Pan Yu recognized the critical importance of the letters and the need for swift interpretation. Just then, Wang and his companions caught up. Though they were disheveled from the traps, they had not given up the pursuit of Pan Yu. Upon seeing the letters in Pan Yu's grasp, a glimmer of greed flashed in Wang's eyes. Hand it over, brat. Pan Yu tightly clenched the letters, his gaze icy as he stared at Wang. Want it? Let's see if you have the capability. With Su Yao on his back, he turned and sprinted deeper into the chamber, vanishing into the shadows. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The secret passage was a labyrinthine maze. With Su Yao on his back, Pan Yu pressed on, his breath growing increasingly labored, sweat soaking his clothes. Su Yao, resting against him, could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a warm current that eased her ankles' pain and her fears. Pan Yu, put me down. We're moving too slowly like this, Su Yao whispered, not wishing to be a burden. Don't say foolish things, Pan Yu replied firmly. I won't abandon you. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Darting through the narrow passage like a streak of black lightning, the pursuing Wang and his group were hindered by the mechanisms within the chamber, their speed significantly reduced, their exasperated curses echoed throughout the space. Yet they could not catch up to Pan Yu's fleeting figure. After narrowly escaping a sudden falling stone wall, Pan Yu stumbled upon a hidden corner, where strange symbols were etched into the wall. Instantly he recalled the tattered scroll he had found in the library, which contained the very meanings of these symbols. Yaoer, hold on tight. Pan Yu gently set Su Yao down against the wall, following the scroll's instructions. He pressed the symbols on the wall in sequence. With a soft click, a hidden compartment appeared, revealing several letters that exuded an ancient aura. Pan Yu felt a surge of joy. These letters could very well be the crucial evidence to expose the traitor's conspiracy. He swiftly retrieved the letters and examined them closely in the dim light. The text was obscured in places, smeared with ink, rendering it difficult to decipher. The letters appeared to document a conspiracy between the sect elders and external forces. Su Yao leaned closer, her tone laced with astonishment. Just as I suspected, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Pan Yu's eyes, yet key information had been deliberately obscured, indicating that they needed to uncover further clues to fully unravel this mystery. Just as they were engrossed in examining the letters, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Damn it, they're closing in. Su Yao's expression shifted in panic. Pan Yu quickly concealed the letters within his robes. Scanning the area for a hiding spot, the cramped chamber offered little refuge. Don't worry, Yaoer, leave it to me. A look of determination flickered in Pan Yu's eyes as he pulled Su Yao into a recess in the corner and blocked the entrance with a fragment of stone. Hurry, they're just nearby, Wang's voice echoed in the chamber, tinged with madness. Pan Yu and Su Yao held their breath, pressing tightly against the wall, afraid to move. They could distinctly hear Wang's group searching, the sounds drawing ever closer. It seems there is no one here. Let us check elsewhere, one disciple suggested. As the footsteps gradually faded, Pan Yu and Su Yao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close, Su Yao whispered. Her heart still racing, Pan Yu took out the letters once more, scrutinizing them in the faint light, his brow furrowed as his fingers traced the blurred writing. Suddenly, they halted at an inconspicuous corner, where something seemed to be concealed. Wait, Pan Yu murmured, his eyes glinting with insight. He withdrew a small knife he always carried and delicately scraped away the ink obscuring the text. Heavens, Su Yao gasped, unable to believe her eyes as a name emerged from the letters, one belonging to a highly esteemed elder within the sect, a figure who had never been suspected by anyone. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed again, and Wang's voice rang out at the entrance of the chamber. Search thoroughly, they must still be hiding here. Pan Yu clutched the letters tightly, his gaze icy as he glanced at Su Yao beside him and softly said, It seems we have stumbled upon something monumental. Chapter 14, Ironclad evidence found. The injustice will soon be cleared. The air in the secret chamber felt oppressively thick. Pan Yu and Su Yao huddled in a corner, partially concealed by a pile of discarded wooden crates. The rough sounds of Wang's search reverberated in the confined space, like the relentless beating of a death drum, striking at their nerves. Su Yao tightly gripped Pan Yu's hand, her palm slick with cold sweat. She could feel the tension in Pan Yu's body and hear his rapid breaths. Fear, like an invisible hand, constricted her throat, leaving her nearly breathless, yet Pan Yu's demeanor remained exceptionally calm. The small knife in his hand gliding over the letter as if he were performing a delicate carving. In the dim light, the scraped ink revealed hidden text. A name one held in high esteem within the sect. Beyond suspicion, suddenly appeared on the letter, Elder Chen. Suyao gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. Elder Chen, how is that possible? He is an outer sect elder with immense prestige. How could he be a traitor? Pan Yu's expression turned grave. He continued to scrape away the ink, obscuring other parts of the letter, revealing more information. The letter detailed Elder Chen's conspiracy with hostile nations and the plot to frame Pan Yu. It turned out that Li Meng was merely a pawn in Elder Chen's scheme, used to slander Pan Yu and divert attention. So that's how it is, Pan Yu murmured, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He finally understood everything in the perilous vortex he had been ensnared in. Pan Yu, what do we do now? Suyao's voice trembled, as she had never imagined the truth could be so brutal. Pan Yu held the letters tightly, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Don't be afraid, we have evidence now. His tone was resolute and strong, like a beacon in the darkness illuminating Suyao's fear. Just then, a flurry of footsteps approached, Wang's voice ringing at the chamber's entrance. I hear movement, search thoroughly. Pan Yu and Suyao's hearts sank as they realized they had been exposed. Over here, a disciple shouted, pointing at their hiding corner. Wang rushed forward with several disciples, a sinister grin plastered across his face. Up, finally found you, hand over the letters, and maybe you'll suffer less. Pan Yu shielded Suyao behind him, his gaze cold as he stared at Wang, gripping the letter tightly. Steward Wang, are you certain you want this letter? Wang snarled as he approached, his eyes greedily fixed on the letter in Pan Yu's hand as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Quit the nonsense, hand it over, and I might consider letting you die quickly. His disciples drew their weapons, surrounding Pan Yu, and Suyao clutched the hem of Pan Yu's garment, her body trembling slightly. Although she practiced martial arts, facing so many opponents, especially with a martial master like Wang among them, left her powerless to resist. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as he scanned each disciple encircling them. He positioned Suyao behind him, his voice icy yet resolute. Steward Wang, do you truly want this letter? Are you certain you can bear the consequences it brings? Wang paused, momentarily taken aback by Pan Yu's imposing presence. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. How could this young man suddenly become so composed? Did he possess some hidden trump card? However, he quickly cast aside this fleeting uncertainty. After all, he was a martial arts master. How could he be intimidated by a low-ranking disciple? Humph, what a farce! Charge, seize that letter. With a commanding shout from Steward Wang, the disciples surged forward. In that critical moment, Pan Yu's golden finger activated. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and everything around him seemed to slow down. He could clearly perceive the movements of each disciple, the flaws in their techniques, even the direction of their muscles was as clear as day. One disciple lunged at him with a long sword aimed directly at his chest. Pan Yu sidestepped gracefully, deftly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he countered with a swift palm strike to the disciple's wrist, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Another disciple attacked from the side, but Pan Yu anticipated his trajectory, dodged effortlessly, and delivered a powerful kick to the disciple's abdomen, sending him flying. In Pan Yu's vision, the disciple's attacks unfolded like a slow-motion replay, rife with vulnerabilities. He moved nimbly through the crowd, easily dodging their assaults while retaliating, knocking each disciple down one by one. Steward Wang watched in astonishment, perplexed by the young man's bizarre agility. How could someone in the initial stages of martial arts evade so many attacks with such ease? Pan Yu, while evading blows, slowly unfurled the letter in his hand, presenting it to Steward Wang. Steward Wang, take a good look, this is precisely what you desire. Wang's gaze fell upon the letter, and his expression shifted dramatically. The contents of the letter unmistakably revealed Elder Chen's collusion with the enemy nation. He stared in disbelief, his heart tumultuous with shock. Pan Yu gradually tucked the letter away, fixing his sharp gaze on Steward Wang, enunciating each word with icy clarity. Now, do you still wish to possess this letter? Wang's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. Although he felt a twinge of doubt, he still struggled to believe it, suppressing his shock and gritting his teeth. This letter must be a forgery. You shan't deceive me with such tricks. Guards, apprehend him. With a sweeping gesture, he signaled the remaining disciples to continue their assault. Pan Yu chuckled derisively, his eyes brimming with disdain. Steward Wang, your obstinacy is truly disappointing. Do you believe you can still control everything? He paused, his tone turning even colder. The seal on this letter belongs to Elder Chen, his private mark. Only those closest to him would know. The coded phrases mentioned in this letter are exclusive to Elder Chen's communications with the enemy. If you doubt it, feel free to confront Elder Chen. Wang's complexion darkened further. Though he was beginning to believe in the letter's authenticity, he could not afford to admit it as an outer gate steward. Acknowledging that he had been deceived would obliterate his authority. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Clever words. Do you think I would fall for your lies?" Guards, seize them. Su Yao, witnessing this, felt an urgency swell within her. She understood that Pan Yu spoke the truth, yet Steward Wang was clearly bent on framing him. She grasped Pan Yu's hand tightly, whispering, "Pan Yu, what shall we do?" Pan Yu patted her hand reassuringly. Signaling her to remain calmed, he took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Steward Wang, slowly stating, "Steward Wang, are you truly willing to walk this path to the bitter end? Do you realize the consequences of harboring a traitor?" Wang's heart trembled, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "Enough of your nonsense. As the outer gate steward, I know precisely what must be done. If you surrender obediently, I might consider leniency, otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless." Pan Yu shook his head, sighing, "Stubbornness? If so, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Suddenly he shifted his focus, pointing at Li Meng, who stood behind Steward Wang, and sternly declared, "Li Meng, you previously accused me of stealing sect secrets and colluding with the enemy. You claimed I hid the secrets in my quarters, yet after your search, you found nothing. What do you have to say now?" Li Meng's face drained of color, stammering, Pan Yu pressed on, his tone sharp. "You asserted that I concealed letters from the enemy. Now, this very letter is here, and its contents align perfectly with your previous claims. Are you bold enough to assert that this letter is not a forgery?" Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Meng's forehead as he glanced helplessly at Steward Wang, his eyes pleading for assistance. Wang, realizing the gravity of the situation, shot Li Meng a furious glare, inwardly cursing this incompetent fool. He inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain his composure. "That doesn't prove anything. Perhaps someone is deliberately framing you." Pan Yu scoffed, cutting Wang off. "Framing? The seal on this letter is Elder Chen's private mark. Who else could forge it aside from him? The coded phrases are exclusive to Elder Chen's correspondence with the enemy. Who else would know them?" He paused, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Li Meng. "Li Meng, you claim to have witnessed me meeting with someone from the enemy. Now, tell me, what did that enemy look like?" Li Meng was left speechless, unable to utter a word. He had never seen anyone from the enemy. Everything he had said was scripted by Steward Wang. Pan Yu, observing this, felt a cold smirk spread across his face. He turned back to Wang, his tone frigid. "Steward Wang, now, do you have anything to say?" Wang's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. That he knew he had lost. Pan Yu then shifted his gaze to Su Yao, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Su Yao, I need you to do me a favor." Pan Yu's voice, though calm, held an undeniable firmness. Without hesitation, Su Yao nodded, her eyes sparkling with trust as she tightened her grip on Pan Yu's hand. He briefly outlined his plan to her, requesting that she gather some outer gate disciples to serve as witnesses. Su Yao wasted no time. Her popularity and willingness to assist others quickly drew a curious crowd of outer gate disciples. As Su Yao revealed the entire sequence of events and the contents of the letter, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Li Meng's pale face and evasive gaze only deepened their suspicions, initially supportive of Steward Wang. Some disciples began to waver, realizing that the seal and coded phrases could not be fabricated. "This is impossible. It must be Pan Yu's forgery." Wang struggled in a final act of defiance, but his once commanding voice now lacked its former authority. Pan Yu, with a mocking laugh, produced a small jade pendant from his robe. "Steward Wang, you should recognize this." Yes, the jade pendant, translucent and gleaming, bore the sex emblem, identifying it as Elder Chen's personal token. Pan Yu had stumbled upon it while searching Li Meng's quarters, and now it served its purpose perfectly. Upon seeing the pendant, Wang collapsed in despair, fully aware that everything was over. The surrounding disciples erupted in outrage, directing their ire at Wang and Li Meng. The wronged Pan Yu had now become a hero in their eyes. A warm wave surged through Pan Yu, as he savored the feeling of being trusted, an experience far more potent than any elixir. He turned to Su Yao, their eyes locking in a silent understanding. With the truth laid bare, Wang and Li Meng were taken away by the sex enforcement team, facing severe consequences. Pan Yu's grievances were finally vindicated. His name celebrated among the outer gate disciples for his wisdom and courage. However, the matter did not end there. The true traitor, the one who had colluded with the enemy to frame Pan Yu, remained at large. Pan Yu understood that this was the real threat. He clutched the letter tightly, its edges now slightly crumpled from his grip. Aside from detailing the time and place of the dealings with the enemy, the letter also contained an obscure codename, Night Owl. Night Owl. Pan Yu murmured the codename, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. Su Yao approached him, softly inquiring, "What do you plan to do next?" Pan Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering. "Find Night Owl and bring him to justice." He meticulously folded the letter, placing it back within his robes, then glanced at the sky. "Now, we must head to a certain place." His gaze settled on a secluded corner of the outer gate, an area long neglected, shrouded in an eerie silence. "Let us go." Pan Yu took the lead, with Su Yao closely following, their figures vanishing into the night. Leaving behind a crowd murmuring in hushed tones, the air was thick with tension as a chill breeze rustled the leaves, as if heralding something ominous. Pan Yu halted before a dilapidated shack. Fixing his gaze upon it was here that he reached out and pushed open the door of the shabby dwelling. Chapter 15, The Trader's Downfall. The outer gate crisis resolved. The door of the crumbling shack creaked ominously. The sound jarring in the stillness of the night. As Pan Yu stepped inside, a musty odor assaulted his senses, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, causing him to furrow his brow. The interior was dim and damp, with moonlight filtering through the broken window panes, casting mottled shadows on the floor. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the room. "Something feels off here," Su Yao's voice broke the silence. Laced with caution, Pan Yu nodded, surveying the surroundings, his gaze landing on a heap of clutter in the corner. The pile was stacked high, nearly reaching the ceiling, and was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had been undisturbed for quite some time. Could Night Owl be hiding here? Su Yao inquired softly, her grip on the sword tightening as her vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. Pan Yu offered no reply. Instead, he approached a pile of debris, brushing aside the dust that lay atop, revealing a collection of tattered garments and various miscellaneous items beneath. As he rummaged through the contents with meticulous care, his fingers suddenly grazed a cold, hard object. A spark of realization ignited within him as he cautiously extracted the item. It was a black token, intricately engraved with the image of a night owl poised for flight. Under the moonlight, the token emitted a faint, ethereal glow. "We have found it." Pan Yu's voice resonated deeply, his eyes glinting with determination. Almost simultaneously, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, each recognizing the shared tension reflected in the other's eyes. "Someone is approaching," Su Yao whispered, positioning her sword horizontally across her chest, readying herself for battle. Pan Yu tucked the token securely into his robe before swiftly moving to the door, gently closing it to leave a narrow slit for observation. Through the crevice, he discerned several shadowy figures advancing towards the small dwelling. Their movements were swift and graceful, betraying their training as formidable adversaries. "It seems our suspicions were correct," Pan Yu murmured, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. He turned to Su Yao, preparing for confrontation. Su Yao nodded, inhaling deeply as she circulated her inner energy, an aura of formidable power emanating from her. Pan Yu silently opened the back window of the cabin, signaling to Su Yao. Understanding his intent, they slipped out one after the other, moving stealthily to the opposite side of the house, where they discovered another small door. Pan Yu gently pushed it open, revealing a cramped courtyard. At that moment, the shadowy figures arrived at the entrance of the cabin, pushing the door open and rushing inside. "Where are they?" one of the shadows queried in a hushed tone, confusion evident in his voice. "Strange, I distinctly saw them enter," another shadow remarked, unease creeping into his tone. Pan Yu and Su Yao concealed themselves behind the courtyard wall, observing the unfolding scene within the cabin. "It appears they have realized we are not inside," Pan Yu whispered, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Now, it is our turn to act," Su Yao declared, excitement flickering in her gaze. Pan Yu nodded, taking a deep breath before swinging the courtyard door open with a resounding shout. "Stop right there." The shadows inside the cabin turned at the sound, astonished expressions painting their faces as they beheld Pan Yu and Su Yao. How did you end up here?" One shadow gasped, disbelief etched across his features. Pan Yu scoffed, "Night Owl, your game is over." The figure known as Night Owl's expression shifted. "How do you know my identity?" Su Yao drew her sword from its sheath, the tip aimed menacingly at Night Owl. "Did you truly believe your little tricks could deceive us?" Night Owl's face darkened, glancing around to find himself encircled by Pan Yu and Su Yao, realizing he had nowhere to escape. Yet, he was not inclined to surrender easily. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Pan Yu, sneering, "Even if you know I am Night Owl, what evidence do you have to prove my guilt? Perhaps you and I are in cahoots, orchestrating this charade to mislead everyone." His words were delivered with righteous indignation. As if he were the victim in this scenario, the previously skeptical disciples began murmuring among themselves, their gazes toward Pan Yu once again filled with doubt. Elder Wang furrowed his brow, though he felt Pan Yu did not seem malicious. He could not entirely dismiss Night Owl's claims. Pan Yu remained unfazed by Night Owl's accusations, responding with a derisive laugh as he produced a letter and a testimony from his robe. "Raising them high, did you think your actions were flawless? I anticipated you would resort to desperate measures, hence I prepared in advance." He unfurled the letter, reading aloud, 3 days hence, at the hour of the rat, A transaction will occur in the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Exercise caution. This letter, discovered in Night Owl's quarters, clearly detailed evidence of his collusion with outsiders. This letter was found in your room? Who's to say you didn't forge it? Night Owl retorted defiantly. Pan Yu ignored Night Owl's protestations, instead unfurling another testimony to continue. I witnessed senior brother Night Owl stealthily infiltrating the scripture pavilion. And he threatened me to remain silent. This testimony was provided by Li Meng, who had bravely recounted the truth under Pan Yu's encouragement after witnessing Night Owl's misdeeds. Night Owl's complexion paled further. He had not anticipated Pan Yu would locate Li Meng and enlist him as a witness. Panic flickered in his eyes as he realized Pan Yu had seen through his scheme and had laid a trap for him. Elder Wine's expression grew grave as he regarded Night Owl, speaking in a low voice. Night Owl, do you have anything left to say? Knowing he was cornered, Night Owl's eyes ignited with a hint of madness as he suddenly drew a dagger from his cloak and lunged at Pan Yu. Even if I die, I shall take you down with me. Pan Yu had anticipated this move, sidestepping Night Owl's assault before delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Night Owl struggled to rise, but Pan Yu had him firmly restrained. You. Night Owl pointed at Pan Yu, his eyes brimming with malice and resentment. Pan Yu chuckled coldly. Do you have any last words? Night Owl, having been felled by Pan Yu's kick, burned with furious defiance as he scrambled to his feet, roaring, I will not concede so easily. He sprang up, the dagger in his hand slicing through the air towards Pan Yu's throat with lethal intent. The suddenness of his attack was fierce and ruthless, imbued with a desperate resolve. Pan Yu, caught unawares, narrowly evaded the strike as the dagger grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow wound. Night Owl's onslaught came like a torrential storm, each strike aiming for Pan Yu's vital points, leaving him momentarily hard-pressed to defend himself. The surrounding disciples held their breath, anxiety gripping them as they witnessed Pan Yu in peril. Elder Wang's face grew tense. Realizing that Night Owl, having no escape, would fight with reckless abandon, Night Owl's frenzied assault forced Pan Yu to recognize that he could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. Drawing in a deep breath, he steadied himself, scrutinizing Night Owl's movements. Though Night Owl's strikes were fierce, they lacked structure, each attack followed by a brief pause. This was his weakness. Seizing the opportunity between Night Owl's attacks, Pan Yu retaliated swiftly. No longer dodging, he advanced to meet Night Owl's aggression head-on, transforming defense into offense. His strikes fell like a tempest, each blow striking true against Night Owl's vulnerabilities. Night Owl's momentum began to wane. He had not anticipated Pan Yu adapting to his rhythm so swiftly and uncovering his flaws. Fear flickered in his eyes as he realized he was losing ground in a desperate bid to reverse the tide. Night Owl unleashed his ultimate technique, Phantom Shadows. His form became elusive, like a specter, making him nearly impossible to pin down. The dagger in his hand transformed into a flurry of afterimages, attacking Pan Yu from all directions. Pan Yu found himself ensnared once again, unable to defend against the relentless onslaught of Night Owl's technique, feeling as though he were trapped within an invisible web, with the threat of Night Owl's dagger looming ever closer. At that moment, Suyao's voice pierced through to him. Pan Yu, be careful. Although his technique is elusive, he always pauses subtly before changing direction. Suyao's warning enlightened Pan Yu. He once more activated his keen perception, intently observing Night Owl's footwork. Indeed, as Suyao had indicated, Night Owl's steps bore a nearly imperceptible pause before each shift in position. With this insight, Pan Yu's confidence surged. He ceased his passive defense and took the initiative, striking toward Night Owl's chest just before he could change direction. With a resounding thud, Pan Yu's fist connected, sending Night Owl hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. As Night Owl was subdued, the gathered disciples erupted into thunderous cheers. Pan Yu exhaled deeply, having finally cleared his name. Elder Wang approached Pan Yu, patting him on the shoulder and solemnly stating, Pan Yu, you did exceptionally well. Elder Chen also stepped forward, regarding Pan Yu with admiration in his eyes. Pan Yu, you truly are a rare talent. Pan Yu smiled faintly at everyone, knowing that this tempest had finally passed. Turning to Su Yao, he softly expressed, thank you. Su Yao returned a gentle smile. There is no need for thanks between us. Although the crisis in the outer sect had been averted, Elder Chen cast a meaningful glance at Pan Yu, hinting that some individuals would not rest so easily. With Night Owl vanquished, the immediate danger to the outer sect had subsided. Sunlight bathed the training grounds, dispelling the shadows that had lingered for days. Yet it could not erase the clouds of dread that loomed within Li Meng's heart. He huddled in a corner of the woodshed, disheveled and unkempt, the once arrogant bravado he had displayed now extinguished, replaced by boundless regret and fear. The sect's punishment had arrived, confinement and loss of his status as an outer disciple, relegated to that of a menial laborer. To him, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck. He once relied on a modicum of cleverness and the protection of the Night Owl to wield power among the outer sect, yet now he finds himself in such dire straits.
He harbors a deep resentment towards the night owl's exploitation, compounded by his own weakness and folly. How foolish I am, Li Meng murmurs to himself, tears mingling with the dirt on his face. Why did I heed the night owl's words? Why did I slander Pan Yu? The door to the thatched cottage creaks open, revealing Su Yao, who holds a bowl of congee in her hands. Upon witnessing Li Meng's despondent state, she feels no satisfaction, rather, a twinge of sympathy arises within her. She gently places the congee on the ground and softly urges, "Please eat something." Li Meng lifts his gaze. Staring blankly at Su Yao, his eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions trembling, he accepts the bowl of congee and devours it hungrily, as if it were the most delectable dish in the world. Meanwhile, Pan Yu stands at the edge of a cliff, facing the mountain wind, his mind swirling with thoughts. Although the tempest has subsided, he has gained a profound understanding of the treachery within this sect and the fickleness of human nature. Elder Chen's words echo in his ears. Some individuals may not let this matter rest. This realization dawns upon him, that the night owl is merely a pawn, and there may be a larger conspiracy lurking in the shadows. He must grow stronger to protect himself and Su Yao, to carve out his place in this ruthless world. Clenching his fists, a resolute light flickers in his eyes. This incident has illuminated his inadequacies and ignited a fierce determination within him. He requires greater power and sharper insight to survive in this challenging realm. At that moment, a piece of news swiftly spreads among the outer sect disciples. The sect will soon unveil a special training ground, rumored to allow a day of cultivation there to surpass a month in the outside world. This revelation strikes like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of excitement through many outer sect disciples eager for the chance to enter and train. Upon hearing this news, Pan Yu feels a surge of anticipation within him. He understands that this is a rare opportunity. If he can gain entry, his strength will undoubtedly soar. Su Yao approaches him, concern evident in her gaze. Do you wish to go? Pan Yu gazes into the distance, his expression pensive. Of course I want to see such an opportunity, he replies, pausing momentarily, but as a lowly disciple. Do I truly have the qualifications to participate? Su Yao clasps his hand firmly, stating with unwavering conviction, you absolutely can, I believe in you. Just then, a voice calls out from behind, Disciple Pan, Elder Chen is looking for you. The speaker is Steward Wang, wearing an inscrutable smile. Chapter 16, The Arrival of Opportunity, a new starting point after exoneration. Wang's steward smile, both superficial and unsettling, tightens the knot of anxiety in Pan Yu's heart. An ominous premonition washing over him. After his exoneration, he had assumed matters would conclude, yet Elder Chen's summons suggests otherwise. Could there be further complications? He takes a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Steward Wang, what does Elder Chen want with me? Wang's steward retains his enigmatic smile. You'll find out when you arrive. Follow me. Pan Yu follows Wang's steward through a series of corridors until they reach Elder Chen's quarters. Elder Chen sits gravely in the main hall, his demeanor sterner. Upon seeing Pan Yu enter, he speaks slowly. Pan Yu, I sincerely apologize for the false accusations against you. Your composure and wisdom, along with your remarkable handling of the crisis, have left a profound impression on me. Pan Yu feels a sense of relief. It appears Elder Chen does not intend to hold him accountable, but rather has other matters to discuss. You flatter me, Elder, I merely did my best. Elder Chen nods. There is no need for modesty. The sect will soon open a training ground known as the Lingxi Realm, where the spiritual energy is abundant, allowing a day's cultivation to surpass a month in the outside world. Many disciples yearn to enter, and you are among those being considered. Pan Yu's heart races. This is the opportunity he has longed for. Thank you, Elder. Elder Chen raises a hand to forestall his gratitude. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. The spots in the Lingxi realm are limited, and competition will be fierce. Although you have performed admirably in this incident, your cultivation level is still insufficient. To secure a spot, you must exert even greater effort. I understand. Pan Yu's spirit ignites with fervor. He recognizes this as a chance to change his destiny, and he must seize it with both hands. There is one more matter, Elder Chen continues, his gaze growing profound. The allocation of spots in the Lingxi realm is not solely determined by the sect. A portion of the spots lies in the hands of several esteemed elders of the outer sect, who will recommend disciples based on their performance. Pan Yu immediately grasps the implication behind Elder Chen's words. He has the opportunity to gain an elder's recommendation. This revelation is undoubtedly a tremendous surprise. After leaving Elder Chen's abode, Pan Yu's emotions remain tumultuous. He shares this news with Su Yao, who beams with joy for him. I knew you could do it. Her eyes shimmer with delight. Pan Yu holds her hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her palm, his heart brimming with strength. He knows the road ahead is long and fraught with challenges, yet he will not waver. He will strive relentlessly both for himself and for Su Yao. However, as Pan Yu and Su Yao bask in their joy, whispers of discontent circulate among the outer sect disciples gathered in the square. Why should he be allowed to enter the Lingxi realm? He was suspected of stealing sect treasures. One burly disciple, Li Hu, a minor leader among the outer sect, grumbles indignantly. Exactly. I heard he has an unclear relationship with that Su Yao. Perhaps he used some underhanded means to clear his name. Another disciple, Zhao Cheng, known for his jealousy of Pan Yu's talents, chimes in. Keep your voice down, Li Hu warns, casting a cautious glance around. We cannot let this matter slide. There are limited spots in the Lingxi realm. Why should a suspect take one? What should we do then? Zhao Cheng inquires. Li Hu smirks coldly. It's simple. We'll make him back down. In the following days, Pan Yu noticeably senses a shift in the atmosphere around him. Certain disciples whisper in point, their eyes filled with hostility. Even in the training grounds, some deliberately provoke him with taunts. Pan Yu recognizes that someone is scheming in the shadows, yet he remains composed, knowing that proving his innocence can only be achieved through strength. He methodically assesses the situation and quickly identifies the key player, Li Hu, who holds considerable sway among the outer sect disciples. A single word from him can shape many opinions. Pan Yu resolves to take the initiative. He approaches Li Hu directly, stating candidly, I know you harbor grievances against me, but I wish to clarify that I have never committed any wrongdoing against the sect. Li Hu scoffs derisively. Oh really? Then explain why you were suspected. Pan Yu meticulously recounts the events, highlighting the inconsistencies and flaws in the accusations. He concludes, the true culprit has been identified, and I have provided evidence to Elder Chen. I believe the truth will soon prevail. As Li Hu listens to Pan Yu's explanation, the expression on his face gradually shifts, though rough around the edges. He is not a fool. Pan Yu's clear logic and solid evidence compel him to reassess the situation. Even if what you say is true, so what? Your cultivation is too low. You are unworthy of entering the Lingxi realm. Li Hu retorts stubbornly, though his tone has softened. Pan Yu smiles slightly. Though my cultivation may be lacking, I can strive to improve. However, losing an opportunity due to baseless accusations would be the true tragedy. I believe that if given the chance, I will not disappoint the sect. Pan Yu's confidence and sincerity resonate with Li Hu. After a moment of silence, he concedes, very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you, but remember, if you dare to commit any acts against the sect, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Li Hu's change of heart prompts the other disciples to reflect as well. As the truth begins to circulate, the voices of dissent against Pan Yu gradually diminish. In the square, Pan Yu addresses the gathered disciples. Articulating the truth with a steady and powerful voice, his clear logic garners conviction from the listeners. Su Yao stands among the crowd, watching Pan Yu speak with admiration in her eyes. Sunlight bathes his face, accentuating his resolute features. Each word he utters resonates with a certain magic, gradually quieting the once boisterous square. She approaches Pan Yu and gently links her arm with his, a faint fragrance enveloping him. Feeling her warmth, he turns to her. Su Yao's eyes sparkle like stars, a gentle smile gracing her lips, an encouragement that flows like a warm current into Pan Yu's heart. He reciprocates by grasping her hand. Their fingers entwined, a surge of strength coursing through him, fortifying his resolve. He understands that no matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, she will be by his side. Once the explanations conclude, the crowd begins to disperse, and the murmurs of discontent fade away. Pan Yu exhaled deeply, feeling as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Thank you, Su Yao, he said sincerely. Gazing at her, without you, I truly would not know what to do. Su Yao gently shook her head, replying, I believe in you, and have always believed. Although the tumult in the square had subsided, Pan Yu was acutely aware that the matter was far from resolved. He perceptibly sensed that hidden gazes continued to scrutinize him, laden with suspicion, jealousy, and even hostility. That evening, as Pan Yu walked alone on the path back to his residence, he could hear snippets of conversation drifting through the air. Who knows if he used any underhanded means to clear his name? Just look at that smug expression of his, it's truly nauseating. These remarks pierced Pan Yu's ears like needles, igniting a wave of irritation within him. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He understood that such gossip was merely the impotent howling of the weak. He would not be swayed by these idle whispers. His ambition was to become a martial arts master and to stand atop the pinnacle of this world. In the days that followed, Pan Yu paid no heed to the rumors, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the preparation for the selection of the Lingxi realm. The Lingxi realm was a coveted sanctum of cultivation for outer disciples. Rich in spiritual energy and filled with insights left by numerous esteemed seniors, capable of aiding disciples in rapidly enhancing their prowess, the selection comprised tests of strength, speed, endurance, and practical combat exercises, utilizing his multifaceted prowess. Pan Yu exhibited astonishing explosive force in the strength test, effortlessly lifting a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds. In the speed test, he moved with the grace of a swallow, swift as lightning, leaving behind fleeting afterimages, and in the endurance test, he persevered to the end, bolstered by his extraordinary willpower. During the final combat drills, Pan Yu further showcased his remarkable combat talent. He employed his unique insight to accurately predict his opponent's moves, defeating them one by one with deft footwork and precise strikes. His performance astounded everyone present, even eliciting an appreciative glance from the usually skeptical Steward Wang. After the selection concluded, Pan Yu's name prominently appeared at the top of the list, granting him the opportunity to cultivate in the Lingxi realm. As the results of the special cultivation opportunity were announced, outer disciples congregated in the square, buzzing with discussion. Li who approached Pan Yu, clapping him on the shoulder. "Well done, kid." He paused, his expression complex, but the Lingxi realm is no simple matter. Pan Yu remained oblivious to the surrounding gossip, his mind fixated solely on one goal: to enter the Lingxi realm. He understood that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he truly escape his predicaments and protect both himself and Su Yao. The Lingxi realm was his sole hope at that moment. To prepare for the upcoming selection, Pan Yu devoted all his time to cultivation. Each morning, he would rise with the first rays of sunlight, practicing breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. By day, he would train in the martial arts arena, honing his swordplay and body techniques, integrating various combat skills learned in his past life to create a unique fighting style. By night, he would study martial arts manuals, contemplating their profound mysteries. His efforts bore fruit. In the various tests leading up to the selection, he displayed astonishing talent. In the strength test, he effortlessly lifted the 1,000-pound boulder, drawing gasps of amazement. During the speed test, he darted through the arena like a specter, moving so swiftly that onlookers could barely perceive him. The endurance test showcased his extraordinary tenacity. Even drenched in sweat, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately achieving exceptional results. After each test, Su Yao would be the first to rush to Pan Yu's side, wiping his sweat and offering him water. Her eyes brimmed with pride and admiration, fueling Pan Yu's determination. "Pan Yu, you are truly remarkable." Su Yao's voice was gentle yet resolute. "I believe you will definitely enter the Lingxi realm." Pan Yu grasped Su Yao's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and his heart surged with strength. "I will," he declared firmly, "for you, and for myself." The day of the selection finally arrived. Outer disciples gathered in the square, each one eager and ready. The air was thick with tension. Steward Wang stood upon the high platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he spoke solemnly. "The selection for the Lingxi realm will consist of 3 tests. The first, endurance; the second, practical combat; and the third, the test of character. Only those who pass all 3 tests will qualify for entry into the Lingxi realm." As his words resonated, a stir rippled through the square. "Endurance test, I hear it will take place in the misty forest. A place fraught with danger. Practical combat, I wonder what kind of opponents we will face. A test of character, what will that entail?" The disciples murmured amongst themselves, filled with anticipation and trepidation for the upcoming selection. Pan Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He scanned the area, recognizing many familiar faces, including several formidable opponents. He understood that this selection would be a brutal competition. The first test, the endurance test, begins now. Steward Wang's voice rang out once more. In the center of the square, a massive teleportation array appeared. "All disciples participating in the selection, please enter the teleportation array." Pan Yu exchanged encouraging glances with Su Yao, and with a determined gaze, he turned toward the array. Be cautious in the misty forest, Li Hu's voice warned from behind him, laced with a hint of caution. "There are more than just wild beasts lurking within." Pan Yu did not look back. He merely nodded slightly before stepping into the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the square. Chapter 17. The Selection Storm. The emergence of talent. As the white light of the teleportation array faded, Pan Yu found himself amid a forest shrouded in mist. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Visibility severely limited to just a few meters. The surroundings were eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional call of an unknown bird, which added to the unsettling atmosphere. "So this is the misty forest," Pan Yu murmured to himself, a sense of caution rising within him. He understood that this forest was not as tranquil as it appeared. Cautiously, he advanced along a barely discernible path, his gaze sweeping the environment for any signs of danger. It was not long before he sensed several presences trailing him. It must be Li Hu and his companions, Pan Yu realized inwardly. He understood that Li Hu and the others bore a grudge against him, and during this selection, they would not let him off easily. Maintaining his composure, he continued forward, feigning ignorance of their presence. The dim light of the forest cast dappled shadows, making it an ideal setting for traps. With each step, Panyu tread carefully, employing his unique perceptive abilities to scan the terrain for any signs of ambush. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he noticed subtle disturbances in the ground ahead. Crouching down for a closer look, he discovered a thin layer of fallen leaves covering sharp spikes beneath, a simple trap, but one that could have dire consequences for the unwary. A faint smile of cold amusement crept across Pan Yu's lips. Rather than evading the trap, he deliberately pretended not to notice and continued onward.
Let us see you be so arrogant now. Li Hu, concealed behind a large tree, watched as Pan Yu approached the trap, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, just as Pan Yu was about to step onto the trap. He suddenly shifted his body, skillfully avoiding the spikes, then turned to face Li Hu's hiding spot, coldly remarking, "Li Hu, did you really think such petty tricks could fool me?" Li Hu's expression changed in an instant. Shocked that Pan Yu had discerned his trap emerging from behind the tree, he awkwardly stammered, "Pan Yu, you've misunderstood. I was just what?" Pan Yu interrupted, "Did you simply wish to teach me a lesson?" Li Hu fell silent, at a loss for words. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from deep within the forest, followed by an unfamiliar, ominous aura spreading through the air. "What is that?" Li Hu's face paled as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. Pan Yu also felt the anomaly. He lifted his head to gaze into the depths of the forest, his expression grave. "Be careful," a voice called out. It was Su Yao rushing toward them with a look of urgency. "There seems to be something lurking in this forest." Before she could finish her warning, several beast-like creatures resembling leopards burst forth from the forest, their bodies covered in black scales that glimmered like metal. They moved with lightning speed, pouncing on several unsuspecting disciples in the blink of an eye. A scream pierced the air as one disciple was tackled to the ground, the creature's sharp claws shredding his garments and instantly staining the earth with blood. Ironclad leopards, Li Hu gasped, his face turning ghostly pale. Known for their speed and ferocity, even mid-level martial artists would struggle against them. Pan Yu's gaze sharpened as his perceptive abilities activated fully. He clearly discerned the trajectories of the ironclad leopards' attacks and identified their vulnerabilities. In a flash, he evaded an incoming ironclad leopard and delivered a powerful kick to another's abdomen, sending it flying. The traps and strange disturbances he had noticed earlier were evidently meant to obscure the presence of these beasts. Pan Yu realized that the traps were not solely aimed at him, they were designed to catch all participating disciples off guard. Li Hu, what a malicious plot you have, Pan Yu roared in fury. Fully aware that the traps and magical beasts set before him were orchestrated by Li Hu and his cohorts, their intention to eliminate him, perhaps even to bring about his demise. Li Hu's expression shifted. His gaze flickering, unable to meet Pan Yu's piercing eyes. Ignoring him, Pan Yu redirected his focus to the battle at hand. Harnessing his insight, he anticipated the attack of the armored leopard, skillfully maneuvering around the trees and terrain to evade its strikes. At the same time, he cleverly utilized the traps he had previously discovered, luring the armored leopard into their grasp. One armored leopard pursued Pan Yu relentlessly as he deliberately ran towards a spike trap he had identified earlier. The leopard, swift as the wind, failed to notice the peril beneath its paws and plunged headlong into the trap. The sharp spikes pierced its body, eliciting a chilling scream of anguish. Another armored leopard lunged at Pan Yu from the side. But he was prepared. He deftly sidestepped the attack and landed a powerful blow to the creature's head. The leopard emitted a muffled groan before collapsing, incapacitated. Having dispatched the two armored leopards, Pan Yu swiftly rushed to assist his fellow disciples. He spotted one disciple pinned beneath an armored leopard, teetering on the brink of death, and without hesitation, he surged forward, driving his sword through the beast's heart. "Thank you." The rescued disciple gazed at Pan Yu with deep gratitude. Pan Yu nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings, where several more armored leopards continued their rampage. Drawing a deep breath, he plunged once more into the fray. A particularly massive armored leopard fixed its gaze upon Pan Yu. Emitting a deafening roar as it charged at him, this leopard's speed and strength far surpassed that of its kin, clearly marking it as the leader of the pack. Pan Yu dared not underestimate it. Concentrating fully on countering this formidable foe, the leopard's assaults were ferocious, leaving Pan Yu little choice but to evade continually, seeking an opportunity to strike back. The beast grew increasingly frenzied, its attacks intensifying. Pan Yu found himself cornered beneath a large tree, with no avenue of escape. In that critical moment, he seized the opportunity. His sword transformed into a streak of lightning, plunging into the leopard's throat. The creature let out a defiant roar before its massive form crashed to the ground, panting heavily. Pan Yu, battered and bruised, contemplated a moment's respite when suddenly distant cries for help reached his ears. He looked up to see several disciples besieged by another armored leopard, their lives hanging by a thread. "Hold on, I'm coming," Pan Yu bellowed as he sprinted towards them. Meanwhile, outside the forest, a figure paced anxiously, Su Yao. Her eyes darting towards the dark depths of the woods, the dense canopy obscured the sun, swallowing all light and amplifying her apprehension. Her hands clenched tightly together, knuckles turning white from the pressure. She repeatedly whispered, Pan Yu, fully aware that her voice could not penetrate the forest's depths, yet unable to restrain herself from calling out, as if her words could lend him strength and ensure his safe return. Deep within the forest, the battle raged on. Pan Yu wielded his sword with agility, moving like a nimble leopard among the magical beasts. His perceptive abilities were fully engaged, accurately predicting the trajectory of each beast's attacks. His strikes landing with impeccable timing. However, the overwhelming number of beasts, relentless and fearless, meant that even Pan Yu, with his remarkable agility, could not escape unscathed. A claw from an armored leopard tore through his left arm, blood saturating his sleeve, the fiery pain relentless. Pan Yu, be careful. A disciple nearby was forced to retreat repeatedly under the onslaught of a magical beast, on the verge of succumbing to its lethal claws. Without a second thought for his own injuries, Pan Yu leaped into action, his sword driving the beast back. Thank you. The disciple looked at Pan Yu with admiration in his eyes. Pan Yu gestured for him to be cautious before immersing himself back into the fray. He knew there was no time for rest. More disciples needed his aid. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed himself forward, repelling the beasts time and again, his form weaving through the chaos. Each swing of his sword imbued with resolute fury, his body became drenched in the blood of the magical beasts, yet fear was a foreign concept to him. Instead, he grew more invigorated with each confrontation. Gradually, the number of beasts dwindled, the remaining ones beginning to show signs of fatigue. Seizing the moment, Pan Yu rallied the other disciples to mount a final offensive against the beasts. Kill! He roared, his sword transforming into a flurry of lethal strikes that felled beast after beast. Under his leadership, the other disciples found their courage and fought valiantly. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving all the magical beasts away. Pan Yu, are you alright? After the battle concluded, several disciples encircled him, expressing concern for his wounds. Pan Yu smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, just a few minor injuries. Observing Pan Yu, bloodied yet resolute, the disciples were filled with admiration. They understood that without Pan Yu's bravery, many of them might not have made it out of the forest alive. His valor not only earned him their respect but also granted him an advantageous position in the selection process. However, the selection was far from over. This was merely the first challenge. The subsequent trials would test both wisdom and strength. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the forest's edge. Su Yao emerged into view, her face a mask of concern. Upon seeing Pan Yu safe, she let out a relieved breath and hurried towards him. Pan Yu, are you okay? I was so worried, she exclaimed, anxiously inspecting his wounds. Pan Yu, witnessing Su Yao's worried demeanor, felt warmth swell within him. He gently grasped her hand, speaking softly, I'm fine, don't worry. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Pan Yu, you are suspected of violating the selection rules, please come with me. Su Yao's concern was palpable as she tenderly tended to Pan Yu's wounds, her heart aching for him. The surrounding disciples cast admiring glances, whispering tales of Pan Yu's bravery. Pan Shidi is remarkable, he single-handedly repelled so many magical beasts, one disciple remarked. Another agreed, indeed, without him, we would have faced dire consequences. Flustered by the unexpected praise, Pan Yu humbly smiled. I merely did what was right. However, the stern voice of the steward interrupted this fleeting harmony. Pan Yu, you are suspected of violating the selection rules, please come with me. The steward's demeanor was grave, his tone brooking no argument. Pan Yu frowned, recognizing that the steward had long harbored animosity towards him, and this time he likely sought to provoke a confrontation. Su Yao clutched Pan Yu's hand tightly. Worry etched across her face. Steward, he only acted to save us. A disciple attempted to defend Pan Yu, but was brusquely silenced by the steward. Silence. The selection rules clearly state that one must not act independently. Pan Yu strayed from his group into the depths of the forest, thus violating the rules. The steward pressed on, relentless in his accusations. Pan Yu took a deep breath, understanding that arguing would yield no benefit at this moment. He calmly addressed Su Yao, don't worry, I'll be fine. He then turned to the steward, speaking with composure, Steward, I trust that justice will prevail. The steward snorted derisively, escorting Pan Yu towards Elder Chen. Upon hearing the steward's report, Elder Chen furrowed his brow. Although he had heard of Pan Yu's courageous deeds, rules were rules and could not be bent. Pan Yu, do you acknowledge your mistake? Elder Chen's authoritative voice echoed in the square. Pan Yu replied with dignity, I entered the forest to rescue my fellow disciples, not with the intention of breaking the rules. Elder Chen pondered for a moment, about to respond when several rescued disciples stepped forward.
Speaking in unison, Elder Chen, please reconsider. If not for Pan Shidi's selfless rescue, we would have perished at the hands of the beasts. They passionately recounted Pan Yu's heroics in the forest, detailing how he repeatedly risked his safety to save them from the clutches of the magical beasts. After listening to their testimonies, Elder Chen's expression softened slightly. He turned to the steward and inquired, "Is this true?" The steward stammered, unable to deny the truth of their words, ultimately conceding that Pan Yu had indeed saved the other disciples. Elder Chen finally declared, "In light of Pan Yu's heroic actions, the violation will be overlooked this time. I hope you continue to exhibit this courage and wisdom in the upcoming trials." A weight lifted from Pan Yu's heart. He realized he had successfully navigated the first hurdle, yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The selection process was not yet complete. Even more daunting challenges lay ahead. In the center of the square, an ancient and mysterious formation emanated a faint glow. This was the site of the final trial, the only pathway to unique opportunities for cultivation. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, his gaze firmly fixed on the formation as he took his first step forward. "Remember, within the formation, dangers lurk at every turn." Elder Chen's voice echoed behind him, yet it was gradually drowned out by the sound of his own receding footsteps. Chapter 18, The Final Trial, The Last Barrier to Opportunity. The ancient formation shimmered with an ethereal light, resembling an entrance to another realm the moment Pan Yu stepped into the formation. The surrounding landscape shifted abruptly. The once bustling square faded away, replaced by a nebulous expanse. A subtle sense of oppression filled the air, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing his every move. Is this the final trial? Pan Yu murmured to himself, surveying his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay ancient stone slabs, stretching into the misty abyss, the end shrouded in obscurity. On either side of the stone slab lay an unfathomable abyss, from which intermittent gusts of chilling winds emerged, sending shivers down one's spine. He took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within, and stepped forward. Each step was taken with utmost caution, for he was acutely aware that within this formation, dangers lurked at every turn. After advancing a few paces, Pan Yu discerned the intricacies of the array. The stone slabs were not haphazardly arranged, rather, they were meticulously combined according to a peculiar pattern. Some slabs would trigger mechanisms upon being stepped on, while others would conjure illusions. He had to concentrate intensely, scrutinizing the patterns and positions of each slab to avert falling into traps. As he delved deeper, Pan Yu realized he was not alone. Gradually, other disciples who had successfully passed the preceding trials entered the formation. They bore solemn expressions, warily surveying their surroundings and one another. "Pan Yu," a voice brimming with hostility rang out. Turning to look, he saw a tall disciple glaring at him with fury. It was Li Feng, the very same individual with whom he had clashed in the forest. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. "This time, I will not let you pass so easily," Li Feng sneered. "I share that very sentiment." Another disciple approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Feng, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Pan Yu understood that these individuals were here to vie for this singular opportunity for cultivation. In the face of self-interest, the so-called camaraderie of fellow disciples proved utterly fragile. He paid no heed to their provocations and continued to focus on unraveling the array before him, aware that only by swiftly locating the core of the formation could he extricate himself from their entanglement. The mechanisms and puzzles within the array were endless. Some required immense strength to solve, while others demanded acute insight. Utilizing his exceptional perceptive abilities, along with the calmness and ingenuity honed on the brink of life and death, Pan Yu repeatedly transformed peril into safety. He discovered that the core of the formation seemed to be linked to a specific type of energy fluctuation. This fluctuation appeared and vanished unpredictably, proving elusive to capture. Yet, through his keen perception, he gradually discerned its patterns. He began to attempt resonating his own true energy with this energy fluctuation, guiding himself forward. Indeed, as he continually adjusted the frequency of his true energy, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing a pathway leading to the core of the formation. Noticing that Pan Yu seemed to have found the key to unraveling the array, Li Feng and the other disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. "We cannot allow him to succeed," Li Feng bellowed, brandishing his longsword and charging at Pan Yu. The other disciple followed closely, the two of them joining forces in an attempt to impede Pan Yu's progress. A glint of cold determination flashed in Pan Yu's eyes as he deftly evaded their attacks. He refrained from immediate retaliation, choosing instead to maintain his focus on guiding the energy fluctuations. "Do you think this can stop me?" he quipped, a smirk gracing his lips. How naïve! As the energy fluctuations intensified, the scenery around him underwent a profound transformation. The previously hazy space gradually became clear, revealing a majestic palace before Pan Yu's eyes. Li Feng and the other disciple stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with astonishment. Ignoring their reactions, Pan Yu strode purposefully toward the palace, sensing it to be the very core of the formation. "Wait for me," a melodious voice called out, and Su Yao's figure appeared behind Pan Yu. Her eyes were filled with concern, yet her steps were resolute as she followed closely. Be cautious, Pan Yu turned to remind her before continuing onward. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace began to open slowly, releasing a powerful aura that was suffocating. "It seems the true test has only just begun," Pan Yu murmured, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Su Yao tightened her grip on her sword, standing alongside Pan Yu, ready to confront the unknown challenges ahead. Deep within the palace, a low sigh echoed as the moment the doors swung open. An ancient and weathered aura surged forth, carrying an oppressive weight that struck at the heart. Pan Yu and Su Yao stepped inside, finding themselves in a spacious hall. In the center of the hall floated a gigantic crystal sphere. Emanating a soft glow, the walls surrounding them were etched with intricate runes, shimmering with a mysterious light. "Is this the core of the formation?" Su Yao asked softly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Pan Yu did not respond. Instead, he attentively observed the environment around him. He noticed that the runes on the walls were not static but continuously shifting, as if they contained some underlying order. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, attempting to capture the trajectory of the rune's movements. "What are you doing?" Li Feng and the other disciple entered, witnessing Pan Yu with his eyes shut, and assumed he was merely putting on a show. Prompting them to scoff, Pan Yu ignored them, immersing himself further into his own world. Within his mind, the movements of the runes gradually crystallized, ultimately forming a coherent pattern. He opened his eyes, a smile of realization gracing his lips. "So that is how it is," he murmured to himself, then approached the crystal sphere, placing his hand upon it. A surge of powerful energy erupted from the sphere, coursing through his entire being. He felt his strength rapidly escalating, as though he had transcended a certain threshold. "What is happening?" Li Feng and the other disciple were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Pan Yu offered no explanation, continuing to absorb the energy from the crystal sphere. His aura grew increasingly formidable, swiftly surpassing that of Li Feng and his companion. "Damn it!" Li Feng gritted his teeth, realizing he was no match for Pan Yu any longer. Just then, the ground of the hall began to tremble violently, and the runes on the walls flickered more intensely. "This is bad, the formation is about to activate," the other disciple exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than countless beams of light erupted from the runes on the walls, hurtling towards Pan Yu and Su Yao. Pan Yu, quick-witted, seized Su Yao and evaded the first wave of attacks. Then, he began to counterattack, wielding his longsword to sever the incoming beams. The onslaught of light intensified, compelling Pan Yu to summon all his strength. As he dodged, he keenly observed the trajectories of the beams, seeking to uncover their patterns. Gradually he discerned that these beams were not randomly fired but followed a specific attacking sequence. He began to exploit this pattern to predict the beam's landing points, enabling him to evade and retaliate more effectively. He even started guiding the beams to collide with one another, thereby dissipating their attacking power. Li Feng and the other disciple watched in astonishment, unable to fathom Pan Yu's formidable prowess. During the course of his counterattack, Pan Yu discovered that certain runes controlled the emission of the beams. He set about attacking these runes. Each strike elicited violent tremors within the formation. Ultimately, he succeeded in damaging several runes, noticeably reducing the frequency of the beam attacks. It appeared that by destroying all the controlling runes, he could completely unravel the formation. Pan Yu mused internally. He continued to assault the remaining runes, his speed and efficiency escalating. Observing this, Li Feng and the other disciple realized their opportunity had slipped away. They exchanged glances and swiftly fled the hall. Pan Yu paid them no mind, remaining focused on dismantling the formation. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the crystal sphere, sending Pan Yu hurtling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though all his bones had shattered. "Pan Yu!" Su Yao cried out, rushing to help him up. "I'm fine." Pan Yu struggled to his feet, his eyes shining with determination. "I will." Su Yao paced anxiously outside the formation, her hands clasped tightly before her chest as she silently prayed. She gazed up at the tightly shut doors, her expression a mixture of hope and concern. She believed in Pan Yu, trusting that he would succeed. Yet the tremors of the hall and the intermittent flashes of light sent waves of trepidation through her. She could almost feel Pan Yu's struggle within, exerting himself to the utmost in his battle against the formation. Inside the hall, Pan Yu's situation was indeed dire. The crystal sphere's eruption had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him, disrupting his true energy and causing each breath to be laced with pain. Yet, he endured the discomfort, gritting his teeth and attempting time and again to unravel the remaining runes. Sweat drenched his garments, but he paid it no heed, his focus solely on the shimmering runes. The mechanisms continued their relentless assault, beams cascading down like a tempest, their speed and force even more formidable than before. Pan Yu felt his stamina swiftly depleting, his movements growing sluggish. Several times, beams grazed perilously close to him, each moment fraught with danger. He knew he could not relent, for he had promised Su Yao that he would emerge alive. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, meticulously observing the trajectories of the beams and the arrangement of the runes. He realized that these runes were not chaotic but rather arranged in a specific order according to a peculiar pattern. He endeavored to utilize his insight to analyze these patterns, searching for vulnerabilities within. Time ticked by, and Pan Yu's strength approached its limits, yet he never wavered. He tried again and again, failing repeatedly, but he never considered giving up. He knew that as long as he persevered, he would surely uncover the key to dismantling the formation. At long last, after countless attempts, he discovered a minute flaw hidden deep within the runes. This flaw was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible, yet Pan Yu, through his keen perception, managed to seize upon it. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes, and a confident smile graced his lips. He realized he had found it. He concentrated his mind, channeling all the remaining true energy within him into his hand, then struck fiercely at the flaw. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated through the grand hall, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. The runes adorning the walls blazed with a brilliant light, only to swiftly dim and ultimately extinguish. Pan Yu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. He had succeeded. The doors of the hall creaked open, and Su Yao hurriedly rushed in upon seeing Pan Yu's weakened state. Tears of concern welled up in her eyes. "Pan Yu, are you all right?" she exclaimed. With great effort, Pan Yu managed to force a faint smile. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," he replied softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet tinged with an unmistakable thrill. "I succeeded," suddenly a voice echoed from the depths of the hall. "Congratulations, young man, you have passed the trial." Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Who was speaking? As the dust settled, a figure emerged slowly from the depths of the hall. It was an elderly man with flowing white hair and a youthful visage, clad in a long azure robe that exuded an air of celestial grace, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, the ultimate overseer of this trial. "Youth, your perseverance and insight have surpassed my expectations," the Grand Elder remarked, approaching Pan Yu and nodding in approval. "You have successfully unraveled the ancient formation, earning the opportunity to enter the Lingxi secret realm for cultivation." Lingxi secret realm, Su Yao gasped in astonishment. That was the coveted sanctuary for Outer Sect disciples, rumored to allow 1 day of cultivation within to equate to 10 days outside. Moreover, the realm was said to be rich in rare materials, an unparalleled venue for enhancing one's strength. Pan Yu suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain his composure. "Thank you, Elder." The Grand Elder smiled gently, producing a jade token that glimmered with a verdant light. "This is your pass to the Lingxi secret realm. In 1 month, when the entrance opens, you may enter with this token. As Pan Yu accepted the token, a warm energy surged into his body, revitalizing his weary frame. Clenching the token tightly, an indescribable exhilaration surged within him. He understood that this token represented a rare opportunity, one that could irrevocably alter his fate. With your current strength, entering the Lingxi secret realm will allow you to at least break through to the high ranks of martial practitioners, with a chance to even advance to the martial master realm. The Grand Elder seemed to read Pan Yu's thoughts, speaking with a knowing smile. "Seize this opportunity well, and do not let down the sect's expectations." Pan Yu felt a chill run through him and solemnly nodded. He was aware that this chance was hard-won, and he must cherish it, striving to gain the utmost improvement within the realm. The Grand Elder then turned to Su Yao, commending, "You, young lady, are commendable as well. Loyal to your friends and possessing a rare character." He handed her a small porcelain vial, inside are some healing elixirs. "Take them to this young man to aid his recovery." Su Yao accepted the vial with gratitude and bowed respectfully. After bidding farewell to the Grand Elder, she hurriedly assisted Pan Yu to his feet, concern etched on her face. "How do you feel? Is your injury serious?" Pan Yu shook his head. "It's nothing, just a bit exhausted. A little rest will do." He gazed at the jade token in his hand, his eyes twinkling with promise. In 1 month, I will be able to enter and cultivate." Su Yao felt joy for Pan Yu, yet a sliver of worry lingered in her heart. Though the Lingxi secret realm was a sanctuary for cultivation, it was also fraught with peril. Pan Yu's current strength was still inadequate. Would he be able to face the challenges within? "Pan Yu," Su Yao hesitated before speaking, "while the Lingxi secret realm is wonderful, you must also exercise caution. Your strength is not yet sufficient to confront all dangers. Be sure to act within your limits."
Pan Yu grasped Su Yao's hand, offering her an assuring gaze. Do not worry, I will take care of myself. He paused, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I will certainly grow stronger, to protect you and everyone I cherish. News of the impending opening of the Lingxi secret realm spread throughout the outer sect like wildfire. All disciples were eager and ready for the opportunity. However, a piece of news fell upon Pan Yu like a bucket of cold water. Extinguishing his fervor, what? I am restricted from entering the Lingxi secret realm. Pan Yu stared incredulously at the outer sect steward before him, his voice brimming with discontent. Steward Wang waved his hand dismissively. It is Elder Chen's order. As a low-ranking disciple, you do not qualify to enter the Lingxi secret realm. Now, be off and do not linger here. Pan Yu's gaze shifted towards the resource area. His fists clenching tightly. Chapter 19. A glimmer of hope amidst adversity. Pan Yu stood at the entrance of the outer sect's task hall, gazing at the ethereal entrance of the Lingxi secret realm in the distance. A tempest of uncontainable fury roiling within him. A month of anticipation had been brutally shattered by an unseen hand. His tightly clenched fists turned pale, the bitterness within him growing like wild weeds. Su Yao rushed over, her heart tightening at the sight of Pan Yu's despondent figure. She approached him gently and asked with concern, Pan Yu, are you all right? Pan Yu took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within, and slowly shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit discontent. Su Yao fully understood his feelings. The Lingxi secret realm was a dream destination for countless outer sect disciples. Now, with the opportunity so close, it had been ruthlessly snatched away, a blow that was unbearable for anyone. What did Steward Wang say? Is there truly no other way? Pan Yu offered a bitter smile as he recounted Steward Wang's words. Elder Chen still seems unwilling to let me go. He recalled the incident where he had exposed the traitor within the sect. Though he had received accolades from the Grand Elder, it had also earned him the ire of Elder Chen's faction. This restriction from entering the Lingxi secret realm was likely a consequence of their machinations. Su Yao furrowed her brow, gripping Pan Yu's hand tightly, offering him silent comfort. There must be another way. Let us think of something. The two of them entered the task hall, seeking a glimmer of opportunity. The hall was abuzz with chatter, outer sect disciples bustling about, preparing for the upcoming journey to the Lingxi secret realm. Accepting tasks and exchanging elixirs, the atmosphere vibrant yet tense. Hey, have you heard that Pan Yu Kid has been barred from entering the Lingxi secret realm? A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air, laced with gloating malice. Serves him right, a useless waste thinks he can enter the Lingxi secret realm. He should know his own worth. Another coarse voice chimed in. Exactly. Who knows what kind of luck he had to expose a traitor? Now look, he has offended Elder Chen and can't even enter the secret realm. What a laugh. The barbed words felt like needles piercing Pan Yu's ears, and his expression darkened as his fists clenched anew. Su Yao sensed the anger radiating from him and gently tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. A portly disciple, his face glistening with grease, sauntered up to Pan Yu, 2 vials of elixirs in hand, deliberately flaunting them before him. Oh, look who it is, the great hero Pan. Why aren't you preparing for the secret realm? Oh right, you've been barred, haha, he guffawed, his body shaking with mirth. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the fire within, casting a cold glare at the rotund figure of Zhou, choosing to ignore the provocation. He knew that succumbing to anger would solve nothing, only exacerbate the situation. He led Su Yao towards the task wall. Meticulously examining the myriad of task notices, the multitude of assignments was dizzying, most being mundane tasks devoid of any particular significance. Su Yao assisted in searching, hoping for a clue. Suddenly, she pointed to an inconspicuous notice in the corner of the task wall. Pan Yu, look at this. Following Su Yao's, Pan Yu's gaze fell upon a notice that read, Seek the lost Xinling grass. Below it, in smaller print, it stated, completing this task grants a special reward. A jolt of excitement surged through Pan Yu, a premonition igniting within him. Special reward, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with possibility. Undeterred by Zhou's mockery, Pan Yu remained focused. He knew that anger would not resolve his current predicament. He grasped Su Yao's hand and moved to the corner of the task wall, scrutinizing the unassuming notice. Seek the lost Xinling grass. Completing this task grants a special reward. What kind of special reward could it entail? The notice provided little detail, yet this faint glimmer of hope was enough to reignite the fire within Pan Yu. Special reward, he repeated softly, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze. Suddenly, he recalled some rumors within the sect, suggesting that aside from regular tasks, there were hidden missions that, when completed, could yield unexpected rewards, even granting unique qualifications. With renewed resolve, he took Su Yao's hand and headed towards the task elder's quarters. Inquiring about the hidden missions, the task elder, an elderly man with graying hair, scrutinized Pan Yu closely before speaking slowly. Hidden missions? Those tasks are not meant for ordinary disciples. Are you certain you wish to attempt this?
Pan Yu nodded without hesitation. Yes, Elder, I wish to tear white out. Su Yao looked at Pan Yu's determined expression, her heart swelling with trust. She gently clasped his hand, whispering, I believe in you. Her soft voice was imbued with strength. Providing Pan Yu with immense encouragement, the task elder retrieved a thick tome from his drawer, flipping through it momentarily before pointing to a page. Here is a record of a hidden task related to the Lingxi secret realm. It is said that deep within the secret realm grows a mystical herb known as Xuanling grass. Locating it and bringing it back would grant one the qualification to enter the secret realm. Pan Yu took the booklet and read it attentively. The task description indicated that Xuanling grass thrived in a perilous location deep within the secret realm, guarded not only by formidable beasts but also fraught with various traps and mechanisms. Rendering it exceedingly dangerous, however, Pan Yu was not daunted by these challenges. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement, for he understood that this might be his sole opportunity to enter the Lingxi secret realm. He committed the details of the task to memory, expressed his gratitude to the task elder, and turned to leave. Just then, the task elder suddenly called out to him, Young man, I must caution you. This task is exceedingly perilous. Act according to your capabilities. Pan Yu solemnly nodded, recognizing the elder's good intentions, but he was resolute in his determination to complete the task at all costs. Upon exiting the elder's chamber, Pan Yu and Su Yao began to deliberate their next course of action. They resolved to first visit the library to search for information regarding Xuanling grass and the treacherous locales of the Lingxi secret realm. Ensuring they were thoroughly prepared before setting off. As they walked side by side along the path to the library, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth, casting elongated shadows. Su Yao gazed at Pan Yu's earnest expression, her eyes brimming with admiration and trust, yet thoughts of her family's arranged marriage and the loathsome demeanor of young Master Zhang cast a shadow over her heart. Leaving a pang of disappointment, Pan Yu seemed to sense the shift in her emotions. He gently tightened his grip on her hand, silently vowing to resolve all of this and grant her a future filled with happiness. Suddenly, a clamor erupted from a distance, and a haughty voice approached. Su Yao, what are you doing here? Young Master Zhang is waiting for you. Pan Yu and Su Yao turned to see young Master Zhang swaggering towards them. Flanked by a group of sycophants dressed in extravagant garments and fanning himself with a folding fan, he wore a disdainful smile, embodying the essence of a spoiled aristocrat. Upon noticing Pan Yu holding Su Yao's hand, his expression darkened immediately. Release your filthy hand, young Master Zhang barked, pointing at Pan Yu. Su Yao is my fiancée. How dare a worthless wretch like you lay a finger on her? Su Yao instinctively attempted to retract her hand, but Pan Yu held it firmly out. He met young Master Zhang's gaze without a trace of fear. Su Yao is my friend. Why should I not touch her? It is you, a mere bully relying on your family's influence, who has no right to make such demands here. Young Master Zhang laughed in rage. Very well, a worthless fool dares to challenge me. It seems you are tired of living. With that, he lunged forward to strike. Su Yao, seeing this, quickly stepped in front of Pan Yu and pleaded, Young Master Zhang, please show some respect. Pan Yu and I are merely friends. There is nothing more between us. Friends? Humph, young Master Zhang scoffed. I see your relationship as anything but platonic. Su Yao, I advise you to be wise and return with me, or do not blame me for being rude. Su Yao's face turned pale. She knew her family's influence was far inferior to the Zhang family, and provoking young Master Zhang could lead to dire consequences, yet she did not wish to yield so easily, nor did she want to leave Pan Yu. At that moment, Pan Yu gently patted the back of Su Yao's hand. Signaling her not to worry, he stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of her, and fixed his unwavering gaze on young Master Zhang. If you wish to take Su Yao away, you must first get past me. Young Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback by Pan Yu's boldness, but his anger quickly flared. Very well, this is a choice you made. He swung his fist towards Pan Yu, anticipating the move. Pan Yu sidestepped the attack and swiftly countered, landing a punch to young Master Zhang's abdomen. With a pain cry, young Master Zhang doubled over, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding disciples were left in shock. They had never expected Pan Yu to dare strike young Master Zhang, and to do so with such decisive force. Pan Yu paid no heed to the astonished gazes, walking over to Su Yao and softly assuring her, "It is all right now." Su Yao looked at Pan Yu, her heart overflowing with gratitude and admiration. She understood that he had taken such a risk to protect her. "Let us go," Pan Yu said, taking her hand as they turned to leave. They arrived at the library and began their search for information regarding Xuanling grass and the treacherous terrain of the Lingxi secret realm. However, they discovered scant records, and most were vague and ambiguous. Just as they were at a loss, they spotted Elder Lu sneaking around the library, seemingly searching for something while intentionally avoiding Pan Yu and Su Yao. Pan Yu's heart stirred. He recalled what the corpulent Joe had said earlier, that Elder Lu was greedy and often embezzled the sect's resources. Could he also be seeking the Shenling grass? With this thought, Pan Yu discreetly observed Elder Lu's every move. He noticed that Elder Lu's gaze was fixated on a corner where some ancient tomes were displayed. Pan Yu stealthily approached that corner and picked up one of the old books to examine it. Within its pages were legends surrounding the Lingxi's secret realm, including details about the location where Shenling grass grew. Elation surged within Pan Yu. He had finally found a clue. He closed the ancient tome and turned to leave. But just then, Elder Lu approached with a scowl. "What are you doing?" Pan Yu calmly placed the tome back in its place and replied nonchalantly, "Just browsing." Elder Lu snorted. "It better be just that." With that, he turned and exited the library. Watching Elder Lu's retreating figure, Pan Yu mused, "It seems Elder Lu truly has his eyes set on the Shenling grass. He does not want us to gain the special qualification. So he is subtly obstructing us." After leaving the library, Pan Yu and Su Yao resolved to seek out the location where Shenling grass thrived. "We must proceed with caution," Su Yao said anxiously. "Do not worry, I will protect you," Pan Yu reassured her, his grip on her hand firm. They followed a narrow path towards the Lingxi secret realm. Suddenly, Pan Yu halted and pointed to a nearby ancient tree. Whispering, "Look at that tree. Its branches are lush and sprawling, casting a shadow that obscures the sun. Its trunk is robust, requiring several people to encircle it. The bark is etched with peculiar symbols, reminiscent of an ancient script." Su Yao studied the symbols intently, as though they stirred a memory within her. However, Pan Yu's attention was drawn to a subtle indentation at the base of the trunk, filled with soil and fallen leaves. Easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. He crouched down, gently brushing aside the debris to reveal a metal ring. "I've found it." A barely perceptible smile crept across Pan Yu's lips. He turned to Su Yao and asked, "Do you not think this tree is rather special?" Su Yao, still pondering the meaning of the symbols, hesitated slightly. "Special? Aside from the symbols on the trunk, it seems rather ordinary." Without elaborating further, Pan Yu reached into the indentation, grasped the ring, and twisted it gently. With a soft click, the ancient tree's trunk began to rotate slowly, revealing a hidden opening. A chill, damp breeze wafted from the entrance, sending shivers down their spines. Su Yao gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "Is there a secret passage here?" Pan Yu nodded. "It appears this is the opportunity we have been searching for." He took Su Yao's hand, and they cautiously stepped into the passage. The corridor was narrow and deep, with walls adorned by patches of bioluminescent moss that provided dim illumination ahead. Meanwhile, Elder Lu was rummaging through the library, anxiously seeking clues about Shenling grass. He was certain he had seen Pan Yu perusing that ancient tome, yet it contained no references to Shenling grass. Did that brat discover something? A sense of unease crept into Elder Lu's heart. He thought to himself, "I must find the Shenling grass before anyone else does." He meticulously combed through the ancient tome once more, but yielded nothing. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed some faint scratches on the pages. These marks were incredibly subtle, nearly imperceptible. One would easily overlook them without careful scrutiny. Elder Lu's interest peaked as he traced his finger over the scratches. He realized they formed a pattern, precisely the symbols he had seen on the ancient tree. A revelation dawned upon him. These symbols were the key. He immediately grasped that Pan Yu had uncovered the secret and was a step ahead in locating the Shenling grass. Enraged, he stormed out of the library, racing towards the Lingxi secret realm. Meanwhile, Pan Yu and Su Yao had reached an underground cavern through the secret passage. The cave was dark and damp, filled with the scent of decay. At its center stood an ancient altar, inscribed with mysterious runes. "What is this place?" Su Yao clutched Pan Yu's hand tightly, her voice trembling. Pan Yu surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. He felt a powerful sense of oppression, as though something was lurking in the shadows, watching them. "It seems we have entered the site of our first hidden quest," Pan Yu spoke gravely, "though this place appears to be more perilous than we anticipated." Suddenly, the runes on the altar flickered with an eerie light, and a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the cavern, reminiscent of a beast's growl. Pan Yu gripped his sword tightly, his gaze vigilant as he scanned their surroundings. "Be careful," he whispered, the weight of seriousness in his tone. A massive black claw emerged from the shadows, lunging violently towards Pan Yu and Su Yao. Chapter 20, The Hidden Journey, The Path of Reversal in the Mission. The black giant claw, accompanied by a fetid wind, swept towards them. Pan Yu swiftly pulled Su Yao behind him, wielding his long sword. A flash of sword light barely deflecting the strike, the claw retreated into the darkness, and a chilling growl reverberated through the vast cavern. "What manner of creature is this?" Su Yao's face was pale, her heart racing. Pan Yu furrowed his brow, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. It seemed that a formidable beast lurked within the cave.
and they had to tread carefully if the runes on the altar continued to shimmer with an eerie glow, as if guiding them towards something. Pan Yu's gaze fell upon the altar, and a thought struck him: perhaps this altar held the key to unraveling the hidden mission. He led Su Yao to the altar, scrutinizing the intricate runes carved upon it. These symbols were complex and mysterious, resembling an ancient script that Pan Yu could not decipher at that moment. Su Yao strained to recall something, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. I remember, these runes resemble those inscribed in that ancient tome in the library. Pan Yu's heart leaped with joy. That ancient tome, do you remember its contents? Su Yao concentrated, recalling that the tome detailed an ancient mechanism technique, and these runes should serve as the key to activating some device. Just then, a growl echoed from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by a rustling sound, as if something was approaching them. There is no time to lose. We must unlock the mechanism quickly. Pan Yu spoke firmly. He began to attempt deciphering the runes on the altar according to the methods outlined in the ancient tome. However, the runes were intricate, arranged in ever-changing patterns, making it a daunting task to unravel their secrets in such a short span. The rustling grew nearer, and the beast's growls became increasingly distinct, causing Pan Yu to feel an immense pressure. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to remain calm while continuing to study the runes. Meanwhile, Su Yao stood guard, her longsword gripped tightly, ready to confront any sudden danger. The atmosphere in the cave was thick with tension. And seconds ticked by as the sound of the beast's footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, debris fell from the ceiling, and a colossal spider crawled forth from the shadows. Its 8 crimson eyes fixated on Pan Yu and Su Yao. Be careful, Su Yao exclaimed, swinging her sword towards the giant spider. The spider nimbly evaded her strike, unleashing a spray of green venom. Pan Yu reacted swiftly, pulling Su Yao aside as the venom splattered to the ground, hissing as it corroded the stone. This spider is poisonous. Pan Yu's expression turned grave. We must finish this quickly. He dodged the giant spider's attacks while continuing to analyze the runes on the altar. The spider's speed was astonishing, and its attacks were ferocious, leaving Pan Yu and Su Yao feeling increasingly overwhelmed. We can't continue like this. We'll be worn out, Su Yao said anxiously. Pan Yu focused intently on the spider's movements, rapidly formulating a strategy. Suddenly, he noticed that although the spider's attacks were fierce, they followed a certain pattern. There were openings in its assault. Pan Yu whispered, his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, observing every trajectory, speed, force, and even the subtle contraction of the spider's muscles. This was his unique ability. The Eye of Insight. In this life and death moment, this skill became his greatest ally. The trajectory of its attacks spiraled. Before striking, its left leg would slightly lift, and its abdomen was the most vulnerable point. While dodging the venomous spray and the slashing claws of the spider, Pan Yu silently analyzed. The runes on the altar became vividly clear to him, like notes in a musical score, gradually forming a complete melody. Yao, cover me, Pan Yu shouted, his form darting like a specter, narrowly escaping the spider's pounce. Su Yao understood immediately, her sword dancing as she unleashed a barrage of sharp sword energy to repel the giant spider. Buying Pan Yu precious time, his fingers moved swiftly across the runes, activating them one by one, each emitting a radiant glow. Infuriated by Su Yao's assault, the giant spider let out a deafening roar. Its 8 crimson eyes locking onto her, as if intent on tearing her apart. Beast, your opponent is me, Pan Yu bellowed, drawing the spider's attention toward himself. He moved like lightning, circling the giant spider swiftly. Seeking an opportunity to strike, the spider's attack speed was astonishing, and its strength formidable. Pan Yu could not afford to clash head-on and instead relied on his agile movements and the Eye of Insight to evade. He realized that while the abdomen was a weakness, it was also considerably more fortified than other areas. Typical attacks could not inflict meaningful damage. I must find its fatal weakness, Pan Yu thought. At that moment, the giant spider leapt high, lunging at Pan Yu. Anticipating the move, he rolled to the side to evade the attack, simultaneously thrusting his longsword into a small gap in the spider's abdomen. The creature emitted a piercing scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, struggling a few times before falling still. Pan Yu exhaled deeply, knowing that the battle had finally concluded. He turned to Su Yao, only to find her looking at him with concern etched upon her face. Are you alright? Su Yao asked anxiously. Pan Yu smiled faintly. I'm fine, just a few scrapes. Just then, the runes on the altar suddenly illuminated in their entirety, radiating brilliant light, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. It seems we have discovered the key to the mechanism. Pan Yu glanced at Su Yao, a spark of excitement glimmering in his eyes. The light from the altar gradually faded, and the tremors subsided. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, the body of the giant spider lying motionless on the ground, silently bearing witness to the ferocity of their recent battle.
Su Yao gazed at the figure before her, slender yet remarkably resolute, and a surge of inexplicable admiration welled within her. The harrowing scenes replayed in her mind. Pan Yu's composure, decisiveness, and keen judgment were indelibly etched in her memory. He was no longer the helpless individual she once perceived, but a true hero. Unable to contain herself, she leapt into Pan Yu's embrace, holding him tightly. He reciprocated the embrace, feeling her rapid heartbeat, her soft form, and her attachment to him. In that moment, he experienced unparalleled contentment and joy. Yaoer, Pan Yu's voice trembled slightly, her head nestled against his chest, soaking in his warmth and strength. It's over now. Everything has passed. Pan Yu gently patted her back, soothing her with a tender tone. However, this moment of tranquility was swiftly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. An outer sect disciple dashed in, panic evident on his face. Senior sister Su Yao, trouble. Young Master Zhang has come to propose marriage to you. Su Yao froze, her complexion paling instantly. She pushed Pan Yu away, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Young Master Zhang, the betrothal arranged by her family, a nightmare she loathed but felt powerless to resist. Pan Yu's countenance turned serious as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He knew the Zhang family wielded significant power within the sect, and if Su Yao were forcibly taken away, the consequences would be dire. What is going on? Tell me everything, Pan Yu asked in a low voice. The disciple took a moment to catch his breath and stammered. Young Master Zhang has come with a generous betrothal gift, insisting on marrying senior sister Su Yao immediately. The Su family has already agreed. Su Yao trembled slightly, tears welling in her eyes. She bit her lip tightly, struggling to suppress her sobs. Pan Yu clenched his fist, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He understood that now was not the time for sorrow and despair. He had to devise a solution swiftly. Yaoer, don't worry, I will find a way. Pan Yu spoke resolutely, his tone infused with strength. Su Yao lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him, brimming with hope and reliance. We must expedite the completion of the hidden mission. Only by obtaining special qualifications can we alter your fate. Pan Yu looked at Su Yao, his voice unwavering. Su Yao nodded vigorously, wiping her tears away, a flicker of hope igniting within her eyes. They set forth once more, the runes on the altar guiding their path. They had successfully passed the first hurdle of the hidden mission, moving closer to the coveted special qualifications, yet they both understood that the challenges ahead would be even more arduous and perilous. There seemed to be movement ahead. Pan Yu tightened his grip on the long sword, his gaze alert as he peered into the distance, his deep voice resonating in the empty corridor. Yaoer, do not fear. Though the Zhang family is powerful, we are not mere playthings. As long as we complete the hidden mission and obtain special qualifications, we can break free from their control. Pan Yu gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Yao's eyes, his tone firm yet gentle. He comprehended her fear and helplessness at that moment, but he was even more aware that only by hastening the completion of the mission could they truly alter their destinies. Su Yao took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart. The unwavering resolve of Pan Yu bestowed upon her immense strength. She nodded slightly, her gaze regaining its tenacity. I believe in you, Pan Yu. Together, we shall strive and surely succeed. The duo hastened along the shadowy corridor, with Pan Yu leveraging his keen insight to preemptively anticipate the potential traps and mechanisms lurking within. At times, he would grasp Su Yao's hand to leap over ground-triggered devices, while at others he would wield his sword to sever the concealed arrows shooting forth from the walls, his movements fluid and seamless. Su Yao closely followed Pan Yu's lead, their coordination so harmonious that they seemed as one. At the end of the passage lay an expansive plaza, in the center of which stood an ancient stone tablet, etched with enigmatic runes. A formidable pressure emanated from the stone, rendering the air thick and suffocating. This was the trial of the first stage of the hidden quest. Pan Yu fixed his gaze on the tablet, his eyes glinting with determination. We must decipher the runes inscribed upon the stone to unlock the gateway to the next challenge. With his extraordinary intellect and understanding of the runes, Pan Yu swiftly discerned the key to their solution. Channeling his internal energy, he illuminated several crucial runes in a specific sequence. As the final rune ignited, the tablet erupted in a radiant glow, causing the ground in the center of the plaza to slowly fissure, revealing a passage to the next stage. We have succeeded, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The trials ahead would prove even more arduous. While Pan Yu felt a surge of elation, he remained vigilant. They stepped into the passage and pressed onward. In the subsequent trials, they encountered a myriad of challenges, ferocious beasts, eerie illusions, and labyrinthine traps. Yet, time and again, Pan Yu utilized his perception and intelligence to transform peril into safety, ultimately guiding Su Yao triumphantly through one obstacle after another. As they delved deeper, the difficulty of the hidden quest escalated. The path ahead grew increasingly elusive, with danger lurking in every shadow. In the final trial, Panyu examined the tattered sheepskin map in his hands, which detailed the information for the last task: to find the exit in a trap-laden maze and procure a token. The map only outlined the maze's general contours. Devoid of a detailed route, this maze seemed peculiarly ominous. Su Yao scrutinized the intricate lines on the map, her brow furrowed. Panyu carefully stowed the map, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. At the end of the passage, an ancient and mysterious structure loomed, the intended destination, the entrance to the maze. A chill coursed through him, and Panyu tightened his grip on his sword, whispering, "Let us proceed." Chapter 21. The qualification achieved. A crucial step towards resource competition. The ancient stone door creaked open, releasing a musty odor. Panyu and Su Yao entered the maze, greeted by dimly lit, winding corridors, the walls flickering with faint bioluminescence, barely illuminating their path. A palpable tension hung in the air, each step feeling as if they tread upon a razor's edge. "Watch your step," Panyu cautioned, his perceptiveness alerting him to concealed traps beneath their feet. A seemingly ordinary stone tile could trigger a lethal mechanism if stepped upon carelessly. Su Yao followed closely behind Panyu, acutely aware of the gravity of their situation. The walls on either side were adorned with grotesque carvings, reminiscent of ancient incantations that sent shivers down one's spine. "These patterns," Su Yao murmured, her tone laced with unease. "Perhaps they hold some clues, or they may be traps." Panyu meticulously examined the designs, seeking any hints concealed within. They navigated cautiously, evading one deadly trap after another. Suddenly, a fork in the path emerged, with both corridors appearing identical, devoid of any distinguishing features. "Which way should we go?" Su Yao inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Panyu pointed to the left passage, declaring, "Let us take the left." His instincts suggested that the left corridor was the safer choice. Continuing down the left path, they soon heard faint noises. "Someone is ahead," Su Yao said, gripping her sword tightly. Panyu signaled for silence, peering ahead to assess the situation. A group of cloaked figures guarded the corridor's end, seemingly waiting for something. "They are the subordinates of Elder Lu," Panyu recognized immediately by their insignia. "It appears Elder Lu anticipated our arrival. His intent is to monopolize the resources." Panyu's eyes flashed with cold resolve. They now faced a dilemma: to advance and confront Elder Lu's minions directly, or to seek an alternate route. "We cannot force our way through," Su Yao cautioned. "There are too many of them. We would be outmatched." Panyu nodded in agreement, understanding that a head-on confrontation would not be prudent. Scanning their surroundings for an alternative escape, his gaze fell upon an inconspicuous stone tile on the wall. "Perhaps we can." A subtle smile crept onto Panyu's lips as he approached the tile. "Wait," Su Yao's intuition kicked in, urging her to stop him, but it was too late. Upon pressing the stone, a dull mechanism echoed from within the depths of the passage. The tile sank, and with a resounding crash, a concealed door in the wall emerged. Panyu seized Su Yao's hand, swiftly slipping through the door just before it sealed shut, isolating them from the outside world. This hidden passage was narrow and damp, the air thick with a suffocating mustiness. Utilizing his acute perception, Panyu guided Su Yao through the convoluted path, deftly avoiding one lethal trap after another. In some areas, the ground appeared level, yet beneath lay a bottomless abyss. In others, seemingly innocuous murals concealed deadly arrow traps. Panyu proceeded with utmost caution, his perceptive faculties proving indispensable. It seems this passage was specifically designed to evade pursuers, Su Yao remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Indeed, Panyu concurred, realizing that the architect of this maze had anticipated threats akin to Elder Lu. After traversing the narrow passage for what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at a spacious underground chamber. It was brightly lit, filled with numerous crates brimming with invaluable cultivation resources. "We have succeeded." Su Yao's face beamed with delight, yet their elation was short-lived. At that moment, a swarm of cloaked figures surged from all directions, encircling them. "Who are you?" Su Yao questioned warily. "Ha, we are of course Elder Lu's men." The leader of the black-clad figure sneered. "I didn't expect you to find this place. But now all these resources belong to us, is that so?" Panyu replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Anticipating an encounter with Elder Lu's subordinates, he had prepared accordingly. He produced a smoke bomb from his pocket and hurled it to the ground. Cough, cough. The thick smoke rapidly enveloped the area, throwing the black-clad figures into disarray. "What is happening? I can't see. Who hit me?" Under the cover of the smoke, Panyu utilized his insight to orchestrate a chaotic melee among the black-clad figures. Cries of agony and curses echoed as the underground chamber devolved into a battlefield of pandemonium. As the smoke began to dissipate, the floor was strewn with the bodies of the black-clad men, leaving only one robust figure standing, his gaze fiercely fixed on Panyu. "You little brat, how dare you play us for fools?" the burly figure bellowed, brandishing a massive axe and charging at Panyu.
Pan Yu, refusing to underestimate the threat, swiftly dodged. The axe sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. The burly figure, having missed his strike, swung the axe again with ferocity. Pan Yu fought defensively, searching for an opening in his opponent's attacks. Finally, as the burly figure swung his axe once more, Pan Yu seized the opportunity. He dodged the blow and delivered a powerful strike to the figure's chest. The burly man coughed up blood. Staggering backward, yet, in a fit of rage, he unleashed his ultimate move, a frenzied strike. A surge of immense power erupted from him, the axe transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at Pan Yu. Pan Yu, caught off guard, was struck by the axe, leaving a deep gash across his chest. Su Yao gasped, attempting to rush forward, but Pan Yu restrained her. Stay back. Gritting his teeth against the pain, a fierce glimmer sparked in his eyes. He activated his unique ability, foreseeing the burly man's next move. As the burly figure prepared to strike again, Pan Yu suddenly countered with a decisive punch to his vital point. Ugh! The burly man let out a muffled groan. Collapsing to the ground, lifeless, Pan Yu, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise, his complexion pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Yao hurried to his side, supporting him, her eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Pan Yu shook his head, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Su Yao retrieved a clean cloth from her pocket and carefully bandaged his wound, her gaze softening under the dim light. As Su Yao tenderly wrapped his injury, her gentle fingertips brushed against his skin, offering a cool comfort. In the subdued light, her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating warmth and affection. Pan Yu watched her quietly, a wave of warmth surging within him, dispelling the pain and fatigue from his body. Does it hurt? Su Yao inquired softly, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Pan Yu shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. It doesn't hurt. Seeing you makes it all bearable. A blush crept across Su Yao's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, continuing to bandage his wounds. Between them, an invisible current seemed to pulse, warm and sweet, once the bandaging was complete. Su Yao assisted Pan Yu to his feet. They surveyed their surroundings and discovered that the underground space was more expansive than they had anticipated, filled with numerous boxes brimming with precious cultivation resources. It appears we have stumbled upon a treasure. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Pan Yu nodded in agreement, but we must first locate the exit. They commenced their search for an exit. However, the underground labyrinth was intricate, akin to a vast maze, disorienting them. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized before them. Young Master Zhang, Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Zhang regarded them with a dark expression, his eyes ablaze with fury and jealousy. Upon learning that Pan Yu had obtained a special qualification, his anger intensified. He could not fathom how a worthless individual he despised could attain that which he coveted most. You truly found your way here? Young Master Zhang hissed through gritted teeth. But these resources are mine, young Master Zhang. We earned this through our own strength. You cannot seize it, Su Yao retorted firmly. His strength? Young Master Zhang scoffed. You two worthless fools dare speak of strength? He advanced menacingly towards Su Yao, his gaze threatening. Su Yao, I advise you to obediently hand over the resources, otherwise I shall bring shame upon your family. Su Yao's complexion turned pale. She was acutely aware of young Master Zhang's family's formidable influence. If he truly set his sights on the Su family, the consequences would be dire. Pan Yu positioned himself protectively behind Su Yao, his eyes resolute as he confronted young Master Zhang. Try to lay a finger on her. Young Master Zhang glared at Pan Yu, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to strike, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. This is bad, someone is coming. Young Master Zhang's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to flee. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance and immediately dashed in the opposite direction. They navigated a narrow passage and ultimately discovered a concealed door. Upon opening it, they found themselves in a cavern. At the cave's exit lay a jade token. This is the token, Su Yao exclaimed with delight. They picked up the token, noting the engraved words special qualification. We succeeded, Su Yao joyously embraced Pan Yu. He too smiled, holding her tightly, his heart swelling with joy and excitement. As they exited the cave, they prepared to head towards the resource location. Next, we shall face even graver challenges, Pan Yu said, his gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. Su Yao nodded, her eyes sparkling with confidence. No matter the difficulties ahead, we shall confront them together. They walked side by side, making their way toward the resource site. At the resource location, they would encounter fierce competition from formidable opponents. How would they respond? Pan Yu grasped the jade token tightly, knowing that the true battle was only just beginning. In the distance, the faint sounds of clashing weapons could be heard. Outside the cave, sunlight bathed Pan Yu and Su Yao's faces, as if heralding a new hope. Of the jade token in their hands emitted a gentle, warm glow, the word special qualification clearly visible. It was not merely a pass to enter the resource site but also a symbol of their strength. We did it, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement.
After enduring prolonged tension and suppression, a wave of relief washed over her at this moment, and she instinctively leaped into Pan Yu's embrace. He gently held her, sharing in her joy, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that this was merely the first step in their quest to defy fate. The road ahead was long, but they had already forged the courage and determination to face it together. After a brief respite, they set forth towards the resource site, nestled deep within the back mountain of the sect. The resource area was rich in spiritual energy, housing various precious herbs, ores, and spiritual beasts, the ultimate cultivation paradise for all disciples. The path leading to the resource site was rugged and treacherous, laden with traps and mechanisms. Utilizing his keen insight, Pan Yu deftly navigated each crisis, ensuring Su Yao's safety. Su Yao showcased her formidable combat prowess, seamlessly coordinating with Pan Yu to fend off ferocious beasts and obstructive disciples along the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the resource site, they found a considerable gathering of individuals. Most were outer disciples, with a few inner disciples among them, all eagerly preparing for action. Upon spotting Pan Yu and Su Yao, many cast envious and jealous glances their way. Are they really the ones who obtained the special qualifications? I heard they are merely outer disciples, yet they managed to complete a hidden task. What incredible luck! Humph, what use is luck? The resource site is not so easily navigated. Just wait and see. The murmurs around them reached Pan Yu and Su Yao's ears. Yet they paid no heed. They understood that rather than squandering time debating with these individuals, it would be more prudent to hasten their entrance into the resource site and seek greater opportunities. Guarding the entrance was a burly elder Lu, his eyes greedily sweeping over their jade tokens. A special qualification, he snorted. Even with that, you must adhere to the rules. Once inside the resource site, half of what you acquire must be surrendered to the sect. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged knowing glances, both realizing that Elder Lu sought to extort them. However, they did not exhibit discontent. Instead, they respectfully handed over their jade tokens. Elder Lu accepted the tokens. Scrutinizing them closely, once he confirmed their authenticity, he reluctantly permitted their entry. Upon entering the resource site, Pan Yu and Su Yao were awestruck by the sight before them. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and lush vegetation thrived. Rare herbs and ores were abundant. In the distance, spiritual beasts roamed, emitting fierce roars. This truly is a treasure trove, Su Yao marveled. Pan Yu nodded, though a hint of seriousness flickered in his gaze. He knew that while resources were plentiful, competition would be fiercer still. They had to remain vigilant to survive in this place. At that moment, the sounds of a struggle echoed from afar. Pan Yu and Su Yao turned towards the commotion. Witnessing a group of disciples besieging a massive spiritual beast, "Let us go take a look," Pan Yu suggested. They moved toward the source of the fighting, their hearts brimming with anticipation and unease. In the resource site, they would face formidable opponents from all sides. How would they respond? Would they emerge victorious, ultimately securing enough resources to enhance their strength? All of this remained uncertain. Chapter 22, Entering the resource site. The first battle to break the stalemate. As they entered the resource site, the abundant spiritual energy enveloped them, usually a refreshing sensation, yet Pan Yu felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their branches and leaves dense, casting eerie shadows. He sensed countless eyes lurking in the darkness, observing their every move. Su Yao too perceived the unusual atmosphere, instinctively tightening her grip on her sword, her expression worried. "It appears our visitors bear ill intent," Pan Yu murmured, although a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not far along, a group of outer disciples obstructed their path. Leading them was a tall, flamboyantly dressed youth, none other than young Master Zhang. He cast a disdainful glance at Pan Yu and arrogantly remarked, "Oh, isn't this the useless Pan Yu? What brings you to the resource site in search of luck?" Behind young Master Zhang, several disciples stood menacingly, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Su Yao's expression shifted slightly. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Pan Yu, her tone icy. "Young Master Zhang, what are your intentions?" "What are my intentions? Naturally, to maintain order within the resource site," young Master Zhang sneered. "Individuals like you are utterly unqualified to be here. If you have any sense, you'll scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being uncivil. The special qualification was earned through our strength. Why should we relinquish it to you?" Su Yao countered defiantly. One of young Master Zhang's disciples chimed in with a mocking tone. "Strength, Su Yao, do you truly believe that you too can hold on to that special qualification? Those who know their place are wise. Better to hand it over and spare yourselves the pain." Surrounding disciples echoed their sentiments, their words dripping with threats and ridicule. They had long envied Pan Yu and Su Yao's special qualifications, and now that an opportunity to suppress them presented itself, they would not let it slip by. It seemed an intense battle was inevitable. Pan Yu stepped forward, shielding Su Yao behind him, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. Pan Yu, you need not put on a brave front. With your meager strength, you are no match for us, young Master Zhang taunted. Pan Yu ignored young Master Zhang's provocation, his eyes scanning the group with keen intensity. As if searching for something, suddenly, his gaze landed on a plump disciple lingering at the back of the throng, who was nonchalantly munching on a piece of dried meat, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding conflict. Zhou Pangzi, come here, Pan Yu called out abruptly. Zhou Pangzi froze momentarily, bewildered, before shuffling forward. Pan, did you call for me? Are you in league with them? Pan Yu asked pointedly. Zhou Pangzi hurriedly shook his head, flustered as he explained. No, Pan, I just, then stand with me, Pan Yu asserted firmly. Zhou Pangzi hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to align himself with Pan Yu. He understood that young Master Zhang and his followers had long been a source of resentment among the outer disciples, leveraging their power to intimidate others. Although Pan Yu's strength did not match that of young Master Zhang, he possessed exceptional wisdom and courage. Rather than aligning with the oppressive young Master Zhang, he proposed taking a gamble. Perhaps it would yield greater rewards. Very well, young Master Zhang sneered in fury. Since you choose to ignore our goodwill, do not blame us for being ungracious. Attack, just as the others prepared to strike. Pan Yu interjected, wait, I have a proposal. His words fell abruptly, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over young Master Zhang and another disciple, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Pan Yu surveyed the crowd, a subtle smile gracing his face. Let us wager on something, shall we? Young Master Zhang scoffed. Wager? You think you can challenge me? Let us wager on whether we can exit the resource area alive and return laden with spoils. Pan Yu declared, his eyes resolute and his voice brimming with confidence. If we win, you will allow us to leave and not obstruct our entrance into the resource area. If we lose, you may do as you wish. A tall, thin disciple behind young Master Zhang scoffed derisively. Such bravado, you two believe you can escape alive? How absurd! Ignoring the derision, Pan Yu shifted his gaze to a short, stout disciple beside young Master Zhang, known as Zhao Chang, who was greedy and easily provoked. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Chang, startled at being addressed, instinctively glanced at young Master Zhang. Pan Yu noticed this subtle gesture and felt a surge of triumph. He continued, I have observed that besides us, Elder Lu's people have also entered the resource area. Elder Lu is notoriously greedy. He must have sent his disciples to hoard a portion of the resources. With so many of you here, I doubt you will gain much benefit. Pan Yu's words struck like thunder, igniting a flurry of murmurs among the crowd, their gazes toward young Master Zhang now tinged with suspicion. Young Master Zhang's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Zhao Chang, barking silence. Do not listen to his nonsense. Whether it is nonsense or not, you know in your hearts, Pan Yu replied calmly, his words piercing. Instead of squabbling over trifling gains, why not unite against Elder Lu's people? Would that not be more prudent? His argument resonated with some, particularly Zhao Chang, who was already discontent with young Master Zhang's distribution plan. Hearing Pan Yu's suggestion further unsettled him. Enough, young Master Zhang roared, cutting through the chatter. Do not let him sow discord. We are many. We need not fear him. At his command, Zhao Chang and the tall, thin disciple lunged for Pan Yu. Their minds had been thrown into disarray by Pan Yu's words, and they sought to eliminate him swiftly to avoid future complications. Zhou, the one on the left. Pan Yu called out sharply, evading Zhao Chang's assault. Zhou, who had been biding his time, seized the moment at Pan Yu's command, swinging his iron rod with force towards the tall, thin disciple, who could not dodge in time and was struck on the shoulder with a pained cry. However, the other disciples quickly adapted, surrounding Pan Yu and Zhou with their numbers and synergy, slowly closing in on them. Though they appeared trapped, a glimmer of determination shone in Pan Yu's eyes. He had been observing the movements of their encirclement. Searching for an opportunity to break free, suddenly he darted towards the weakest point of the circle, trying to escape. Not so fast, young Master Zhang sneered, blocking Pan Yu's path, yet Pan Yu's speed exceeded Zhang's expectations. With agile footwork, he slipped past young Master Zhang, successfully breaking through a pursuit. Young Master Zhang bellowed, leading the charge after him. As Pan Yu dodged the oncoming attacks, he sought the presence of Su Yao, knowing she must be deeply worried for him. Su Yao, wait for me, he silently urged, quickening his pace. He abruptly turned and shouted towards a distant direction. Su Yao, I'm over here. Su Yao's heart raced, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on Pan Yu's figure. He moved like a nimble swallow, weaving through the enemy's encirclement, each dodge igniting her anxiety. She yearned to rush in and assist him, yet understood that her limited strength would only burden him further. The moment Pan Yu faced young Master Zhang, Su Yao felt a suffocating dread, fearing for his safety against Zhang's superior prowess. However, Pan Yu, with astonishing speed and agility, slipped past young Master Zhang.
Successfully escaping in that moment, Suyao's tension eased slightly, a flicker of relief lighting her eyes. After breaking free, Pan Yu did not forget Suyao, but he turned sharply, calling out to her, "Suyao, I'm over here." Seeing him unharmed, her heart finally settled. She responded with an encouraging glance, hoping he could feel her support. Pan Yu caught her gaze, offering a reassuring smile before continuing to evade his pursuers. As he dodged their attacks, he scanned his surroundings, noticing the ground littered with small stones, which sparked an idea in his mind. He deliberately slowed his pace, luring his pursuers into the stony area. "Why have you stopped chasing?" he taunted, his tone rife with mockery. Infuriated, his pursuers charged towards him, eager to catch him and relieve their frustration. Just as they closed in, Pan Yu feigned a stumble, falling to the ground. The pursuers rejoiced, believing him finally exhausted, quickening their pace. "Grab him!" young Master Zhang shouted in excitement. Yet, as they neared, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground where Pan Yu had fallen suddenly shifted, creating a simple trap. The pursuers, caught off guard, stumbled into the pit, twisting their ankles on the jagged stones, cries of pain erupting. "My foot!" Several of the allied disciples collapsed, groaning in agony. Young Master Zhang's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's cunning use of the terrain to set a trap. Seizing the moment, Pan Yu rose, brushing off the dust and casting a cold smile at the fallen pursuers. "I warned you, capturing me is not so easy." He glanced once more towards Suyao, his eyes brimming with confidence and determination. Suyao, witnessing Pan Yu's narrow escape, felt a swell of pride and joy. She realized that Pan Yu was not merely a warrior with unique insights but a man filled with wisdom and courage. In the distance, Elder Lu observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. He did not intervene. Instead, a sly smile crept across his face. He sought not only a share of the resources but also aimed to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Intending to ensnare all the outer disciples in one fell swoop, Pan Yu sensed a lurking threat, feeling a pair of eyes intently watching him from the shadows, stirring unease within him. The fallen allied disciples, undeterred, helped each other up, their eyes burning with vengeful flames. Young Master Zhang glared at Pan Yu, his expression dark as if he wished to devour him whole. "You'll pay for this, boy. I will settle this score." Pan Yu chuckled coldly, unperturbed. "I'm ready whenever you are." Young Master Zhang did not immediately charge. Instead, he conferred with several disciples, whispering among themselves, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, clearly plotting anew. Pan Yu recognized that the true challenge was only just beginning. "Pan Yu, they seem to be planning something." Suyao voiced her concern. "I know," Pan Yu replied, his gaze unwavering, focused on young Master Zhang and his cohorts. "Let them come. I will see what tricks they have left." He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings while contemplating his counter-strategy. The predatory gaze of Elder Lu and the scheming machinations of the Alliance disciples weighed heavily upon him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. He had to discover the key to breaking the impasse within a limited timeframe. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Pan Yu's mind, prompting him to whisper to Su Yao and Zhou Pingzi. We haven't even waited for him to finish when a commotion erupted from a distance. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there they saw young Master Zhang striding towards them with a group of subordinates, exuding an air of menace. A haughty smile adorned young Master Zhang's face, his eyes glinting with mockery, as if victory were already assured. Pan Yu, did you ever imagine we would meet again? Young Master Zhang's voice echoed ominously in the resource area, tinged with a chill. He brandished a glinting dagger in his hand, advancing step by step towards Pan Yu, his gaze revealing a dangerous glimmer. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. Chapter 23, The Strategist Defeats the Alliance. The beginning of breaking the family shackles. Young Master Zhang's figure appeared abruptly at the entrance of the resource area, casting a shadow like ominous clouds that momentarily stilled the previously lively atmosphere. Behind him trailed a group of sycophantic followers, each one strutting about as if the resource area were theirs for the taking. With an arrogant smile plastered on his face, young Master Zhang's disdainful gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon Pan Yu with a hint of provocation. Oh, is that not Pan Yu? What, still scavenging for scraps? Young Master Zhang's voice dripped with acid, sharp as glass. He deliberately raised his voice so that those around could hear his derision. Unfazed, Pan Yu met his gaze with calm eyes. Young Master Zhang, it has always been the rule here that the early bird gets the worm. Your sudden intrusion seems somewhat out of bounds, does it not? Rules. Young Master Zhang erupted into laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. In this resource area, I am the rule, I do as I please. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Yao, an insidious gleam flickering in his eyes. Su Yao, what future do you have following such a waste? You would be better off with me. I can guarantee you a life of luxury and splendor. Su Yao's expression darkened, revulsion etched across her face as she turned away in silence, her grip tightened around the sword in her hand.
her knuckles turning white, betraying her inner fury. Seeing this, young Master Zhang's expression soured further. He pointed a finger at Pan Yu, his voice dripping with malice. Pan Yu, if you know what's good for you,
you will quickly vacate this place and cease being an eyesore. Otherwise, he paused dramatically, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Otherwise what? Pan Yu scoffed. Unperturbed, young Master Zhang, who do you think you are? You believe you can simply command me to leave? Very well, if that's how you want it. Young Master Zhang laughed furiously, drawing his sword with a flourish, pointing it threateningly at Pan Yu. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered, don't blame me for being rude. His henchmen also unsheathed their weapons, encircling Pan Yu and Su Yao. The atmosphere became charged. On the brink of violence, Zhou Pangzi, sensing the gravity of the situation, timidly retreated behind Pan Yu, whispering, Pan Yu, this guy is a mid-tier warrior, we are no match for him. Pan Yu patted Zhou Pangzi reassuringly on the shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. He then turned to young Master Zhang, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Young Master Zhang, isn't this bloodshed rather dull? Why don't we engage in a game instead? Young Master Zhang paused, confusion flickering across his face. What game? Pointing to an ancient stone door deep within the resource area. Pan Yu said, I have heard that behind this stone door lies an ancient mechanism puzzle, and the one who solves it will be rewarded with a precious treasure. Why don't we compete to see who can solve the puzzle first? A glimmer of greed flashed in young Master Zhang's eyes. Though arrogant, he was not foolish. He recognized that in a direct confrontation he could easily overpower Pan Yu. However, if he could obtain the treasure without lifting a finger, it would be all the better. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. Fine, I accept your challenge. But if I win, he paused, his gaze shifting to Su Yao, a repugnant smile creeping onto his face. Su Yao will have to follow me. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Pan Yu's mouth, as if everything were under his control. It's a deal. He turned to Su Yao, his eyes conveying reassurance, indicating that she need not worry. Young Master Zhang eagerly approached the stone door, followed closely by his subordinates, all keen to discover what treasures lay hidden behind it. The door was inscribed with intricate runes, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Young Master Zhang cast a cursory glance, then impatiently began to fiddle with it, believing his knowledge far superior to Pan Yu's. This trivial mechanism puzzle would pose no challenge to him. As he carelessly manipulated several mechanisms, the door emitted a thunderous rumble, as if something were about to be unleashed. A triumphant smile spread across young Master Zhang's face, as if the treasure were already within his grasp. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The runes on the door suddenly blazed to life, and a barrage of fierce energy beams shot forth from them, raining down upon young Master Zhang like a torrential storm. Caught off guard, he was struck by the beams, letting out a scream as he tumbled to the ground, his luxurious garments torn and bloodied, a picture of utter disarray. His followers rushed forward to assist him, panic etched on their faces, unsure of how to proceed. Fuming with rage and humiliation, young Master Zhang pointed at the stone door, cursing, damn it, what kind of cursed mechanism is this? Pan Yu observed coldly from the sidelines, refraining from offering assistance. He had long perceived the secret behind the stone door. It was not a mere mechanism puzzle but a defensive array. Young Master Zhang's reckless actions had inadvertently triggered the array's protective mechanism. Approaching the stone door, Pan Yu scrutinized the runes, his eyes gleaming with insight. He reached out, gently touching one of the runes, and a peculiar energy coursed through his fingertips into his body. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the flow of this energy, and the method to unlock the stone door gradually materialized in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, they brimmed with confidence, following the method that had formed in his mind. He deftly manipulated the mechanisms, causing the runes on the door to shift and emit a soft glow. With the final mechanism activated, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark and mysterious passageway. A sense of ancient and enigmatic energy wafted from the depths of the passage, as if it led to another world. Young Master Zhang and his followers stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Pan Yu had truly deciphered the mechanism puzzle. The disbelief etched across young Master Zhang's face was palpable. He had initially assumed Pan Yu was merely bluffing, never anticipating he possessed such capability. Pan Yu turned to young Master Zhang, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems I have triumphed. Young Master Zhang's face darkened, and he fell silent. With a furious glare at Pan Yu, he spun on his heel and departed, his subordinates trailing behind him. Dejected. Su Yao looked at Pan Yu's retreating figure, her eyes filled with admiration and pride. She had not expected Pan Yu to be so astute, capable of unraveling such a complex mechanism puzzle. Pan Yu approached Su Yao and softly said, "Let us move forward." Su Yao nodded, following closely behind him as they entered the passage beyond the stone door. What secrets lay hidden within the depths of the passage? As the stone door slowly opened,
An ancient aura enveloped them, the passage ahead shrouded in darkness reminiscent of the gaping maw of a colossal beast, waiting for its prey to fall into its trap. Pan Yu stepped forward first. With Su Yao closely behind casting a glance back, they saw young Master Zhang and his entourage still frozen in place, resembling a flock of plucked chickens, their spirits crushed. Admiration shone unreservedly in Su Yao's gaze. She had not anticipated Pan Yu's formidable intellect and meticulous thinking. This admiration only served to stoke young Master Zhang's ire, his face contorted in fury, akin to a ripe persimmon on the verge of bursting. The passage was silent save for the sound of their footsteps echoing. Pan Yu held a luminous pearl, its gentle glow illuminating the path ahead. I didn't realize you had a grasp of array formations. Su Yao broke the silence, her tone laced with delight. Pan Yu smiled modestly. I know a thing or two. It's merely a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. He intentionally downplayed his abilities, yet this only heightened Su Yao's appreciation for his humility. You are far too modest, Su Yao remarked softly. Young Master Zhang prides himself on his vast knowledge, yet he could not even solve this minor mechanism. You are far superior to him. Her praise for Pan Yu was unreserved, each word piercing young Master Zhang's heart like a thorn. And standing outside the passage, young Master Zhang absorbed Su Yao's words, his anger erupting like a volcano, nearly consuming him. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Oblivious to the pain, Pan Yu led Su Yao through the passage into a spacious cavern. In the center of the cave grew a spirit herb emanating a faint glow. Indeed, it was the elusive Ninglu grass they sought. Is this the Ninglu grass? The excitement flickered in Su Yao's eyes. This herb was crucial for her to break through her bottleneck. Pan Yu nodded. Be cautious, there may be guardian spirit beasts within this cave. As soon as he spoke, a low growl emanated from the depths of the cave, and a massive beast emerged from the darkness, its crimson eyes fixed menacingly upon them, exuding a chilling aura of malice. Pan Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yao, gathering spirit energy in preparation for battle. Just then, young Master Zhang and his subordinates also entered the cave. Pan Yu, do you think you can monopolize this Ninglu grass? Young Master Zhang's tone dripped with malice. Today, I will make you pay the price. His henchmen brandished their weapons, encircling Pan Yu and Su Yao. Pan Yu let out a cold laugh, questioning the worth of these worthless individuals. His gaze sharpened, and his spiritual energy transformed into a sharp sword, piercing directly towards young Master Zhang. Zhang hurriedly dodged, yet still felt the sting of the sword's aura, blood trickling down his arm. Advance, kill him, young Master Zhang bellowed. Thus commenced a chaotic melee. Despite facing multiple opponents, Pan Yu remained unfazed, his keen insight allowing him to effortlessly discern his adversary's weaknesses. Each strike was executed with deadly precision. Su Yao also assisted from the sidelines. Though her strength paled in comparison to Pan Yu's, she was capable enough to handle a few subordinates. The battle intensified, the cavern resonating with shouts and the clash of weapons. As Zhang watched his subordinates fall one by one, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's formidable power. Stealthily, he extracted a black pill from his robe, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Pan Yu, you shall die. He hurled the pill towards Pan Yu, which exploded midair, enveloping him in a cloud of black mist. Pan Yu, Su Yao gasped in alarm, attempting to rush forward only to be obstructed by Zhang's men. As the black mist dissipated, Pan Yu's figure re-emerged, unscathed. A cold smirk played upon his lips as he held a jade pendant emanating a faint golden glow. It was this pendant that had shielded him from the toxic mist's effects. Upon witnessing this, young Master Zhang's complexion turned pale, akin to seeing a ghost. He could not fathom how Pan Yu had emerged unscathed from the poisonous fog. Impossible, this cannot be. Wu Zhang screamed hysterically. After all, he had procured the bone-corroding poison at great expense, a substance even martial masters struggled to withstand. How can you? Pan Yu cast a dismissive glance. A mere trick, and you dare to flaunt it before me? Seeing Pan Yu unharmed, the weight that had burdened Su Yao's heart finally lifted, a joyous smile blossoming on her face. Enraged and humiliated, young Master Zhang's eyes glinted with malice. Pan Yu, you dare to mock me? I shall make you pay. His subordinates brandished their weapons, ready for action. Zhang produced a red talisman from his robe, its surface pulsating with an eerie crimson light, a chilling aura emanating from it. Pan Yu, this is the Blood Fiend talisman passed down in my Zhang family, capable of summoning formidable Blood Fiend power. Prepare to meet your end. He cast the talisman into the air, which ignited instantly, transforming into a torrent of crimson flames racing towards Pan Yu. Pan Yu's expression hardened as he sensed the overwhelming force of the Blood Fiend power. Refusing to take it lightly, he swiftly summoned his internal spiritual energy, conjuring a golden light shield to guard himself. The crimson flames collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion that caused the entire cavern to tremble violently. Pan Yu stifled a grunt, feeling a tremendous impact push him backward a few steps. The potency of the Blood Fiend talisman was indeed formidable. Even he felt the strain. Su Yao, witnessing this, was filled with concern, wanting to assist, but was halted by Pan Yu. Focus on your safety. I will handle this. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. Swiftly forming hand seals, he murmured incantations, a powerful aura erupting from him, heavenly gang subduing demon formation. A golden array materialized beneath Pan Yu, enveloping him within its confines. Countless golden symbols flickered with radiant brilliance, exuding an immense pressure that kept the Blood Fiend power at bay. Young Master Zhang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a powerful trump card from Pan Yu. Break it for me, he roared, reigniting the Blood Fiend talisman, causing the crimson flames to batter against the golden formation with even greater ferocity. The array quaked violently, the golden symbols dimming, as if on the verge of shattering. Pan Yu gritted his teeth, straining to maintain the formation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, a disturbance emanated from the depths of the cavern, the ground trembling as an even more potent aura pervaded the air. What is happening? Su Yao exclaimed. Pan Yu's expression grew solemn as he gazed into the cavern's depths, speaking gravely. We must leave this place swiftly. He grasped Su Yao's hand, racing deeper into the cavern. Young Master Zhang, seeing this, was consumed by a covetous gleam. The Linglu grass is mine. He disregarded his pursuit of Pan Yu and charged towards the Linglu grass. In the cavern's depths, darkness enveloped them. Faintly illuminated by glimmers of eerie light, emanating an unsettling aura, Pan Yu and Su Yao proceeded cautiously, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Be careful. Pan Yu suddenly pulled Su Yao behind him as a shadow darted past them. Chapter 24. The temptation and crisis of core resources. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the air grew increasingly damp and cold, permeated by a suffocating sense of oppression. Pan Yu and Su Yao treaded carefully on the slippery stone floor. The sound of dripping water echoing throughout the cavern, adding to the ominous atmosphere. The surrounding stone walls sparkled with faint green luminescence, resembling the eyes of some unknown creature, observing their every move. Stay alert, something feels off about this place, Pan Yu whispered, tightening his grip on Su Yao's hand. He sensed the escalating danger surrounding them, as if something lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Su Yao nodded gently. Gripping her sword tightly, her gaze scanning the area with caution. As they ventured further, the green glow intensified, ultimately converging into a radiant space. In the center of the clearing stood a plant radiating a soft white light. Its leaves appeared as if sculpted from white jade, exuding a subtle fragrance. It was the Linglu grass, the very objective of their expedition. However, a faint golden halo enveloped the Linglu grass, forming a massive protective barrier around it. It's a restriction, Su Yao gasped. Just then, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Elder Lu, the guardian of the resource site. A greedy smile adorned his face as he regarded Pan Yu and Su Yao, saying, I never expected you to make it this far, but the Linglu grass is beyond your reach. A glint of coldness flickered in Elder Lu's eyes as he quickly formed hand seals. Golden symbols soaring from his hands and merging into the golden halo surrounding the Linglu grass. The halo blazed brighter, exuding immense pressure, as though it were on the brink of erupting. This restriction was laid by me personally. Even a martial master would find it challenging to unravel. You might as well abandon this endeavor. Elder Lu laughed triumphantly. Pan Yu's countenance grew grave. He understood that Elder Lu's strength far surpassed theirs, making a forced breakthrough nearly impossible. He scrutinized the restriction, seeking any vulnerabilities. Pan Yu, what should we do? Su Yao asked anxiously. Pan Yu remained silent, his gaze fixated on the restriction as thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his eyes. He seemed to have discovered something. Yaoer, do you see those symbols? Although they appear complex, they follow a certain pattern. Pan Yu pointed at the symbols of the restriction. Speaking softly, Su Yao followed his gaze, and indeed, the arrangement of the symbols revealed an underlying order rather than chaos. You mean? Su Yao seemed to grasp Pan Yu's intention. Exactly. If we can uncover this pattern, we might be able to dismantle the restriction. Confidence shone in Pan Yu's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his meticulous observation of the symbols, his keen insight working tirelessly to decipher the intricate restriction. Elder Lu, observing Pan Yu and Su Yao, wore a disdainful smile. In his view, these two outer disciples stood no chance of breaking his restriction. Take your time to study, I shall rest for a while. Elder Lu yawned, turning to a nearby boulder, seemingly unconcerned that Pan Yu and Su Yao could unravel the restriction. However, at that very moment, a subtle smile crept onto Pan Yu's lips. He had found it. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Pan Yu's eyes, and a confident grin appeared. I've found it. He pointed at the seemingly chaotic symbols of the restriction, explaining to Su Yao, the arrangement of these symbols is based on the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, corresponding to the principles of the 5 elements: mutual generation and restriction. Observe, these symbols represent metal, while these represent wood, metal overcomes wood, thus there exists a subtle connection between these two symbols. Su Yao focused intently. And indeed, as Pan Yu had stated, a faint connection emerged among the symbols. She could not help but admire Pan Yu's perceptiveness. The complex restriction had been deciphered at a glance. So how do we dismantle it? Su Yao inquired. Pan Yu offered a faint smile. It is quite simple. We shall counter poison with poison and employ gold to conquer wood, and use wood to overcome earth. If we activate these runes in the order of their mutual antagonism, we can dismantle the entire restriction. Beside him, Zhou Pengzi felt utterly bewildered, yet an inexplicable trust in Pan Yu compelled him to thump his chest and declare, Brother Pan, whatever you instruct, I shall follow. Nodding in acknowledgement, Pan Yu began to direct Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi, guiding them to cautiously touch the runes on the restriction in accordance with the patterns he had discerned. As they made contact with more and more runes, the golden halo upon the restriction began to flicker erratically, as if on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The ground surrounding the restriction trembled violently, and several lizard-like guardian beasts, their bodies encased in hard scales, emerged from the depths, emitting sharp, piercing roars as they lunged towards Pan Yu and his companions. Be careful, Pan Yu shouted, drawing his sword to shield Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi. The guardian beasts moved with astonishing speed, reaching Pan Yu in the blink of an eye, their razor-sharp claws aimed viciously at him. Pan Yu deftly sidestepped the attack, his sword striking out like a serpent. Landing a blow to the creature's abdomen, however, the guardian beast's scales proved remarkably resilient, the sword merely leaving a shallow scratch upon its surface. Enraged by the pain, the beast let out a furious roar. Intensifying its assault, Pan Yu fought while retreating, deftly evading the guardian's attacks while seeking an opportunity to counter. He observed that although the beasts possessed formidable defenses, their methods of attack were rather singular, and their speed slightly lacking. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Pan Yu swiftly maneuvered to the side of the guardian beast, thrusting his sword decisively into its neck. The creature emitted a pitiful scream, its body trembling violently, yet it did not fall. Instead, its eyes turned blood red, and its scales radiated an eerie glow, its aura becoming even more potent. This is bad, it's going to fight with all its might. Pan Yu thought, his expression shifting in alarm as he quickly withdrew, yet it was too late. The guardian beast surged forward with newfound speed, its claw crashing into Pan Yu's chest and sending him flying. Pan Yu, Su Yao exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to support the fallen Pan Yu. He clutched his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his complexion pale. Cough, I'm fine, Pan Yu said, enduring the pain. At that moment, the remaining guardian beasts closed in, their predatory gazes fixed upon them. What should we do, Brother Pan? Zhou Pengzi asked anxiously. Taking a deep breath, Pan Yu forced himself to stand, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Yaorik Pengzi, cover me. I shall attempt once more. Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi nodded, positioning themselves in front of Pan Yu to engage the guardian beasts. Meanwhile, Pan Yu seized the opportunity to observe the restriction again. Searching for the final breakthrough, focusing his mind, he pushed his powers of insight to their limits and finally discerned the most vulnerable point of the restriction. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his internal energy and struck that point with his palm. Crack, a sharp sound echoed, and the golden halo of the restriction shattered instantly, revealing the Duladen grass within. Simultaneously, the guardian beasts were also struck by the shockwave of the shattered restriction, collapsing to the ground. Success! Pan Yu beamed with satisfaction. However, at that moment, a chilling voice emerged from behind. Do you think this is the end? Turning to look, Pan Yu saw Elder Lu standing not far away, his eyes glinting with malice. Elder Lu chuckled sinisterly, his greedy gaze fixated on the Duladen grass. You've worked hard to help me dismantle the restriction. Now that Duladen grass belongs to me. Supporting Pan Yu, Su Yao watched Elder Lu warily. Pan Yu, suppressing his pain, managed a cold smirk. Elder Lu, that Duladen grass is not something just anyone can claim, just relying on two youngsters like you. Elder Lu scoffed disdainfully, unleashing his aura as a mid-tier martial master. Pressing down on Pan Yu and Su Yao like a mountain. Su Yao's expression changed, her breath becoming labored. Gritting his teeth, Pan Yu shielded Su Yao behind him, bearing the weight of Elder Lu's oppressive presence. Blood spurted from Pan Yu's mouth, staining his garments. Pan Yu, Su Yao cried out in alarm, her eyes filled with concern and sorrow. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, she softly asked, "Are you all right? Don't push yourself." Pan Yu grasped Su Yao's hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. "I'm fine. Do not worry." He turned his attention back to Elder Lu, his eyes shining with resolve. "Elder Lu, if you wish to seize the Duladen grass, you must first get past me." Seeing the determination in Pan Yu's eyes, Su Yao felt a surge of warmth within her. In that moment, her affection for him deepened, despite facing a formidable foe. She felt no fear, only a desire to stand by his side in battle.
Pan Yu inhaled deeply, enduring the pain, and resumed his examination of the restriction, though he had dismantled part of it. The core of the restriction remained hidden deeper within. Elder Lu, enraged by Pan Yu's defiance, bellowed, "You foolish creature!" In a flash, he appeared before Pan Yu like a specter, striking at him with a palm. Anticipating the attack, Pan Yu sidestepped, countering with a swift kick aimed at Elder Lu's abdomen. Caught off guard by Pan Yu's agility despite his injuries, Elder Lu staggered back a few steps, seizing the opportunity. Pan Yu pressed the attack, his sword darting forth like lightning, aimed directly at Elder Lu's throat. A flicker of panic crossed Elder Lu's eyes as he hastily raised his hand to defend. Clang! A resounding metallic clash echoed, sparks flying. Though Pan Yu's cultivation was inferior to Elder Lu's, his exquisite swordsmanship and understanding of the restriction allowed him to engage in an evenly matched duel. Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi joined the fray, their limited strength still contributing to diverting some of Elder Lu's focus. Amidst the fierce battle, Pan Yu discovered another flaw in the restriction. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he thrust his sword into the weak point once more. Another sharp crack resounded, and a portion of the restriction shattered again, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy that was invigorating. Ha! I am on the verge of success, Pan Yu exclaimed excitedly. Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "Damn you, boy, you shall not succeed," he roared, charging towards Pan Yu once more. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance. "Stop!" Everyone turned to see a young man in splendid attire striding towards them. It was Zhang Xiao, Su Yao's betrothed. He approached Su Yao, concern etched on his face. "Yaoer, are you unharmed?" Su Yao shook her head, casting a complex glance at Pan Yu and noticing Su Yao's gaze, Zhang Xiao followed it to Pan Yu. A shadow passing over his eyes. "So, you are Pan Yu?" Pan Yu regarded Zhang Xiao coldly, saying nothing. Zhang Xiao's lips curled into a sneer as he addressed Elder Lu. "Elder Lu, allow me to handle this matter." Elder Lu nodded, stepping aside as Zhang Xiao's gaze turned lethal as he focused on Pan Yu. "Dare to touch my people, you must be tired of living." He slowly drew his sword, its tip pointing menacingly at Pan Yu. "Yaoer, do you truly intend to forsake our family's long-standing ties for him?" Zhang Xiao's appearance intensified the tension in the air. Su Yao's gaze flickered between Pan Yu and Zhang Xiao, her heart torn. She understood the weight of her family's alliance with the Zhang family and recognized her feelings for Pan Yu were irrepressible. This agonizing dilemma left her in torment. Pan Yu tightened his grip on Su Yao's hand, offering her a determined gaze, silently conveying his support and encouragement. He recognized the predicament Su Yao faced and understood he must swiftly resolve the situation to protect her and safeguard their love. Noticing Su Yao's hesitation, Zhang Xiao's jealousy flared even more. He sneered, pointing his sword at Pan Yu, his tone dripping with provocation. "What's the matter? Too afraid to fight? Or do you only know how to hide behind a woman?" Unfazed, Pan Yu met Zhang Xiao's gaze with steely resolve, his voice icy. "If you wish to fight, I shall oblige, but the Duladen grass is mine to claim." A fierce battle was imminent, though Pan Yu bore grave injuries. He relied on his understanding of the restriction and nimble movements to evade Zhang Xiao's attacks. Su Yao assisted from the side, occasionally intervening to distract Zhang Xiao and alleviate the pressure on Pan Yu. Zhou Pengzi, undeterred by his own limitations, joined the fray, striving to restrain Elder Lu and prevent his interference in the conflict between Pan Yu and Zhang Xiao. Meanwhile, Su Yao's family learned of her deepening affection for Pan Yu. Solidifying their resolve to see her wed to Zhang Xiao, the head of the Su family personally dispatched someone to command Su Yao to return immediately, forbidding any further connection with Pan Yu. Upon hearing this news, Su Yao felt as if struck by lightning. She understood that her family's decision was absolute, and her love for Pan Yu faced an unprecedented crisis. Tears blurred her vision. Yet she fought to hold them back. She could not show weakness before Pan Yu. She had to face this turmoil with strength. Sensing Su Yao's distress, Pan Yu's heart tightened. He gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders, whispering in her ear, "Do not fear, I will handle everything." Su Yao leaned into Pan Yu's embrace, finding solace in his warmth. Though she knew his words could not alter her family's decree, the obstacles between them were far more formidable than they had imagined. At that moment, Pan Yu's powers of insight revealed the final flaw in the restriction. He realized that if he could breach it, he would fully dissolve the restriction and obtain the Duladen grass. A spark of determination ignited in his eyes as he took a deep breath, preparing for a final, all-out effort. He understood that this was their last chance. Should failure befall him, not only would he be unable to attain the coveted Du grass, but the future he envisioned with Su Yao would also grow increasingly bleak. He cast a glance at Su Yao, his eyes brimming with determination and resolve. "Wait for me." With those two words, he dashed toward the heart of the restriction without a moment's hesitation. Su Yao watched Pan Yu's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of worry and anticipation. She understood the perilous nature of Pan Yu's actions.
Yet she also recognized that this was their sole glimmer of hope. Chapter 25, The Resolution of Family Predicaments. A dual assault of wisdom and emotion. The residence of Su Yao's family nestled in a secluded alleyway on the western outskirts of the city. With its blue bricks and gray tiles, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted eaves, it exuded a certain rustic charm. Yet, at that moment, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the courtyard, rendering it stifling. Pan Yu and Su Yao stood side by side in the center of the hall. Facing the stern countenances of Su Yao's elders, their expressions were cold and their gazes sharp, as if they wished to rend Pan Yu to pieces. Su Yao's father, the head of the Su family, spoke slowly, his voice deep yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Pan Yu, you should leave. You and Yao are impossible. We have decided to betroth Yao to the young master of the Zhang family. The words of the Su family patriarch struck Pan Yu like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. He grasped Su Yao's hand tightly, feeling the chill of her fingertips. Raising his head, he met the patriarch's gaze with unwavering resolve. Uncle Su. Su Yao and I are truly in love. I will not give up. Truly in love. A trace of cold amusement danced at the corners of the patriarch's mouth. What can you offer Yao in terms of happiness? You are but an outer disciple, lacking in background and resources. What qualifies you to marry my daughter? The other elders chimed in, their words dripping with disdain and scorn for Pan Yu. A good-for-nothing relying on petty tricks to survive among the outer disciples dares to aspire to our Su family? Young Master Zhang is accomplished and a mid-level warrior. What do you have to compare with him? You cannot provide Yao with the life she desires. You will only drag her down. Each biting remark pierced Pan Yu's heart like a dagger. Su Yao tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes filled with worry and empathy. She knew how fiercely Pan Yu held onto his pride, and these words were undoubtedly a profound humiliation for him. Young Master Zhang, the betrothed suitor arranged by the Su family, sat nearby, a smug smile gracing his lips. He cast a sidelong glance at Pan Yu, his eyes filled with contempt and provocation. It seemed he could already envision Pan Yu's ignominious departure. His heart swelling with triumph. Yet, in the face of the Su family's mockery and young Master Zhang's taunts, Pan Yu found an unexpected tranquility within. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Uncle Su. I understand that you look down upon me, believing I lack the ability to provide happiness for Su Yao. However, I wish to convey that what you perceive is merely the surface. Pausing, he swept his gaze over everyone present. His tone firm and powerful. Pan Yu, am far from the good-for-nothing you imagine. He hesitated briefly, his eyes glinting with intensity as he began to recount his experiences in the resource area. He narrated how he skillfully evaded Elder Lu's watchful eye to procure rare herbs, how he outsmarted other outer disciples, achieving victory against the odds to acquire greater resources, and how he navigated perilous traps, turning danger into safety to protect himself and his companions. He even detailed how he utilized the terrain and environment to fend off a pack of ferocious beasts, ultimately securing a precious inner core from a demon beast. As Pan Yu recounted his tale, the atmosphere in the hall began to shift. The previously disdainful elders now bore expressions of surprise and uncertainty. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple possessed such a wealth of experience and extraordinary courage. Even young Master Zhang, who had maintained a haughty demeanor, now wore a flicker of unease in his eyes. Su Yao held Pan Yu's hand tightly, her gaze filled with steadfastness and pride. She knew of Pan Yu's capabilities and believed wholeheartedly that he could overcome the challenges before him. Stepping forward, she asserted with unwavering conviction, Father, esteemed elders, I love Pan Yu. I do not care for his current status or wealth. I believe in him. He will surely bring me happiness. Pan Yu turned to Su Yao, his eyes radiating warmth and gratitude. He gently squeezed her hand, offering her a reassuring look. Then, he faced the Su family patriarch and the elders once more, his tone resolute. Uncle Su, I understand your concerns for Su Yao's future. But please trust me, I will strive to provide her with happiness. I will not allow her to suffer any indignities. The Su family patriarch remained silent for a moment, his gaze complex as he regarded Pan Yu. He could not deny that Pan Yu's performance had impressed him. This young man, though of humble origins, possessed wisdom and courage beyond the ordinary. Perhaps he truly could create miracles and bring happiness to Su Yao. What you have said is indeed surprising, the patriarch finally spoke, a hint of hesitation in his tone. However, that does not prove you are qualified to marry my daughter. Young Master Zhang is a mid-level warrior. What about you? You are merely a beginner warrior. How can you protect Yao? The other elders nodded in agreement, affirming the patriarch's sentiments. To them, strength was the only measure of a warrior's worth. Pan Yu smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence flickering in his eyes. Uncle Su, strength is not static. Although I am currently a beginner warrior, I believe I will soon break through to a higher realm. He paused, scanning the room, his tone resolute. To demonstrate my determination and ability, Pan Yu's words hung in the air, and he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the Su family patriarch. I am willing to accept the family's trial. At that moment, the hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The family's trials were no trifling matter. A misstep could lead to severe injury or even death. Su Yao's complexion paled, and she grasped Pan Yu's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with concern. Young Master Zhang, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh, a flicker of malice crossing his expression. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall grant you this opportunity. The patriarch pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to Pan Yu's request. Among the family disciples, Su Chang, who was also a beginner warrior, would serve as his opponent. Su Chang was a burly figure. Muscles rippling, clearly a seasoned warrior. He strode to the center of the hall, casting a disdainful glance at Pan Yu. Kid, I advise you to concede now to spare yourself the pain. Pan Yu's expression remained calm as he stepped forward. No need for words. Let actions speak for themselves. As the match commenced, Su Chang struck first with a ferocious series of tiger fist attacks, the fists whistling through the air aimed directly at Pan Yu's face. Everyone anticipated that Pan Yu would evade, yet he stood firm, shifting his weight as if a specter, slipping past Su Chang's assault, and with lightning speed, delivered a palm strike to Su Chang's chest. Su Chang let out a grunt, staggering backward a few steps, astonished at Pan Yu's remarkable speed and agility. Before he could regain his balance, Pan Yu surged forward, unleashing a fluid series of strikes that came like a tempest. Each of Pan Yu's movements was executed with precision, targeting Su Chang's vulnerabilities. His seemingly gentle attacks concealed immense power, leaving Su Chang struggling to withstand the onslaught. After a few exchanges, the tide had clearly turned against Su Chang, who ultimately fell to the ground, unable to continue. The hall fell into a profound silence, all present taken aback by Pan Yu's prowess. They had never imagined that this seemingly frail outer disciple possessed such formidable combat capabilities. Even young Master Zhang, who had been observing with a detached demeanor, could not help but furrow his brow. At Su Yao's eyes sparkled with joy and pride. She had known Pan Yu would triumph, but she had not anticipated such ease in his victory. I have won, Pan Yu stated calmly, turning his gaze toward the Su family patriarch. Now, may I marry Su Yao? The patriarch's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. Although he was taken aback by Pan Yu's display, he was still reluctant to abandon the alliance with the Zhang family. After all, the Zhang family was a prominent clan in the city, and a union with them would bring considerable benefits to the Su family. Pan Yu, you are indeed impressive, but matters of marriage are not trifles, the patriarch replied gravely. We must consider other factors. The other elders echoed his sentiments, emphasizing that the family's interests were paramount. Su Yao's heart sank. She realized that the elders had not fully accepted Pan Yu. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, understanding that mere strength would not suffice to persuade these obstinate elders. He needed to present a more compelling argument. Uncle Su, I know you are concerned about the family's future. I have a plan regarding the development of the family's resource area. Pausing, he surveyed the room. This plan could yield greater benefits for the family than a mere marriage alliance. His words plunged the hall into silence once more. The family elders exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. They began to reassess Pan Yu's value. Young Master Zhang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu would possess such a trump card. He thought to himself, I cannot allow this brat to succeed. Rising abruptly, Pan Yu spoke with a steady tone and piercing gaze. The resources currently available to the Su family are limited, and the extraction methods are archaic, leading to stagnation in family profits. I have studied the geological trends of the family's resource area and discovered that it harbors far richer resources yet to be tapped. I have a plan that can triple, or even more, the yield from the resource area. Pan Yu withdrew a hand-drawn map from his bosom, intricately detailing the distribution of resources and the innovative extraction routes and methods he had devised. He articulated his plans with eloquence, elucidating each aspect from the improvements in extraction techniques to personnel arrangements and revenue distribution, demonstrating meticulous consideration. The elder members of the family were left speechless, as they had never fathomed the immense potential hidden within their resource lands. Master Su was particularly exhilarated, clutching the map tightly as if he could envision a luminous future for the family's resurgence. Pan Yu, are you certain this plan is feasible? Master Su's voice trembled slightly. I stake my life on it, Pan Yu replied with unwavering conviction. Su Yao gazed at the spirited Pan Yu, her heart swelling with pride and affection. She recognized that Pan Yu was not only a formidable warrior but also astute and resourceful, destined to lead the Su family towards prosperity. Meanwhile, young Master Zhang's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu possessed such a trump card. Initially, he believed that his own prowess and family background would effortlessly secure Su Yao's hand. However, Pan Yu's emergence had completely disrupted his plans. Uncle Su, young Master Zhang suppressed his rising fury. You cannot take this brat's words at face value, he is merely an outer disciple. What does he know about resource development? Perhaps he's just spinning tales to gain your trust. Young Master Zhang, are you questioning my judgment? Master Su's displeasure was evident. Not at all, but this matter is of utmost importance and warrants cautious deliberation. Young Master Zhang's eyes glinted with a cunning idea. How about this? Let us first dispatch personnel to inspect the resource site and ascertain whether this young man's plan holds water. If it proves viable, we can decide then. Master Su pondered for a moment, finding some merit in young Master Zhang's suggestion. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let us send someone to investigate. A sly smile crept across young Master Zhang's lips. For he had already formulated a plan to sabotage Pan Yu's efforts, intending to tarnish his reputation within the Su family. Pan Yu, young Master Zhang approached him, his tone icy. We shall see how this unfolds. Pan Yu scoffed, meeting young Master Zhang's gaze with fearless resolve. I am ready whenever you are. After departing from the Su residence, Pan Yu and Su Yao walked side by side. Su Yao grasped Pan Yu's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with concern. Pan Yu, are you truly confident? I worry that young Master Zhang might intervene. Fear not, Pan Yu reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. I anticipated his tricks long ago. I have arranged for personnel to covertly protect the resource site. No scheme of young Master Zhang will escape my notice. A glimmer of determination flashed in Pan Yu's eyes as he silently vowed, Young Master Zhang, do you truly believe you can thwart me? I am eager to see what antics you can conjure. The following day, Pan Yu accompanied by Zhou Pengzi made their way to the resource site. Along the journey, Pan Yu sensed something amiss. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Zhou Pengzi, do you detect any unusual odor? Zhou Pengzi sniffed the air. It smells like blood, doesn't it? A sense of foreboding gripped Pan Yu as he quickened his pace towards the resource site. Upon arrival, the scene before him left both Pan Yu and Zhou Pengzi dumbfounded. The once lush resource area lay in ruins, strewn with corpses, the ground soaked in blood. Pan Yu recognized one of the bodies. It was Elder Lu, the guardian of the resource site. His expression darkened as he realized the situation was far more convoluted than he had anticipated. He approached the entrance of the resource site, where he observed new and intricate seals inscribed upon it, exuding an ominous energy. Chapter 26, The Resource Site's Counterattack, a brilliant breakthrough in desperation at the entrance of the resource site. The air was thick with the stench of blood, a stark contrast to the earth's natural fragrance. Pan Yu and Zhou Pengzi surveyed the devastation before them, a chill creeping into their hearts. The once vibrant medicinal fields were trampled beyond recognition, spiritual herbs lay scattered, and several bodies lay in pools of blood, a horrifying sight. Pan Yu instantly identified Elder Lu among the fallen, his face turned ashen. Fists clenched tightly, fingernails nearly digging into his flesh. He understood that the circumstances were far more intricate than he initially perceived. What on earth has transpired? Zhou Pengzi asked, his voice quivering pale as he took in the gruesome scene. Though he had a gluttonous nature, he was not malicious, and such bloodshed filled him with dread. Pan Yu remained silent, hastening to scrutinize the seals at the resource site's entrance. These seals were entirely different from the previous ones. More complex and perilous, radiating an eerie blue glow, akin to a coiled serpent poised to strike. Just then, a group of outer disciples emerged from the thickets, their faces adorned with malicious grins and eyes brimming with hostility. At the forefront stood a tall, gaunt man with a sharp jaw named Sun Chang, who had always been at odds with Pan Yu. If it isn't Pan Yu, Sun Chang sneered, what's this, still hoping to enter the resource site? Alas, it now belongs to us. Pan Yu cast a cold glance at Sun Chang, his voice low and steady. Elder Lu is dead, and you still have the audacity to flaunt your power here? Elder Lu, his demise was merely an unfortunate accident. Sun Chang feigned sorrow, then swiftly shifted the narrative. But thanks to him, we now have the opportunity to take over the resource site. Pan Yu, I suggest you leave while you still can. You are not welcome here. You conspired with Elder Lu. A glint of cold fury flickered in Pan Yu's eyes. Conspired? Such words are reckless. Sun Chang grinned. We merely seized the opportunity presented to us. Everything here now belongs to us, including the spiritual herbs you toiled to collect. Zhou Pengzi's face flushed with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at Sun Chang. You despicable wretches, despicable, it's simply the way of the world. The victor takes all, Sun Chang scoffed. Pan Yu, I advise you not to waste your efforts. These seals are not something you can unravel. Pan Yu ignored Sun Chang, focusing intently on the seals, analyzing their structure and operational patterns in his mind. He knew Sun Chang was correct. These seals were indeed extraordinarily complex, and a single misstep could trigger catastrophic consequences. Nevertheless, Pan Yu refused to concede defeat. Taking a deep breath, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the seals, attuning himself to the flowing energy within. Interesting, Pan Yu mused quietly, a slight smile gracing his lips. While these seals are intricate, they are not infallible. He turned his gaze back to Sun Chang. Confidence radiating from him. Are you certain I cannot unravel them? Pan Yu's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk, scanning the complex patterns of the seals. Sun Chang's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. Yet it did little to waver his resolve. His unique ability, a golden finger capable of discerning every flaw, was now in full effect. The eerie blue glow of the seals fragmented before his eyes, transforming into numerous streams of energy, akin to threads weaving together into a convoluted web. Initially, the direction of these energy streams appeared chaotic, a dizzying display. However, as Pan Yu observed, he gradually discerned certain patterns. Some energy nodes flickered at slightly varied frequencies, while others deviated ever so slightly from their intended paths. These subtle distinctions, seemingly trivial to the untrained eye, were the keys to dismantling the seals in Pan Yu's view. He extended his finger, a wisp of true chi coalescing at its tip, carefully making contact with an energy node that flickered anomalously. The node trembled slightly, causing the surrounding energy streams to shift, transforming the previously chaotic flow into an orderly stream. As he realized he had found the right course, a hulking figure emerged from the crowd, wielding a massive axe, his face a mask of brutishness and fury. It was Cheng Hu, Elder Lu's most trusted subordinate. You dare tamper with Elder Lu's seals? You're courting death, Cheng Hu bellowed, swinging his axe towards Pan Yu with ferocity. The axe, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, surged towards Pan Yu's face. He deftly dodged, the axe crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater. Furious at his missed attack, Cheng Hu launched another assault, his strikes becoming increasingly relentless. Initially, Pan Yu evaded Cheng Hu's attacks with ease, but as the battle intensified, Cheng Hu's techniques grew more cunning and his speed accelerated, causing Pan Yu to struggle. Small wounds began to appear on his body, blood seeping from them. Then, unexpectedly, Cheng Hu altered his tactics. Instead of chopping down, he swung horizontally, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Pan Yu was caught off guard, the axe striking his chest and sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Pan Yu, upon witnessing the scene, the corpulent Zhou was taken aback, his face paling in shock. Brandishing the sword in his hand, he charged forward, positioning himself to shield Pan Yu from Cheng Hu's impending strike. Get lost, you deadweight, Cheng Hu bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhou sprawling. Once more, Cheng Hu raised his colossal axe, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Pan Yu. At that critical juncture, Pan Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He discerned Cheng Hu's next move. The axe, held aloft, was prepared to descend with full force. In that fleeting moment, Pan Yu executed a swift roll, evading the axe's lethal arc, and simultaneously struck Cheng Hu's chest with a forceful palm. Cheng Hu spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Rendered unconscious, struggling to rise, Pan Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his icy gaze toward Sun Chang, challenging him. Now, do you still believe I cannot break the seal? Sun Chang's complexion darkened, rendered speechless. He realized he had underestimated Pan Yu's prowess. Ignoring Sun Chang, Pan Yu turned his attention back to the intricate seal, his fingertips once again brushing against an energy node. Su Yao, do you believe I can achieve this? Pan Yu inhaled deeply, his focus sharpening on the complex patterns of the seal, the concerned look in Su Yao's eyes. Young Master Shang's derisive sneer, and Elder Lu's greedy gaze transformed into motivation, propelling him forward. He had to succeed, not just for himself, but for Su Yao and all the oppressed outer disciples. I believe in you. Su Yao's voice was gentle yet resolute, flowing through Pan Yu's heart like a clear spring, dispelling his inner turmoil and anxiety. Her trust provided him with immense encouragement. Pan Yu's fingertips once again made contact with the seal, the ethereal blue energy swirling before his eyes like stars twinkling in the night sky. He concentrated intently, channeling all his focus into the seal, striving to unveil its underlying principles. Time slipped by, each second heavy with anticipation. As beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, the seal proved even more intricate than he had anticipated, his previous methods encountering an insurmountable barrier. He experimented with various techniques, yet progress eluded him. Just as despair began to creep in, Su Yao's voice echoed once more. Pan Yu, do you remember what our master taught us about overcoming rigidity with gentleness? Sometimes a forceful approach can yield counterproductive results. Her words struck like a flash of lightning, illuminating the fog in Pan Yu's mind. He suddenly realized that he had been overly fixated on brute force, neglecting the inherent characteristics of the seal itself. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted the flow of his energy, transforming his once forceful essence into a gentle stream akin to a spring breeze caressing the energy nodes of the seal. A miracle unfolded. The once stubborn energy nodes began to rotate slowly, the chaotic energy flow around them transforming into a harmonious order. Elation surged within Panyu. He knew he had discovered the correct path. He continued to deftly manipulate his energy, following the direction of the energy flow, gradually dismantling the seal. 1, 2, 3 More and more energy nodes succumbed to his efforts, the seal's radiance dimming progressively. At that moment, young Master Zhang struck, unleashing a lethal sword aura towards Su Yao. Caught off guard, Su Yao was grazed on the arm, blood instantaneously staining her sleeve. Su Yao, Panyu's heart shattered, his fury igniting. He could not afford to continue dismantling the seal. Instead, he swiftly positioned himself before Su Yao. Young Master Zhang, you have gone too far. Panyu roared. A worthless wretch dares to challenge me. Young Master Zhang scoffed, launching another assault with his sword. Panyu, suppressing the blaze of rage within, protected Su Yao while skillfully evading Zhang's strikes. Though he was inferior in strength, his agile movements and precise judgments allowed him to barely withstand the onslaught. Panyu focused on breaking the seal. I am fine, Su Yao said, enduring the pain. Gazing at Su Yao's wounded arm, Panyu was overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. Drawing a deep breath, he transformed his fury into determination. Accelerating his efforts to dismantle the seal, with Su Yao's encouragement and his own relentless endeavor, Panyu finally succeeded in unraveling the majority of the seal, leaving only the final core barrier. He looked up at Su Yao, his gaze resolute. Su Yao, once I break the last barrier, we shall depart from this place. Su Yao nodded, her eyes shimmering with hope. Panyu inhaled deeply, concentrating all his energy at his fingertips as he slowly reached out to touch the final barrier. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from deep within the seal, the ground trembling violently. What is happening? Zhou exclaimed in alarm. The energy from Panyu's fingertips seeped into the last barrier like a gentle stream. He abandoned the notion of brute force, instead guiding the internal energy flow of the seal with his soft energy. Su Yao's reminder had illuminated his path, and the principle of overcoming rigidity with gentleness was manifesting vividly at that moment. The intricate patterns within the seal no longer appeared as obstacles but rather as guiding veins directing him forward. As he guided his energy, the previously agitated forces gradually calmed, ultimately returning to tranquility. With a soft crack, the last barrier shattered like glass, dissipating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a pure essence of spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating their spirits. We did it, Zhou jubilantly leaped into the air, his flesh wobbling. Brother Pan, you are truly remarkable. Su Yao's eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at Panyu, softly declaring, I knew you could do it. Those simple words brought Panyu greater comfort than any praise could convey. Young Master Zhang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Panyu would truly breach the seal. He shot a venomous glare at Panyu, scoffed coldly, and turned to delve deeper into the resource site. Elder Lu's expression was equally grim. He had not foreseen that Panyu could unravel the fortified barrier he had meticulously crafted. With a scowl, he admonished Panyu, Kid, don't celebrate too soon. This is merely the first hurdle. Greater challenges await you. Unfazed by Elder Lu's threat, Panyu turned to Su Yao and Zhou, commanding, let us proceed. The three continued along the newly opened passage, the walls on either side embedded with crystals that emitted a gentle glow. Illuminating their path, the air was thick with spiritual energy, revitalizing their spirits. As they ventured deeper, the passage narrowed, the spiritual essence growing increasingly dense, nearly palpable. The spiritual energy here is so rich, Zhou inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy on his face. If only we could cultivate here. Do not let your guard down, Panyu cautioned. The denser the spiritual energy, the greater the danger often lurking within. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Gripping her sword tightly as she scanned their surroundings warily, they pressed on, reaching the end of the passage where a colossal stone door loomed. Intricate runes adorned the door, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Panyu approached the stone door, scrutinizing the runes. He noted that these symbols bore resemblance to those on the seal he had previously unraveled, yet were even more complex and profound. Beyond this door lies the repository of core resources, Panyu stated firmly. Su Yao and Zhou joined him, their hearts brimming with both anticipation and trepidation. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. Panyu immediately became alert. Signaling Su Yao and Zhou to remain silent, the footsteps grew closer, clearer, suggesting that more than one person was approaching. Panyu gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixated on the passage's depths. A shadow darted into view, followed by another, and soon an increasing number of silhouettes emerged before them, clad in black attire, their faces concealed by masks. Only their icy eyes were visible. Armed with various weapons, they radiated a chilling aura of malevolence. Panyu's heart sank. He understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. He whispered to Su Yao and Zhou, "Be cautious, these individuals." Before he could finish, one of the shadows lunged forward. Chapter 27, The Contest for Core Resources, a pinnacle clash of passion and wit. The figure of Elder Lu emerged at the end of the corridor, flanked by several disciples, striding forward with an imposing presence. Upon his arrival, the black-clad individuals immediately halted their actions, standing respectfully to the side. "Elder Lu, what brings you here?" Young Master Zhang hastily approached, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Humph, I am the guardian elder of this place. Naturally, the core resources belong to me," Elder Lu snorted coldly, his avaricious gaze sweeping over Pan Yu and the others. "As for you young ones, if you obediently hand over your gains, I may spare your lives." Elder Lu, "These core resources were discovered through our collective efforts. Why should they all belong to you?" A dissenting outer disciple retorted. "Simply because I am a mid-tier martial master. Simply because I am the guardian elder here," Elder Lu bellowed. "Who dares to defy me shall not be spared." In an instant, the atmosphere in the corridor became tense, with various factions eyeing each other warily. As a larger conflict loomed on the horizon, Pan Yu surveyed the surroundings, taking in the expressions of all present. And a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. "It appears today is indeed quite lively," he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with intelligence. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed, "Elder Lu, I have something to inform you." With a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, Pan Yu declared, "Elder Lu, I have discovered that these black-clad individuals are not mere thieves, they are concealing tokens from other sects." The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Elder Lu's expression shifted, and he barked, "Nonsense, they are clearly a band of thieves attempting to seize the core resources. Whether they are thieves or not can be ascertained with a search." Pan Yu responded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the black-clad figures, several of whom visibly paled. Young Master Zhang too sensed something amiss. He cast a suspicious glance at Elder Lu, a seed of doubt sprouting in his mind. Could it be that Elder Lu was colluding with these black-clad individuals? If that were the case, had he not been manipulated? Realizing his scheme was unraveling, Elder Lu, infuriated, pointed a finger at Pan Yu and shouted, "You wretch, you seek to sow discord, seize him." The black-clad individuals, receiving their orders, once more surged toward Pan Yu. Young Master Zhang hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to observe the unfolding chaos. He understood that if Pan Yu's claims held any truth, then Elder Lu was indeed his adversary. As the melee erupted again, Pan Yu moved with agility, weaving through the black-clad attackers. He first engaged an outer disciple, their blades clashing in a dazzling display of swordplay. The opponent suddenly unleashed a whirlwind slash, the sword energy spiraling toward him like a tornado. Caught off guard, Pan Yu was grazed on the shoulder by the blade's energy, blood seeping forth. However, he remained unfazed, calmly analyzing his opponent's technique. He noted that although the whirlwind slash was powerful, it had a conspicuous flaw during its retraction. Seizing the opportunity, Pan Yu countered with a swift thrust, landing a blow squarely on the disciple's chest. The outer disciple screamed in agony as he crumpled to the ground. Seeing Pan Yu's prowess, young Master Zhang felt a twinge of fear and decided to join the fray himself. His strength was formidable, and his moves ruthless, putting Pan Yu on the defensive as he sought an opening. Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi also joined the battle, aiding Pan Yu in fending off the other black-clad assailants. "Pan Yu, be careful," Su Yao cried anxiously. Young Master Zhang let out a cold laugh, his long sword transforming into a streak of cold light aimed directly at Pan Yu's throat. At that critical moment, Pan Yu activated his perceptive ability, discerning the trajectory of young Master Zhang's attack. He sidestepped nimbly, evading the lethal strike, simultaneously landing a thrust into Zhang's shoulder. Zhang grunted in surprise, stumbling backward. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu could injure him, fueling his wrath. "You're courting death." Young Master Zhang roared, launching another assault. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, realizing he could not afford to prolong the confrontation. He must end it swiftly, otherwise when Elder Lu regained his composure, their escape would be impossible. He closed his eyes, pushing his perceptive ability to its zenith. Everything around him became crystal clear. He could even sense the sound of air flowing. He spotted a hidden weakness on young Master Zhang, an old injury located at his dantian. With eyes suddenly alight with determination, Pan Yu seized the opening as Zhang attacked, his sword darting out like lightning, striking true to Zhang's dantian. Young Master Zhang let out a harrowing cry, his body flying back as if severed from its strings, crashing heavily onto the ground. Pan Yu stood firm, sword in hand, his gaze icy as he surveyed the onlookers. "Who else dares?" holding his bloodied sword. Pan Yu's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. The echoes of young Master Zhang's anguished cries reverberated in the air, instilling fear in all present. The once menacing black-clad individuals now retreated, their eyes betraying their terror. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple possessed such formidable strength. Even Elder Lu, who had remained a passive observer, now bore a pale visage, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Who else? Pan Yu's voice resounded once more, like thunder crashing in their ears. Silence enveloped the crowd, no one daring to take a step forward. Young Master Zhang's crushing defeat had shattered their psychological defenses. At that moment, a pained groan broke the stillness. Pan Yu turned to see Zhou Pangzi clutching his chest, his complexion ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Pangzi, Pan Yu's heart sank as he rushed to his side. I am fine. Zhou Pangzi forced a smile, but his trembling voice betrayed his weakness. Pan Yu assessed Zhou Pangzi's injuries, discovering they were severe. Without prompt treatment, his life would be in jeopardy. A heavy dread settled in his heart. On one hand lay the easily obtainable core resources, on the other, a companion's life hanging in the balance. What was he to choose? He glanced at the core resources not far away, the luminous spirit stone seemingly beckoning him. If he put in a little more effort, he could claim them. Yet, could he truly abandon Zhou Pangzi? His heart waged a fierce internal battle. Pan Yu, don't mind me, hurry and seize the resources. Zhou Pangzi urged weakly. This is our only chance. Clenching his fists tightly, Pan Yu's nails dug painfully into his flesh. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. He could not forsake Zhou Pangzi, nor could he relinquish the core resources. He needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both needs. His gaze fell upon Su Yao, who was anxiously watching him, her eyes filled with concern. An idea flickered in his mind. Su Yao. Pan Yu said in a low voice, you must take Zhou Pangzi to safety and find a secure place to tend to his wounds. And you? Su Yao asked, worry etching her features. I will go after the core resources. Pan Yu asserted resolutely, and I will join you as soon as I can. Su Yao hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the best course of action. Be careful, she whispered. Pan Yu nodded, then turned his attention back to the remaining black-clad individuals and Elder Lu, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. You had best not obstruct my path. With that, he surged toward the direction of the core resources, supporting Zhou Pangzi. Su Yao moved in the opposite direction, gradually disappearing into the night. Elder Lu watched Pan Yu's retreating figure, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Attempt to leave? It won't be that easy, he murmured, producing a black token in his hand. Pan Yu raced toward the core resources, his speed akin to lightning. Elder Lu sneered, tossing the black token into the air. Instantly, black mist enveloped the area, morphing into several ghastly apparitions that lunged at Pan Yu. The apparitions moved with breathtaking speed, emitting piercing shrieks as if intent on tearing Pan Yu to shreds. Pan Yu's expression hardened. He pressed forward rather than retreating, his sword weaving a dazzling display of light. His perceptive abilities were extraordinary, allowing him to foresee the trajectories of the apparitions' attacks as the sword light flashed. The apparitions fell one by one, their anguished wails echoing through the air. Child's play, Pan Yu scoffed, his form undulating as he continued to advance toward the core resources. Elder Lu's expression darkened. He had not expected Pan Yu to be such a thorn in his side. Gritting his teeth, he activated the token once more, the black mist thickening, and the apparitions growing even more formidable. Yet Pan Yu remained undaunted, his movements flowing like a specter through the chaos, each strike of his sword precise and unerring. Targeting the apparitions' weaknesses, his swordplay, seemingly simplistic, was imbued with immense power. Each thrust carried a fierce sword energy, obliterating the apparitions. Outside, Su Yao supported Zhou Pangzi, hiding in a secluded cave. Zhou Pangzi's complexion was pale, his breath shallow. Gravely injured. Do you think Pan Yu can manage? He asked weakly. Su Yao's gaze was resolute. He will succeed. He promised he would reunite with us. While soothing Zhou Pangzi, she remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The cave was cold and damp. Eerie sounds echoing intermittently, sending shivers down their spines. The battle between Pan Yu and Elder Lu intensified, sword energies clashing, apparitions swirling. With his remarkable perceptive abilities and exquisite swordsmanship, Pan Yu gradually gained the upper hand. Elder Lu's expression grew increasingly grim as he realized he had underestimated Pan Yu's capabilities. You have successfully provoked my ire, Elder Lu bellowed, his token radiating a brilliant light as a powerful pressure enveloped the area. He was burning his essence to forcibly elevate his strength. Pan Yu sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Elder Lu, his heart tightening. He understood this was Elder Lu's final gamble. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his internal energy to its utmost limit, bracing for the climactic showdown. At that moment, the core resources suddenly blazed with brilliance, a surge of potent energy radiating outward. An invisible force propelled both Pan Yu and Elder Lu backward. Steadying himself, Pan Yu looked up to see the core resources transform into a streak of light, soaring skyward and vanishing into the horizon. Elder Lu's visage was ashen, his life essence burned away. ultimately resulting in failure. He slumped helplessly to the ground, his eyes brimming with despair. Pan Yu gazed at the vanished core resources, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although he had triumphed over Elder Lu, he had ultimately failed to acquire the vital resources. Pan Yu, Su Yao's voice called from a distance. Turning to look, Pan Yu saw Su Yao supporting Zhou Pangzi as they approached him. Zhou Pangzi's complexion remained pale, yet his spirit seemed somewhat restored. "Let us depart," Su Yao said softly, her gaze fixed on Pan Yu. He nodded, and the three of them made their way towards the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, the night was profound, the shadows of the trees swaying and whispering in the breeze. Suddenly Su Yao halted, her eyes alert as she peered ahead, murmuring, "Someone is here." Chapter 28, The Perilous Rescue, the loyalty and hope of brotherhood. The night wind outside the cave carried a chill. Brushing against the stray strands of Su Yao's hair, she surveyed her surroundings with vigilance, the dense shadows under the moonlight resembling monstrous claws, producing an ominous rustle. "Someone is here," she whispered, tightening her grip on Zhou Pangzi. Pan Yu too sensed something amiss, an almost imperceptible aura of menace mingling with the wind, faint yet palpable. He positioned himself protectively behind Su Yao and Zhou Pangzi, his gaze piercing as he scanned the encroaching darkness. They found a relatively concealed thicket and gently laid Zhou Pangzi down. His pallor was ghostly, his breath faint. During the earlier confrontation with Elder Lu, he had sustained severe injuries while shielding Su Yao from a devastating strike. "What shall we do?" Su Yao asked anxiously, her voice quivering. She examined Zhou Pangzi's wounds, discovering that his meridians were gravely damaged, and without prompt treatment, his life would be in jeopardy. Pan Yu furrowed his brow, acutely aware of their lack of healing elixirs, while the area surrounding them was fraught with peril, teeming with monstrous beasts, making the search for medicinal herbs all the more daunting. They had already exhausted a significant amount of their vital energy and stamina in their struggle for the core resources, leaving them on the brink of collapse. The image of young Master Zhang flashed through his mind, that arrogant scoundrel, who was likely reveling in his victory, oblivious to their plight. "We must swiftly locate medicinal herbs," Pan Yu asserted, his tone resolute and unwavering. Su Yao bit her lip, gazing at him with concern. "But it is too dangerous here. I must go." Pan Yu's expression was steadfast and unwavering. "Zhou Pangzi was injured while protecting you. I cannot bear to watch him perish." He placed a reassuring hand on Su Yao's shoulder, saying softly, "Stay here and care for Zhou Pangzi. I will return shortly." As Su Yao looked into Pan Yu's determined eyes, warmth surged within her, yet her worry deepened. She understood that although Pan Yu was formidable, venturing alone into the perilous territory to seek out medicinal herbs was fraught with danger. "Please be careful." Su Yao's voice trembled, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Pan Yu nodded, turning to vanish into the shadowy woods. The night wind howled, and the shadows of the trees swayed as if bidding him farewell, or perhaps warning him of the darkness ahead. Su Yao clutched Zhou Pangzi tightly, feeling his faint breaths, silently praying for Pan Yu's safe return. Suddenly Zhou Pangzi emitted a faint groan, his fingers twitching slightly, pointing towards a direction. Su Yao followed the direction of his finger, but all that met her gaze was an impenetrable darkness, revealing nothing. "What is there?" Zhou Pangzi struggled to utter a few words before slipping back into unconsciousness. Su Yao's heart sank, an inexplicable fear washing over her. "What lies there?" she murmured, her eyes brimming with unease. Outside the cave, Su Yao anxiously awaited, frequently glancing into the depths of the woods. Suddenly, a figure staggered out from the darkness. Su Yao, filled with worry, paced back and forth, her brow furrowed. The night wind tousled her hair, adding to her sense of desolation. Young Master Zhang leaned nonchalantly against the cave's entrance, idly toying with a dagger in his hand, occasionally emitting a derisive snicker. "Just a useless fool. Who knows where he has run off to? Perhaps he's already been devoured by a beast." Su Yao shot him a furious glare. "Silence." Young Master Zhang shrugged, falling silent, yet the disdain in his eyes intensified. Suddenly, a figure emerged unsteadily from the shadows. Su Yao recognized him at once as Pan Yu, her worry instantly transforming into elation as she dashed forward, embracing him. "Pan Yu, you have returned." Pan Yu was covered in dirt and blood, his breath unsteady, yet the handful of luminous spiritual herbs in his grasp filled Su Yao with hope. "I found the rejuvenation grass." Though his voice was weakened, it resonated with determination. Su Yao held him tightly, feeling the warmth of his presence, her heart overflowing with gratitude. In that moment, she seemed to forget everything around them, her world reduced to Pan Yu alone. Upon returning to the cave, Zhou Pangzi's condition had worsened, his face was deathly pale, his breath faint, and he had slipped into unconsciousness. "Pangzi." Pan Yu hurriedly knelt beside him, lifting Zhou Pangzi's form. Su Yao anxiously inquired, "What is his condition? Can he be saved?" Pan Yu did not respond, carefully crushing the rejuvenation grass and applying it to Zhou Pangzi's wounds. Then, he sat cross-legged, placing his palm on Zhou Pangzi's back. A gentle warmth emanating from his hand, gradually flowing into Zhou Pengzi's body. This was Pan Yu's unique ability, enabling him to convert his own energy into healing power, though this ability was immensely taxing. He disregarded the consequences in this crucial moment. Time trickled by agonizingly in the stillness of the cave, the only sounds being Pan Yu's labored breaths and Zhou Pengzi's faint heartbeat. Su Yao silently observed, her heart laden with worry and prayer. Young Master Zhang, meanwhile, watched with disdain, a smirk gracing his lips. At last Zhou Pengzi's breathing steadied, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. Pan Yu slowly withdrew his hand, his complexion pale and drained. How is he? Su Yao asked urgently. He has temporarily escaped danger, but full recovery will take some time, Pan Yu replied wearily. Su Yao exhaled a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Pan Yu. Her gaze softening. Young Master Zhang scoffed, just a trivial feat. What is there to feel proud about? Su Yao glared at him. You. Pan Yu grasped her hand, shaking his head to signal her to ignore young Master Zhang. He gazed at the unconscious Zhou Pengzi, his expression complex. He understood that while Zhou Pengzi had evaded immediate peril, complete recovery was still a distant prospect, just as Pan Yu was about to speak. A cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his vital energy, a faint golden glow flickering in his palm. This glow was not ordinary energy but a fusion of his unique insight power. This force could not only discern the weaknesses in an opponent's techniques but also proved remarkably effective in healing, stimulating cellular regeneration and accelerating recovery. He gently infused this amalgamated energy into Zhou Pengzi's body, the previously dull rejuvenation grass now radiating a richer life essence. Zhou Pengzi's previously pale visage gradually regained a tinge of color, his furrowed brow unfurling, and his breathing steadying. Witnessing this, Su Yao finally broke into a smile of relief. Her taut nerves unwinding, she gratefully clasped Pan Yu's hand, her eyes misty with emotion. Pan Yu, thank you, young Master Zhang sneered, just some mundane tricks. What is there to celebrate? Pan Yu ignored his mockery, withdrawing his hand and standing tall. The prolonged expenditure of vital energy left him feeling somewhat feeble, yet a resolute expression remained etched on his face. He recognized that while Zhou Pengzi had temporarily escaped life-threatening danger, full recovery would still require time and rest. Su Yao, you stay here to look after Pengzi. I will return shortly, Pan Yu declared with unwavering conviction. A sense of unease flickered in Su Yao's heart. She understood the implications of his words. The struggle for core resources was ongoing, every moment critical. She yearned to persuade Pan Yu to remain, but upon seeing the determination in his eyes, she ultimately nodded. Be careful, Pan Yu offered a faint smile. Turning to exit the cave, outside, the night deepened, the cold wind howling, the shadows of the trees dancing. His figure swiftly vanished into the darkness. He had to return. The contest for core resources was intricately tied to his fate, and he could not afford to relinquish it. More importantly, he sensed an underlying complexity in this resource contest, as if a more significant conspiracy lurked in the shadows. He needed to unravel this mystery to safeguard himself and those around him. Pan Yu advanced quickly toward the location of the core resources, his steps steady, his gaze sharp, resembling a panther prowling through the night. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowed. He detected a powerful presence lurking nearby. Its aura cold and malevolent, sending a shiver down his spine. Who goes there? Pan Yu called out, a dagger glinting ominously in his hand. The surroundings fell silent, the only sound being the rustling of leaves in the wind. Yet Pan Yu knew he was not mistaken. That formidable presence remained, inching ever closer. Show yourself, he commanded again, his voice laced with vigilance. In the depths of the forest, a low, sinister laugh echoed. Chapter 29, The Return of the Adversary, Elder Lu's Scheme and Counterattack. From the thickets emerged a figure, slowly stepping into the pale moonlight. Elder Lu himself. Elder Lu, what brings you to this place? Pan Yu inquired nonchalantly, tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand. Lu scoffed with a chilling laugh. What am I doing? I am here to teach you a lesson, you audacious brat. Last time, you escaped by mere chance. This time, it shall not be so easy. A sinking feeling gripped Pan Yu. He understood that Elder Lu had come prepared. Casting his gaze around, he discerned several shadowy figures concealed among the trees, undoubtedly Lu's accomplices. It appeared that Elder Lu was unwilling to relinquish the core resources he believed belonged to him. The core resources rightfully belong to me. What qualifications do you, a mere outer disciple, have to interfere? Lu's eyes glimmered with greed. Qualifications, the strongest holds the right, Pan Yu retorted fearlessly, locking eyes with Lu. Very well. Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant your wish, Lu bellowed, launching himself at Pan Yu with the swiftness of lightning, his palms slicing through the air with tremendous force, clearly utilizing his full strength.
The figures lurking in the woods also sprang into action, encircling Pan Yu. Taking a deep breath, he realized that survival would be a daunting challenge today, yet he refused to yield. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. The dagger in his hand transformed into a flurry of glinting steel as he engaged Lu and his cohorts in a fierce battle. Although merely a novice martial artist, Pan Yu's keen insight allowed him to perceive the flaws in his opponent's techniques. He adeptly evaded Lu's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, Lu, being a mid-level martial master, possessed strength far superior to Pan Yu's, compounded by the multitude of outer disciples attacking from all sides. Gradually, Pan Yu found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several wounds as blood flowed freely from his body, yet he grit his teeth, refusing to fall. He knew that once he collapsed, he would have no further chances. "You possess commendable strength, but alas, you have crossed paths with me today," Lu taunted, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Surrender now, and I might grant you a swift end." Ignoring Lu's derision, Pan Yu's eyes flickered with determination as he suddenly altered his strategy. No longer merely evading, he boldly charged at Lu. His attacks, seemingly chaotic, concealed a deeper purpose. Leveraging his perceptiveness, he relentlessly targeted Lu's vulnerabilities, catching Lu off guard. Feeling the pressure mount, Lu's strikes lost their former ferocity. Becoming more tentative, "What is happening?" Lu pondered, sensing a shift in Pan Yu's offensive. Just then, Pan Yu halted his assault, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Elder Lu, your trap appears to be rather ineffective." Before Lu could respond, Pan Yu unleashed a powerful thrust, retreating with the agility of a specter. His earlier feigned weakness had lured Lu deeper into the woods, precisely where he had set his traps. With a thunderous crash, the ground gave way beneath several of Lu's outer disciples, plunging them into a pit lined with sharpened bamboo stakes, though not lethal, sufficient to incapacitate them. Lu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's forethought. "A petty trick," he scoffed, swiftly closing the distance to Pan Yu. Lu's palm strikes, imbued with formidable inner strength, howled through the air. Pan Yu dared not meet them head-on, instead evading while searching for an opening to retaliate. "Boy, let us see how long you can keep this up," Lu roared, suddenly unleashing a new technique. Palmy fiery flames erupted from his palms, searing the air around them. Pan Yu, unable to evade in time, was struck in the chest by the fiery assault, a wave of scorching pain radiating through him. He coughed up blood but remained standing. In that moment, his insight crystallized. He perceived the flaw in Lu's next attack. As Lu prepared to strike again, Pan Yu, gritting his teeth against the agony, lunged forward, his dagger darting like a viper towards Lu's armpit. Lu screamed, his armpit, a weak point in his defense, now compromised by Pan Yu's precise strike. Clutching his wound, disbelief and fury filled Lu's eyes, astonished that Pan Yu could discern his flaws and counter so swiftly. "You seek death," Lu bellowed, launching another furious assault. This time, his attacks surged with even greater ferocity. The strikes more vicious than before. Pan Yu, wary, evaded Lu's onslaught while desperately searching for an opportunity to strike back. Utilizing the surrounding trees as cover, he nimbly maneuvered through the thicket, making Lu's strikes ineffective. Suddenly, Pan Yu spotted a sturdy tree behind Lu. A glimmer of inspiration sparked within him as he deftly concealed himself behind the tree. Lu's palm crashed against the trunk with a deafening thud, causing the tree to shudder violently, leaves cascading to the ground. At that moment, Pan Yu surged from behind the tree, his dagger slicing through the air with blinding speed, plunging into Lu's back. Blood gushed forth as Lu let out a harrowing scream. Staggering back before collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, Pan Yu stood over Lu's fallen form. Though victorious, he had paid a steep price. A distant voice called out anxiously. Turning, he saw Suya rushing towards him. Her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked breathlessly. Pan Yu shook his head, forcing a weak smile. "I'm fine," he replied, though his voice was faint, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Suya quickly steadied him, her gaze filled with compassion. She had been nervously watching the battle, her delicate fingers gripping her clothing tightly, her heart racing, not naive to the brutal realities of their sex conflicts. She had heard tales of their cruelty. Now, witnessing Pan Yu's life and death struggle against Lu, her worry overflowed, yet an inexplicable trust for Pan Yu shone in her eyes, silently conveying her belief in him. Lu, clutching his wound, wore a grimace of rage. He had never anticipated that an outer disciple could injure him, an affront to his pride. Enraged and humiliated, he abandoned his previous disdain, channeling all his inner energy into his palms. Intensifying his assault, the force of his strikes howled like a tempest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Pan Yu felt the pressure mount. Lu's speed and strength had escalated significantly, and he found himself struggling. Several near misses left him with additional minor wounds, blood seeping through his garments and staining his chest. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain, his focus unwavering as he locked eyes with Lu, refusing to relent.
He dodged and weaved, seeking a chance to counterattack. However, Lu's relentless barrage left him no room to breathe. Pan Yu's stamina dwindled, and his breaths quickened. Just as he felt his strength waning, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled an ancient technique he had seen in the library: phantom steps, renowned for its speed and agility, enabling one to become elusive in combat. In a moment of desperation, Pan Yu resolved to take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the last vestiges of his inner energy and began to execute the phantom steps as outlined in the ancient text. His form became elusive, flitting through the forest like a wraith. Lu's strikes repeatedly missed their mark, unable to capture Pan Yu's shifting silhouette. What manner of technique is this? Lu gasped, astonished by the peculiar agility of Pan Yu. The latter's speed escalated, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. As if he had multiplied into countless illusions encircling Lu. Seizing the opportunity, Pan Yu launched a counterattack. His dagger sliced through the night like a streak of lightning, aiming for Lu's chest. Lu, caught off guard, attempted to defend but found himself unable to match Pan Yu's swiftness. The dagger carved a deep gash into his chest, blood gushing forth. Lu howled, staggering backwards, his strength waning. Pan Yu, relentless in his pursuit, pressed the attack. His strikes rained down like a tempest, forcing Lu into a retreat, wounds accumulating upon his body. Ultimately, Lu could withstand no more, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth beneath him, standing before Lu's fallen figure. Pan Yu's dagger dripped with crimson, breathing heavily, his face pale yet eyes gleaming with triumph. He was soon approached by Su Yao, who supported him, concern etched across her features. "Let us leave," Pan Yu murmured weakly. Glancing toward the direction of the core resources, nodding in agreement, Su Yao helped him away from the bloody grove. As the night deepened, a low, venomous curse echoed from the depths of the forest. "Damn you! I shall not let you escape." Blood dripped from the dagger, staining the verdant grass beneath Pan Yu's feet. Elder Lu clutched his chest, glaring at Pan Yu with a look of disbelief and seething resentment. How could a mere outer disciple force a distinguished mid-tier martial artist into such a wretched state? Coughing violently, Elder Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise from the ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Boy, do you think this will lead you to victory? You were sorely mistaken." At that moment, a sudden flash of insight illuminated Pan Yu's mind. As if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the dark sky. He had been solely focused on identifying his opponent's weaknesses, completely overlooking his own advantages. His perception was not merely a tool for defense. It could also serve as a weapon for offense. He experienced a sudden awakening, realizing that his insight would not only allow him to see through his opponent's vulnerabilities but also predict their next moves. This ability to anticipate, combined with the fluidity of the phantom steps, would render his attacks sharper and more elusive. Pan Yu's gaze sharpened, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of energy awakening within him. "Elder Lu, the real show is just beginning," he shouted, transforming into a blur as he lunged at Elder Lu once more. This time, Pan Yu's assault was no longer a mere evasion and counterattack. It was infused with anticipation and initiative. Each of his strikes landed precisely on Elder Lu's weaknesses, leaving the elder unable to defend himself. Elder Lu's complexion grew increasingly grim. He felt as if an invisible giant hand was controlling him, rendering his struggles futile. His attacks repeatedly failed to connect, while Pan Yu's strikes rained down upon him like a torrential storm, forcing him into a state of desperation. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Elder Lu was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly depleted of strength. Pan Yu stood before Elder Lu, the dagger in his hand gleaming ominously. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, he coldly declared, "Elder Lu, I shall spare you this time, but should you dare provoke me again, I will show no mercy." With that, Pan Yu turned and walked toward the direction of the core resources. Su Yao hurriedly followed, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Lying on the ground, Elder Lu's eyes glinted with a venomous light as he muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, I will make you pay for this." He pulled out a sound transmission talisman, infusing it with energy, and whispered, "Young Master Zhang, there has been a change in plans." As Pan Yu and Su Yao advanced, they gradually approached the valley where the core resources were located. However, just as they were about to reach the valley's entrance, the air around them suddenly thickened, enveloping them in an invisible pressure. Pan Yu halted, his brow furrowed. He sensed a formidable force obstructing their progress, seemingly emanating from some form of restriction. "What is happening?" Su Yao inquired, puzzled. Pan Yu did not respond. Instead, he slowly extended his hand toward the front. His fingers brushed against an invisible barrier, and a powerful rebound force pushed him back. "What is this?" Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Pan Yu's expression turned serious as he quietly remarked, "It seems we are in trouble." He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the valley, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes.
Gripping Su Yao's hand, he advised, "Let's proceed with caution." The two moved carefully deeper into the valley, an eerie atmosphere hanging in the air. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, followed by a shadow darting out from the trees. Chapter 30, The Dawn of Victory in the Quest for Core Resources. Pan Yu and Su Yao cautiously ventured further into the valley, the air thick with an unsettling aura, the surrounding trees twisted ominously. As if silently screaming, their shadows dancing on the ground, casting mottled patches of light like ferocious beasts lurking in the dark. A chilling coldness emanated from the depths of the valley, even the midday sun failing to dispel it. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from ahead, and a massive shadow sprang forth from the woods with astonishing speed. Pan Yu reacted swiftly, pulling Su Yao behind him while drawing the sword at his waist. Vigilantly watching the approaching figure. As the shadow became clearer, it revealed itself to be an enormous black panther, exuding an aura of ferocity. It bared its fangs in a low growl, its greenish eyes fixated on Pan Yu and Su Yao, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. Be careful, Pan Yu warned sharply, swinging his sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy that surged towards the black panther. The panther, agile and swift, effortlessly evaded the attack and lunged at Pan Yu. Anticipating its move, Pan Yu sidestepped, avoiding the panther's assault, while his sword struck like a viper, piercing the panther's abdomen. The black panther let out a howl of agony, thrashing on the ground before falling silent. "It seems this restriction not only obstructs us but has also ensnared this beast," Pan Yu mused, retracting his sword with a furrowed brow. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed from the valley's entrance. "Pan Yu, I never expected you to make it this far, but this is where your journey ends." Turning toward the voice, Pan Yu saw young Master Zhang striding in with several henchmen, a smug expression plastered across his face. "Young Master Zhang, do you also seek to seize the core resources?" Pan Yu asked coldly. "Seize? This core resource rightfully belongs to me," young Master Zhang retorted arrogantly. "Su Yao is my fiancée, and thus the resources are mine as well. As for you, a worthless fool, how dare you covet what is beyond your reach?" Su Yao's expression changed, and she stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Pan Yu. "Young Master Zhang, my matters with Pan Yu are of no concern to you, please do not interfere." "Su Yao, are you standing against me for this waste?" Young Master Zhang's face darkened. "I simply do not wish for you to harm Pan Yu." Su Yao replied resolutely. Young Master Zhang sneered. "If that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless." With a wave of his hand, his henchmen swiftly surrounded Pan Yu and Su Yao. Encircling them completely, Pan Yu tightened his grip on Su Yao's hand, whispering, "Do not worry, I will protect you." He lifted his gaze toward young Master Zhang, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. As young Master Zhang and his entourage advanced, preparing to strike, Pan Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous rock deep within the valley. "Yaoert, look at that rock," he said softly, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement, his gaze fixated on the unremarkable stone, half buried in the soil and covered in moss, nearly blending into the surroundings, yet he sensed a faint energy emanating from it, subtly resonating with the aura of the restriction. "Yaoert, look at that rock," he repeated softly, his tone laced with anticipation. Su Yao followed his gaze, her expression perplexed. "What is special about that rock?" Pan Yu did not answer immediately. Instead, he approached the stone, crouching down for a closer inspection. The surface of the rock was rough, riddled with tiny cracks, with one crack particularly pronounced, resembling a small wound. Pan Yu gently inserted his finger into the crack, and a peculiar energy surged into him, sending a shock through his being. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of this energy, and visions of the intricate structure of the restriction filled his mind. He realized that this stone was a hidden switch for the restriction. Drawing a deep breath, he held it and cautiously infused his energy into the crack. The stone trembled slightly, emitting a faint humming sound, and the air around them began to ripple. Seeing this, young Master Zhang and his followers exchanged mocking glances. "What a charade!" young Master Zhang scoffed. "Do you really think you can break the restriction like this?" "You are sorely mistaken." However, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred that left them speechless. As Pan Yu continued to channel his energy, the crack in the stone widened, and with a resounding crack, the stone shattered. Simultaneously, a fissure appeared in the restriction enveloping the valley, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy. Young Master Zhang and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Pan Yu could actually dismantle part of the restriction. Enraged, young Master Zhang barked, "Kill him!" His henchmen surged forward, weapons drawn, attacking Pan Yu. Unfazed, Pan Yu nimbly dodged their strikes while seeking opportunities to counterattack. He evaded direct assaults and exploited the gaps between his opponents, taking them down one by one. Within a few exchanges, several henchmen lay groaning on the ground in agony. Realizing the tide was turning against them, the remaining henchmen quickly shifted their formation, encircling Pan Yu in a tight circle.
momentarily trapping him. Yet, at that instant, Pan Yu erupted with energy, summoning all his internal strength, employing the newly comprehended combat techniques. He moved like a specter through the throng, his sword transforming into beams of chilling light, swiftly incapacitating several more henchmen. Seeing his subordinates falling one by one, young Master Zhang's fury ignited. He personally charged into the fray, wielding his long blade with deadly precision, aiming for Pan Yu. Young Master Zhang's prowess was formidable. His swordplay fierce and lethal. Pan Yu and he clashed intensely, each exchanging blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, young Master Zhang unleashed a signature move, sending a lethal wave of blade energy hurtling toward Pan Yu. Pan Yu was caught off guard, the blade's aura grazing his shoulder, instantly staining his garments with blood. Yet, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain, relying on his indomitable willpower to discern the flaws in young Master Zhang's techniques. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his long sword with the speed of lightning, striking true at Zhang's chest. The young master stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as his long sword fell limply from his grasp. He stumbled back a few steps before crashing to the ground, lifeless, leaning heavily on his sword. Pan Yu panted heavily, blood dripping from the blade onto the ground. He raised his gaze towards Su Yao, a faint smile gracing his lips, reassuring her that all was well. Seeing Pan Yu's victory, Su Yao rushed towards him, enveloping him in an embrace. Tears blurred her vision, cascading onto Pan Yu's blood-soaked attire. "You scared me to death," she choked out, her voice trembling as she clung tightly to him, as if to merge him into her very being. Feeling the warmth of Su Yao's embrace, a surge of warmth flooded Pan Yu's heart. He gently stroked her hair, softly comforting her. "It's all right, see, I'm perfectly fine." He endeavored to muster a smile, yet his pale complexion betrayed his current frailty. The subordinates of young Master Zhang, witnessing their master's demise, had already scattered like frightened birds. The elder Lu's face darkened. He had never anticipated that Pan Yu could truly defeat Zhang and break the restrictions. Approaching Pan Yu, he forced a smile that failed to reach his eyes, saying, "Congratulations, young friend Pan, on your victory. This core resource now belongs to you." However, his greedy gaze lingered on the fragment of stone in Pan Yu's hand, the very essence of the restriction and the key to unlocking the treasure. Pan Yu cast a cold glance at Elder Lu, remaining silent while tightly clutching the stone fragment. He understood that Elder Lu would never relinquish this core resource easily, and the path ahead would likely be fraught with challenges. Zhou Pengzi squeezed through the crowd, rushing to Pan Yu's side, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Pan, you were incredible. You even defeated young Master Zhang." As he spoke, he noticed the wound on Pan Yu's shoulder and inquired with concern, "Are you hurt? Is it serious?" Pan Yu shook his head, dismissing it as a mere scratch. "It's nothing," he replied. Su Yao supported Pan Yu, her heart aching as she gazed at his shoulder wound, her eyes reddening once more. She carefully tore a piece of fabric from her clothing to bandage his injury. "We should leave," Su Yao whispered. "It's not safe to linger here." Pan Yu nodded, acknowledging her wisdom, enduring the pain. He departed the valley with the support of Su Yao and Zhou Pengzi. Elder Lu watched their retreating figures, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. He muttered a curse under his breath before turning towards the depths of the valley. He understood that although the core resource had been snatched by Pan Yu, the entrance to the treasure remained within his control. He was determined to devise a plan to reclaim the core resource and obtain the treasures within. Upon returning to their lodgings, Su Yao meticulously tended to Pan Yu's wound, her movements gentle and precise, as though handling a precious porcelain artifact. Observing her focused expression, Pan Yu felt a wave of gratitude swell within him. "Yaoer," he grasped Su Yao's hand. "Thank you." Su Yao lifted her gaze to meet Pan Yu's profound eyes, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "We are friends. It is only natural to help one another." Her voice was soft yet carried an imperceptible sweetness. Pan Yu looked at Su Yao, a complex emotion stirring in his heart. He realized that his feelings for her had transcended mere friendship. As night fell into stillness, Pan Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, channeling his vital energy to heal his wounds. The stone fragment in his hand emitted a gentle warm glow, a pure energy flowing into his body, mending his damaged meridians. He felt his strength rapidly surging, a powerful force coursing within him. Opening his eyes, they sparkled with determination. With the core resource in hand, his power was poised for significant enhancement. However, with the sect competition looming, he was acutely aware that even greater challenges lay ahead. "Pan Yu, are you ready?" A deep voice resonated from outside. It was Zhou Pengzi, holding a bowl of steaming medicinal porridge. "Drink it while it's hot. It will aid your recovery." Pan Yu accepted the porridge, the rich aroma wafting towards him. Recognizing that Zhou Pengzi had prepared it with care, "Thank you." He drank it in one go, warmth spreading from his stomach to his limbs, seemingly alleviating his injuries. The energy from the stone fragment continued to nourish Pan Yu's body, making his meridians more resilient and his vital energy more robust. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within, a smile breaking across his face. He knew he had broken through to the intermediate warrior level. How do you feel? Su Yao asked with concern. Remaining by his side without leaving an inch. Much better, Pan Yu replied, holding her hand. Thanks to you and Zhou Pengzi. Su Yao gently shook her head. We are friends. It is our duty to help each other. Her eyes brimmed with affection, her cheeks still flushed. Zhou Pengzi, observing the two, chuckled. Brother Pan, your sister-in-law treats you exceptionally well, you should cherish her. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged smiles, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged. By the way, Brother Pan, Zhou Pengzi suddenly recalled, the sect competition is about to start, are you prepared? The sect competition was the sole pathway for outer disciples to ascend to inner disciples, a prime stage to showcase their prowess. Pan Yu understood that this was his opportunity to prove himself and a crucial step towards the path of becoming a martial master. I am ready, he declared, confidence glimmering in his eyes. In this competition, I will surely achieve outstanding results. The acquisition of the core resource not only elevated Pan Yu's strength but also bolstered his confidence. He believed that with his skill and intellect, he would undoubtedly stand out in the competition. In the days that followed, Pan Yu dedicated himself to training, solidifying his cultivation. He practiced martial techniques relentlessly, analyzing his opponent's moves, striving for perfection. Su Yao remained by his side, cheering him on. She recognized the immense pressure resting on Pan Yu's shoulders but held faith that he would overcome the obstacles and emerge victorious. Finally, the day of the sect competition arrived. The arena was a sea of people, disciples eagerly preparing for battle. Pan Yu and Su Yao waited in the contestant area, the surrounding crowd casting skeptical glances their way. An elder ascended the platform, announcing the competition rules and the matchups. In the first match, Pan Yu, his voice echoed throughout the arena, pausing momentarily before he slowly pronounced a name. Lu Tian, Chapter 31, the competition unveiled, the brave emerge. Swords pointing to glory flags fluttered in the wind, and the crowd roared with excitement. The sect competition arena resembled a colossal furnace, igniting the hearts of every participating disciple. Various disciples were eager to showcase their skills. The air thick with tension and anticipation, Pan Yu and Su Yao stood side by side in the contestant area, awaiting the verdict of fate. Curious, doubtful, and disdainful glances were cast their way. After all, among the outer disciples, they were not particularly renowned figures. Brother Pan, don't be nervous, show them your true abilities. A junior disciple named Fong appeared out of nowhere, holding two steaming buns. Sister Yao, these are for you both. Eat them while they're hot. Su Yao accepted the buns, smiling gently. Thank you, Junior Fong. She handed one to Pan Yu. Eat something to maintain your strength. Pan Yu took the bun but found it tasteless. He surveyed the crowd, attempting to identify potential adversaries, his perceptive instincts heightening his awareness of the surrounding atmosphere. An elder with a youthful visage ascended the high platform, his booming voice resonating throughout the arena. Disciples, the sect competition officially begins. I am Elder Wu Liang, serving as the chief judge for this event. Elder Wu's voice reverberated in the arena, each word striking a chord in Pan Yu's heart. He clenched his fists, feeling the beads of sweat forming in his palms. In the first match, Elder Wu paused, scanning the arena. Pan Yu and Su Yao will face off. All eyes converged on Pan Yu and Su Yao. As if attempting to peer into their very souls, Pan Yu felt his breath hitch, awaiting the final pronouncement. Lu Tian and Lu Di. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in gasps. Lu Tian and Lu Di were a pair of brothers, renowned for their seamless teamwork and adeptness in combined techniques, making quite a name among the outer disciples. Now that promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Will Pan Yu and Su Yao triumph? I find it doubtful. The murmurs from the crowd reached Pan Yu's ears, yet he remained unfazed. He had anticipated that this match would not be easy. Just then, two figures emerged from the throng, Lu Tian and Lu Di. Lu Tian was tall and slender, with a sinister glint in his eyes. Lu Di was shorter yet sturdy, exuding a simple-hearted demeanor, albeit with a hint of cunning lurking beneath. Isn't this Pan Yu and Su Yao? Who would have thought we'd face off against you two right from the start? Lu Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems your luck has run out. Lu Di chimed in. Indeed, you should just concede early to avoid a beating. Their taunts drew laughter from the surrounding disciples. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. Just as Su Yao was about to retort, Pan Yu halted her with a gesture. He stepped forward, locking his gaze onto Lu Tian and Lu Di, a meaningful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. My esteemed senior brother's jest, but the outcome of the contest remains uncertain. Are you both so confident that you have foreseen the results? Pan Yu's tone was calm, yet carried a subtle sharpness. Unfortunately, I have always placed my faith not in fate, but in myself. He paused, his eyes scanning the onlookers who had gathered to witness the spectacle. Moreover, victory or defeat is not determined merely by words. Lu Tian's expression shifted, taken aback by Pan Yu's eloquence, which had deftly turned the tables on him. Enraged, he retorted, "Enough of your prattling, let the results speak for themselves." "Just as I wish," Pan Yu replied. His gaze sharpening, Elder Wu issued the command, "Begin the match." In an instant, Lu Tian and Lu Di sprang into action. Their coordination was impeccable, akin to two ferocious leopards, one darting left and the other right towards Pan Yu and Su Yao. Lu Tian unleashed a fierce palm strike aimed directly at Pan Yu's face, while Lu Di advanced with measured steps, targeting Su Yao's lower body. Pan Yu, having already discerned their intentions, evaded Lu Tian's assault with a swift motion, simultaneously warning Su Yao, "Beware of his legs." Su Yao reacted swiftly, sidestepping Lu Di's sweeping kick and countering with a palm strike to his chest. Lud hastily defended himself, and the two became entangled in a fierce duel. Seeing his initial attempt thwarted, Lu Tian swiftly altered his strategy, joining forces with Lu Di to encircle Su Yao, trapping her in their midst. Their combined onslaught surged like a tidal wave, and Su Yao gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Pan Yu's heart sank at this sight. Drawing a deep breath, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting Lu Tian and Lu Di with a technique known as the breaking cloud palm. The force of his strike howled through the air, compelling Lu Tian to turn and defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yao broke free, joining Pan Yu in their defense. The two fought in perfect harmony, alternating attack and retreat, pressing Lu Tian and Lu Di back with relentless vigor. Combined assault technique, Lu Tian roared. The two fighters moved in a blur, their palm strikes and leg sweeps intertwining to create a formidable force aimed at Pan Yu. He felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He braced himself against the might of their attack, though it still proved a struggle. In that critical moment, Pan Yu's keen insight came into play once more. He astutely detected a subtle flaw in the synchrony of Lu Tian and Lu Di's combined assault. The moment their forms intermingled, a brief lapse in their power connection appeared. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Pan Yu's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity. Deftly sidestepping the incoming onslaught while delivering a palm strike to the intersection of Lu Tian and Lu Di's forms, with a resounding thud, both Lu Tian and Lu Di were jolted back, staggering a few paces, their faces pale from the impact. "How is this possible?" Lu Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Pan Yu paid no mind to their astonishment, his gaze steely as he focused intently on his adversaries. Poised to launch his next attack, beside him, Su Yao stood, her eyes brimming with trust. Her movements during the earlier skirmish had been as graceful as a dance, both elegant and lethal. A feeling her support. A surge of strength coursed through Pan Yu. "It seems we must reveal our true strength," Lu Di declared, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful surge of true energy erupted from within him, transforming his dark pupils into a blood-red hue. Lu Tian mirrored this transformation, both of them radiating an ominous aura, evidently employing a forbidden technique. A suffocating pressure enveloped the arena, causing the watching disciples to hold their breath in trepidation. "Blood fiend art," Elder Wu's expression shifted, his voice rising in alarm. "This is a forbidden technique. How dare they?" "The blood fiend art, a technique that exacts a toll on one's life force to temporarily enhance power, was never to be invoked lightly." Pan Yu felt a chill of unprecedented danger settling in his heart. Su Yao, sensing the shift in their opponents, tightened her grip on her sword, standing resolutely beside Pan Yu, silently conveying her unwavering support and faith. As Pan Yu felt the warmth of her palm, a comforting wave washed over him, dispelling some of his unease. He grasped Su Yao's hand in reassurance, meeting her gaze with a steadfast resolve. "Fear not, for I am here." Those four succinct words imbued Su Yao with immense courage. She nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips. Once more, they stood side by side, undeterred by the ferocity of Lu Tian and Lu Di, who now resembled two bloodthirsty beasts launching a frenzied assault on Pan Yu and Su Yao. Their strikes became sharper, their speed unmatched, each blow carrying devastating force. Pan Yu and Su Yao remained vigilant, their synergy flawless as they wove between attacks, effortlessly dissipating their opponent's onslaught. In this moment, Pan Yu's perceptive abilities reached their zenith. He could effortlessly identify every flaw in his adversary's techniques, responding with precision. Su Yao moved with an ethereal grace, her sword dancing like a dragon, sometimes gentle as water, other times fierce as the wind, each swing a harbinger of death. Breaking cloud palm, Pan Yu capitalized on an opening, striking Lu Tian squarely in the chest. Lu Tian gasped in agony, propelled backward to crash heavily onto the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Witnessing this, Lu Di's expression twisted with rage and despair. His eyes blazing like a beast bereft of reason as he lunged once more at Pan Yu. Pan Yu understood this was Lu Di's last desperate attempt. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into a counter-strike. With a resounding clash, their palms collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated throughout the arena. Lud was sent flying, blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed, unable to rise again. Elder Wu, witnessing the turn of events, promptly declared the match concluded, with Pan Yu and Su Yao emerging victorious. As Pan Yu supported Su Yao down from the stage, he noticed her pallor and the ongoing bleeding from her arm's wound. Filled with concern, he gently tended to her injury, his gaze laden with care. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly. Su Yao shook her head, forcing a smile. "It's just a minor injury. I'm fine." Suddenly Fong Shidi rushed over, excitement radiating from him. "Pan Shixiang, Su Shiji, you were incredible, you won the first match." Pan Yu managed a strained smile, fully aware that this was merely the beginning and that the challenges ahead would be far more daunting. The recent battle had drained him of a considerable amount of vital energy, and Su Yao had also sustained injuries. Their condition was far from ideal. As the next match approached, Pan Yu's gaze fell upon a name on the competition roster, causing a subtle change in his expression. Su Yao noticed the name as well. Her breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Pan Yu's hand. It seemed that Pan Yu's voice had turned somewhat somber as he remarked, "We are in trouble." Chapter 32. A formidable foe approaches. A dual test of passion and peril. The competition roster in Pan Yu's hand prominently displayed the names Zhao Gang and Li Mei. These two were renowned masters within their sect, with Zhao Gang possessing immense strength and excelling in close combat, while Li Mei was known for her agile movements and mastery of concealed weapons. Their coordination was impeccable, far surpassing that of the previous duo, Lu Tian and Lu Di. Both Pan Yu and Su Yao felt a shadow cast over their hearts. Su Yao's injuries had been treated hastily. Although the bleeding had stopped, a dull pain persisted. She looked at Pan Yu, her eyes filled with concern. "Pan Yu, what shall we do in the next match?" Pan Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "When soldiers arrive, we shall defend ourselves. When water floods, we shall bury it. No matter how formidable they are, we must give our all." He understood that this match was not merely about victory or defeat, but also about their very survival. In the arena of sect competitions, life and death were often at stake, especially when faced with adversaries harboring ulterior motives. The two returned to the resting area to recuperate briefly before the impending challenge. Pan Yu sat cross-legged, attempting to restore some of his vital energy, while Su Yao silently guarded him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The resting area bustled with people, the cacophony of sounds intertwining, amplifying the already tense atmosphere. At that moment, the figure of Senior Brother Ma appeared at the entrance of the resting area. He cast a furtive glance toward Pan Yu and Su Yao, a sinister smile curling on his lips. He quickly approached the weapon rack behind them, taking advantage of the distraction to execute some subtle maneuvers before nonchalantly departing. All of this was closely observed by Junior Brother Fong, who had long harbored reservations about Senior Brother Ma. Finding his behavior peculiar, witnessing Ma's underhanded actions, an ominous premonition surged within him. He stealthily approached the weapon rack and meticulously examined Pan Yu and Su Yao's weapons, his expression shifting dramatically. "Senior Brother Pan. Senior Sister Su," Fong rushed over, panting, "someone has tampered with your weapons." Upon hearing this, both Pan Yu and Su Yao's expressions altered. They hastily rose and approached the weapon rack, scrutinizing their weapons closely. Indeed, a minute crack had appeared on the blade of Pan Yu's sword. Nearly imperceptible, yet it posed a significant risk of breaking during an intense battle. Meanwhile, Su Yao's flexible whip had been coated with a special ointment on one of its sections, colorless and odorless, but capable of corroding metal and significantly diminishing the whip's resilience. Who did this? A flicker of fury ignited in Su Yao's eyes. Pan Yu's expression darkened ominously as he surveyed their surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on the direction where Senior Brother Ma had departed. He already had a suspicion in mind. "Let us not raise an alarm," Pan Yu whispered. "We have backup weapons." Fortunately, he had thought ahead and prepared a second set of weapons before their departure. He turned to Fong. "Thank you, Junior Brother." Fong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Senior Brother Pan, you must be careful." Pan Yu nodded, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. He devised a plan to feign weakness at the onset of the match, aiming to lull their opponents into a false sense of security before launching a surprise counterattack. Soon, the match commenced. As Zhao Gang and Li Mei took the stage, they exuded an aggressive demeanor. Clearly viewing Pan Yu and Su Yao as easy prey, Zhao Gang swung his massive axe with ferocity, charging at Pan Yu like a descending tiger, while Li Mei circled behind, intermittently launching concealed weapons to block Pan Yu's escape route. Feigning panic, Pan Yu clumsily dodged Zhao Gang's assaults, while Su Yao moved gracefully beside him, her hair flowing with the wind, her form elegant as she darted through the flurry of blades like a nimble swallow. Observing her, Pan Yu's resolve to secure victory deepened. He could not allow Su Yao to be harmed. Seeing Pan Yu and Su Yao appear so vulnerable only emboldened Zhao Gang and Li Mei, who intensified their attacks, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. The sound of Zhao Gang's axe slicing through the air echoed repeatedly as he aimed it at Pan Yu, while Li Mei's projectiles rained down with increasing frequency. Like a torrential downpour, Pan Yu and Su Yao struggled to evade the onslaught, numerous abrasions marking their bodies. Su Yao's complexion paled, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to yield even an inch. Just as Zhao Gang and Li Mei believed victory was assured, Pan Yu suddenly produced a short sword and a dagger from his robe. These were his prepared backup weapons. The short sword was exquisitely sharp, while the dagger was small and agile, though not as comfortable as his previous sword and whip. They sufficed for the current predicament. Pan Yu's unexpected counterattack caught Zhao Gang and Li Mei off guard. They had not anticipated that he possessed backup weapons, nor did they expect him to wield them with such skill. Zhao Gang's massive axe clashed against Pan Yu's short sword, producing a jarring metallic sound, while Li Mei's projectiles were deftly deflected by Pan Yu's dagger. Zhao Gang and Li Mei finally realized their underestimation had cost them dearly. They set aside their arrogance and began to take the match more seriously. Joining forces, they unleashed a formidable combination of martial arts, their raging vital energy surging toward Pan Yu. Struck by this overwhelming force, Pan Yu was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Upon witnessing Pan Yu's injury, Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed to his side. Enveloping him in a protective embrace, Su Yao's body pressed closely against his, her softness enveloping him as her eyes brimmed with concern and affection. "You cannot be harmed," she trembled as she spoke, her fingertips gently brushing the blood at the corner of his mouth, her movements tender as if caressing a fragile treasure. Feeling Su Yao's warmth and care, Pan Yu embraced her tightly in return, whispering in her ear, "I am fine, do not worry." Su Yao's hair brushed against his cheek, carrying a faint fragrance that offered him solace. He understood that for Su Yao's sake, he must rise and continue the fight. In that moment of tight embrace, it felt as if time itself had frozen. The surrounding clamor, the taunts of their adversaries, seemed to recede into another realm. Only the sound of their heartbeats resonated clearly, conveying strength and courage. After a brief respite, the two quickly regained their composure. Su Yao assisted Pan Yu to his feet, her gaze resolutely fixed on Zhao Gang and Li Mei. "We shall continue." Although Pan Yu's voice was somewhat weak, it was imbued with undeniable determination. Zhao Gang and Li Mei appeared momentarily taken aback by the earlier scene. They had not anticipated that Pan Yu could so swiftly rally his fighting spirit despite his injuries. After a brief pause, they renewed their assault. This time, Pan Yu and Su Yao no longer played defensively. Leveraging their mutual understanding and Pan Yu's keen intuition, they began to exploit their opponent's weaknesses. Although Zhao Gang's axe wielded immense power, its cumbersome movements left him open. Li Mei's concealed weapons, while difficult to counter, revealed patterns after repeated use. Seizing an opportunity when Zhao Gang swung his axe, Pan Yu swiftly dodged the attack and lunged forward, his short sword striking toward Zhao Gang's armpit. Caught off guard, Zhao Gang narrowly avoided a fatal blow as the sword grazed his clothing. Simultaneously, Su Yao discerned the rhythm of Li Mei's projectile launches. She moved gracefully, akin to a butterfly weaving through the onslaught of weapons, while her dagger deftly intercepted several projectiles aimed at Pan Yu. As their synergy intensified, Pan Yu and Su Yao's attacks became increasingly incisive. Zhao Gang and Li Mei gradually found themselves overwhelmed, the match they had once deemed an easy victory turning unexpectedly arduous. Witnessing Zhao Gang and Li Mei's predicament, a glint of malice flickered in senior brother Ma's eyes from his hidden vantage point. His scheme was unraveling. Clenching his fists, he thought to himself, "It seems I must escalate my interference." He stealthily departed from the observation platform, vanishing into the crowd. It was clear that the real spectacle was just beginning. As a cold smile crept across Ma's lips, Zhao Gang and Li Mei's offensive waned, exhaustion etched across their faces. Pan Yu and Su Yao seized the opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. Pan Yu's short sword struck with the precision of a cunning serpent, each thrust aimed at a vital point. Su Yao's dagger danced gracefully, complementing Pan Yu's strikes while sealing off their opponent's escape routes. Witnessing this turn of events, senior brother Ma's expression darkened ominously. He could not fathom that even with Zhao Gang and Li Mei's combined efforts, they were unable to subdue Pan Yu. And Su Yao, gritting his teeth in frustration, he produced a small vial from his robe, containing a colorless and odorless poison powder. "Since you refuse my invitation,
Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A cruel glint shone in Ma's eyes as he discreetly sprinkled the poison powder along the edge of the arena. This powder would swiftly numb the nerves upon contact with skin, incapacitating the victim. On the arena, Pan Yu and Su Yao's collaboration grew increasingly seamless, tilting the scales of victory in their favor. Zhao Gang and Li Mei, now visibly fatigued and bearing multiple wounds, seemed on the verge of defeat. A slight smile graced Pan Yu's lips, confidence radiating from his gaze. He seized the opportune moment, preparing to deliver a final blow to his opponent. Just then, Zhao Gang and Li Mei inadvertently stepped onto the poisonous powder at the edge of the arena. They felt a sudden numbness in their feet, and in an instant, their bodies lost balance, crashing heavily to the ground. What is happening? Su Yao sensed something amiss and hurriedly supported Pan Yu, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Be careful, Pan Yu suddenly felt a wave of danger. He pushed Su Yao away but was unable to evade in time. His foot slipped, and he too stepped into the poisonous powder. In that moment, Pan Yu felt all his strength drained, his body uncontrollably collapsing. Su Yao gasped in alarm, wanting to assist him, but she too had inhaled a small amount of the toxic powder lingering in the air, causing her body to sway dangerously, nearly falling. Haha, now you are doomed. Senior Brother Ma emerged from the shadows, a sinister smile plastered on his face. He approached the arena step by step, his eyes filled with triumph and murderous intent. Elder Wu, upon witnessing the scene, immediately sensed something was off. What is going on? Zhao Gang, Li Mei, what happened to you? He leaped onto the arena to assess their condition. Elder Wu, they seem to be poisoned. Su Yao managed to say through the numbing sensation. Elder Wu's expression darkened as he swiftly examined Zhao Gang and Li Mei. Indeed, he found traces of poisonous powder beneath their feet. Such a vicious ploy! Elder Wu exclaimed in anger, his gaze sweeping the area in search of the perpetrator. Seeing this, Senior Brother Ma inwardly cursed his misfortune. He quickly turned to flee but was seized by Elder Wu. Where do you think you're going, Martial Nephew Ma? Elder Wu's voice was cold like a judgment from the depths of hell. Senior Brother Ma's face turned pale, stammering and unable to articulate a defense. At that moment, a figure rushed over in a flurry. Senior Brother Pan, Senior Sister Su. It's bad, Fong Shidi panted. I discovered that Senior Brother Ma set traps in the arena. Chapter 33, Conspiracy unfolds. The wisdom to navigate the thorny path. Elder Wu's hawk-like gaze locked onto Senior Brother Ma, who paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He stammered, his eyes darting, clearly caught in his lie by Fong Shidi's revelation. No, it wasn't me. Still daring to argue, Elder Wu bellowed sharply, his overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping Senior Brother Ma, who crumpled to his knees. Seize him. Two enforcement disciples swiftly stepped forward, taking Senior Brother Ma into custody. Elder Wu then turned to check on Pan Yu and Su Yao, finding that the poison was not fatal but merely incapacitated their movements. He promptly retrieved detoxification pills, administering them to both, and instructed the disciples to carry them away to rest. Senior Brother Pan, Senior Sister Su, are you alright? Fong Shidi asked anxiously. Su Yao weakly shook her head. We are fine, thank you, Fong Shidi. Though Pan Yu felt weak, his mind remained exceptionally clear. Senior Brother Ma's actions made him realize that this was not merely a simple competition, a deeper conspiracy lay beneath. He struggled to sit up, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Fong Shidi, you mentioned that Senior Brother Ma set traps in the arena. What exactly is going on? Fong Shidi quickly divulged the information he had gathered. It turned out that Senior Brother Ma, in his quest to eliminate Pan Yu and Su Yao, not only poisoned the arena but also set various traps in the upcoming competition venue. For instance, he had laid snares in the woods, concealed venomous insects in the caves, and even released piranhas into the river. He also incited other competitors to launch attacks against you, Fong Shidi added, his tone filled with concern. And upon hearing this, Pan Yu furrowed his brow. The level of malice from Senior Brother Ma exceeded his expectations. It seemed that his adversary was hellbent on his demise. I understand, thank you, Fong Shidi. Pan Yu gratefully patted Fong Shidi on the shoulder. After Fong Shidi departed, Pan Yu fell into deep contemplation. He knew that the forthcoming competition would be fraught with peril. He must devise a strategy to counter Senior Brother Ma's machinations, otherwise, both he and Su Yao would be in grave danger. Although Su Yao felt weak, she had also heard Fong Shidi's words. She looked at Pan Yu with concern. Pan Yu, what should we do? A glimmer of resolve crossed Pan Yu's eyes. Don't worry, I have a plan. He whispered his strategy into Su Yao's ear. In the following days, Pan Yu and Su Yao diligently focused on recovering their strength while discreetly gathering intelligence. They learned that the upcoming competition would take place in a dense forest, precisely where Senior Brother Ma had set the most traps. On the day of the competition, Pan Yu and Su Yao arrived at the entrance of the forest. They exchanged a glance filled with determination and confidence. Let us go. Pan Yu stepped into the forest first, his figure quickly vanishing among the thick trees. Su Yao followed closely, the two moving like leopards through the underbrush, alertly observing their surroundings. Watch your step. Pan Yu suddenly halted, pointing to a seemingly flat area ahead. Su Yao scrutinized it closely, noticing a thin layer of fallen leaves covering the ground, beneath which lay a network of fine ropes. It's a snare. Su Yao whispered. Pan Yu nodded, picking up a twig and gently brushing aside the leaves to reveal the hidden trap. He deftly snapped the snare with the twig before continuing onward. It appears that senior brother Ma indeed set numerous traps. Su Yao remarked. A cold smile crept across Pan Yu's lips. This is merely the beginning. He retrieved a map from his pocket, marked with various significant locations. These are the trap locations I inferred based on the information provided by Fong Shidi, Pan Yu indicated on the map. We should avoid these areas as much as possible. Su Yao took the map. Studying it intently. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted in the distance, suggesting a skirmish was underway. Let's go investigate, Pan Yu suggested. The two made their way toward the source of the commotion, soon spotting a group of individuals surrounding someone. It's Fong Shidi. Su Yao recognized the besieged figure immediately. We must help him, Pan Yu declared. As they rushed forward, they suddenly heard Fong Shidi shout, Senior brother Pan says the traps are all here. Pan Yu and Su Yao froze, bewildered by Fong Shidi's proclamation. However, in the next moment, the reason became clear. They watched as the assailants, their faces lit with greed, rushed toward the location of the traps Fong Shidi had mentioned. Seemingly oblivious to his presence, fixated solely on the so-called treasures and shortcuts. They've fallen into the trap. A cold smile emerged on Pan Yu's lips. It turned out that he had anticipated senior brother Ma's incitement of other competitors to attack them. So he had played along, allowing Fong Shidi to deliberately divulge false information. The trap locations marked on the map were not genuine traps but rather carefully chosen safe zones. The actual traps had been secretly marked by Pan Yu and communicated to Fong Shidi. Fong Shidi's earlier shout appeared to be a plea for help, but in reality, it was a misdirection for the greedy competitors. Watching those competitors rush headlong into the traps, Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged knowing smiles. Their eyes filled with camaraderie. Let us go. Pan Yu took Su Yao's hand, leading her in a different direction. They adeptly avoided all marked traps and successfully completed the competition. Meanwhile, those blinded by greed fell into the traps set by Pan Yu. Cries of despair echoing through the forest. In the next match, the opponents indeed followed senior brother Ma's plan, surrounding Pan Yu and Su Yao. 5 mid-tier martial artists encircled them, their eyes fierce as they eyed their prey like hungry wolves. Back to back, Pan Yu and Su Yao remained calm in the face of the impending crisis. Su Yao moved with grace and agility, like a butterfly dancing, effortlessly weaving through enemy attacks, the sword in her hand struck with precision. Each thrust deadly and accurate. Pan Yu, on the other hand, responded with composure, wielding his long knife in a seamless defense, blocking all incoming assaults. His gaze was sharp, discerning the weaknesses of each opponent, seeking opportunities for counterattacks. As the enemy's onslaught intensified, the pressure on Pan Yu and Su Yao grew heavier, yet they remained unfazed, maintaining their composure and synergy. Jump! Pan Yu suddenly shouted, grasping Su Yao's hand as they leapt into what appeared to be a perilous area, a bottomless pit. One of the trap zones he had previously marked. The pursuing opponents, caught off guard by Pan Yu's daring leap, had no time to stop, tumbling in after him. Cries of agony echoed from the pit. Reverberating through the forest, Pan Yu and Su Yao landed safely at the bottom, where a concealed passage awaited, discovered by Pan Yu beforehand. Let us go. Pan Yu took Su Yao's hand, leading her through the passage away from the pit. As they watched the two figures retreating into the distance, admiration filled Su Yao's eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed as she unconsciously leaned toward Pan Yu. He gently wrapped his arm around her. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Moving forward, we must exercise even greater caution. Pan Yu's voice was low and resolute, the dim light of the passage illuminating his chiseled features. Adding an air of heroism. Su Yao gazed at the man so close to her, her heart racing. His earlier calmness, decisiveness, and strategic brilliance captivated her deeply. She had never imagined that a seemingly ordinary outer disciple could possess such formidable strength and captivating charm. Su Yao gently acknowledged this, her cheeks still flushed. Unconsciously, she leaned her head against Pan Yu's shoulder, relishing the warmth and sense of security emanating from him. Pan Yu instinctively tightened his embrace, and the two nestled together in the narrow corridor. Savoring the moment of tranquility, this winding passage led to a concealed exit at the edge of the competition arena. Pan Yu had previously scouted the terrain and knew that this route was safe. After walking for about 15 minutes, they finally glimpsed the light at the exit. Upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves in a dense thicket. Pan Yu carefully pushed aside the foliage, surveying their surroundings.
Once he confirmed there was no danger, he stepped out with Su Yao out. "We are safe now," Pan Yu whispered, a hint of relief gracing his smile. "Thank you, Pan Yu," Su Yao replied gratefully, her gaze fixed on him. Had it not been for Pan Yu's cleverness and bravery, they might have already been eliminated by their opponents. "Between us, there is no need for thanks," Pan Yu said with a gentle smile. His eyes filled with affection, the two walked side by side toward the center of the competition arena. Those who had fallen into traps had long been eliminated, allowing Pan Yu and Su Yao to advance effortlessly to the next round. Upon returning to the resting area, Fong Shidi had been waiting for quite a while. The moment he spotted Pan Yu and Su Yao, he rushed over excitedly. "Senior brother Pan, senior sister Su, you were incredible. I was so nervous for you," Fong Shidi exclaimed. "Those guys were completely outmaneuvered by you." Pan Yu chuckled, patting Fong Shidi's shoulder. "Thanks to the information you provided. Oh, it was all due to senior brother Pan's brilliant strategy." Fong Shidi replied bashfully, scratching his head. Just as the three were conversing, a chilling voice echoed from behind Pan Yu. "Su Yao, your good days are over." Pan Yu and Su Yao turned around to see senior brother Ma standing not far away. His face dark and his eyes filled with malice. Several fierce-looking disciples flanked him, each exuding a menacing aura. Seeing his scheme thwarted once again, senior brother Ma, humiliated and enraged, decided to confront Pan Yu and Su Yao personally. "What do you want, senior brother Ma?" Su Yao asked warily with a cold sneer. Senior brother Ma replied, "What do you think? It's time to teach you a lesson, let you understand the consequences of offending me." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as a dagger appeared in his hand, gleaming ominously. "This competition is proving to be more exciting than I anticipated." Pan Yu's expression hardened, gripping his long knife firmly. "A lesson from you?" he scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Senior brother Ma, do you really think we fear you after your repeated underhanded tactics?" Senior brother Ma's expression darkened further as the disciples behind him began to encircle Pan Yu and the others. Nearby competitors, sensing the impending conflict, retreated in fear of being drawn into the fray. "Pan Yu, don't be too arrogant," senior brother Ma growled, the dagger in his hand glistening with lethal intent. "This time, I will make you pay dearly." "What a fight, I'll accompany you to the end." Su Yao fearlessly stepped in front of Pan Yu, her long sword drawn, its tip aimed directly at senior brother Ma. "Su Yao, you are also going to interfere?" Senior brother Ma's eyes flashed with malice. "Don't think I won't touch you just because you are a woman." "Enough with the talk, bring it on," Su Yao shouted, launching the first attack. Her movements were agile, and her swordplay swift and fierce, striking at senior brother Ma like a tempest. Though senior brother Ma was furious, he did not lose his composure. He was aware of Su Yao's formidable skill and dared not underestimate her. He wielded his dagger to parry Su Yao's strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, despite Su Yao's exquisite swordsmanship. Her cultivation was slightly inferior, causing her to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Seizing a flaw, senior brother Ma's dagger slashed across Su Yao's arm, leaving a crimson mark. "Su Yao," Pan Yu exclaimed, his heart wrenching in anguish. He rushed forward, shielding Su Yao behind him. "Are you alright?" he asked, concern etched in his eyes. Su Yao gritted her teeth and shook her head. "I'm fine, just be careful." The sight of Pan Yu's concern for Su Yao only deepened senior brother Ma's resentment. He sneered, "Does it hurt you? Today, I will send you two lovebirds straight to hell." He lunged at Pan Yu again, dagger in hand. Pan Yu's expression turned cold as he drew his long knife to confront senior brother Ma. Although Pan Yu's cultivation was not high, his perceptive abilities were exceptional. He could clearly discern the flaws in senior brother Ma's attacks and responded accordingly. His knife techniques were steady and lethal, forcing senior brother Ma to retreat repeatedly. "Damn it," senior brother Ma cursed internally, shocked by Pan Yu's rapid improvement. Suddenly, he altered his strategy, opting not to clash directly with Pan Yu but to utilize his agility to evade and look for an opportunity to strike. Pan Yu saw through senior brother Ma's intentions and remained unfazed, calmly seeking an opportunity for a counterattack. At that moment, senior brother Ma unexpectedly produced a black pill from his robe and swallowed it whole. An eerie aura emanated from him, his eyes turning blood red as his muscles swelled, and his strength surged exponentially. "What is this?" Pan Yu thought, feeling an ominous premonition. This is the berserk pill. It allows me to enhance my strength in a short time." Senior brother Ma cackled. "Pan Yu, prepare to die." He lunged forward again, his speed and power far surpassing before, leaving Pan Yu momentarily unable to defend himself. "Pan Yu, be careful," Su Yao shouted anxiously, the dagger sliced through the air toward Pan Yu's chest. "Stop!" A thunderous voice rang out. Elder Wu appeared before them, his expression grim and his gaze piercing. "Ma, you dare to use forbidden drugs in a competition?" Senior brother Ma's actions froze, a flicker of terror crossing his face as he slowly turned to look at Elder Wu.
His eyes flickering with uncertainty, Elder Wu's arrival halted Senior Brother Ma's frenzied assault, the dagger pausing mere inches from Pan Yu's chest, fear evident in his blood-red eyes. He turned slowly to face Elder Wu. His expression a mix of panic and defensiveness. Elder Wu, I was wrongfully accused. This isn't a forbidden drug, it's just a body-strengthening pill. Body-strengthening pill, Elder Wu snorted, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Senior Brother Ma. The aura of the berserk pill is so obvious. Do you think I cannot discern it? As a disciple of the sect, you dare to use forbidden drugs in a competition, attempting to harm your fellow disciples. This is an unforgivable crime. The surrounding disciples erupted in murmurs, gossiping amongst themselves. Senior Brother Ma's face turned an even deeper shade of ashen as he grit his teeth, desperately trying to defend himself. I was just momentarily confused. Confused? Elder Wu interrupted sharply. Do you think a mere moment of confusion can absolve your crime? Bring Molly in. Two enforcement disciples stepped forward, firmly restraining Senior Brother Ma. He struggled, his eyes blazing with resentment as he glared at Pan Yu, as if he wished to devour him whole. Pan Yu, Su Yao, are you both unharmed? Elder Wu inquired with concern. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your timely intervention. We are fine, Pan Yu replied, cupping his fists in gratitude, relieved that Elder Wu had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to Senior Brother Ma's dagger. Elder Wu nodded. This match is paused. We will handle the matter once the investigation is complete. After Senior Brother Ma was taken away, the competition resumed. Pan Yu and Su Yao fought side by side, their cooperation seamless. Pan Yu's keen perception allowed him to anticipate their opponent's attacks accurately, while Su Yao's swordsmanship was lethal, each strike aimed to kill. Together, they were an unstoppable force. However, new challenges were just beginning once Senior Brother Ma was eliminated. Another figure emerged in the arena, tall and imposing, with a stern expression and cold, glinting eyes. He was Zhao Shixiang, the most distinguished outer disciple, a high-level martial artist. Zhao Shixiang wore a sinister smile, prompting speculation about his new scheme. The surrounding audience watched him curiously, murmuring amongst themselves as Zhao Shixiang has entered the ring. It seems Pan Yu and Su Yao are in for trouble. Indeed, Zhao Shixiang is far stronger than Senior Brother Ma. They stand no chance. This will be quite a spectacle. As soon as Zhao Shixiang took the stage, he began to provoke Pan Yu and Su Yao verbally, attempting to unnerve them. Isn't this our outer sex worthless Pan Yu and his little lover? Su Yao, what is this? Haven't you had enough of being beaten by Senior Brother Ma, here to court death again? Simultaneously, he discreetly gestured to Elder Wu, trying to sway the judge to deliver unfavorable rulings against Pan Yu and Su Yao. He suddenly handed a small pouch to a disciple near Elder Wu, who accepted it without drawing attention and whispered something into Elder Wu's ear. The elder's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to normal. Pan Yu saw through Zhao Shixiang's schemes, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he expressed his disdain. Zhao Shixiang, you flatter yourself. We are merely here to hone our skills, not to court death. However, it seems you, as a senior brother, are quite aggressive. Are you perhaps afraid of us? Zhao Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, and with a fierce effort to suppress his anger, he declared, You insolent brat, do not think you can gain the upper hand with mere words. Once we step onto the arena, I shall demonstrate to you what true strength entails. Unfazed, Pan Yu retorted to Zhao Xiong, there is no need for your bluster here. Do you really believe I am oblivious to your petty tricks? Bribing the judges and covertly sabotaging your opponents, this is your so-called strength. Pan Yu's words struck like daggers, piercing Zhao Xiong's vulnerabilities. His face flushed with a mix of rage and embarrassment as he spat. You lie. When have I ever bribed a judge? You know the truth in your heart. Pan Yu shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. The surrounding audience began to murmur discontentedly, expressing their disapproval of Zhao Xiong's actions. Zhao Xiong, this behavior lacks integrity. Indeed, even if you win, it would be a hollow victory. It seemed Zhao Xiong feared Pan Yu and Su Yao, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Zhao Xiong's expression darkened further. He glared at Pan Yu, gritting his teeth as he warned, You'd best watch your back. Once we are on the arena, you will rue the day you uttered those words. With that, Zhao Xiong leapt onto the stage. Eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. As the referee announced the start, Zhao Xiong wasted no time in launching his attack. His sword sliced through the air like a venomous serpent, aiming straight for Pan Yu's vital points. Pan Yu, recognizing the danger, swiftly dodged. Su Yao coordinated with him, launching an attack from the side to impede Zhao Xiong's movements. Zhao Xiong's strikes were vicious and unpredictable, leaving Pan Yu and Su Yao struggling to keep pace. Suddenly, Zhao Xiong changed tactics, executing a sweeping strike aimed directly at Su Yao. Caught off guard, she appeared destined to be injured. In a split second, Pan Yu dashed in front of her, using his body to shield her from the blow.
A dull thud resounded as Jia Xiong's sword energy struck Pan Yu, causing him to stagger backward. Su Yao's eyes filled with concern as she rushed to support him. "Are you alright?" Pan Yu shook his head, signaling that he was fine, yet, in truth, the searing pain coursed through his back, indicating a significant injury. Jia Xiong, sensing Pan Yu's injury, felt a surge of triumph and pressed his advantage, attacking once more, despite being at a disadvantage. Pan Yu refused to concede. He gritted his teeth against the pain, using his keen insight to exploit the flaws in Jia Xiong's techniques. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a powerful palm strike to Jia Xiong's chest. Taken by surprise, Jia Xiong was forced back, his complexion paling. He had not anticipated Pan Yu's counterattack, especially under such duress. The audience gasped in astonishment at Pan Yu's audacity. Not content to relent, Pan Yu pursued his advantage, launching another series of attacks. Though his moves were straightforward, they were imbued with immense power, leaving Jia Xiong struggling to defend himself. Sweat beaded on Jia Xiong's forehead as a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. "Curse it, how has this brat's strength surged so suddenly?" Jia Xiong cursed inwardly, yet found himself compelled to muster all his strength to fend off Pan Yu's relentless onslaught. He had initially believed he could easily defeat Pan Yu and Su Yao, only to find himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Pan Yu abruptly ceased his assault, standing still as he offered Jia Xiong a faint smile. "Jia Xiong, this match is mine to win." A cold smirk graced Pan Yu's lips, his gaze filled with disdain. "Do you truly think your petty tricks can overcome me? Ha navi?" Jia Xiong's face turned a shade of iron as he seethed inwardly at Pan Yu's cunning. Drawing a deep breath, he suppressed his fury, replacing it with a grim smile. "Indeed, Pan Shitty, you are formidable. I underestimated you. However, the match is far from over, and the outcome remains uncertain." With that, he swiftly retreated from the stage. Next up, Pan Yu and Su Yao against Ma Shixiang. The referee announced loudly. Ma Shixiang, a tall and sinister-looking man, strode onto the stage. His cold gaze swept over Pan Yu and Su Yao, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Pan Shitty, Su Shimi, I have long admired your names. It is a privilege to spar with both of you today. You flatter us, Ma Shixiang," Pan Yu replied coolly, though his heart was on high alert. He understood that this Ma Shixiang was a true adversary. As the match commenced, Ma Shixiang did not rush to attack but instead circled around Pan Yu and Su Yao, waiting for the opportune moment. His gaze was as predatory as a serpent's, meticulously observing their every move for any sign of weakness. Su Yao, witnessing Pan Yu shielding her from harm, felt a surge of gratitude and affection. She gently caressed his back, whispering, "Be careful." Pan Yu, warmed by Su Yao's concern, grasped her hand firmly, offering her a reassuring gaze. "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Sensing his determination, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with resolve. Standing side by side with Pan Yu, they prepared to face Ma Shixiang's challenge together. Ma Shixiang, noticing their close bond, felt a twinge of jealousy. With a cold smirk, he suddenly lunged into action, his sword transformed into a streak of cold light, aimed directly at Pan Yu's heart. Anticipating the attack, Pan Yu sidestepped, countering with a palm strike aimed at Ma Shixiang's shoulder. Simultaneously, Su Yao flanked Ma Shixiang, appearing like a wraith, her dagger aimed at his back. Pan Yu and Su Yao's teamwork began to force Ma Shixiang into a defensive position. Su Yao's movements were graceful yet lethal, each strike targeting Ma Shixiang's vulnerable spots, while Pan Yu delivered heavy blows from the side, each strike more formidable than the last. As sweat dripped from Ma Shixiang's brow, he cursed inwardly, realizing that these two outer disciples were proving to be quite a handful. Suddenly, Ma Shixiang feigned injury, stumbling back as if struck by Pan Yu's attack, before collapsing to the ground and groaning in agony. My leg is broken." Elder Wu, witnessing this, rushed onto the arena to assess Ma Shixiang's condition. Ma Shixiang pointed accusingly at Pan Yu, wailing, "Elder Wu, he attacked me illegally, intending to harm me." Elder Wu hesitated, casting a glance at Pan Yu. Pan Yu defended himself. "Elder Wu, I did not violate any rules. He is merely pretending to be injured in an attempt to frame me." The surrounding crowd began to murmur, divided in their opinions, some believing Pan Yu while others remained skeptical. Elder Wu pondered for a moment. How would he rule? What further insidious tactics might Ma Shixiang employ? A glint of malice flickered in Ma Shixiang's eyes as a sinister smile crept onto his lips. On the arena, Ma Shixiang clutched his leg, groaning in pain while a triumphant smirk danced across his features. Stealing a glance at Elder Wu, his eyes sparkled with pride. Elder Wu's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth, grappling with his indecision. Ma Shixiang's performance was all too convincing, leaving him momentarily unable to discern the truth. "Elder Wu, I can testify, Ma Shixiang never even touched Pan Yu. He fell on his own," cried Feng Shidi from the crowd. His face flushed with urgency. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the surrounding skepticism. "This kid is clearly trying to shield Pan Yu. I bet it was Pan Yu's underhanded tactics that caused Ma Shixiang's injury." The crowd's chatter surged like a tidal wave, suffocating Pan Yu's ability to respond. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his palms as he struggled to refute the accusations. Su Yao stood beside him, holding his hand tightly, offering silent support. Her eyes were resolute and clear, as if to convey, "Do not give up. I believe in you." Inhaling deeply, Pan Yu forced himself to regain his composure. He turned to Elder Wu, his gaze filled with determination. "Elder Wu, I have never violated any rules. I implore you to see the truth." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with unwavering conviction. Elder Wu met Pan Yu's steadfast gaze, his heart wavering. He knew Pan Yu's character and understood that he was not one to resort to deceitful tactics, yet, Ma Shixian's injury appeared all too real. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Just as Elder Wu grappled with his doubts, a flicker of malice ignited in Ma Shixian's eyes. Seizing the moment of distraction, he sprang up from the ground, a dagger appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. Aimed straight for Pan Yu's back, the events unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience in shock. Su Yao gasped, rushing forward to push Pan Yu away, but it was too late. In a moment of instinct, Pan Yu sensed the impending danger and narrowly evaded the fatal strike. Twisting just in time, the dagger grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Pain surged through him, and he let out a muffled grunt. Stumbling backward, "Pan Yu!" Su Yao cried out, her eyes wide with alarm and fury. In a flash, she dashed towards Ma Shixian, her slender palm gathering a powerful surge of true energy. Aimed directly at his face. Ma Shixian chuckled coldly, showing no intention to evade, as if he had anticipated Su Yao's attack. With a swift movement, he dodged her strike while simultaneously tripping her in her path. Su Yao was caught off guard, her delicate body leaning forward as she seemed on the brink of falling to the ground. At that moment, a powerful arm encircled her waist, steadying her. Pan Yu gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arm and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Su Yao shook her head, her eyes filled with worry. "You're hurt. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about," Pan Yu replied, suppressing the pain, his gaze icy as he stared at senior brother Ma. He understood that today's contest had escalated beyond a mere competition. It had transformed into a battle of life and death. Seeing his ambush thwarted, a flicker of anger crossed senior brother Ma's face. He pointed at Pan Yu and exclaimed sharply, "Pan Yu, how dare you evade my attack? You must have something to hide. You have certainly employed some underhanded means." Elder Wu furrowed his brow, his gaze darting back and forth between Pan Yu and senior brother Ma. Filled with confusion, Pan Yu's behavior was indeed somewhat unusual, yet Elder Wu could not ascertain whether Pan Yu had truly violated any rules. "Please, Elder Wu, I am being wronged," Pan Yu declared, barely containing his fury. "I have never employed any illicit methods. This is all a fabrication by senior brother Ma." "Fabrication? The injury on your arm is the best evidence," senior brother Ma sneered, gesturing toward the wound on Pan Yu's arm. "If you hadn't used prohibited weapons, how could my dagger have harmed you?" Pan Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed not used any weapons, yet senior brother Ma's dagger had undeniably injured him. Leaving him speechless. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "Elder Wu, I have evidence to prove senior brother Ma's slander." The crowd turned to see a slender youth squeezing through. It was Fang Shidi. Pan Yu's devoted admirer of Fang Shidi approached Elder Wu, producing a piece of white cloth from his garment, presenting it with both hands. "Elder Wu, this is something I found before the contest began. Please take a look." Elder Wu took the cloth, unfolded it, and his expression darkened immediately. The cloth bore the written plan of senior brother Ma, detailing how to defame Pan Yu, how to set him up during the contest, and how to exploit Elder Wu's trust to achieve his own objectives. Staring at the piece of fabric in disbelief, Elder Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. He never imagined that senior brother Ma could be so despicably shameless. Senior brother Ma's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his scheme would be uncovered by the inconspicuous outer disciple. Stammering, he sought to defend himself but found no words would come. The crowd erupted in a clamor, denouncing senior brother Ma's underhanded actions. "What do you have to say for yourself, senior brother Ma?" Elder Wu asked in a deep voice. Senior brother Ma's face was pale. His lips trembled, yet he could utter nothing. At that moment, Pan Yu suddenly spoke up. "Elder Wu, I have one more matter to report." Blood dripped from Pan Yu's arm onto the ground, staining the blue stone platform. Fang Shidi's voice echoed like thunder in the ears of the onlookers. Holding the piece of cloth, Elder Wu's expression turned steely, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at senior brother Ma. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. "Senior brother Ma, do you have anything else to say?" Elder Wu's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Senior brother Ma's pallor deepened, his lips quivered, but he could not produce a sound. He had never foreseen that his meticulously planned conspiracy would be thwarted by an inconspicuous outer disciple. He glared at Fong Shitty, his eyes filled with malice. The elder Wu announced, "Senior Brother Ma used hidden weapons during the contest, intentionally injuring others, violating sect rules. He is hereby warned and disqualified from the competition." The audience erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating the resilience of Pan Yu and Su Yao, as well as the triumph of justice. Senior Brother Ma was escorted off the stage by law enforcement disciples, casting a resentful glare at Pan Yu, his eyes brimming with bitterness and hatred. Taking a deep breath, Pan Yu endured the sharp pain in his arm and gradually stood up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute, this contest was far from over. Su Yao, we must change our strategy, Pan Yu whispered. He is fast and strong. Confronting him head-on won't yield favorable results. You focus on offense while I handle the distraction. Su Yao nodded, determination gleaming in her eyes. Although Senior Brother Ma had been disqualified, his anger only intensified. He felt deeply humiliated and was determined to reclaim his honor. He charged at Pan Yu again, moving even faster and attacking with greater ferocity. Pan Yu had already seen through his intentions. Instead of confronting him directly, he evaded skillfully, utilizing his understanding of Senior Brother Ma's techniques to continually deflect his attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao launched an attack from behind. Her palm wind fierce, aimed directly at Senior Brother Ma's back. Forced to turn and respond to Su Yao's assault, Senior Brother Ma became distracted. And Pan Yu took advantage of the moment, gathering his energy and delivering a powerful punch to Senior Brother Ma's chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Senior Brother Ma was struck, his body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheering for Pan Yu's brilliant counterattack. Struggling to rise, Senior Brother Ma's eyes were filled with madness. He was thoroughly enraged, disregarding everything as he unleashed his chi. Employing his ultimate move, Raging Lion's Roar. A tremendous force erupted from Senior Brother Ma's body, creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the entire arena. Pan Yu and Su Yao were knocked back by this overwhelming force. Feeling a surge of blood and chi, Pan Yu, Su Yao's voice carried a hint of concern. Pan Yu's gaze was icy as he stared intently at Senior Brother Ma, slowly stating, "It's not over yet." Seeing the blood still seeping from Pan Yu's wound, Su Yao's heart ached. She tightly grasped Pan Yu's hand, gently asking, "Pan Yu, are you alright? Does it hurt?" Pan Yu squeezed her hand back, offering a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. We will definitely win." He felt the warmth and strength of Su Yao's hand, a surge of warmth flooding his heart, and the pain seemed to diminish somewhat, with her eyes slightly reddened. Su Yao nodded firmly. She understood that Pan Yu had been injured while protecting her, and her resolve to win this contest alongside him grew even stronger. Although Senior Brother Ma's Raging Lion's Roar was formidable, it lacked sustaining power. In his frenzied state, he hastily summoned his chi, causing confusion and instability within himself. Pan Yu keenly detected this and suddenly grasped a new combat technique, one that perfectly combined his insight with Su Yao's attacks. "Su Yao," Pan Yu whispered a few words in her ear, and her eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao launched an offensive, her figure darting like lightning towards Senior Brother Ma. Her palm techniques were unpredictable and fierce, forcing Senior Brother Ma to defend with all his might. As Senior Brother Ma became engrossed in fending off Su Yao's assault, he neglected the lurking Pan Yu at his side. Seizing the moment of distraction, Pan Yu sprung into action, appearing like a specter beside Senior Brother Ma, delivering a powerful punch to his ribs. Crack! The sound of bone cracking was distinctly audible. Senior Brother Ma let out a wretched scream, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground, his complexion instantly turning pale. Gasps erupted from the audience, astonished that the seemingly disadvantaged Pan Yu and Su Yao could unleash such tremendous power in their dire situation, rendering the once mighty Senior Brother Ma utterly defenseless. The elder Wu observed the scene with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. These two young disciples not only possessed exceptional talent but also demonstrated unwavering willpower, maintaining composure in adversity and finding a breakthrough, a rare quality indeed. Senior Brother Ma struggled to rise but found himself utterly powerless, the agonizing pain in his ribs making it difficult to breathe. His eyes were filled with resentment and malice as he realized he had been completely defeated. However, at that moment, a frenzied look suddenly overtook Senior Brother Ma's eyes. He roared, recklessly channeling the remnants of his chi, turning his aggression not towards Pan Yu and Su Yao, but towards the audience. "You all shall die," Senior Brother Ma screamed, launching an attack towards the nearest spectators. The crowd erupted into chaos, screams and cries filling the air. Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged worried glances, shocked that Senior Brother Ma could become so deranged. Su Yao, protect the audience, Pan Yu shouted, swiftly positioning himself between Senior Brother Ma and the onlookers. Senior Brother Ma's attack struck Pan Yu, causing him to grunt in pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Pan Yu, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern as Senior Brother Ma laughed maniacally. Die, all of you die. His attacks grew increasingly frenzied and erratic, putting the audience surrounding the arena in peril. Pan Yu's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Senior Brother Ma. Speaking in a grave tone, have you lost your mind? Senior Brother Ma's insane actions stunned everyone. He appeared deranged, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, his attacks that were initially targeted at Pan Yu and Su Yao now indiscriminately striking the innocent audience members. A young girl, unable to evade in time, was caught by the force of Senior Brother Ma's palm and collapsed to the ground unconscious. An elderly man attempting to shield his grandson was kicked aside by Senior Brother Ma. Spitting blood, stop it. Su Yao's eyes widened in horror, unable to bear witnessing Senior Brother Ma's callous behavior. She darted through the crowd like lightning, pulling one spectator after another to safety, while protecting the audience. She had to remain vigilant against Senior Brother Ma's attacks, which drained her strength considerably. Pan Yu has also joined the ranks of those protecting the audience. Despite his injuries, he perseveres, valiantly fending off the relentless assaults of Master Ma. With a composed demeanor, he meticulously observes Master Ma's movements, searching for any sign of weakness. He understands the dire consequences that would ensue if Master Ma is not swiftly subdued. Su Yao, you must protect the audience. I will handle him, Pan Yu exclaims, pushing Su Yao aside. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpens, locking onto Master Ma. You have already lost, cease your futile struggles. Lost? Haha, Master Ma bellows with maniacal laughter. I have not yet tasted defeat. I intend to take you all down with me. He launches another assault, his attacks increasingly ferocious and frenzied. Gritting his teeth, Pan Yu endures the searing pain coursing through his body. Intercepting Master Ma's strikes time and again, he is acutely aware that he cannot falter, for behind him lie countless innocent lives. Su Yao weaves through the crowd, ushering injured spectators to safety. Her heart aches at the sight of those innocent souls suffering due to Master Ma's madness. Fueling her rage and sorrow, she silently vows to ensure that Master Ma pays dearly for his actions. At that moment, Fong Shidi pushes through the throng, his face etched with urgency as he shouts at Pan Yu, Brother Pan. It's bad, Master Ma's accomplices are mingling with the audience, and they are attacking as well. Pan Yu's heart sinks. He realizes the situation has become even more precarious while defending against Master Ma's onslaught. He anxiously devises a strategy. Suddenly Elder Wu appears on the stage, his expression grave as he bellows, Master Ma, how dare you act so ruthlessly, stand down at once. Yet, Master Ma remains undeterred, continuing his frenzied assault on the surrounding spectators. Just as Elder Wu prepares to intervene, several figures clad in black leap from the audience, encircling him. Elder Wu, your opponents are us. One of the black-clad figures sneers. Elder Wu's expression darkens. He had not anticipated that Master Ma had allies. Bound by the black-clad assailants, he is unable to reach Master Ma and halt his rampage. Chaos erupts in the arena as the audience scatters in terror, screams and cries echoing throughout. Master Ma's savage attacks and the sudden appearance of the black-clad figures have thrown the competition into complete disarray. Pan Yu surveys the tumultuous scene before him, his heart heavy with a sense of powerlessness. How can he possibly halt this madness and safeguard these innocent lives? His gaze falls upon Su Yao. Her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Su Yao, Pan Yu's voice is low yet resolute, brimming with unyielding resolve. We must stop him. Without hesitation, Su Yao nods, her eyes glimmering with steadfast courage. I understand, Pan Yu. Together, the two stand back to back. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, Master Ma, now a tempest of fury, brandishes his sword with reckless abandon, the air crackling with the force of his strikes, causing the crowd to scatter in fear. Elder Wu, momentarily ensnared by the black-clad figures, desperately cries out, Stop, Master Ma, have you lost your sanity? Yet, Master Ma remains deaf to his pleas, laughing maniacally as he continues his assault. The masters from other sects exchange glances, disapproving of Master Ma's despicable actions but hesitant to intervene due to the competition's regulations. This cannot continue, a grey-clad elder states gravely. We must put an end to this, or the casualties will be catastrophic, but the rules stipulate that competitors must not interfere with one another's matches. A woman in red counters, if we act rashly, we risk facing consequences. As the group hesitates, Pan Yu's gaze sharpens. He has detected a flaw in Master Ma's technique. He knows this is his only chance. Drawing a deep breath, he instructs Su Yao, cover me. Su Yao comprehends his intent, her long whip dancing like a serpent, repelling several approaching black-clad figures. Seizing the opportunity, Pan Yu propels himself towards Master Ma.
Moving like a bolt of lightning, enveloped in his frenzy, Master Ma is oblivious to Pan Yu's approach. In the blink of an eye, Pan Yu reaches Master Ma's rear, his short sword gleaming ominously. Aimed directly at Master Ma's vulnerable back, sensing the lethal intent behind him, Master Ma spins around, but it is too late to evade. In a moment of sheer desperation, he narrowly dodges the fatal blow. Yet his left arm suffers a deep gash from Pan Yu's blade. Master Ma shrieks in agony, glaring furiously at Pan Yu. "You dare to wound me?" Pan Yu sneers coldly. "A creature as deranged as you deserves to be eradicated." With a furious roar, Master Ma swings his sword towards Pan Yu. Pan Yu deftly evades the attack while seeking an opportunity to counter. Su Yao joins the fray, her whip striking with the precision of a viper. Continuously disrupting Master Ma's movements, the two coordinate seamlessly, cornering Master Ma into a tight spot. Master Ma's expression grows increasingly grim. He realizes he has been driven into a corner, with a venomous glare. He hisses, "You will pay for this." Suddenly, he produces a black orb from his robe, which expands in his grip, emanating a chilling black light. A surge of potent energy radiates from it, seemingly freezing the very air around them. "This is Black Demon Thunder," the grey-clad elder exclaims in horror. "This is a forbidden item. Has he truly lost his mind to use such a thing in a competition? The power of Black Demon Thunder is immense. Capable of reducing everything within a 10-meter radius to dust, the potential consequences of an explosion are unthinkable if fear grips the crowd, who recoil in terror, desperate to avoid being caught in its wake." "Pan Yu Su Yao, be careful," Elder Wu shouts anxiously, but he remains ensnared by the black-clad figures, unable to assist. In this critical moment, Pan Yu's expression remains unervingly calm. He had anticipated that Master Ma might resort to desperate measures, and thus had been discreetly monitoring his actions. He notes that Master Ma's stance falters slightly as he retrieves the Black Demon Thunder. This is his opportunity. "Su Yao, cover me," Pan Yu bellows, darting towards Master Ma like a flash of lightning. Understanding his intent, Su Yao wields her whip, ensnaring a black-clad assailant's weapon and pulling him before her, shielding against the other's attacks, granting Pan Yu precious moments. Pan Yu's speed is astonishing, almost a blur as he skillfully utilizes scattered debris and trees as cover. Evading Master Ma's strikes while steadily closing the distance between them, the remnants of the arena serve as a natural barrier, allowing Pan Yu to maneuver with unpredictable agility, causing Master Ma's attacks to repeatedly miss their mark. As Pan Yu closes in, a flicker of panic flashes in Master Ma's eyes. He swings his sword wildly, desperate to thwart Pan Yu's advance, yet Pan Yu's agility is unmatched. He deftly dodges Master Ma's onslaught, always searching for a chance to retaliate. Su Yao joins the battle as well, her whip striking like a swift serpent, continually disrupting Master Ma's actions. Gradually overwhelmed by their relentless assault, Master Ma's frustration mounts. "Damn it," he roars, launching a flurry of concealed weapons from his sleeves, each laced with deadly poison and glowing an eerie green. Pan Yu and Su Yao swiftly evade, but one of the projectiles grazes Su Yao's arm, leaving a shallow wound from which dark blood oozes. Su Yao, Pan Yu's heart tightens at the sight, a flash of fury igniting within him. "I'm fine." Su Yao grits her teeth, yet her pale complexion betrays her suffering. The flames of Pan Yu's anger blaze to life. He no longer holds back. His short sword transforms into a flurry of cold light, striking at Master Ma with the ferocity of a storm. Master Ma, beleaguered by their combined onslaught, falters for a moment, and Pan Yu seizes the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Master Ma's chest, sending him staggering backward. Capitalizing on this moment, Pan Yu feints, causing Master Ma to instinctively raise his sword in defense. In that instant, Pan Yu's short sword shifts direction, thrusting toward Master Ma's abdomen with blinding speed. With a dull thud, the blade pierces Master Ma's dantian, blood gushing forth. Master Ma emits a pained wail, the Black Demon Thunder slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Clutching his abdomen in agony, he collapses, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. Pan Yu slowly retracts his sword, coldly regarding the fallen Master Ma. He remains vigilant, acutely aware that the Black Demon Thunder still lies there, a potential ticking time bomb. "Pan Yu, Su Yao," a weak voice calls out. Pan Yu whirls around to see Su Yao, her face ashen, blood still trickling from her arm. His heart constricts painfully as the sight of her dark blood spreads like a venomous serpent within him, ignoring the incapacitated Master Ma and the imminent threat of the Black Demon Thunder. He rushes to Su Yao's side, enveloping her in his embrace. Su Yao, his voice trembles with deep concern and guilt, leaning weakly against him. Su Yao's complexion is ghostly pale, her lips quivering slightly. She forces a smile through her pain. "I'm fine if fine, you say." Pan Yu gently cradles her injured arm, meticulously wiping away the blood surrounding the wound, his fingertips trembling, betraying his inner turmoil. The sight of her dark blood is haunting, like a parasite gnawing at Su Yao's vitality. Suya leaned against Pan Yu, enveloped in the warmth emanating from him, her gaze brimming with dependence. Never before had she felt such an overwhelming sense of security. At that moment, the black-clad assailants, witnessing the fall of their leader, descended into chaos, exchanging terrified glances as they sought to flee this perilous place. Attempting to escape, a glint of cold light flashed in Pan Yu's eyes as he gently propelled Suya to a safe corner. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the assailants. Watching Pan Yu's retreating figure, a wave of warmth surged within Suya. Even in this dire moment, he prioritized her safety above all else. Pan Yu's speed was astonishing. In mere breaths, he caught up with one of the black-clad figures, his dagger piercing mercilessly into the man's back. The remaining assailants, witnessing this, were struck with terror and scattered in all directions. Suya, suppressing her pain, joined the fray, her whip danced like a serpent, ensnaring one black-clad figure after another, then forcefully slamming them to the ground. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, having witnessed the valiant display of Pan Yu and Suya. Deeply moved by their strength and courage, Pan Yu, Suya, Feng Shidi exclaimed, excitedly waving his arms, his eyes filled with admiration. Under the combined efforts of Pan Yu and Suya, the remaining assailants were swiftly subdued. Pan Yu returned to Suya's side, his heart heavy with concern as he observed her pale complexion. He gently grasped her hand, whispering softly, "We have won." Suya managed a strained smile, yet it carried a tinge of bitterness. She could feel the pain in her arm intensifying, the dark toxin steadily spreading, corroding her body. Noticing the forced nature of Suya's smile, Pan Yu's gaze fell upon the wound on her arm, where the blackened blood seemed to spread at an alarming rate. Suya, his voice trembled with worry. He suddenly realized that this victory might merely herald the onset of another crisis. Suya looked at Pan Yu, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head gently, murmuring, "We should leave here first." Supporting Suya, Pan Yu's heart felt heavy. The victorious cheers echoed in his ears as if muffled by layers of thick cotton. Indistinct and distant. Suya's pallor deepened, cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and the dark veins on her arm twisted like contorted vines, visibly creeping upward. Suya, how are you? Pan Yu's voice quivered as he held her hand tightly, attempting to transfer his strength to her. Suya forced out a faint smile, trying to reassure him, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." But before she could finish her sentence, a violent cough bent her over, a trickle of black blood escaping her lips. Witnessing this, Pan Yu's heart clenched painfully, an indescribable fear washing over him. He knew the hidden weapon of their assailant had been poisoned, and this poison was ruthlessly potent, rapidly consuming Suya's life force. "Elder Wu, we need a physician," Pan Yu shouted toward the judge's table, urgency lacing his voice. Elder Wu hurried over and, upon seeing Suya's condition, his expression grew grave. "This is the black demon poison, notoriously difficult to remedy. We must find the antidote at once." Feng Shidi pushed through the crowd, his face etched with concern. "Pan Shixiang, what about Suya Shiji?" Pan Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that this was not the time for panic. Suya's life hung by a thread, and he had to act swiftly to procure the antidote. "Feng Shidi, go find the sex healer." As quickly as possible, Pan Yu commanded, his tone resolute and unwavering. Feng Shidi nodded emphatically and dashed away. Pan Yu assisted Suya, guiding her to the edge of the arena, allowing her to sit. He tenderly wiped the blood from her lips, his eyes clouded with anguish and guilt. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me," Suya shook her head weakly and replied, "It's not your fault. I was careless." After a brief silence, Suya suddenly grasped Pan Yu's hand, her gaze imbued with determination. "Pan Yu, promise me." Even if her words trailed off, yet Pan Yu understood her intent. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible force, making it hard to breathe. "No, you will be fine. You won't come to any harm." Pan Yu clutched her hand tightly, his tone resolute. "I will find the antidote. I will save you." Suya gazed at Pan Yu, her eyes filled with trust and reliance. She nodded gently, slowly closing her eyes, watching her succumb to unconsciousness. Pan Yu's heart sank to the depths of despair. He lifted his gaze to the sky, determination and resolve filling his eyes. "I will save you, no matter the cost," he whispered, his voice tinged with an imperceptible quiver. In the distance, a shadow flickered past. Chapter 37, Lovers in Peril. The resolve to protect in dire straits. Suya's breathing grew faint, her rising chest seeming poised to still at any moment. Her once rosy lips now appeared devoid of color, resembling a snow lotus on the verge of withering. The blood seeping through her garments shone starkly under the moonlight, a glaring reminder of her plight. Pan Yu's heart felt as though it were clenched by an unseen hand, nearly suffocating him. He gripped Suya's icy hand tightly, sensing her vitality ebbing away at his fingertips. The air around them seemed to solidify, the onlookers holding their breath, their worried gazes fixed upon Suya's pale visage. Whispers filled the air, laden with regret and sympathy. Su Shiji is gravely injured. What can we do?
I heard that the hidden weapon of the senior was poisoned. Ordinary antidotes would be ineffective. Alas, Sushiji is truly unfortunate. These murmurs pierced through Pan Yu's heart like daggers. He lifted his head, surveying the crowd, his eyes suffused with helplessness and despair. How he wished this were merely a nightmare, that upon waking, Suyao would once again greet him with her radiant smile. In her unconscious state, Suyao writhed in pain, her brow furrowed as if ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. Pan Yu tenderly caressed her cheek, softly calling her name. Suyao, Suyao, please wake up, look at me. His voice trembled, choked with emotion, that he yearned for Suyao to open her eyes, even if just for a fleeting moment, yet she remained unresponsive, her eyes firmly shut. Moments stretched into eternity as Suyao's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Her breaths shallow. Pan Yu felt her hand grow colder, as though he were clasping a block of ice. A profound dread enveloped him. He feared losing Suyao, terrified that her presence would vanish from his world forever. He held her tightly, as if trying to fuse her into his very being, his eyes brimming with guilt and anguish. If only he hadn't entered this competition, if only he hadn't crossed paths with that senior. Suyao wouldn't be injured, wouldn't he? No, I cannot give up, I must save her, Pan Yu shouted in his heart. He lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. He had no idea how to save Suyao. But he knew he could not relinquish hope. Even if but a sliver remained, he would fight with every ounce of his being to seize it. At that moment, a somewhat timid voice shattered the silence. Pan Shuxiang, Feng Shidi approached Pan Yu, hope flickering in his eyes. Pan Shuxiang, I found a senior who was skilled in medicine, particularly in detoxification. Pan Yu felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. His head snapping up as he urgently inquired, where is he? Take me to him. Feng Shidi promptly led Pan Yu to a young disciple clad in a blue robe. This disciple, namely Xiao. Though youthful, possessed eyes that radiated wisdom and steadiness, he carefully examined Suyao's injuries, his brow furrowing deeply. After a moment, he slowly spoke, this poison is quite troublesome. It is a potent toxin known as heart-eroding powder. Fortunately, the poisoning is not severe. There is still hope. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited within Pan Yu, and he quickly pressed on, what materials do we need? I will retrieve them at once. Li Xiu listed the required herbs, which included several rare ingredients. Pan Yu's heart sank upon glancing at the list. These herbs were immensely valuable, nearly depleting all his savings, yet, without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, I will exchange for them. He hurried to the sect's apothecary, presenting the list to the proprietor. The owner glanced at it, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he leisurely remarked, these herbs are hard to come by. They won't be cheap. Pan Yu, anxious, managed to suppress his impatience and inquired, how many spirit stones do you require? The proprietor extended 5 fingers, smirking, 500 low-grade spirit stones. Pan Yu was taken aback. This price exceeded the market rate by more than double. He struggled to contain his fury and retorted, owner, this price is exorbitant. These herbs typically cost no more than 200 spirit stones. The proprietor sneered, typically is one thing, now is another. The antidote for heart-eroding powder isn't always accessible, but if you think it's too expensive, go find someone else. Pan Yu inhaled deeply, realizing the proprietor was taking advantage of the situation. Yet he had no time to argue. Su Yao's life was at stake. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, 300 spirit stones, that is all my savings. If you refuse, I will seek the elders for justice. The proprietor, seeing Pan Yu's resolve, shifted his gaze and replied, 400, not a penny less. Pan Yu's fists clenched tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. His anger peaked, yet for Suyao's sake, he could only endure. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine, 400 it is. He emptied all the spirit stones from his possession and handed them to the shopkeeper. Only then did the shopkeeper, satisfied, relinquish the medicinal herbs to him. Pan Yu accepted the herbs and dashed out without a backward glance, his mind consumed by a singular thought, save Suyao. Upon returning to Suyao's side, Li Xiu immediately began concocting the antidote. As seconds ticked by, Pan Yu's anxiety escalated. Finally, Li Xiu handed him a bowl of dark, viscous liquid, instructing, quickly administer it to her. Pan Yu cautiously fed the concoction to Suyao, then anxiously awaited the results. After what felt like an eternity, a hint of color returned to Suyao's face, and her breathing steadied somewhat. Only then did Pan Yu exhale in relief, collapsing onto the floor, utterly drained. He gazed at the unconscious Suyao, gently caressing her face, murmuring, you must hold on, I won't let anything happen to you. His eyes brimmed with deep affection and unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a clamor outside shattered the tranquility of the room. Pan Yu glanced at the unconscious Suyao, tenderly stroking her pale visage, softly saying, you must endure. I will ensure your safety. His gaze was filled with profound emotion and determination, as if no worldly suffering could sway his commitment to protect Suyao. His fingertips brushed lightly over her brows and eyes, Feeling her breath, silently praying for her safe awakening, abruptly a raucous noise erupted outside, disrupting the stillness within. Panyu, ever vigilant, looked up to see a group of ruffians sent by his senior brother Ma barging in. Their faces twisted in mocking smiles, clearly there to provoke trouble. Oh, if it isn't Panyu, what is this? Your little lover has been poisoned, how pitiable, one of the thugs sneered, dripping with sarcasm. What do you want? Panyu coldly inquired, a flash of icy light crossing his eyes. What do we want? Why, we're here to lend you a hand. We heard you needed some rare herbs, so we came to check in on you. Another thug replied, revealing a sinister grin. Panyu understood that these miscreants were sent by Ma to disrupt him, attempting to thwart his acquisition of the herbs. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage, and retorted coldly. Get lost, I have no time to waste on you. Oh, quite the bravado. Who do you think you are to speak to us this way? One thug, infuriated, swung a fist at Panyu, anticipating the attack. Panyu swiftly dodged and countered, delivering a powerful kick to the thug's abdomen, sending him sprawling. The other thugs, witnessing this, rushed forward to surround Panyu, launching a collective assault. However, their strength was no match for him. With agility and finesse, Panyu fought like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. He unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, incapacitating the thugs, leaving them groaning in pain. In no time, they lay scattered on the ground. Bruised and battered, Panyu shot a cold glance at them, stating firmly, go back and inform Ma to cease these childish antics, or I assure you, he will regret it. Terrified, the thugs scrambled away in a panic. Returning to Su Yao's side, he looked at her still unconscious form, his heart heavy with worry. He grasped her hand once more, softly assuring, rest assured, I will heal you. At that moment, the shopkeeper of the herbal shop timidly entered. Holding a parcel, having witnessed Panyu's prowess, he feared retribution and ultimately sold the herbs to him at the original price. Panyu accepted the herbs, feeling a slight sense of relief. He immediately handed them to Li Xiu, urging him to continue preparing the antidote. Li Xiu examined the herbs meticulously before stating, these are of good quality. We should be able to concoct a more effective antidote. Panyu's heart leaped with joy at this news. Exclaiming, then I leave it to you, Li Xiu nodded and commenced his focused work on the antidote. As time dragged on, Panyu's anxiety only intensified. He waited impatiently, silently praying for Su Yao's safe recovery. Suddenly Li Xiu looked up, announcing, the antidote is ready. Panyu quickly took the antidote, carefully administering it to Su Yao. He then sat quietly beside her, awaiting a miracle. Outside, a voice called, Junior Brother Pan, the next round of the competition is about to begin. Li Xiu gently poured the prepared antidote into a bowl, releasing an unusual fragrance that wafted through the air, sweet yet tinged with bitterness. Panyu accepted the bowl, stirring it gently with a spoon. The dark liquid rippling as his heart raced, he brought the bowl to Su Yao's lips, drop by drop feeding her the remedy. As the antidote entered her system, a hint of color returned to Su Yao's pallid face. Her furrowed brows slightly relaxing, Panyu observed her reaction with bated breath, silently wishing for the antidote to take effect. Each second felt longer than the last. Finally, Su Yao's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Panyu's anxious expression, she managed a weak smile. I am fine now. Panyu's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled as he clasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her palm. A wave of relief washing over him, he tenderly stroked her hair, whispering, it's good that you're alright, Junior Brother Pan. The next round of the competition is about to commence. Fong's voice echoed from outside. Breaking the tranquility within, it was then that Panyu remembered he still had a match to compete in. He cast a glance at Su Yao, his heart heavy with reluctance, yet the competition loomed large. And he had no choice but to leave. Su Yao, rest well, I will return shortly, he said gently, his eyes filled with determination. Go ahead, I will be waiting here for you, Su Yao replied softly, her gaze brimming with trust. Panyu took a deep breath and rose to leave the room. He hurried toward the arena, his thoughts lingering on Su Yao, concerned for her well-being. The arena buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere charged. Panyu's opponent stood on the stage, a burly man with a face full of brutish features. His fierce gaze radiated an overwhelming aura, clearly not one to be trifled with. Elder Wu announced the commencement of the match. The giant swung his massive axe, launching a furious attack akin to a tempest aimed at Panyu. The wind howled as the axe bore down, threatening to cleave Panyu in two. Panyu did not dare to be careless. He swiftly dodged the giant's assault, then, employing his unique insight, he scrutinized the giant's moves for weaknesses. The giant's attacks, though ferocious, were riddled with openings. Seizing the opportunity, Panyu retaliated swiftly, landing a punch to the giant's gut. The giant grunted in surprise, staggering back a few steps, astonished by Panyu's unexpected strength. He swung his axe again, launching another assault, this time with even greater ferocity and speed. Pan Yu maintained his composure, skillfully evading the giant's strikes while continuously searching for openings. At last, he found his chance, darting behind the giant and delivering a powerful blow to his back. The giant cried out, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Pan Yu stood over him, devoid of any joy, for his thoughts remained with Su Yao. In the next match, Pan Yu faces senior brother Ma. Elder Wu's voice rang out across the arena. Pan Yu raised his head, locking eyes with senior brother Ma, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his gaze. Chapter 38, The Strong Enemy Returns, the indomitable spirit of fighting for her. Elder Wu's voice echoed through the arena like a thunderclap, jolting Pan Yu from his chaotic thoughts. He inhaled deeply, striving to banish Su Yao's pale visage from his mind. He knew now was not the time for sentiment. He must concentrate fully to face the challenges ahead. Senior brother Ma stepped onto the arena, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. His robust figure, muscles coiling like iron, loomed before Pan Yu. A fierce aura emanated from him, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Pan Yu's heart sank as he observed senior brother Ma, realizing the disparity in strength compared to the previous giant. This man was a formidable opponent. I hear you've been quite the sensation lately. Pan Yu's senior brother Ma's voice was low and gravelly, laced with mockery. However, I advise you to concede gracefully to avoid humiliation. Pan Yu ignored the provocation, standing resolutely with calm eyes. He understood that senior brother Ma's taunts were merely an attempt to unsettle him, and he refused to be baited. What's the matter? Too frightened to speak? Senior brother Ma's arrogance intensified as he noted Pan Yu's silence. I tell you, a pretty boy like you, relying on women to rise, is no match for me. Relying on women? A flicker of coldness crossed Pan Yu's eyes as Su Yao's image flooded his mind. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He would never allow anyone to demean Su Yao. Am I mistaken? Senior brother Ma laughed heartily. If not for that wretched girl Su Yao helping you, you would have been eliminated long ago. Pan Yu could no longer tolerate senior brother Ma's vile words. A surge of rage erupted from within, igniting his reason. He abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as the edge of a blade, locking eyes with brother Ma as he enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. You seek death. A formidable aura erupted from Pan Yu, sweeping across the entire arena. In an instant, he darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishing brother Ma, evidently taken aback by Pan Yu's sudden burst of energy, momentarily displayed surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. With a disdainful snort, he swung his massive hammer to meet Pan Yu's onslaught. How foolish, brother Ma bellowed, the hammer cutting through the air with a whistling sound as it crashed down towards Pan Yu. Pan Yu deftly evaded the strike, skillfully sidestepping the attack. He chose not to confront brother Ma head-on, instead employing his agility to dodge while simultaneously seeking out vulnerabilities in his opponent's defense. Although brother Ma's strikes were fierce, they were riddled with openings. With the keen perception of a hawk, Pan Yu swiftly discerned brother Ma's weaknesses. Now's the moment, Pan Yu silently resolved, his figure flickering as he appeared at brother Ma's side. Prepare to meet your end, he declared, yet he refrained from immediate assault, taking a deep breath to force himself to remain calm. He understood that anger would cloud his judgment, blinding him to opportunities. He must maintain his composure to identify brother Ma's flaws and secure victory in this contest. Brother Ma, caught off guard by Pan Yu's remarkable speed, displayed a fleeting look of astonishment, which was soon replaced by contempt. Just a trivial display of skill, he scoffed, swinging his hammer with renewed vigor towards Pan Yu. Pan Yu did not confront the blow directly. Instead, he nimbly dodged again, aware that a direct clash would be unwise. Brother Ma's strength far surpassed his own. To engage head-on would only lead to his downfall. He had to leverage his speed and agility to uncover brother Ma's weaknesses for a decisive strike. Pan Yu's speed was breathtaking, moving like a specter around brother Ma. He constantly shifted his position, searching for a flaw. Brother Ma's attacks, while ferocious, were fraught with openings. Over-relying on his strength, he neglected the significance of technique. Seizing the opportunity, Pan Yu unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. His fists and feet descended upon brother Ma like a torrential downpour, each blow striking with pinpoint accuracy. Brother Ma found himself caught off guard, retreating rapidly, the scorn on his face evaporating, replaced by shock and fury. How is this possible? Brother Ma roared, swinging his hammer in an attempt to retaliate. Yet Pan Yu's speed was too swift. He could not catch up to Pan Yu's elusive form. The ferocity of Pan Yu's assault intensified, while brother Ma's defenses grew increasingly strained. His breathing became erratic, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The arrogance he once possessed began to wane under the relentless barrage of Pan Yu. Realizing his earlier overconfidence, brother Ma steadied himself, beginning to treat the contest with the seriousness it deserved. He wielded his hammer with impenetrable precision, each strike imbued with tremendous force, causing the very air to quiver. Pan Yu dared not take the blows head-on. Instead, he continually evaded. Dust swirled in the arena, their figures intertwining, making it difficult to discern a victor amidst his defensive maneuvers. Pan Yu did not abandon his search for Brother Ma's vulnerabilities. He noted that while Brother Ma's strikes were powerful, they lacked speed and followed a predictable trajectory. Suddenly, Brother Ma altered the rhythm of his attacks. The hammer was no longer simply swung but incorporated feints and deceptive maneuvers. Caught off guard, Pan Yu felt the residual force of the hammer sweep past him, causing him to stagger back a few paces. A sharp pain pierced his chest, and a mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he forcefully swallowed, yet he quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath as his focus sharpened. He knew he could not afford to falter. He must persist. Is this all you've got? Brother Ma sneered upon seeing Pan Yu wounded. It appears you're nothing special. Pan Yu disregarded Brother Ma's taunts, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute. He envisioned Su Yao cheering for him from the sidelines. Understanding that he could not afford to lose, he must triumph for Su Yao. For himself, in this contest. He fixed his gaze on Brother Ma, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. Slowly he raised his right hand, forming an unusual gesture. What is this technique? Brother Ma questioned. The gesture Pan Yu made with his raised hand was not a peculiar technique but rather a simple clenched fist. Yet, this uncomplicated motion encapsulated all his will and determination. He thought of Su Yao, her gentle smile, her unwavering gaze, and a warm wave surged through him, dispelling the pain and fatigue. He knew he could not fail. He must fight for Su Yao, for their future, for you. I shall never yield. Pan Yu silently vowed. His gaze hardened, resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at Brother Ma's heart. He envisioned Su Yao's encouraging presence, her voice, her eyes, granting him boundless strength. Brother Ma, perceiving the change in Pan Yu, felt a twinge of unease. He sensed a shift in Pan Yu's aura, now more potent, more indomitable. No longer daring to underestimate him, he channeled all his energy into the hammer, preparing to strike down upon Pan Yu with ferocity. The hammer, carrying the force of a tempest, descended upon Pan Yu like a mountain crashing down. Pan Yu did not flinch. He inhaled deeply, concentrating all his strength into his right fist, meeting the hammer head-on. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the arena. Pan Yu's fist collided with Brother Ma's hammer, erupting into a dazzling display of light. The immense force sent Pan Yu staggering back several steps, pain radiating through his arm, the skin of his palm splitting open, blood trickling down. Brother Ma was also pushed back by the overwhelming power, his complexion paling, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Pan Yu could withstand his full force strike. Though injured, Pan Yu did not succumb, gritting his teeth against the agony. He charged once more towards Brother Ma. Have you lost your mind? Brother Ma shouted in terror. Pan Yu paid no heed to Brother Ma's cries. His focus was solely on Brother Ma, his mind fixated on one thought: to defeat him. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, akin to a tempest unleashed upon Brother Ma. Brother Ma's defenses faltered, and wounds began to mar his body. Pan Yu too bore new injuries, blood staining his garments, yet he pressed on, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with relentless fighting spirit. He understood that he could not falter. He must fight on for Su Yao, for their shared future. In the heat of battle, Pan Yu's keen insight came to the forefront. He astutely detected the weaknesses underlying Brother Ma's brute force. What appeared to be a frenzied assault was, in fact, losing momentum, with each swing of the hammer followed by a brief pause. Seizing this opportunity, Pan Yu launched a powerful counterattack. In a flash, he appeared at Brother Ma's side, delivering a devastating blow to Brother Ma's ribcage. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed, eliciting a pain scream from Brother Ma as his body flew backward, akin to a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Brother Ma struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain immobilized him, leaving him to lie on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment directed at Pan Yu. Pan Yu, however, did not pursue the advantage. He stood firm, coldly observing Brother Ma, stating, "This contest is mine." He turned to the audience, seeking Su Yao's familiar figure. He spotted her, a look of concern etched upon her face. Pan Yu offered her a reassuring smile, signaling that she need not worry. Just then, Brother Ma let out a furious roar, struggling to rise, his eyes ablaze with madness. "I will not be defeated by you," he shouted, his internal energy in disarray, a wave of violent fury emanating from him. His eyes turned crimson, as if he had lost all rationality, wielding his hammer once more in a relentless charge towards Pan Yu. The hammer, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, bore an even fiercer momentum than before. Pan Yu's expression hardened. He realized Brother Ma was burning through his life force, gambling everything. In this state, Brother Ma's strength and speed would surge, but at a tremendous cost to himself. Pan Yu could not afford to be careless. He remained composed, evading Brother Ma's onslaught with ghostly agility. He refrained from attacking prematurely, waiting for the moment when Brother Ma's strength would wane. Brother Ma's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, the hammer swinging with relentless ferocity, filling the arena with the sounds of whistling winds and deafening impacts. Pan Yu navigated the barrage with ease, his sharp insight allowing him to dodge Brother Ma's lethal strikes time and again. It is time to end this. Pan Yu's gaze sharpened, catching the brief pause that followed Brother Ma's hammer swings. He recognized this as the opportunity he had awaited. In an instant, Pan Yu surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. Concentrating his energy into his right fist, striking directly at Brother Ma's chest, bang! A muffled thud echoed as Brother Ma's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily at the edge of the platform. Blood erupting from his mouth. He struggled to rise but collapsed helplessly, his eyes filled with bitterness and despair. Elder Wu, witnessing this, immediately declared, "Pan Yu is the victor." A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Accompanied by exuberant cheers, disciple Fong, overwhelmed with excitement, leapt into the air and shouted, "Brother Pan is magnificent, Brother Pan is invincible." Pan Yu gradually descended from the stage and made his way towards Su Yao. Noticing that her complexion had regained its rosy hue, the weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. "Are you all right?" Su Yao inquired with genuine concern. Pan Yu shook his head and smiled. "I am fine. I apologize for causing you worry." Su Yao gently clasped Pan Yu's hand, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. At that moment, Elder Wu approached Pan Yu and spoke in a grave tone. "Pan Yu, congratulations on winning this match. Your next opponent," he paused, a flicker of solemnity crossing his gaze, before continuing, "is the Twin Fiends brothers." Upon hearing the name Twin Fiends, the air around them seemed to freeze, the watching disciples collectively inhaled sharply. Their expressions filled with anxiety. The Twin Fiends were notorious figures within the sect, known for their formidable strength and flawless teamwork. Having never suffered defeat in the grand sect competitions, they were akin to two razor-sharp blades. Instilling dread in all who faced them, Pan Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, each catching a glimpse of gravity in the other's eyes. It appeared that the true challenge was only just beginning. Fong's voice resonated from the crowd, tinged with worry and unease. Elder Wu patted Pan Yu on the shoulder, advising him to prepare well, for this upcoming match was of utmost importance. He then turned and left, leaving Pan Yu and Su Yao standing in place, gazing towards the setting sun in the distance. A crimson glow illuminated their youthful faces, reflecting the daunting and uncertain path that lay ahead of them. At that moment, a figure silently appeared behind them. Brother Ma. His cold gaze lingered momentarily on their intertwined hands, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Congratulations to both of you on your remarkable journey thus far." "It is indeed impressive," he remarked, his tone feigning praise while concealing mockery. Pan Yu, maintaining his composure, withdrew his hand and replied nonchalantly, "It was merely luck, Brother Ma." "You flatter me." Brother Ma chuckled. "Luck? Hat, when you face the Twin Fiends in the next round. There will be no room for luck." He deliberately paused, his gaze shifting to Su Yao's pale face, feigning concern as he added, "Is Sister Su truly all right? The next round will be quite fierce." "What if?" Before he could finish, Pan Yu interjected, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Ma, but Su Yao has fully recovered. There is no need for your worry." His tone was cool, laced with a hint of warning. Brother Ma shrugged, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and turned to leave, a meaningful smile lingering on his face. As the last rays of the sun faded and night descended, torches were ignited around the competition arena, illuminating the scene as if it were daylight. The air was thick with tension. The watching disciples held their breaths in anticipation of the next match. The Twin Fiends, tall and menacing, exuded a powerful aura as they took the stage. Their piercing gazes locked onto Pan Yu and Su Yao, a sneer adorning their faces. "If it isn't Brother Pan and Sister Su, I've heard of your impressive victories, quite surprising indeed," one of them taunted. Dripping with sarcasm, however, "Luck is merely luck. Now that you've encountered us, your fortune has run out," the other chimed in. "Indeed, your previous opponents were far too weak to accurately gauge your true abilities. Today, we shall thoroughly test just how much you are worth." Their words dripped with disdain and provocation, as if they had already claimed victory over Pan Yu and Su Yao. The surrounding disciples felt a pang of anxiety. Could they truly triumph against such formidable foes? The Twin Fiends continued, "I've heard Brother Pan possesses keen insight, able to detect his opponent's weaknesses, but in the face of absolute power, any technique proves futile. And Sister Su, I heard you were poisoned previously. Are you truly recovered? I hope you don't succumb to it in the midst of the match." "What a pity that would be." Their remarks grew increasingly venomous, filled with malice. At that moment, Su Yao stepped forward, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the Twin Fiends, her voice cold yet resolute. "Isn't it time for you two to stop your incessant chatter? The match has yet to begin, and your arrogance is rather premature." A glimmer of confidence shone in her eyes, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The audience gasped in surprise. They had not anticipated Su Yao's assertive retort. The twin fiends were momentarily taken aback, astonished that this seemingly delicate young woman possessed such formidable spirit. They exchanged glances, surprise and indignation flashing across their faces. The atmosphere in the arena grew palpably tense, as if a taut bowstring threatened to snap at any moment. One of the twin fiends snorted derisively, "You'll regret those words. Soon enough, you'll be unable to shed a single tear." As the gong sounded, the match officially commenced. The twin fiends launched their assault first, their forms expanding like two ferocious beasts, sweeping towards Pan Yu and Su Yao with the force of a tempest. Their synchronized attacks rained down like a torrential storm. Every move imbued with lethal intent. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the unfolding scene on stage. Yet, Pan Yu and Su Yao remained unfazed, their movements graceful and fluid, akin to butterflies dancing through the tempest. Deftly evading one strike after another, Pan Yu's keen perception reached its zenith, allowing him to discern the slightest flaws in the twin fiends' techniques and guide Su Yao in counterattacks. Su Yao, having recovered from her poisoning, exhibited enhanced agility and strength. Her sword danced like the wind, each strike precise and fierce, forcing the twin fiends to retreat repeatedly. Unexpectedly, "This little girl has some skill," one of the twin fiends gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with apprehension. "Enough chatter, let's end this swiftly," the other roared, as they altered their tactics, no longer pursuing individual strikes but merging their powers into a formidable wave aimed at Pan Yu and Su Yao. The wave surged forward with an unstoppable force, leaving no room for evasion. Su Yao, caught off guard, was struck by the force, stumbling precariously. Quick as a flash, Pan Yu pulled her behind him, bracing himself to absorb the blow. "Pan Yu," Su Yao exclaimed, worry etched across her face. Pan Yu grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he stood tall, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the twin fiends. Sensing their advantage, the twin fiends rejoiced and began to gather their strength for a fatal blow. However, at that moment, Su Yao sprang into action. She darted in front of Pan Yu, her sword transforming into a silver flash as she lunged forward. The clash of metal rang out, a sharp, resonant sound as her sword met the weapons of the twin fiends, sparks flying. Though her body trembled slightly, she gritted her teeth, channeling every ounce of her strength into her sword, resolutely blocking their assault. The twin fiends stared in disbelief. They had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl possessed such immense power. Su Yao, her gaze steely, addressed the twin fiends with unwavering conviction. "I told you, your prattle is excessive." Before her words could fade, she flicked her wrist, her sword once again transforming into a streak of silver lightning aimed at the twin fiends. This time, her attack was swifter and more ferocious. The twin fiends were caught off guard, forced to retreat as Su Yao's blade pressed them perilously. Cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating Su Yao's stunning performance. "Sister Su, well done." Defeat them. The twin fiends, now enraged, launched another ferocious onslaught, striving to overpower Su Yao. Yet, her fighting spirit only intensified, her strikes growing more relentless, her defenses increasingly impenetrable. Gradually, the twin fiends felt overwhelmed. Their attempts to land a blow were thwarted time and again by Su Yao, whose counterattacks grew sharper, leaving them scrambling to keep up. In that moment, seeing Pan Yu shield her from harm, Su Yao's heart ached. She embraced him tightly, her body pressed against his, her eyes filled with love and gratitude as she whispered, "My dear." Feeling his heartbeat and warmth, her eyes glistened with emotion. My dear, let us defeat them together. Pan Yu gently patted her back, gazing into her eyes with tenderness, a smile gracing his lips as he affirmed, "Yes, together." He wiped the blood from his lips, channeling his inner energy to swiftly stabilize his condition. They exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable. After regaining their composure, they seamlessly shifted their formation, standing back to back. Vigilantly observing the twin fiends, the twin brothers of the Xuanxia were taken aback by the swiftness with which the two individuals recovered. They had initially believed that the blow delivered moments ago would incapacitate Pan Yu. Yet to their astonishment, he managed to rise once more, seemingly unscathed. A desperate struggle, one of the Xuanxia sneered, launching yet another assault. This time, the attacks from Pan Yu and Su Yao became increasingly ferocious. Pan Yu's perceptive abilities were fully activated. He discerned every nuanced movement of the Xuanxia brothers, with not a single subtle flaw escaping his vigilant gaze. Calmly, he analyzed their techniques and relayed their weaknesses to Su Yao. In response to Pan Yu's directives, she executed her strikes with precision. Her swordplay was both graceful and formidable, each thrust targeting the vital points of the Xuanxia brothers. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy, balancing offense and defense, gradually gaining the upper hand. The assaults from the Xuanxia brothers became increasingly ineffective, and their defenses grew more strained. The atmosphere in the audience swelled with excitement as spectators erupted in applause for Pan Yu and Su Yao's stellar performance. Brother Fawn leapt up in exhilaration, shouting, "Senior Brother Pan, Senior Sister Sue, go for it." The expressions of the Schweinsha brothers darkened, incredulous that two outer disciples had pushed them to such a precarious position. "Damn it," one of them bellowed, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "Brother, let us use that," the other Schweinsha murmured. "All right." The brothers exchanged a knowing glance. Abruptly ceasing their assault, they clasped their hands together. Murmuring incantations, and an eerie aura began to emanate from them. The air in the arena seemed to thicken, a powerful sense of oppression enveloping the entire stage. Pan Yu and Su Yao sensed an ominous presence. Their vigilance heightened as they scrutinized the approaching Schweinsha brothers, unwilling to relax for even a moment. The brothers' bodies began to swell, muscles bulging as if on the verge of explosion, their eyes turned blood red. Radiating a terrifying glow. An overwhelming force erupted from them, sweeping across the arena. Blood fury, the Schweinsha brothers roared in unison. A wave of crimson energy surged forth, hurtling towards Pan Yu and Su Yao. The might of this wave was immense, and both Pan Yu and Su Yao felt a tremendous pressure, as though their bodies might be torn asunder. "This is bad, it's a forbidden technique," Elder Wu exclaimed. His complexion shifting dramatically. The Schweinsha brothers, incensed, unleashed their forbidden skill, blood fury. This was a sinister art that exacted the price of one's vitality in exchange for immense power, a technique they would only resort to in dire straits. "It appears they are prepared to fight to the death," Elder Wu murmured, his gaze filled with concern. Enveloped by the crimson wave, Pan Yu and Su Yao trembled violently, as if they were about to be consumed by this overwhelming force. "Hold on," Pan Yu urged, gripping Su Yao's hand tightly, his teeth clenched. Su Yao reciprocated his grip, her eyes resolute as she nodded. The Schweinsha brothers grinned maliciously, envisioning the moment when Pan Yu and Su Yao would be torn to shreds. "It's over," one of the Schweinsha declared coldly. The blood-red wave crashed upon them like a roaring beast. The two emitted muffled groans, akin to kites severed from their strings, hurtling backwards and crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. A trickle of blood escaped Su Yao's lips, her complexion as pale as a ghost. Pan Yu fared little better, feeling as though his insides had been displaced, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly breathless. Pan Yu, Su Yao struggled to rise but collapsed helplessly. Enduring the agonizing torment, Pan Yu rolled to her side, supporting her as he anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Yao shook her head weakly, replying, "I'm fine." "What about you? I can still hold on." Pan Yu's gaze was steadfast. He understood that this was not the time to falter. The Schweinsha brothers slowly approached, their faces twisted in sinister smiles. "It seems your performance ends here." Pan Yu shielded Su Yao behind him, his eyes cold and focused on the advancing Schweinsha brothers. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the remnants of his inner energy, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. He recognized that at their current state, they were no match for the Schweinsha brothers, yet, even in death, he vowed to protect Su Yao. The Schweinsha brothers launched their attack once more, the crimson energy wave surging toward them anew. Pan Yu held Su Yao tightly, positioning his body to shield her from the impending onslaught. Boom! A deafening impact reverberated as Pan Yu felt as though his body would be torn apart. Just at that critical moment, a beam of golden light erupted from him, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both him and Su Yao. The blood-red wave collided with the golden shield, producing a piercing screech as it failed to breach its defenses. "What is this?" The Schweinsha brothers gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Pan Yu himself was taken aback. He had no idea where this golden shield had originated, yet he understood that it represented their final glimmer of hope. Clutching Su Yao tightly, he felt her warmth, his heart brimming with optimism. Suddenly, the golden barrier began to flicker violently, as if on the verge of shattering. This shield won't hold much longer. Panic gripped Pan Yu's heart. He raised his gaze towards the Schweinsha brothers, determination shining in his eyes. "It seems we must stake everything on this," he murmured. Gently, he laid Su Yao on the ground, then stood tall, his gaze resolute as he faced the Schweinsha brothers. "Come," Pan Yu's voice resonated with strength. Just then, Elder Wu's voice echoed, "The match is over. The victors are..." Before Elder Wu could finish, a blinding white light suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. As the light faded, Pan Yu and Su Yao vanished without a trace. What just happened? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Elder Wu's expression grew grave as he surveyed the empty arena, murmuring to himself. Could it be? He lifted his gaze towards a towering mountain in the distance. Chapter 40, Exploration of the Ruins. The journey to treasure begins. The majestic mountain soared like a sword piercing the heavens. Shrouded in swirling mists that exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity. At its base stood a crumbling stone door, adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a faint glow. This was the entrance to the sect's enigmatic ruins. Pan Yu and Su Yao, accompanied by several other disciples, had arrived here. The dizziness from the teleportation had yet to fully dissipate, and a chilling atmosphere assaulted them, causing involuntary shivers. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingled with an indescribable odor of decay, as if the remnants of the ruins whispered tales of their age-old history. "This place feels eerie," remarked Miss Li, clutching Zhao Dali's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Zhao Dali patted her shoulder, feigning calmness as he replied, "What is there to fear? We are many." Despite his bravado, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Having endured the tumult of the arena, everyone felt a lingering trepidation, and the prospect of confronting the unknown ruins only intensified their fears. Elder son stood with hands clasped behind him, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the runes on the stone door, as if seeking to unravel their secrets. The purpose of his journey was known only to him. The treasure's secrets would not be shared with anyone. Pan Yu took the initiative to step forward, meticulously examining the area surrounding the entrance. The stone walls flanking the door were etched with bizarre and grotesque patterns, seemingly a form of ancient script. Utilizing his unique perceptive abilities, Pan Yu committed these patterns to memory, attempting to decipher their meanings. These patterns seemed to represent a formation. Pan Yu murmured. He extended his hand, gently touching one of the wall-s designs, feeling an unusual energy pulse from his fingertips. Su Yao approached Pan Yu, concern evident in her voice as she asked, "Have you discerned anything?" Pan Yu nodded slightly, pointing to a pattern above the door, stating, "Look at this, doesn't it resemble an eye?" Following Pan Yu's, Su Yao indeed spotted a pattern reminiscent of an eye. The carving was so lifelike that it appeared to be gazing directly at them. Could this be some sort of mechanism? Su Yao queried. Pan Yu pondered briefly before responding, "It's quite possible. If I'm not mistaken, the entire entrance is a massive formation, and these patterns are the key." Continuing his examination of the surroundings, he noted that in addition to the eye, there were other patterns resembling various animals such as snakes, eagles, and tigers. The arrangement of these designs seemed to conceal some underlying order. "I believe I have discovered a method to unlock the entrance." A glimmer of confidence sparkled in Pan Yu's eyes. He extended his hand, sequentially touching several patterns according to his inferred order. A low humming resonated, and the runes on the stone door suddenly glowed, radiating a brilliant white light. As the light gradually faded, the stone door creaked open, revealing a passageway leading into the depths of the ruins. "It's open," Miss Li exclaimed with delight. Zhao Dali cast a glance at Pan Yu, feeling a twinge of resentment. After all, he had arrived first. Why should Pan Yu steal the limelight? He pouted and muttered, "Humph, what is so impressive about that?" The stone door swung slowly open, unveiling a deep and dark passage, and an even colder aura surged forth, sending shivers down their spines. On either side of the passage, the walls were inscribed with ancient runes that shimmered with an eerie glow. "It's opened." Miss Li's exclamation shattered the brief silence, her eyes sparkling with excitement as though she were beholding a treasure right before her. Yet beneath this thrill lay a tinge of unease. Zhao Dali cast a dissatisfied glance at Pan Yu, his discontent growing. He had assumed that, being one of the more robust members of the team, he should take the lead in their exploration, only to find that Pan Yu had seized the opportunity first. He smirked, muttering sarcastically, "Humph, what's so impressive about that? It's merely a matter of chance that you open the door. Who knows what dangers lie within?" Su Yao gently interlaced her arm with Pan Yu's, her gaze brimming with trust and admiration. "Pan Yu, you are truly remarkable," she said tenderly. This affectionate gesture and unabashed praise ignited a spark of jealousy in Miss Li, who turned her attention to Zhao Dali, hoping he would stand up for her. Sensing her gaze, Zhao Dali swelled with pride, puffing out his chest as he stepped in front of Pan Yu, his tone provocative. "So, Pan Yu, what's next, since you're so clever? Why don't you lead the way?" Pan Yu, perturbed by Zhao Dali's taunt, gazed deeply into the depths of the passage, as if he could perceive the secrets hidden within the darkness. He understood that this relic was rife with unknown dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. He needed to remain composed and employ his intellect to safely guide everyone toward the treasure. "Let us proceed and see," Pan Yu stated calmly, taking the first step into the passage. Su Yao followed closely behind, stepping into the darkness without hesitation. Miss Li hesitated momentarily but ultimately chose to follow suit, though she harbored some jealousy towards Pan Yu. She recognized that her best chance for survival in this perilous relic lay in accompanying him. Zhao Dali, with a disdainful snort, also ventured inside, aware that now was not the time to assert his bravado. The passage was enveloped in darkness, as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The group relied solely on the flickering light of their torches, the dim flames wavering in the gloom and casting elongated shadows of their figures. creating an unsettling atmosphere. After traversing a short distance, they encountered a fork in the path. Two corridors extended, one to the left and one to the right, leading into the mysterious depths and presenting a difficult choice. "Which way should we go?" Miss Lee inquired, her voice trembling slightly. Pan Yu scrutinized the two passages, noting that the left corridor bore peculiar symbols etched into the walls, while the right appeared unremarkable. "We shall take the left," he declared with conviction. "Why should we follow your lead?" Zhao Dali retorted, displeased. "For all we know, the left could be a dead end." Pan Yu disregarded Zhao Dali's skepticism, pointing to the symbols on the left corridor's wall. "These symbols, I have seen them before on the stone door. They should serve as directional markers." Su Yao examined the symbols closely, recognizing their similarity to the patterns on the stone door. "I believe in Pan Yu," she asserted firmly. Miss Lee glanced between Su Yao and Zhao Dali, ultimately deciding to side with Pan Yu. Seeing that everyone supported Pan Yu, Zhao Dali felt a mix of resentment and reluctant acceptance. The group continued down the left corridor, and soon they arrived at a stone door that stood resolutely closed, adorned with intricate patterns that resembled an ancient seal. Pan Yu approached the door. Meticulously studying the designs, he understood that this door was the key to the treasure. "What is this?" Miss Lee asked, her mind clouded with confusion as she observed the patterns. "It appears to be a seal." Pan Yu replied in a low voice. "To open this door, we must decipher the seal." He extended his hand, gently brushing the patterns on the stone, attempting to sense the energy fluctuations within. Suddenly, he withdrew his hand. "What are you doing?" Zhao Dali asked impatiently. "Can you even open this door? If not, stop pretending." Ignoring Zhao Dali's derision, Pan Yu's fingers began to dance over the stone door swiftly, akin to a masterful pianist executing a complex composition. Following the patterns he had discerned, he touched the various designs in sequence, each contact eliciting a subtle energy ripple. "What is he doing? Just pressing randomly?" Miss Lee could not help but question, her curiosity piqued. Su Yao grasped Pan Yu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with trust and encouragement, believing he would uncover the means to unlock the stone door. Suddenly, the patterns on the door radiated a blinding light, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth from the door, hurtling towards the group. "Watch out!" Pan Yu shouted, swiftly pulling Su Yao to the side. Zhao Dali, caught off guard, was struck by the energy wave, sending him careening backward, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained groan. "Damn it!" Zhao Dali clutched his chest, his eyes aflame with anger and resentment as he struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at Pan Yu. "You did that on purpose." Pan Yu paid no heed to Zhao Dali's accusations, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the stone door. He realized that the previous attack was merely a preliminary reaction of the mechanism, and the real danger lay ahead. Amid the brief lull following the energy wave, he managed to decipher a portion of the mechanism. The light emanating from the door began to wane, the entrance's restraints loosening. "Look, the door is about to open," Miss Lee exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, just as the door was on the verge of opening, a chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the passage. I never imagined you would actually make it here." A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, none other than Elder Sunday. His eyes gleamed with avarice as they fixated on the impending opening of the stone door. "Elder Sun," Miss Lee gasped, her complexion draining of color. Su Yao, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Elder Sun, tightened her grip on Pan Yu's hand, anxiety flooding her heart. Pan Yu's gaze hardened as he regarded Elder Sun, acutely aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. He clasped Su Yao's hand tightly and whispered, "Do not fear, I am here." Then, raising his head, he met Elder Sun's gaze with unwavering determination. "It seems we must find another way in," he stated. The residual force of the energy wave still lingered, the air thick with dust and the scent of burning, yet Pan Yu remained undeterred, his focus intensely locked on the patterns on the stone door as his fingers flew across them like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Each touch was precise, causing the stone door to tremble slightly. He rapidly calculated in his mind, synthesizing the patterns he had observed with the frequency of the energy waves, strategizing his next move to unlock the door. Zhao Dali rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, his glare fixed menacingly on Pan Yu's back. He blamed all that had transpired on Pan Yu, convinced that Pan Yu had deliberately triggered the mechanism to harm him. Jealousy and resentment ignited a fierce fire within him, deepening his animosity towards Pan Yu. Meanwhile, Miss Lee observed Pan Yu with concern. Though she too felt perplexed by his actions, she did not share Zhao Dali's hostility. She had a nagging feeling that Pan Yu's intentions were not malicious but rather purposeful. Su Yao held Pan Yu's hand tightly, feeling the warmth and strength within his grasp. She remained silent, standing resolutely by his side, offering her silent support. She believed in Pan Yu, vowing to stand by him no matter what transpired. With one final touch, the patterns on the stone door blazed brightly,
emitting a deep rumble as the door began to swing open slowly. An ancient and mysterious aura wafted through the gap, carrying a sense of foreboding pressure. It's open, the door has opened. Miss Lee exclaimed, her eyes alight with exhilaration. However, Pan Yu's expression bore no trace of joy. His deep gaze remained fixed on the opening door, his brow furrowed in concern. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true peril lay ahead. Elder Sun's figure fully emerged from the shadows, a cold smile gracing his face as his greedy eyes remained locked on the opening door. Thank you for your hard work. Now it's my turn. He stepped forward, his overwhelming presence exploding forth like a tidal wave, bearing down upon the group. Zhao Dali and Miss Li's faces paled, instinctively taking several steps back. Su Yao, sensing Elder Sun's formidable pressure, instinctively moved to shield Pan Yu, only to be gently restrained by him. Do not worry, leave it to me, Pan Yu assured her, his voice calm and resolute, confidence glinting in his eyes. He turned to Su Yao, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. Trust me. Then, he released Su Yao's hand and strode purposefully towards the opening stone door, his silhouette tall and unwavering. You wish to enter? You must first pass my test, Zhao Dali roared, brandishing his long knife and swinging it viciously towards Pan Yu's back. The blade sliced through the air, imbued with lethal intent, aimed directly at Pan Yu. In that critical moment, Pan Yu's figure suddenly flickered, vanishing like a wraith. The knife struck the stone door instead, producing a piercing metallic clang. Zhao Dali was momentarily stunned, still processing the event when a tremendous force surged from behind him. Toppling him to the ground, the figure of Pan Yu appeared before the stone gate, disregarding the fallen Zhao Dali, and instead turned his gaze towards Elder Sun, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. You wish to monopolize the treasure, Elder Sun sneered. Treasure? This is no place of riches. His words abruptly ceased as his gaze shifted towards the interior of the stone gate, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Following his gaze, Pan Yu beheld a shrouded expanse of white mist billowing forth, obscuring all visibility. Without hesitation, Pan Yu stepped into the mist. Chapter 41, Fractures in the Team, intensifying conflicts and responses. The white mist enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. The moment Pan Yu crossed the threshold of the stone gate, a wave of chill washed over him, as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. He summoned his vital energy to stave off the cold while remaining vigilant. Straining to hear the faintest sounds around him, behind him, Su Yao, Zhao Dali, and Miss Li entered cautiously, each wary of becoming lost in the eerie fog. What is this place? Miss Li's voice quivered, clearly unnerved by the strange surroundings. It resembles an ancient labyrinth, Pan Yu observed, glancing around to discern towering stone walls and a labyrinthine network of passages, faintly visible in the mist. Everyone, be careful, stay close to me, Pan Yu instructed, leading the way with Su Yao following closely. While Zhao Dali and Miss Li brought up the rear, the labyrinth was silent save for the soft echo of their footsteps in the vast corridors. A faint odor of decay permeated the air, suffocating in its intensity. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, they had yet to find an exit. Zhao Dali's agitation grew palpable as he grumbled, what in the world is this cursed place? We've been walking for ages, and still no sign of an exit. Pan Yu ignored his complaints, continuing to scrutinize their surroundings. He noticed peculiar symbols etched into the maze's walls, seemingly imbued with some special significance. Pan Yu, are you and Su Yao perhaps a bit too close? Zhao Dali remarked sarcastically, in this perilous maze, your flirtations are hardly fitting. What if danger strikes? Who will protect everyone? Miss Li chimed in. Indeed, Su Yao, I understand your bond with Pan Yu, but given the current circumstances, we must prioritize the greater good. Feeling unjustly accused, Su Yao's heart ached, unsure how to respond. Pan Yu tightened his grip on her hand, offering her a reassuring glance. He fixed a cold stare on Zhao Dali, his voice low and firm. What do you mean, Zhao Dali? What do I mean? Am I not being clear enough? Zhao Dali retorted with a scoff. You two exchanging glances have already diverted everyone's attention. If something happens because of you, who will take responsibility? Enough, Pan Yu's voice thundered. What time is it for you to sow discord? We are a team. We should support one another, not cast suspicion. Who knows if you're not intentionally trying to drag us down? Zhao Dali shot back defiantly. Pan Yu's expression darkened, ready to retort, when suddenly he felt the ground beneath him give way. As he plummeted into the abyss, Su Yao cried out, instinctively reaching for Pan Yu but only managing to grasp the corner of his garment. The fabric tore, and Pan Yu vanished into the darkness. Pan Yu, tears streamed down Su Yao's face as she knelt at the edge of the pit, desperately peering down but seeing nothing. Zhao Dali's earlier remarks echoed in her mind like daggers, piercing her heart. She stifled her sobs, filled with guilt and regret. Zhao Dali and Miss Li were equally startled by the sudden turn of events, approaching the edge of the pit to peer down, their faces paling. What do we do now? Miss Li's voice trembled. Pan Yu, Zhao Dali clenched his jaw and declared, this is not the time for that. We need to find a way out first.
Then seek help to rescue him. Wiping her tears, Suyao stood up, her voice hoarse yet resolute. No, I must go down to find him. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Dali seized her arm. That pit is so deep. Who knows what lies below? You'd be walking to your death. Suyao shook off his grip, her gaze unwavering. I don't care, I will find him. At that moment, a voice emanated from the depths of the pit. I'm fine. Suyao froze, holding her breath as she listened intently. It was indeed Pan Yu's voice. Pan Yu, where are you? She called out excitedly. I'm down here, be careful. There are many traps. Pan Yu's voice echoed back, faint yet clear. Suyao's heart finally eased. She turned to Zhao Dali and Miss Li, exclaiming, Pan Yu is alive. We must find a way down to rescue him. Zhao Dali and Miss Li exchanged glances, both sensing the hesitation in each other's eyes. To descend and save Pan Yu meant confronting unknown dangers, and they had already lost their anchor. No one knew what awaited them below. This is not the time for hesitation, Suyao insisted. Pan Yu fell to save us. We cannot abandon him. Seeing Suyao's determination, Zhao Dali and Miss Li felt compelled to act. They began searching for a means to descend. Pan Yu's voice resounded from the depths once more. Don't worry about me. I'm alright for now. Focus on finding a way out and get someone to rescue me. But I still want him. Suyao started, only to be interrupted by Pan Yu. Listen to me. Right now, your safety is paramount. Once you escape, inform Elder Sun to bring help for me. The authority in Pan Yu's voice brooked no argument. Suyao bit her lip and ultimately nodded. She understood he was right. Their safety had to come first before they could devise a plan to rescue him. Alright, we will follow your instructions. She called into the pit. You must hold on. We will return to save you. Pan Yu maintained his calm in the face of adversity, raising his voice. Our goal now is the treasure. We will address personal matters once we escape. It is crucial that we unite to navigate this labyrinth. His steadiness steadied Suyao and Miss Li, while Zhao Dali, though still harboring resentment, begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of Pan Yu's words. He grunted in acknowledgement, choosing silence. Suddenly, a series of clattering sounds erupted from all directions. The noise intensified, and the ground began to tremble. In the dimly lit corridors of the maze, the torches flickered ominously, casting twisted shadows. Abruptly, several dark figures sprang from the recesses of the passageways, brandishing swords and charging towards them. These shadows were the guardians of the labyrinth, their movements stiff yet imbued with immense strength, their blades slicing through the air with lethal force. Be careful, Pan Yu shouted, charging towards one of the automatons first. Though he had fallen into a pit, he landed with preparedness, sustaining no injury. He drew his short sword, parrying the automaton's attack. These automatons are not swift, but they possess great strength. Everyone, be cautious. Pan Yu defended against the automaton's strikes while observing its movements. Zhao Dali and Miss Li each engaged one of the automatons. Though Zhao Dali was brash, his strength was formidable, and for a moment, he held his ground against the automaton. Miss Li, on the other hand, was agile, deftly avoiding the automaton's attacks and waiting for an opportunity to counter. Suyao stood at the edge of the pit, anxiously watching the battle unfold below. She yearned to assist but feared becoming a liability. Pan Yu's gaze darted between the automatons, his perceptive abilities activated. Their movements became clear to him, even their next attack trajectories. Zhao Dali, dodge left, then strike its right shoulder, Pan Yu commanded. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction with Pan Yu, Zhao Dali prioritized survival, swiftly following the instructions to evade the automaton's assault and then delivering a powerful punch to its right shoulder. With a crack, the automaton's arm broke off. Miss Li, its left knee joint is a weak point. Pan Yu called out again. Upon hearing this, Miss Li deftly thrust her sword towards the automaton's left knee joint. The automaton faltered, and seizing the moment, she delivered a swift kick, toppling it to the ground. Utilizing his keen insight, Pan Yu gracefully dodged the automaton's attacks and seized an opportunity to plunge his sword into its chest, utterly destroying it. Under Pan Yu's guidance, the first wave of automatons was effortlessly repelled. Impressive, Miss Li exclaimed in admiration. Although Zhao Dali remained silent, respect flickered in his eyes as he regarded Pan Yu. From above the pit, Suyao observed this display, her anxiety finally easing. She gazed at Pan Yu with gratitude, her eyes filled with affection, unconsciously leaning closer to the edge of the pit as if drawn to him. Pan Yu looked up at Suyao, offering her a reassuring smile. Though they had temporarily fended off the automatons, danger still lurked within the labyrinth, and the team's discord had yet to be resolved. Pan Yu surveyed their surroundings, his voice low. Everyone, be cautious. There are surely more traps and automatons here. Before he could finish, a low, ominous growl echoed from the depths of the corridor, sending shivers down their spines. Suyao looked at Pan Yu with gratitude, the edge of the pit seemingly unable to contain her fervent gaze. Unconsciously, she stepped closer to the edge of the trap and softly uttered, Pan Yu, I am so relieved that you are unharmed, Pan Yu responded with a warm smile, the concern in his eyes warming Su Yao's heart. Zhao Dali let out a cold snort, turning his head away, and gruffly remarked, "They're merely puppets. What is there to be proud of?" The flames of jealousy burned within him, further ignited by Pan Yu's outstanding performance. Miss Li glanced at Pan Yu, then at Zhao Dali, her gaze flickering as if weighing something. Pan Yu ignored Zhao Dali's provocation, fully aware of the importance of unity at this moment. He surveyed his surroundings and said in a low voice, "Everyone, be cautious. There must be other traps and puppets here." Before he could finish, a deep, chilling roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the passage, sending shivers down their spines. Following the roar was a rustling sound that grew nearer, as if something was swiftly approaching them. "What is that sound?" Miss Li's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively moved closer to Zhao Dali, seeking a semblance of safety, although Zhao Dali felt a twinge of unease. He forced himself to remain composed, patting Miss Li's shoulder and reassuring her, "Fear not, I am here." Pan Yu's brow furrowed. He sensed a hint of danger in the air. Activating his insight ability, he attempted to pinpoint the source of the sound. Yet the labyrinthine corridors and walls obscured his vision, leaving him with only a vague awareness of several powerful presences closing in on them. "Everyone, stay alert and prepare for battle," Pan Yu commanded, gripping his short sword tightly, ready to confront any sudden developments. Su Yao drew her longsword, standing resolutely beside Pan Yu, her gaze unwavering. The roar resounded once more, this time clearer and closer. Points of eerie green light flickered in the depths of the passage, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, instilling dread. "It's a demon beast," Su Yao exclaimed, tightening her grip on her longsword. "Not just one." Pan Yu's voice was low and grave. He discerned from those ghostly green lights that at least 3 demon beasts were charging towards them. Zhao Dali's expression darkened. Though brash, he understood the threat posed by 3 demon beasts, especially within this perilous maze. At that moment, faint voices emerged from another direction, seemingly from another group. "Someone's there," Miss Li murmured, her tone tinged with hope. Yet Pan Yu shook his head, stating, "In this maze, other groups may not necessarily be allies." Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the other end of the passage, followed by the sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of demon beasts. Pan Yu's expression shifted. He sensed that the battle on that side was exceptionally fierce, likely against formidable foes. He turned to Su Yao, concern evident in his eyes. Su Yao, too, felt the ominous aura gripping Pan Yu's hand tightly as she whispered, "What shall we do?" Chapter 42, Danger Approaches. The intruders and the maze crisis. The sounds of battle from the other end of the passage grew increasingly intense. The screams, clashing weapons, and roars of demon beasts intertwining like a symphony from hell, chilling to the bone. Pan Yu's heart sank. He knew that the other group was likely in grave peril. "What should we do?" Miss Li's voice trembled as she clutched her weapon tightly, her eyes filled with fear. "Let us observe for now," Pan Yu replied softly, scanning their surroundings for a place to hide. The maze's corridors were narrow and winding, making large-scale combat difficult. They needed to find advantageous terrain to maximize their strengths. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the passage, followed by the emergence of 3 massive demon beasts into their view. Covered in ghostly green scales, their eyes gleamed with ferocity, and their sharp claws glimmered ominously, instilling terror. "It's a 3rd-tier demon beast, the green-scale demon wolf." Su Yao gasped, her face turning pale. The green-scale demon wolf was a savage and cunning creature, renowned for its speed and strength. Even high-ranking martial artists dared not provoke it lightly. "Everyone remain calm," Pan Yu commanded with composure. "Zhao Dali, you take the front to draw their attention. Miss Li, provide ranged support for Zhao Dali. Su Yao, you and I will flank them and look for opportunities to strike." Pan Yu swiftly organized a basic defensive formation, cornering the 3 green-scale demon wolves within the passage. He understood that in this narrow corridor, they could not confront the beasts head-on. They had to rely on teamwork to navigate the crisis. As Zhao Dali brandished a massive battle axe and charged towards the foremost green-scale demon wolf with a roar. He swung the axe fiercely at the beast's head, the sheer force tearing through the air. With a resounding clang, the axe collided with the demon wolf's claws, sending sparks flying. Zhao Dali staggered back a few steps, his arm slightly tingling, but he did not falter. Instead, he swung the axe again, launching a relentless assault on the green-scale demon wolf. Miss Li took cover behind Zhao Dali, continuously unleashing sharp sword she aimed at the demon wolf's weaknesses. Her swordsmanship was precise and swift, each strike hitting its mark and inflicting significant damage on the beast. Meanwhile, Pan Yu and Su Yao attacked from either side, moving with agility akin to phantoms. Seeking the perfect moment to strike, Pan Yu's insight ability proved invaluable at this moment, allowing him to clearly perceive every move and flaw of the green-scale demon wolves. His short sword struck with the precision of a serpent, each attack landing squarely on the beast's vulnerabilities, inflicting tremendous harm. Su Yao's longsword danced through the air like a graceful dragon, each attack imbued with fierce sword chi, forcing the green-scaled demon wolves to retreat step by step. The battle raged fiercely, the passage filled with the sounds of clashing weapons, the roars of demon beasts, and the shouts of the fighters. Pan Yu's decisive leadership, Su Yao's fearless bravery, Miss Li's accurate attacks, and Zhao Dali's valiant charges created a harmonious synergy, gradually turning the tide in their favor. This won't do, we must find a way to break through, Pan Yu thought as he fought, sensing the danger within the maze escalating. They could not afford to linger here for long. Boom, a thunderous crash reverberated as the passage walls suddenly collapsed, revealing a new corridor. Go. Pan Yu decisively led the group into the newly opened passage. However, Zhao Dali abruptly halted. Wait, I sense something over there. He pointed in another direction, his eyes glimmering. The debris from the collapse stirred up a cloud of dust, and the new passage loomed dark and deep. Resembling the throat of a colossal beast, without hesitation, Pan Yu took Su Yao's hand and led her into the passage, with Miss Li following closely behind. Wait, I sense something over there, Zhao Dali insisted. Pointing in the opposite direction of the new passage, his voice uncertain yet tinged with inexplicable excitement. That way is too dangerous. The collapse could trigger a chain reaction. We must leave here quickly. Pan Yu replied, his brow furrowed, his tone urgent. He sensed the oddity in Zhao Dali's demeanor, a nagging premonition creeping into his mind. But I feel a presence of treasure over there, Zhao Dali stammered. His gaze evasive, as if concealing something. Previously within the group, he had harbored lingering feelings of discomfort regarding Pan Yu and Su Yao's relationship, now compounded by his irritation at Pan Yu's command over him. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he yearned to prove his superiority over Pan Yu. Stop being foolish, our lives are the priority. Pan Yu's tone grew firmer, fully aware of Zhao Dali's impulsive nature, easily swayed by immediate gains. No, I trust my instincts. Zhao Dali suddenly broke free from Pan Yu's grasp and sprinted toward the direction he indicated. He thought to himself that if he could find treasure, he could prove his strength and earn Su Yao's admiration. Zhao Dali, come back, Pan Yu shouted, but Zhao Dali had already run far ahead, cursing under his breath. Pan Yu realized that now was not the time to scold Zhao Dali. All he could do was hope he would not encounter misfortune. He turned to Su Yao and Miss Li, saying, "You two go ahead, I will check on him and return shortly." Su Yao looked at Pan Yu with concern but ultimately nodded, following Miss Li further along. Pan Yu then turned and pursued the direction Zhao Dali had taken. Zhao Dali ran recklessly, navigating through the rubble of the collapse until he arrived at a relatively open cavern. In the center of the cave lay a treasure chest shimmering with an unusual light. Exuding an alluring aura, Zhao Dali's heart soared with joy. Convinced he had made the right bet and truly found a treasure, he rushed forward eagerly, reaching out to open the chest. With a click, the ground suddenly gave way beneath him, and caught off guard, he plummeted into a bottomless pit. Zhao Dali screamed in terror as he fell, his body hurtling downward. The pit's bottom was lined with sharp spikes. Glinting menacingly. In despair, Zhao Dali shut his eyes, knowing his fate was sealed. At that critical moment, a powerful hand seized his wrist, yanking him back from the brink of death. Zhao Dali opened his eyes and beheld Pan Yu precariously dangling at the edge of a trap. One hand grasping his wrist with an iron grip, while the other clung desperately to the rocky ledge. His face was ashen, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Hold on to me," Pan Yu gritted his teeth and urged. It was only then that Zhao Dali regained his senses and promptly tightened his grip on Pan Yu's hand. Taking a deep breath, Pan Yu exerted his strength, gradually pulling Zhao Dali up. The two of them clumsily crawled out of the trap, and Zhao Dali collapsed onto the ground. Still shaken, he gazed at Pan Yu, his eyes brimming with gratitude and remorse. "Thank you, Pan Yu," he said. Pan Yu waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent as he regarded him with quiet intensity. He had already discerned that the layout of this cave was a trap, with the treasure chest merely serving as bait. Approaching the chest, he scrutinized it carefully and noticed subtle scratches on the ground around it, which had triggered the trap mechanism. Gently touching the scratches with his finger, he understood the cause. This was just a simple pressure trap. "You were far too impulsive," Pan Yu remarked coolly. Zhao Dali, filled with shame, lowered his head, realizing how narrowly he had escaped death, and how dire the consequences could have been had Pan Yu not arrived in time. Pan Yu patted his shoulder, advising him to exercise caution in the future. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of a new passage, accompanied by the sound of clashing weapons. Someone was approaching. The footsteps grew louder, and a group of figures clad in black appeared at the passage's entrance, brandishing sharp blades and exuding an air of lethal intent. Leading them was a burly man whose gaze was cold and menacing, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "I didn't expect others to have arrived first. It seems fortune favors us," the hulking man sneered. "Hand over your treasures, and I may consider sparing your lives."
Pan Yu's heart sank. He knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. He positioned Su Yao and Miss Li behind him, speaking in a low, firm voice. If you desire our treasures, you must prove your capability to claim them. You refuse to drink the wine of courtesy, so you'll taste the wine of punishment, the burly man bellowed, launching the first assault. His long knife sliced through the air, a fierce wind accompanying his strike aimed directly at Pan Yu's face. Anticipating the attack, Pan Yu sidestepped and swiftly drew his sword, engaging the burly man in fierce combat. The other black-clad figures joined the fray, their coordination impeccable and their aggression overwhelming, encircling Su Yao. Miss Li and Zhao Dali. Though Su Yao and Miss Li were outmatched in strength, they did not cower. Instead, they fought valiantly to protect themselves and their companions. Having learned from his previous mistake, Zhao Dali cast aside any notions of underestimating his foes and committed himself fully to the battle. The conflict was intensely fierce, with flashes of blades and cries of battle echoing through the air. Utilizing his unique insight, Pan Yu was able to discern the flaws in his opponent's techniques, skillfully guiding his comrades to coordinate their efforts and deliver devastating blows to the enemy.